Chapter 1, Resurrected, so embarrassing. I am Nane Sakuma, and I have encountered the biggest problem in my life. I'm dead, and my face is covered with a white cloth on the cold floor of the living room. No one noticed that I opened my eyes when I was less than 3 meters away. They were passionately reasoning about the process of my murder. Even if I poisoned the small bean soup, but there are so many drinks in the refrigerator, how can I let her get the poisonous small bean soup? Of course you can, because you know that Ms. Sakuma has a special physique and is very sensitive to caffeine. Even if you consume very little caffeine drinks during the day, you will not sleep all night. You use your position to let him. Ms. Sakuma worked overtime for a week, and then changed the drinks in the refrigerator in the villa to barley tea, coffee, and very small bean soup. Ms. Sakuma was already very tired. In order to get a good night's sleep, she would never choose adzuki soup. Other drinks bala. I was resurrected, without a heartbeat or breathing, and the white cloth on my face did not move at all. As long as I close my eyes, I am still a corpse, or in other words, I am a corpse. When I was alive, I did not expect that I would die in such a mentally handicapped murder method. I really shouldn't have complained about Detective Conan's late-stage reasoning plot becoming more and more idiot. This is retribution. Yes, I was resurrected with the memories of my previous life. I finally discovered that the world I have lived in for 25 years is a familiar comic. If I knew all this in advance, I should turn my head and leave as soon as I saw Conan, but there is no such thing in the world. When I, who was ignorant in my life, invited the young detective team to play in the villa, I was doomed to die young. After all, what looks good in famous investigators is either a murderer or a dead person. I am so good looking but not a murderer. My destiny has already been decided. You have no evidence. My stupid boss is still struggling. He doesn't know that when he asks this sentence, it means he has lost. Mr. Kobayashi, we found the potassium cyanide syringe you hid in the water pipe of the pool of the villa. Blocking the water pipe by the syringe bag will cause problems with the water from the fountain. So you deliberately coaxed Yuanta and the others to open the fountain with you, and then deliberately breaking the switch, and pushing the broken switch to Yuanta and others, so that everyone will no longer pursue the problem of the pool. As long as you find your fingerprint on the syringe, that is the ironclad proof that you killed Ms. Sakuma. Dr. Ali's voice is really full of breath. Fingerprints are full of them. My stupid boss gave up acting, and his voice changed from being unjustly excited to calm down. I even heard a chuckle. I was really super nervous at the time, touching it over and over. The syringe, I almost slipped my hand. Ah, if that happens, I can't kill Sakuma. Why are you killing Sister Nanase? She is such a good person. The little girl cried. Sakuma Nanase is really a good boy in this life, completely different from me in my previous life. She is gentle, considerate, and full of vitality. She is a person who will bring happiness to people around her, the kind of person I have longed for the most in my life. It's a pity that she is such a good person. One of the most failed things she did is to invite you all to play, otherwise she wouldn't have to be reduced to the point of being recognized by the detective team after her death. See, what a bad idea. If it were Sakuma Nanase in this life, she would never complain to these children, she would only blame herself for bringing bad memories to the children. I am different. I am narrow-minded and have a radical personality. After the memory is returned, I can no longer be her. It's all her fault. I am the successor of the Kobayashi Group, the person who controls the economic future of this country. She has always rejected my pursuit. She even made up a boyfriend to lie to me. She is damned. The man was furious. Shouted. There are such self-righteous men in every world. Sakuma Nanase really died wronged. A good person like her died, but this scumbag is still alive. After being arrested, he was sentenced to more than 10 years before being released. The world is really unfair. Why should a good person bear more misfortune? Why give scumbags a chance to reform and rehabilitate? Scum, you should die. Miss Sakuma didn't lie, she does have a boyfriend. You bullshit. I have investigated with a private investigator. The neighbors and friends around her have confirmed that there are no men in or out of her house at all, and there is no record of communication on her mobile phone. She just sends text messages to an empty account every day, pretending to be a boyfriend. That's because Ms. Sakuma's boyfriend has been missing for 4 years, and her mobile phone number has also been cancelled. She has not been able to accept the disappearance of her boyfriend. She has been looking for each other over the years. In order to find the whereabouts of her boyfriend, Sakuma the young lady didn't stay in every city for a long time, and the new friends didn't understand her. She didn't lie, she was still waiting for him to come back. Dr. Ari's voice was a little low. Ah, this is sympathizing with Nane Sakuma, a girl who is so affectionate and dedicated, but was killed because of a misunderstanding? Damn it! Do you deserve to be killed because you have a boyfriend who refuses the other party? Don't say this is the truth, what if it is a lie? If you refuse, you will be rejected. Anyone who thinks it is RMB will like you? Just like you, you feel that you are the center of the world because you have money in your family. If you are rejected, you should be a bit B-number. How so? How could this be? Every time I see this group of murderers pretending that he regrets not really killing people, I feel sick. When killing people, why don't you think that life is important? I don't even want to communicate, but I am willing to spend a lot of time to make plans. It has been a week in a row. Kota Kobayashi has many opportunities to give up this plan, but does he have it? He didn't. In his eyes, the weight of his rejection is far greater than human life. Such a person will not do it this time, and will do it next time. As long as others don't obey his will, he will kill people. Such people are pure scum. No. I can't go to jail. I have a bright future. Kota Kobayashi covered his face, a red light flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he took a pistol from his arms and shot it to the ground. The screams of the woman and the cry of the child loudly. You guys! All of them stand in a row. Kota Kobayashi raised his pistol and said viciously, if anyone dares to be disobedient, I will kill him first. Mr. Kobayashi, what are you going to do? Dr. aka guarded the children of the junior detectives behind him. You calm down, you can't make any more mistakes. Yes, I will not make any more mistakes, I will not let this matter become my stain. I am the heir of the Kobayashi group, and unlike you ants, I am the future of Japan. Kota Kobayashi showed a hideous expression. You. That's you, Marihanda. Add this to the Adzuki bean soup, and pour everyone a cup. He held a small bag with white powder in his hand. No, no. Marihanda cried and shook her head. Hurry up. Or I'll blow your head with one shot. Kota Kobayashi pointed the gun at Marihanda, if you don't do it, you will die first. Handa Marie was trembling with fright, she took the white powder, twisted the Adzuki bean soup and poured it in. Shake well. Handa Mariyama tremblingly shook the drink bottles, then opened and poured a little on each cup. Everyone takes a drink, hurry up. Looking at the people who were being pointed at by guns and could only get drinks one by one, Kota Kinabalu grinned and said, this is a good thing. Just a little bit will make people die. Both. It's your fault. If you didn't have to pursue Sakuma Nane's death, you would not bury her with her. After you die, I will tell the police that because Handa Mari is jealous of me pursuing Sakuma Nane's, so the poison in the drink will kill her, and you people are the unlucky ghosts who drank the same drink. Well, you don't die worthless. After all, what you have achieved is me, the man who created the future for Japan. Ha 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 ha. Kobayashi laughed wildly. If the people who create the future for Japan are like you, Japan will be finished. Kojima Motoda shouted. What are you talking about, kid? Kota Kobayashi grabbed Kojima Genta's hand and pulled him in front of him. Since you are so proud, you can drink it first. Wow! Don't! Don't! Kojima Motoda burst into tears for an instant. He struggled so hard that he twisted his body, and Kobayashi almost didn't hold him. Edogawa Konan was so anxious to death that his anesthesia needle and telescopic sling were not carried on his body for repairs, and the foot-strengthening shoes were in the hallway. Suddenly, he couldn't think of a good way to deal with Kota Kobayashi. Kota Kobayashi hugged Kojima Genta in his gun hand, and in the other hand he picked up the small bean soup filled with toxic drinks and poured it into Kojima Genta's mouth. His face showed a twisted expression that grasped the pleasure of life. Drink it. Kojima Motoda closed his mouth and shook his head to avoid the drink he was holding. Genta! Yoshida Ayami and Tsubaraya Mitsuhiko yelled anxiously. At this moment, the white cloth behind Kota Kobayashi moved, and a figure sat up. Everyone's eyes widened except Kota and Kojima Motoda, who were carrying each other. The white cloth slipped from the figure's head, revealing the other's pale face, and the resurrected corpse twisted its stiff neck from side to side, and slowly stood up. The people facing Kota witnessed this supernatural scene, and the stories Kota had said before in order to create an atmosphere flashed in their minds. I heard that the lady who died in this villa was resurrected because of resentment and killed the whole family. Because the death was so miserable, the resentful spirits were still wandering in the manor, waiting for the opportunity to kill those who entered the villa. Fear was spreading where Kota could not see. Yoshida Ayami wanted to scream and was covered by Huira Ai. Tsubaraya Mitsuhiko's teeth trembled and hugged Konan Edogawa tightly, and Dr. AKA's face turned blue and still stood in front of the child. With the few people brought by Kota Kobayashi, Marihanda rolled her eyes and fainted, and the remaining two men stunned each other into a ball. Yes, yes. One of the two men pointed behind Kota Kobayashi. Kobayashi didn't notice the abnormality, and was still yelling for Kojima Motoda to drink the poisonous small bean soup. At this time, Sakuma Nanase had already walked behind him. Her mouth was still with foam. And everyone seemed to hear her screaming in pain when she was poisoned and fell down. She picked up the decorative sculpture on the light stand with no expression, and when Kota Kinabalu pinched Kojima Genta's mouth to pour the Atsuki bean soup, she lifted the decorative sculpture and slammed it on Kota's head. Kong dang! The decorative sculpture made of steel was discounted, and Kota Kobayashi fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. The living room was quiet and no one made a sound, until Kojima Motoda crawled out from under Kota Kobayashi and turned his head to see Sakuma Nanase, who was still holding a decorative sculpture in his hand. In the scream of Kojima Motoda, Nanase Sakuma threw down the blood-stained sculpture, took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and asked calmly, "If he dies, I'm justified." Defensive. There was an uproar. Chapter 2, Scary, so exciting. How could this happen? I have checked it out, she is definitely dead. Edogawa Konan looked at Sakuma Nanase sitting on the opposite sofa with a dazed expression. Apart from him, there are other people here who have witnessed the death of Sakuma Nanase, so now this group of people are huddled on the other side of the sofa, looking tremblingly at Sakuma Nanase, who is sitting on the sofa alone. No one dares. Open up. I'm thirsty, do you want something to drink? Sakuma Nanase stood up suddenly, startling a group of people who were already nervous. I'm thirsty, and the drinks on the table are poisoned. I'm going to the refrigerator to get some drinks, do you want them? Sakuma Nanase repeated. Everyone shook their heads like the biggest fan. Sakuma Nanase glanced at them, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as her figure disappeared, the living room immediately exploded. Oh my god! Miss Sakuma, she really lived. She is alive, right? the male employee of the company asked in a panic. How is it possible? When she fell down and I helped her, I was sure that she had no heartbeat or breathing. Handa Marie had tears in her eyes, and she was frightened. No one can understand her feelings. She has always been jealous of Nane Sakuma's popularity, so she hates her very much and often speaks ill of her behind her back, but she didn't want her to die. When Sakuma Nane's fell, she reflexively hugged her and witnessed the whole process of Sakuma Nane's death very closely. If Nane Sakuma really came back to life after being possessed by a resentful spirit, she must be the second target of revenge, and the first Kobayashi Kota is still lying there. But the resurrection of the dead is too unbelievable. Dr. Aka said in a low voice, "What do you think of Shinichi? What can he think? He is also reorganizing Sanguine now." Kudo Shinichi collapsed a bit. No one knew how powerful potassium cyanide was anymore. In so many cases, 90% of all poisonings he encountered were potassium cyanide, and the fatality rate was 100%. Now that someone has drunk potassium cyanide and died again, how can he not be shocked as if he was okay? In desperation, he threw the question to Hui Yuan Ai, "Hui Yuan, do you know someone resurrected after drinking potassium cyanide poisoning? How is it possible?" Potassium cyanide can make the cells in the body unable to receive oxygen and quickly suffocate, and the central nervous system loses its function rapidly due to hypoxia, causing the human body to immediately experience respiratory muscle paralysis, cardiac arrest, and multiple organs. She died from symptoms such as exhaustion. Under normal circumstances, she would lose consciousness after ingesting 0.1 to 0.2 grams. She drank half of the poisoned small bean soup, and it was definitely not saved. I have never heard of drinking it. Potassium cyanide came alive without first aid, are you kidding me? Ehara Hui looked at Kudo Shinichi with a pair of dead fish eyes. But Nane Sakuma is alive. What's the matter? I also want to know what's going on. I'm going to be scared to death. Hui Yuan yelled in a suppressed voice. Woo! 7. Will Nanace eat us? Tsuberaya Mitsuhiko said with a sad face, I heard that the ghosts and such supernatural things like to eat children. Sister Nanace won't do it. Ayami glared at Mitsuhiko Tsuberaya angrily. Sister Nanace was a good person, even if she died, she would be a good ghost, so she wouldn't eat people. Regardless of whether she is a good ghost or not, why should we wait here obediently? Why don't we take the opportunity to escape when she goes to the kitchen? Another male employee of the company raised his hand and asked. How do you escape with so much snow outside? Handamari wanted to cry without tears. If it hadn't been for the blizzard to seal the mountain, the police would have come here long ago. Are you stupid? We called before. Are you a fish? Only 7 seconds of memory? Does he think she doesn't want to run? Or, let's restrain her together? You think she is only one person, for the time being, she is one. In short, we have 4 adults here. The employee said again. Did you forget that the pistol was in her hand? You can't even shoot Kota with the gun, and you still want to shoot the ghost with the gun. Handamari really wanted to slap her over. Why didn't you find her before? Is a colleague such an idiot? Calm down, everyone, maybe Ms. Sakuma doesn't want to hurt us. Dr. Aka soothed. No one said anything. Nane Sakuma had a very good temper during his lifetime, but what about after his death? She almost killed Kota Kinabalu just now, and there was no smile on her face, which was completely different from before. Gilyalu. Kojima Motoda said grievedly, I'm so hungry. It's dinner time, and after being frightened just now, Kojima Motoda could have eaten it, but now he has hungry. Several people glanced at each other, and finally Dr. Aka said, it's indeed time to eat. The children are hungry. Let me talk to Ms. Sakuma. Doctor. Ehara Hui pulls Dr. Akaza's sleeve slightly, and she doesn't want Dr. AKA's to take a risk without knowing the situation. It's okay, I can't let the children go hungry all the time. Dr. Ali stood up. What's hungry? Nane Sakuma walked over while twisting the cap of the barley tea. She sat down and took a sip of tea and asked. Dr. Ali cautiously said, it's almost dinner time, and the children are hungry. I wonder if I can start cooking. Then do it. Nane Sakuma said nonchalantly, if you are hungry, go cook. This blizzard is expected to stop tomorrow. You can't stay without food until the police arrive. You don't have to be me. Yes, I don't eat this. Which one do you want to eat if you don't eat this? Tsubara Mitsuhiko clasped Edogawa Konan's hand in horror again. As if feeling the anxiety of Tsubara Mitsuhiko, Sakuma Nane smiled at him, and Tsubara Mitsuhiko suddenly became even more frightened. My head still hurts a bit, I'll go up and rest first. Kota Kobayashi, you have to be careful and don't let him run. Although I am not dead, he is also an attempted murder. Sakuma Nane said seriously. What? Are you really not dead, or do you think you are not dead? Several people looked at each other. Sister Nanace, are you really all right? Konan suddenly stepped forward and asked. Sakuma Nanace looked at Edogawa Konan, was silent for a moment, and touched his temple with a helpless expression. I don't know, when I woke up I heard you talking about Kobayashi poisoning me. I don't know why I didn't die. Although my head and body are hurting now, I can breathe and have a heartbeat, so I should be considered dead? Maybe tomorrow the snow will stop and go to the hospital for a checkup and give me an answer. She stretched out her hand, and Edogawa Konan touched it. Although the opponent's hand was cold, he felt the pulse. She was a living person. Konan breathed a sigh of relief and said in a cute voice, Nanace has a pulse. Everyone was relieved to hear that Nanace Sakuma had a pulse. Although they didn't know how the other party would come back to life, as long as they weren't ghosts. There will always be such things as medical miracles. Then I will go back and rest. Nanace Sakuma was about to leave. Sister Nanace. Ayami called Nanace Sakuma. Hey? What's wrong with Bume? It's really great that Nanace's sister survived. Ayami said happily. Sakuma Nanace looked at the other person's sincere smile, smiled at her, and the look on her face became terrifying the moment she turned around. She wants Kota to die. Kota Kobayashi must pay the price for killing Sakuma Nanace, and it is fair that one life pays one life. Even if Kota Kobayashi was convicted of murder for no more than 10 years in prison, his family had money to make the sentence shorter, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. She knew that even if she did not resurrect to help, the protagonist group would not die. Kota Kobayashi will definitely be defeated for various reasons, and then arrested, waiting for the blizzard to stop and send him to the police station the next day. She could have been disguised as a corpse, waiting for the protagonists to fall asleep before killing Kota, no one would doubt a corpse. But she didn't want Sakuma Nanace to die. Why did she do nothing wrong to give up her original life for a scumbag and keep her name incognito from now on? Is Kota Kobayashi worthy of him? He deserves a few. She was resurrected on the spot without killing Kota with a single blow, because she knew it was over-defense. She wanted Kota's death to have nothing to do with her. He should always stay away from Sakuma Nanace's life like a trash. She has set a trap for Kota Kobayashi in a fair manner, and then just wait patiently for the damned detectives to leave. Chapter 3, Messing Up, so exciting. Sakuma Nanace walked back to the room, closed the door, and walked to the bathroom while undressing. The full-length mirror in the bathroom showed a concave and convex female body, which was originally a very attractive sight, but it was a pity that there were large black bruises on her chest to the abdomen, destroying the beauty. Sakuma Nanace opened the shower, then took out the eyebrow knife from the toiletry bag on the sink, and cut it into the skin, from the chest cavity to the belly button, and suddenly a huge scar appeared on her body. The brown knife slid from her hand with a click. She endured the pain and held on to the mirror, black blood gushing from the wound, dripping on the bathroom floor, and was washed by the unkempt water. Go into the sewer. As the black blood oozes out, there are fewer and fewer black marks on her body, until the black blood turns red, and she turns off the shower switch. She looked in the mirror, and the stab wound on her body in the mirror slowly healed by itself. Sakuma Nanase reached out and stroked her body until she couldn't see the trace at all. It seems that absorbing the vitality of a large fish can only expel the toxin of potassium cyanide and barely simulate the pulse of the left hand. Fortunately, he did not request a full body examination. My lungs and heart are not working now. The detective is really troublesome. Without breathing or heartbeat, she is just a walking corpse now. Sakuma Nanase looked at the gentle and beautiful face of the woman in the mirror. Gradually, the female body in the mirror changed. Her height became longer, her became flat, and male organs grew. The soft face lines became tough and supple. The long black hair turned into short hair, but within a few minutes, the woman in the mirror became a handsome man. Ah, that's a male fish. The memories of the previous life came back, and the monster-like abilities also came back. She will be resurrected as long as she dies, but after resurrection, she is still a corpse, and needs to absorb the flesh and blood of living creatures in time to repair her body, otherwise her body will gradually decay. The more the organs of living things resemble humans, the stronger the effect will be. Ordinary animals are also good, but the best is the humans themselves, otherwise the repair process will cause severe pain, just like now. In the process of repairing her body, she also gained the ability to change sex. If she sucked a male animal, then she could become a male. If she wants to change back to a female, she needs to the female's living thing again. In the previous life, there were a lot of times and time to be converted into men. I have been living as a woman for the first 25 years in this life, and I was a little uncomfortable for a while. For some reason, she stretched out her finger and struck an X on the misty face in the mirror, and saw his scarlet eyes faintly in the slash where the mist was wiped out. So what should I do now? Tomorrow she will appear as Sakuma Nanase. He needs female living creatures. There are only 3 women in this villa, Marie Handa, Ayami Yashida, and Ai Hihara. Dividing line. The big fish in the fish tank is gone. Xiao Ai, have you seen it? Bulletin May squatted in front of the ornamental fish tank. It's a little weird. Dinner is ready, you wash your hands and prepare to eat, and we will ask others later. Ai, you and I divided the prepared curry into plates, can you help me get some out? Yeah. Okay. Bulletin May quickly washed her hands, dried them and took out the curry dish. Everyone gathered in the restaurant. Handa Mari had no appetite, but she did not dare to stay alone, nor did she want to go back to the room on the second floor of Nanase Sakuma. Although she was sure that the other person was a living person, she always felt that her heart was groggy. I can only expect Ai to act with everyone. Just now I asked Mr. Matsushita and Mr. Kashiwagi to tie Koda to his room. Everyone goes to bed early after eating. If you are afraid, you can form a team to rest in a room. Dr. Aka said. After getting everyone's approval, he began to urge a few. A child said, hurry up and eat while it is hot, it won't taste good when it gets cold. After taking 2 bites, Tsubare Mitsuhiko suddenly asked, Conan, is Nanase's boyfriend really missing? Edogawa Conan recalled, Ms. Sakuma had the habit of blogging when she was in college. We searched the record of her speech on the internet, which recorded that they met in the second half of the first year of college, and then the first half of the second year. They started dating, and they met every Saturday, dated, watched movies, etc. The relationship was very good. Then one day in the 4th grade of college, the boy suddenly disappeared, leaving no words. Ms. Sakuma was very anxious to look around, but they all looked for if not, he seems to have suddenly evaporated from the world. And it is strange. Edogawa Konan showed a thoughtful expression. What's weird? Sabaraya Mitsuhiko asked quickly. It feels like the blog's records are inconsistent. It seems that some of the content has been deleted, and it's strange that there are no photos of the man at all, only Ms. Sakuma alone. Not at all. There is only one photo in Tokyo. The two above the tower held hands and shot the starry sky, and the other showed only one hand. The detective's instinct told Conan that this was not easy. Maybe that boyfriend deleted it. Huira said gloomily, dragging his chin, that's it. After playing with a woman, I am afraid that the other party will entangle the other party's phone and trick him into stealing all the records and contacts. The way to delete, a lot, that kind of emotional scammer. Hello. Conan looked at Huiyu and Ai silently. How could he be like this? Buletin said with red eyes, why don't you see me without saying a word, Nanace is so pitiful. Hey! Ayami, don't cry. Tomorrow we can ask Nanace's sister to entrust us to help her find a boyfriend, said Sabaraya Mitsuhiko. Sister Nanace will not die in this catastrophe, she will definitely encounter good things. Maybe you can find her boyfriend. Yet. Bume nodded vigorously. They are the strongest juvenile detectives. Conan must be no problem. Dividing line. Hey? Looking for a boyfriend? No need. The night passed without surprises, and when everyone woke up, Nanae Sakuma sat in the living room reading a book. When Kojima Motoda, Yoshida Ayami, and Sabaraya Mitsuhiko, 3 members of the young detective team came up to ask for help, she refused without hesitation. Hey! Why? Isn't Nanace looking for him all the time? I've been looking for 4 years, the 3 asked. Nanae Sakuma seemed to think for a while, and then smiled. In fact, after waking up from this poisoning, my memory went wrong, and I can't remember my boyfriend's face. Nanny! The 3 cried out again in surprise. You all said that I have been looking for him for 4 years. Although I can't remember his face, I still remember that I have been trying to find him for the past 4 years. I keep changing cities, and I don't have long-term friends, and my family treats me very much. I don't understand. In fact, it's nothing. The most painful thing is that suddenly one day, cell phone records, blog photos, all traces of him disappeared. Everyone started to say that he does not exist, even I started. Doubt about my memory. It's really painful. Nanae Sakuma's voice was calm, but it made the listeners feel very sad. I can't hold on anymore. 4 years of chasing is enough. This time it's almost impossible. No life, so what else can I lose next time? It's time to let go. The timing of this amnesia is just right, I should be enough. Giving up doesn't mean you are cowardly, it's bad for someone else without saying goodbye. This kind of man is not worthy of nostalgia. Huiyu and I said suddenly. Xiao Ai, thank you. Yes, yes. If we meet Nanace's boyfriend in the future, we will definitely help you beat him. At Kojima Motoda, Ayami Yoshida and Mitsuhiko Tsubaraya waved their small fists excitedly. Puff, thank you Genta, Ayami, and Mitsuhiko too. Nanae Sakuma touched the heads of several people, her smile was still so gentle, as if the person who broke Koda's head with a gloomy face last night was just an illusion. The children of the junior detectives tweeted about how they would teach Sakuma Nanace's boyfriend when they met Sakuma Nanace in the future, and Sakuma Nanace felt no change in his heart. I met that boyfriend tomorrow morning, Nanace Sakuma thought. No, it should be her ex-boyfriend. After she remembered who Sakuma Nanace's boyfriend was, she was determined to make him a thing of the past. Lying because of injury and amnesia, pretending to be physically and mentally exhausted, rationally erased Zhang Guling's ex-boyfriend. If you meet in the future, pretend not to know each other and let Sakuma Nanace's boyfriend in this life be buried with her death. This is what Mr. Noria hoped for. After all, he is a man who takes love in the name of eliminating all traces of getting along with his girlfriend. For fear of showing up will bring hidden dangers to work, he is a man who devotes himself to spying work. Haha. Japan is fortunate to have you. It's really great. Cheers for him. Sister Nanase, your book is about to be torn. The crisp boy's voice interrupted Sakuma Nanase's thinking. She blinked her eyes and came back to her senses. The book cover of the poetry book in her hand was crumpled by her. Ah! I'm sorry. Nanase Sakuma recovered and smoothed the cover of the book with his hands. What is Nanase's sister thinking? Your expression was a bit scary. Conan pretended to be tentatively cute. Sakuma Nanase blinked. I'm thinking about something happy. That's not what your expression said, the book is almost split in half. Edogawa Conan showed half-moon eyes. Suddenly he noticed that Sakuma Nanase's sleeve was a little wet. Is this? Obviously he has retrieved the previous memories. Knows the reasons for everything, and understands the things of the protagonists in this world, but Nanase Sakuma's memories and feelings in this life are still affecting her, which is really terrible. Hurry up, get back to your normal self quickly. Conan, Mr. Police is here. Buletin rushed in and said. Sakuma Nanase raised his head and saw the police officer walking quickly through Ayami's small shoulder. By the way, just kill Koda Koda as soon as possible. Waiting for him to bury Sakuma Nanase, she will definitely not be affected again. Chapter 4, Messing Up, so exciting. The two police officers were responsible for handcuffing Koda Kobayashi to the hospital, named Nakai and Kiishin, both of whom were very young. Dr. Ali and the others have to go to the Metropolitan Police Department to make transcripts with other police officers. Originally, Koda Kobayashi was going directly to the police station to receive the transcript and wait for the trial, but he yelled that Sakuma Nanase hit him and caused him a lot of damage. His head has been violent since last night. It hurts. Nanase Sakuma was told for excessive defense and asked to go to the hospital for a medical examination. This request is reasonable and the police can only take him to the hospital. Sakuma Nanase almost died due to poisoning. Potassium cyanide is a kind of poisonous damage to human nerves and organs, so she was asked to go to the hospital for an examination. This was suggested by Dr. Aka at the reminder of Ai Harahara, because poison can be metabolized after all. Kobayashi is so shameless, although they witnessed Sakuma Nanase eating potassium cyanide and resurrecting, but theoretically cyanide potassium is an absolutely lethal drug. Koda Kobayashi is likely to fool it with not a real poison but just a joke. Sakuma Nanase was asked to check it in order to leave evidence before potassium cyanide was completely metabolized. No matter how rich Koda Kobayashi's family is, as long as he is sure that his poison is potassium cyanide, he can definitely go to jail for murder. Yes, this is the trap Sakuma Nanase set. Nanase Sakuma knows the character of Koda Koda very well. He does not repent and will repay him. As long as there are small loopholes, he will have to dig in. If he has the opportunity, he will pull others down and step on the soles of his feet. If he went to the Metropolitan Police Department obediently, and under a group of police and monitoring, she couldn't attack him yet. It would be great if Koda Kinabalu would be as always. Sakuma Nanase looked at Koda Koda sitting in the back row through the rear mirror of the police car and laughed. Dividing line. The hospital is here, Miss Sakuma, we are going to take Koda Koda for an examination, are you okay by yourself? Akiyama Police Department asked. Koda Kobayashi and Nanase Sakuma are different. Koda Kobayashi is a suspect and must be accompanied by the police throughout to prevent him from escaping. It's okay, I can be alone. It's better to let her be alone. Nanase Sakuma waved his hand quickly. Please take him with the two police departments. I will go to you after the inspection. I will go later. The Metropolitan Police Department does the transcript, right? Her current body can't stand the examination. Besides, she didn't come to the hospital for examination. Yet. You can call me when Miss Sakuma finishes the examination. Akiyama showed his mobile phone number to Nanae Sakuma. After Sakuma Nanae entered the cell phone number into his cell phone, he saw the two police departments take Kota Kobayashi away, and then took off his smile and walked to the display wall of the hospital floor plan on the first floor. After she found the information she wanted on the floor plan, she went to the medical examination department to register. After getting the medical examination form, she took the elevator to the internal organs department on the third floor, but did not line up for the medical examination, but was in a noisy crowd. Under cover, he turned into the medical locker room on the corner. She was lucky, and there was no one in the dressing room, and Nanae Sakuma immediately locked the door behind her. There were several white lab coats taken off by medical staff on the clothes rail. She opened several closets and found the daily clothes of a taller man, which should have been a change of clothes prepared by the other party for the overnight shift. Sakuma Nanae took off his clothes, changed into the daily clothes of the unknown doctor, and took a white coat from the clothes rail and put it on. Then she took out a transparent fresh keeping bag from the original jacket pocket. There was a large mass of moist cotton in the fresh keeping bag. She flexibly pulled the cotton away, and there were two small fishes lying in it. These two fish were found by Nanae Sakuma from the viewing pond of the villa, and she was also the fish that relied on her to change from a male body to a female body this morning. Edogawa Konan noticed that her sleeves were wet because she went fishing. Two fish, one female and one male, can make her change sex. In order to ensure that the plan can be implemented, she secretly soaked the cotton in the pillow with water when she was in the villa, then wrapped the two fish in a fresh keeping bag with moist cotton, and kept her small even if she left the water. The fish survive for a period of time. Sakuma Nanae picked up one of them with his left hand and squeezed it firmly. When he unfolded it, only a piece of fish skin remained on the palm of his hand. Then her body began to change, the flesh under the skin began to move, and her hair shortened, but she became a man in 2 minutes. Although she has become accustomed to the pain of changing her body, the sweat secretion caused by the pain cannot be controlled. Sakuma Nanae lifted up his sweaty forehead. His exposed face was 6 points similar to a female face, but the raised scarlet eyes destroyed the original gentle temperament, and instead made her radiate a bad man's all over her body. Hormones. Sakuma Nanae slapped her mouth and put on the glasses that had been brought in from the company's male employees' luggage. She became ordinary again. She put on medical gloves and twisted the door of the locker room. After a few strokes, she remixed. In the crowd. As she walked, she dialed the phone number of the Akiyama Police Department, and asked in the gentle female voice of Nanae Sakuma, "Hey, Akiyama Police Department, this is Sakuma. There are many people in the medical examination department today, and it will take me a while before the medical examination. Finish. Is your side all right? I'm worried that the police gentleman will have to wait too long." "Not yet." Kota Kobayashi insisted on hurting his head. The doctor asked him to do a brain CT first. "Now we are queuing in the CT room. There are 16 people in front. It will take about 30 minutes. Miss Sakuma, please don't worry, I'll wait for you." The voice of the Kyushin Police Department came through the phone. "Ah, that's great, thank you Akiyama Police Department." Nanae Sakuma chuckled, "Thank you for telling me such detailed information." Sakuma Nanae hung up the phone and walked quickly to the floor of the irradiation department. She quickly found the smoke sensor in the stairwell. In order to prevent fires, the hospital will install smoke sensors in the stairwells, corridors, pharmacies, or rooms of important medical equipment. The installation in the stairwells is to prevent some patients who do not abide by the hospital's rules from smoking secretly here. Watching the watch to calculate the time, when it was almost Kota's turn, Nanae Sakuma lit the paper he was carrying, stretched it under the smoke sensor and shook it, and suddenly the alarm sounded loudly. There was a panicking sound from the crowd in the corridor. Nanae Sakuma dropped the burnt paper, threw a cigarette holder on the ashes of the paper, crushed it with his feet, and walked out of the stairwell. At this time, the patients were huddled together at a loss, and the medical staff were trying their best to maintain the order of the patients. What happened? Why did the alarm go off? What's the matter? Where is it burning? Let the security personnel check it. Calm down everyone. We are looking for a fire point, please don't run, don't push. Sakuma Nanase walked towards the CT room against the flow of people. As expected, only one police officer remained at the door of the CT room, and another police officer had already left because of the commotion. Nanase Sakuma walked over, passed by Kota Kobayashi without squinting, opened the door of the CT operation room and walked in. A young doctor was sitting in the CT operating room. He saw Sakuma Nanase coming in and was a little strange. What's wrong? It's not time for a shift. Hey? Who are you? I haven't seen you. He was knocked out by Sakuma Nanase with a knife in one hand. No, it's time to change shifts. Nanase Sakuma hid the person behind the CT machine and said condescendingly. She walked quickly to the computer, hacked into the hospital system after a few operations, called up her physical examination report and replaced the blank data on it, destroyed all the hospital's surveillance records, and suspended the operation of the camera. After doing all this, Nanase Sakuma switched back to the original interface of the computer, operated the mouse and clicked the button of the next number, and a notice for Kobayashi Kota to enter the CT room for inspection was heard in the corridor. Kota Kobayashi opened the door and walked in. Only a doctor was carrying him typing something in front of the computer. Lock the door. The other party said casually, in addition, please take off the necklace, belt, and key and other metals on your body, and then take off your shirt and lie on the CT bed. Kota Kobayashi closed the door upon hearing this, took off his clothes as required and lay on the CT bed. As the footsteps approached slowly, Kota Kinabalu glanced at the doctor who was going to check for herself, wondering why she always felt a little familiar. As he was thinking, the other party took off his glasses and smiled at him, meeting again. Kota Kobayashi, are you surprised? Kobayashi opened his eyes wide. He finally recognized the person in front of him. That face was 6 points similar to Sakuma Nanase. Who are you? What is your relationship with Sakuma Nanase? Don't you say that you like me very much, you kill me until you like it. How come you can't recognize it by changing gender? Nanase Sakuma smiled and leaned in front of Kota Kobayashi. Kota Kobayashi raised his foot to Sakuma Nanase with a look of horror when he heard that, and he turned over and rolled, standing behind the CT machine and holding Sakuma Nanase. Don't run, you see that you want to kill me so much. Isn't it a pity that you didn't kill me? Didn't I come to give you a chance? Sakuma Nanase said slowly. The face of Kota Kobayashi, who was poked in the center, was distorted for an instant. He hated not to kill Sakuma Nanase and to pay for himself. That's why he insisted on going for a physical examination, just to entangle Sakuma Nanase again to prevent her from getting better. When he enters the prison, he will use his family power to expose everything about Sakuma Nanase, send someone to harass her life, and make her live more miserable than death. But he didn't expect Sakuma Nanase to be a monster. Even if he died and resurrected, he would become a man. He felt sick when he remembered that he had liked this woman. A malicious thought came to his mind. Kota Kobayashi's eyes fell on the pen on the computer desk, and his breathing began to quicken. By the way, he can kill the other party again, and when the police come in, he can explain that Nanase Sakuma's relatives deliberately murdered. He is just a legitimate defense. When it was said that it was too late, Kota Kobayashi grabbed the pen on the table and rushed towards Nanase Sakuma. Go to the monster. Sakuma Nanase chuckled. Kobayashi Kota, you are such a scumbag who doesn't repent. She stretched out her left hand and watched Kota Kobayashi hit her chest. In the end, Kota Kobayashi didn't swipe the pen held high. He absorbed it in just 3 minutes. He disappeared out of thin air, leaving only his clothes on the ground. Sakuma Nana's came back to life again, the sound of a heart beating from her chest, her heart and lungs were repaired. Nane Sakuma took Koda's skin from the scattered clothes, then rolled it into a ball and stuffed it into the pocket of a white lab coat. She put on the left glove that she had just taken off, helped the doctor who had been stunned back to the seat, and turned the CT room door and walked out. The Kyushin police department outside the door was seriously guarding the CT room. After seeing her coming out, he took a look and didn't realize that there was a murder behind the wall. Chapter 5, Dad is Too Strong. Sakuma Nana's returned to the locker room and used the remaining small fish to turn back into a woman. After changing back to her own clothes, she took Kota Kobayashi's human skin and white coat, men's clothing, and shoes that she wore. The glasses and used gloves are packed together and thrown into the incinerator of the hospital to be burned. She left after watching these things were completely destroyed. After all, the important evidence in Conan was left without being burned, causing too many fools to be caught, and she didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. As soon as he walked to the door of the outpatient clinic, Nane Sakuma received an anxious call from the Akiyama Police Department. "Where are you, Ms. Sakuma?" "I'm in the outpatient hall. I have already checked. The doctor said that the report will come tomorrow." "What happened to the police officer?" Nane Sakuma asked knowingly. "You stand there and don't move, I'll look for you now. Kota Kobayashi has escaped. You may be in danger now." There was a rapid panting and running sound from the other side, and Nane Sakuma vaguely heard the other party being reprimanded forbidden. Running in the corridor and the youth's apology. "Really serious police officer." Sakuma Nana's carelessly grinds the ends of her hair, thinking about trimming her hair when it is over, because her ex-boyfriend likes it. Sakuma Nana's has been working hard to take care of this smooth black hair in this life. After the memory was returned, she now looked at the hair inexplicably obscured. "Hey, Miss Sakuma." The Akiyama Police Department ran to Sakuma Nana's, sweating profusely on his knees and panting. "Are you running in such a hurry?" Sakuma Nana's said hesitantly. "Akiyama Police Department, how are you?" "Where is Nakai Police Department?" "I asked Nakai to lock down the scene and apply to check the surveillance of the hospital. I have already called my colleagues, and they will send someone to the hospital to search." "Ms. Sakuma, you have to make a transcript with me at the Metropolitan Police Department. Kota Kobayashi used to pouring poison on you is very likely to hurt you again." The Akiyama Police Department said and took Sakuma Nana's to the parking lot. How could Kota Kobayashi run away? Nane Sakuma showed a panic expression. Kota Kobayashi went into the CT room for a physical examination. "I went outside for a long time and he did not come out. Then I heard the doctor in the CT room shouting. When he went in, he was gone and only his clothes were left on the CT bed." Frown, there is no window in the CT room, only one door to enter and exit. Kota Kobayashi never went out after entering. How did he disappear from the room? The two quickly found the parked police car, and the Akiyama Police Department opened the door. "Miss Sakuma, don't worry, our police will protect you." "Thank you, Akiyama Police Department. It's great that Japan has a protector like you." Nane Sakuma looked at Akiyama with gentle eyes. "Thank you very much. You won't be too many for a deceitful police officer like you." This is what we should do." Chu Shan blushed. Dividing line. Sakuma Nana's finished his transcript and left, but Officer Megami of the Metropolitan Police Department was furious. "What do you think about letting the suspect run away?" Officer Mumu slapped him on the table and furious. "Sorry, police officer. But as long as there is one exit from the CT room, we have been guarding the door. He never came out." Kota Kobayashi disappeared out of thin air. Only his clothes are left on the scene. Chu Shan bent down hard. "I have let Nakai. The scene is blocked and the monitoring records are recalled." Ringing. Chu Shan's cell phone rang. he glanced at Officer Mumu, and connected the call with the permission of the other party. Yes, yes. What? All cleared out. Sergeant Mumu, it was Nakai who called. He said that the hospital's monitoring records have been destroyed today, and he asked to apply for support from the technical department. Chu Shan held up his mobile phone with a worried expression on his face. Takagi, you will now take someone to search the scene immediately to see if you can find any clues. I have arranged personnel to protect Nane Sakuma. The suspect is likely to attack her again. Once Kobayashi appears, he will immediately be arrested. Officer Mu waved his arms and gave orders loudly. Yes. Dividing line. Nane Sakuma was brought to the door by a female police officer. The female police officer's name was Hyakusaki Orange. She had no impression of this name. She was probably just a small role and had little effect on her. The reason for saying this is because Nane Sakuma hopes to avoid contact with heavy characters as much as possible. Those important characters can always attract the protagonist, especially the pupil, the of death. In the world of Detective Conan, once the murderer meets the protagonist, he will be 100% KO. She still knows herself, as a murderer, she doesn't want to use the rest of her life in prison to test the protagonist's halo. Next, I will do it alone, thank you Hyakusaki Police Department. Sakuma Nane stopped at the apartment door. Ms. Sakuma, please try not to go out these days. We will arrange for a colleague to stay nearby. If Kobayashi contacts you, please be sure to notify the police. Mozaki Orange saluted and ordered seriously. I'm going to submit my resignation application tomorrow, and I have to go to the company. Nane Sakuma held her face embarrassedly. It doesn't matter, we can arrange for a colleague to accompany you. Thank you so much. By the way, Officer Hyakusaki, would you like to come up for a drink? I bought new tea before, and it tastes very good. Nane Sakuma made an invitation. I'm really sorry, Ms. Sakuma, it's still working hours. I'll go to the surrounding area to patrol later. I can't go to drink tea. Baizaki Orange waved his hand quickly. It's okay, then please come and taste it next time. Sakuma Nane smiled, then I will go up first. Thank you again for sending me back. Goodbye, Officer Hyakusaki. Goodbye. Hyakusaki Orange watched Sakuma Nane's go upstairs, and then lifted her hips and took a breath. Okay. I'm going to work on it, and when the work is over, go to Yumi and the others for a drink. Sakuma Nane opened the curtains when he returned home and watched Mozaki Orange leave in a mini police car. With the police guarding these days, she can be safe. I don't know where the plot is going now. Did her ex-boyfriend appear? She only saw the truth about Crimson and died. I don't know the follow-up story at all, and I don't know if the boss of the organization has been found. Well, check it online. Right. Sakuma Nane opened the refrigerator and took out a carton of milk, plugged in a straw and drank it, went to the bay window and sat down. More than 900 episodes of the plot, it is quite a lot of work to search by that. She thought about it, entered the name of Kogoro Mori on the search engine, and suddenly a bunch of related news popped up, and she found the latest related information according to the time. Shows the video of Kogoro Mori crying and begging the kidnappers to release Xiolan. After searching the video content, it was found that a staff member near the star named Lisa pretended that Lisa tricked her fans to kidnap Lisa, and then accidentally tied the wrong one. The case in which Mao Lilan buried someone alive, this case she had no impression at all, most likely it was the story after the truth of Crimson, but she didn't expect it to be so far. I originally wanted to avoid the protagonist group based on the known plot, but now it seems useless. The protagonist group seems to be hyperactive. They run around all over Japan. They can only go abroad if they want to find a place where they will never show up. Nane Sakuma thought for a while, and suddenly felt that this was a good way. Although the famous detective Conan also has a plot to go abroad, but very few, as long as you avoid the two countries where the United States and the United Kingdom have appeared in the plot, you can meet the protagonist in other countries. The chance of a group is almost equal to 0. Hey, when she leaves Japan and leaves the group of detectives, she repairs her body and turns it back into a male body. Ringing. Sakuma Nanase glanced at the call display, which showed her father was calling, and she answered the phone. Nanase baby, what's wrong with you? Dad heard the people say that he saw you in the car with the slip. Did you get caught by the slip? Don't be afraid, tell Dad where you are. Dad will give it to the Tokyo police now. The police sent a warning letter. If they don't let you go, my father will blow up the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The phone rang, the middle-aged man's excited voice, making Sakuma Nanase's face changed. She almost forgot the important thing, and that was her father in this life, Inokon Oni Manjiro, the leader of the Inokon group of the Japanese Gakudo organization. A guy who is obviously the boss of Jideo, but has made him the most popular idol group in Japan. Because I was too successful, I became completely obsessed with idol business. I focused on writing songs for Backstreet Girls every day, driving out the veterans who persuaded him to pay more attention to organizational development and returning to the extreme, and even changed his business card to Backstreet Girls the creator, who also serves as a lyricist, producer, teacher, and president. When Sakuma Nanase was a child, because of the name tag on his chest, he was recognized by the opponent organization as Inokon Oni Manjiro's child. He was kidnapped and almost torn off his ticket. In order to prevent the same mistakes, Inokon Oni Manjiro changed Inokon Nanji's name to the present Sakuma Nanase. Because she remembered the memories of her previous life and paid too much attention to the affairs of her ex-boyfriend, she suddenly forgot that there was this big bomb next to her. Her dad, Inokon Oni Manjiro, a super difficult man. Not only is it super black, but also a ghost. The mantra is, after all, the old man is not a devil. In fact, he is a man who is more devil than the devil. Because his subordinates make mistakes, they will go to Thailand for transgender plastic surgery as an idol to make money for him. To toss his team members physically, in order to cover up his own idol transgender scandal, even his own little Gigi can start a ruthless person. At the same time, he is still a hell-level wife and daughter. Inokon Oni Manjiro treats his wife and daughter well, and how bad his team members are. After marrying his much older Natsuko Tanaka, he was very obedient to each other, and had to lie in his wife's arms and act like a baby to fall asleep. Because the wife did not like idols to keep hiding that she was engaged in idol business, she made a lot of jokes about this, and asked her subordinates to sing the love song written by herself for the whole night to show her affection until the subordinates vomit blood. Because in this life I have given birth to Sakuma Nanase, a daughter with Natsuko Tanaka. She is very, very, very doting to her. When Nanase Sakuma was 1 year old, because the super expensive milk powder he bought was swallowed by the courier company and refused to admit it, he brought a group of subordinates and sent the high-level family of the courier company to South Africa. When Sakuma Nanase was 3 years old, he asked all his subordinates to wear colorful pony costumes for crawling competitions in order to find the most stable one for Sakuma Nanase to ride. When Nanase Sakuma was 5 years old, he had his subordinates stand in a row, holding a pistol and let her shoot and play. When Nanase Sakuma was 7 years old, he was pulled a pigtail by the boy at the back table and went home to cry. The next day he squatted quietly, and the little boy shaved all his hair, scared him to transfer to another school overnight, and so on in a few days. Sakuma Nanase can successfully grow into a gentle and lively girl with 3 views, which can be called the 9th miracle in the world. If it weren't for the kidnapping of Sakuma Nanase elementary school in the 3rd grade, Inokon Manjiro cried in Tanaka Natsuko, and because of the fear and guilt that his daughter was almost gone, he would have to rename her and send her to Tanaka's parents to raise her. Sakuma Shishi Se is very likely to be the next Inokon Manjiro. This may be the most positive thing that the Jideo organization has done to the bones of the family. They have made this world one less devil. Chapter 6, Ex-boyfriend, so troublesome. Dad. I said not to call me baby. I'm an adult. And I haven't been caught by the police. I'm going to make a transcript. Sakuma Nanase has nothing to do with Inakon Oni Manjiro. He loves her very much and is responsive to her. Even if she wants the stars in the sky, he can make a missile and shoot it down. Inakon Oni Manjiro was the best person to her in her 2 lifetimes, and she couldn't remain indifferent to this kind of true fatherly love. Perhaps Sakuma Nanase can grow into a girl with a warm heart because of the existence of Inakon Manjiro, and even the moment she recovered her memory, she felt soft in her heart when she heard his voice. No matter how old you are, Nanase will always be your father's little treasure. Inakon Oni Manjiro said excitedly, how did you do the transcript? Did something happen? Or did you find that stinky boy? The note tells you to claim his body. Dad. Sakuma Nanase has a headache. Because of the character of Inakon Oni Manjiro, she only dared to secretly fall in love with Rei Yugani when she was in college. She would take pictures and upload them to the blog every time after an appointment. Deleting the photos on the phone is for fear that if Inakon Manjiro accidentally discovers Yugani Rei, he will lose his life. Because of this, after the records on the blog were deleted, she had no evidence to explain to the people around her, and she was ignored when she went to the police. During her 4 years of searching for Yugani Rei, Tanaka and other friends thought she had an illusion. Only Inakon Oni Manjiro would fill him with cement and sink into Tokyo Bay when he found him, and let his subordinates help to find him. But unfortunately, due to the lack of photos, Sakuma Nanase's painting techniques were too abstract, and ultimately nothing was achieved. But it's fortunate to think about it, if Yugani Rei is found, I don't know how much Inakon Oni Manjiro will cause trouble. Although Jideo is legal in Japan, her dad is still a gangster after all, and is naturally opposed to the red side of the Metropolitan Police Department. The protagonist's aura is too strong. She doesn't want her dad to sing behind bars. Well, it has nothing to do with him, it's another matter. Also, I have decided not to continue looking for him. Dad doesn't have to let the people below pay attention to this matter anymore. Nanase Sakuma rubbed his temples and sighed, anyway this is the end of this matter. I'm also tired. Recently I want to travel abroad to relax. Isn't my dad's idol group going to Tokyo X Dome next month to perform on stage? This will become a big topic, come here. One Step Backstreet Girl is already Japan's top idol. The original geek idol organization in the form of a ticket, under the full impact of Inakon Oni Manjiro, the underground group that has never been out of the circle has transformed into a top Japanese idol, and it will even be held on the dream stage of Japanese Idol's Tokyo X Dome. The concert should be a very happy thing for her dad, who has thrown aside his job as an idol and indulged in idol sideline. Little Nanase, you finally figured it out. There is no man in this world worthy of you. Your dad really missed you during this period of time when you ran away from home. If you figure it out now, go home. Dad can support you for the rest of your life. Inakon Oni Manjiro exclaimed excitedly, if you want to go abroad to relax, let's be with Dad. When the Dome concert is over, Dad is going to take them abroad to perform. The first stop is to Italy. Take time during the performance. Talk to Pengli about the latest batch of business. When it's over, Dad will take you to Venice to go boating, and then go to Milan to buy new clothes and jewelry. Dad will buy you whatever you want. It's really hard for you to take the time to talk about business. So you still remember your job? Wait, isn't Pengli the #1 mafia organization in Italy? When did the Dog Gold team get online with the other party? She clearly remembers that the Dog Gold team is a subordinate organization of Jideo Group Big Cool Club, and it is a third-rate organization that can't even rank in the rankings. When did it become a business with Pengli? Exists? She thought so, and asked, Dad, are you cheated? Poengri is the largest organization in Italy. Why would you approach the Inikan group to talk about business? It would be possible if Dakawi would. Nanace baby, you are so true. The Inikan group has changed its name to the Inikan Group. It is now one of the best organizations in Japan. They want to transport something to Tokyo and don't ask us to talk to us about whom to talk to. Manjiro laughed loudly. Wait, Dad, did you skip any important plots? Didn't you go all out to develop your idol career? When did you take the time to expand? Natsuko misses you very much. Come home and have a look when you have time. Dad prepared it for you. Didn't the little rascals tell you that the old man is calling? Who let you in? Do you want to die? Nanace, my dad is going to have a meeting. I will call you later. When the Tokyo Dome concert is over, my dad will accompany you on a trip. I love you. Before Inikan Oni Manjiro hung up the phone, Sakuma Shishi Sase heard a scream from the other side. Forget it, her dad is also the protagonist of a work anyway, and it won't be a problem if she hasn't been caught for so many years in a short period of time. She should find a chance to go abroad to avoid the limelight. I hope the protagonist group will never do before. Focus on her. Dividing line. Poirot Cafe. A cup of hot milk and a black pepper beef spaghetti, thank you. Sakuma Nanace handed the menu to the pale blonde-haired and wheat-skinned youth in front of him. A cup of hot milk, a cup of cold coffee, a black pepper beef spaghetti and seafood spaghetti, please wait a moment. The young man put away the menu, showing the customer's signature smile. At this moment, Nanace Sakuma really wanted to slap the smiling self 15 minutes ago. If she was more cautious and asked more, she would not face such a situation. Officer Amori, thank you for accompanying me to the hospital to get the report and to the company to complete the resignation procedures. Nanace Sakuma hugged the carton containing personal belongings and thanked the person in front of him. It's okay, Miss Sakuma, do you have any other places to go? I can take you there. Amori Police Department opened the car door and asked enthusiastically. No. But it's almost noon. Why don't we go to have a meal first? This morning is really troublesome for Officer Amori. Even if I ask for this meal. Sakuma Nanace got in the co-pilot. Oh no, Miss Sakuma, this is what our police should do. The Amori Police Department scratched his face and was a little shy. Police Officer Amori, please don't be too cautious. I will trouble you to protect me in the next few days. Just be sure to ask me for a meal, and I'm a bit hungry. Nanace Sakuma smiled, I don't know Amori. Does the police officer recommend a store? Ah, yes, my colleague recently recommended a store to me. I heard it is cheap and delicious, and it's not far from here. Officer Amori started the engine. Then let's go to that store. Nanace Sakuma smiled enthusiastically. After the memory was over, Nanace Sakuma took a sip of the lemonade in front of her. The sour taste stimulated her taste buds. Unexpectedly, I prayed not to meet the protagonist group yesterday, and met her ex-boyfriend the next day. She originally planned to never show up here. It is all because she is not familiar with the road here. And even went to the direction of the detective office. I didn't even notice it, it was careless. Ah! It's Nanace's sister. With the sound of the door opening bell, a cheerful shout rang. Sakuma Nanace looked back and found with a headache that the detective group of 5 had come together, looking at Conan's cute picture. Nanace Sakuma's face was speechless for a while. Her luck is really bad. If the of Death found out that she was protected by plainclothes police, he would definitely find out that Koda had disappeared. That kid, the more curious the more complicated the case, that kind of thorough character and the invincible protagonist aura, super difficult to deal with. You have to think of a way to divert the attention of these little ghosts. Thinking of this, Nanace Sakuma raised a smile, it's Ayami, Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Conan. I didn't expect to see each other again soon. Have you eaten? Do you want to be together? I have a treat. Wow! Really? I want a sandwich. An ice cream. Kojima Motoda rushed over, drooling. Oh! Genta, you really don't want to run. Thank you, Nane's sister first. Ayami looked at Genta with a bulging waist. It's okay, I feel better after seeing everyone so lively. Nane Sakuma suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Officer Amori. Ah, Mr. Amori mind. The Amori Police Department smiled and said, it's okay. It's happier for everyone to eat together. Wow! The three children, Ayami, Genta, and Mitsuhiko looked at the Amori Police Department with a subtle smile. Is Nane's sister on a date? Hey? Does it look like it? Sakuma Nanes tilted his head and looked at a group of children teasingly. The police department of Amori blushed and waved his hands in a panic. Hey? No, no, Miss Nanes is. The victim is being protected by the Metropolitan Police Department. It's my colleague. Nane Sakuma interrupted, Mr. Amori is my colleague. He helped me a lot today, so I invited him to dinner to express my gratitude. It's not the pink plot that everyone wants, it's really a pity. Well, that's right, even if you want to meet a new relationship, one day is too fast. Huira sadly hugged his chest. At this point, I should pay homage to that man. Hey, you are too venomous. Conan showed his deadly eyes and looked at Huiyu and Ai. What pays homage to a man? The blonde young man put down the hot milk and coffee. The pasta will be ready soon. Please wait, what do you want, kids? Me. Brother Amuro, I want ice cream and sandwiches. Kojima Genta said first. Then I want a sandwich, and a cup of lemon tea. Sabareya Mitsuhiko raised his hand. I want chocolate cake and hot milk. Bulletin Mei said, do you want something for Xiao Ai? Ai Huiwen looked at the coffee in front of the Amori Police Department, then I want an iced coffee and bacon pasta. I want a cup of Darjeeling tea and a seafood fried rice. Edogawa Conan looked at Amuro's open eyes, and suddenly felt happy. Ah, the man who commemorates is the ex-boyfriend of Sister Nanes. Chapter 7, Ex-boyfriend, really owe a beating. Ex-boyfriend. Amuro blinked, does the memorial mean that the other party is dead? It's almost dead. Huira said to his cheeks. Yes. Brother Amuro, Nane's boyfriend is really too much. He disappeared without saying a word. Nane's sister has been looking for it for a long time. Ayami said angrily with her small fist, it's still hurting. She almost died. Amuro's pupils shrank suddenly, and he paused for a while before continuing to ask, what does it mean to almost die? It's like this, the day before yesterday, the doctor took us to the resort, and then I met. Ayami told Koda's poisoning case again, and finally concluded, if you want to break up, you should say it directly. That will only make people worse. I'm sorry, Nanes is so pitiful, and she has lost her memory. It's the scum among men, that guy. Sabareya Mitsuhiko showed a look of contempt. Just a love liar. Chestnuts? Are you talking about chestnut rice? I really like it. Every year, my family will go to Kyushin to pick up chestnuts. The fresh chestnut rice is super delicious. Kojima Motoda was full of chestnut rice in his mind. Almost did not drain the saliva. Really, Genta? We are not talking about that. We are talking about Nane's sister's ex-boyfriend. You just want to eat. Sabareya Mitsuhiko looked at Kojima Genta speechlessly. Okay? Conan noticed that Amito squeezed the fingers of the menu and looked up, and was startled by his terrifying eyes. What's wrong with Amuro? Amuro regained his senses, and he twitched his mouth. It's okay, I'll go and prepare meals for everyone. Seeing Amuro Toru's back, Nanes twitched the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but smile. She put her hands together with a smile on her face. Oh, chestnut rice is delicious. Let's go eat together next time. It's so good to say that if you are so cool, you can say 100 million more points if you can speak. But, Kota Kobayashi's poisoning has nothing to do with my ex-boyfriend, at best it is just a ruin. Nane Sakuma said something fair, and she stirred the hot milk in front of her with the corner of her mouth, like Kota Kobayashi. That kind of arrogant and narcissistic guy, no matter what he uses to refuse, he will do it. It is the guy's fault that he kills or something because he is rejected. Yes, that's right. Conan said. Your man's luck is bad. Hui Yuanai raised his eyebrows. Would you like to go to the temple to worship? Hey? I don't need this, right? Ahara Ai's venomous tongue skills are too strong, Nane Sakuma said amusedly, but I'm going to travel and relax in a few days. Wow! Where are Nane's sister going to play? Ayami asked excitedly. Maldives, the blue and clear water, rolling waves hitting the white beach. At night, you can see the sky full of stars through the transparent ceiling in the cabin on the sea, and then fall asleep under the shining of the stars. Isn't it? Very romantic. Nane Sakuma looked at the junior detectives with a smile on her face. Come, and quickly turn your attention to traveling. Wow! That's great! Sleeping under the stars feels so romantic. Bulatin May Pengdian shouted. Maldives is one of the tourist attractions. It is an archipelago country in the Indian Ocean. Tsutoya Mitsuhiko pointed his finger up and said, I heard that each island there has its own characteristics and is very suitable for visiting. The most famous one is there. It should be the Paradise Island of the Maldives. The Paradise Island Hotel is even the best resort hotel recommended by Forbes. I heard it is super luxurious. There must be a lot of delicious food. Kojima Motoda drooled and laughed. I really can't stand Yuan Tat, I can think of eating anything. Sabaraya Mitsuhiko showed half-moon eyes. Indeed, I heard that there are not only foreign restaurants such as Italy and the United Kingdom, but also Japanese cuisine. Even if you are not used to foreign food, it is not a problem. Sakuma Nane's thought, and there are water sports there. It's very rich, canoeing, snorkeling, etc. are very suitable for relaxation. Okay, Kojima Moto said with envy. Traveling is very suitable to meet new romances, Nane's sister, come on. Ayami clenched her fists and cheered. I didn't think about that. Sakuma Nane said amusedly. These kids have always been interested in love affairs. Please give me a little bit, black pepper beef pasta and seafood pasta are here. Amuro put the misty pasta on the table. Hi, 2 sandwiches, chocolate cake, lemon tea and hot milk are fine. Wow! Inomoto Azusa followed behind, holding a tray in each hand and preparing to serve the dish, but was shaken by the feet. Shimamoto mentioned that he lost his balance, and he was about to spill things on a group of people. Be careful! Conan reminded loudly. Sakuma Nanes looked at the hot milk about to pour to Ayami Yashida's face, and quickly reached out to block it. Just when everyone was in a panic, a flexible figure caught the tray that Inomoto Azusa threw out and held the opponent. Inomoto Azusa hurriedly stretched out his empty hand to hold the remaining tray, and finally maintained his balance without any danger. The food on the tray was spilled onto the back of Sakuma Nane's hand when only the hot milk was shaking. Ah! I'm sorry. The guest is really sorry. Did you hurt anything? Inomoto Azusa put the things on the table and apologized again and again. I'm okay. Sakuma Nanes grabbed her wrist by Chiyoyu Amuro before he finished speaking. He frowned and looked at the back of her hand. The hot milk that just came out of the pot is very hot. Although you may not take it to heart, Miss Yu, it's burned now. If you don't deal with it in time, it will foam later. Toru Amuro pulled Sakuma Nanes up from his seat. Miss Zi, please take the medicine box in the store. Okay. Okay. I'll go now. Inomoto Zi hurriedly walked to the storage room. Genta. The juvenile detective team looked at Kojima Genta angrily. Sakuma Nanase was grabbed by Amuro, put her hand under the faucet and rinsed with cold water. She looked at the other party's serious face, felt the heat on the wrist, and the roughness brought by the cocoon formed by the other party's frequent practice of firearms. She burst into tears. The intention surged to the eyes. Obviously, he has decided not to be affected by him, but the body still retains its instincts. Nane Sakuma lowered his eyes and blinked twice quickly, suppressing the emotions that surged in his heart. Maybe she shouldn't recover her heart so quickly so that she won't get out of control when she touches him. At this time, Inomoto Azusa walked over with the medicine box, and Amito let go of her hand, took out the burn ointment and cotton swab from the medicine box, and carefully put the ointment on the back of her hand. After finishing the application, he threw the cotton swab into the trash can, handed her the scalding ointment, and told her, "Please try not to let the wound touch water these days. The scalding ointment should be applied every morning, afternoon, and evening. Don't just apply it because it is troublesome. I don't bother to paint it, it's me who is finally uncomfortable when it gets serious. Are you my dad?" A cross appeared on Sakuma Nanase's forehead, and his heart finally calmed down, because the other party's familiar tone began to agitate again. "I'm so annoying. It's endless. Disappeared for 4 years for no reason. Unauthorized deletion of previous records of getting along. When he shows up, he will act as if he doesn't recognize him. Then why are you still talking to her in the same tone as before? Can you not care about her? Don't affect her emotions. If you want to dump people for undercover tasks, can you trouble him to do it thoroughly? You are so smart, don't you know that the tenderness that is within reach but fleeting is the cruelest?" Did Brother Amuro instigate this way before?" asked Sabare Amitsuhiko, who was sitting in his seat and saw this scene. Conan was lost in thought. "The more I think about it, the more angry she gets. She had a bad temper in her previous life. In this life, she became Sakuma Nanase. Without memory, it was completely unexpected to become a gentle and cheerful girl. Being irritable and sharp is her nature." Sakuma Nanase clenched her fist. And the urge to punch the handsome face in front of her intensified. It was Azusa Inomoto's apology that interrupted her anger. "Sorry guest, I'm so sorry to hurt you. If you don't mind, this is a coupon from our shop, please accept it." Inomoto Azusa gave a stack of coupons with both hands and bowed deeply. "You can't let what you did before is exhausted just because of a moment's breath." Sakuma Nanase's angry fire was extinguished like ice water. She calmed down again and smiled and accepted Inomoto Azusa's coupon. "It's not a serious injury, it will be better in a few days. Thank you for your coupon. And this?" She handed the scald ointment back to Amurotu, looking at his purple-grey eyes and said, "No need, I have scald ointment at home." Then she ignored the other person's expression, turned and returned to his seat. Amuro took the scald cream and looked at Nane Sakuma, then lowered his head and put it back in the medicine box. "Sister Nanase, I'm sorry." As soon as Nane Sakuma sat down, Motoda Kojima bowed his head and apologized. Although the bear child is quite annoying, it is worthy of recognition that he knows how to apologize for doing something wrong. Thinking of this, she reached out and touched Kojima Motoda's round head. "It's okay, you didn't mean it. Okay, everyone, eat quickly, it will be cold later." The children nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Nane Sakuma felt the sleeve being pulled. She looked down and saw that it was Ayami Yashida. She approached her and said softly, "Sister Nanase, thank you for protecting me." Sakuma-chi also touched her head. "Ah, it's furry, it feels so good. But, Brother Amuro is really amazing." The reaction just now was really quick. As the apprentice of Kogoro Muri, he was smart, cooked and delicious, and he was the best boyfriend candidate. Sabaria said suddenly. Haha, best boyfriend, didn't you just say that he is the scum of men? Sakuma Nanace drank a big mouthful of milk without expression. Chapter 8, Ex-boyfriend, really mean. Besides, Brother Amuro is a handsome guy, so it's worth taking it out. Kojima Motoda's cheeks were stuffed with sandwiches. Brother Amuro is very gentle and often helps us. Many sisters who come to Poirot Cafe like him. Bulletin continued to count Amuro Toyu's advantages with his face held up. Sakuma Nanace did not answer, she really didn't know what to say. She can't say that the perfect man you praised is the fighter among the scum you have just criticized, right? As for the ex-boyfriend who was recommended to be the current boyfriend, there is no one. Sakuma Nanace lowered his head awkwardly and ate 2 bites of pasta, only to find that the pasta tasted very good, the black pepper sauce was just right, and the spiciness was just right, which made people appetite. It seems that the Amori Police Department's introduction is well founded. Apart from other reasons, this shop is indeed very good. Yet, many female customers here are here for Mr. Amuro. Hey, seafood fried rice and bacon pasta are ready. After hearing Ayami's words, Inomoto Azusa also added the topic after putting down the food on the tray. Especially female high school students, who are all fans of Mr. Amuro, thanks to him, the business of our shop is even more prosperous, hehe. But we asked Brother Amuro, and he said he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Nanace is so beautiful, if it's Nanace's sister, maybe you can take Brother Amuro. Ayami looked at Sakuma with bright eyes. Nanace. No girlfriend yet. Sakuma Nanace put down the fork, with just the right amount of surprise on her face. Is Mr. Amuro still single? I thought Ms. Azusa and Mr. Amuro were a couple. As she said that, she laughed, her face amused. Teased, you guys look so good. No one noticed that there was no smile in her eyes. Ah, no, it's not. Inomoto Azusa clarified with a blushing face and waved his hands, grinning broadly, Mr. Amuro and I are not in that relationship. That's just flattering you. Kojima Motoda showed half-moon eyes, obviously we meet with big handsome guys like Brother Amuro every day, and there is no development near the water platform. You are really useless. Sister Yuanzi said that you might go on like this. I'll be single for a lifetime. Really? You guys are actually discussing these things behind your back. I just consider Mr. Amuro as a colleague and friend. He is not the type I like. Inomoto Azusa was ashamed and angry. Yeah, what type does Sister Zizi like? The 3 children asked in a long voice. It was obvious that Inomoto Zi was played around by this group of elves and ghosts. What I like? As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Inomoto Azusa, and she immediately reacted, I won't tell you. After speaking, she covered her blushing face and walked away. Miss Zi, it's so cute. Hui Yu and I took a sip from the coffee cup. I really admire her at her age to be able to make a girl cover her face and run. You are pretending to be an elementary school girl yourself. Conan kept silent and looked away. The curiosity was not satisfied, and the 3 children pouted, but soon turned their attention to Nanace Sakuma again. How about Sister Nanace? Brother Amuro is really good, if you are interested, we can help you. The 3 of them showed eager expressions. Sakuma Nanace covered her mouth and smiled, it's a pity although Mr. Amuro is very good, I, like Ms. Azusa, like other types. Please give me a little bit. Darjeeling tea and iced coffee are ready. Amuro Toru walked out from behind Sakuma Nanace, he put the drink in front of Conan and Habara, and then turned his face to Sakuma Nanace. The smile and the smiling eyes made him look a bit naughty and cute. What do the guests think of our pasta? Sakuma Nanace shut up. Since they are ex-boyfriends, the 2 have naturally dated, and of course they both fell in love with each other because of love. Zhang Guling was a young man full of enthusiasm and dreams when he was studying at the police academy. Because he was very smart and talented, he was a bit rebellious and troubled. He occasionally played pranks on his companions, and his personality was a bit innocent and lively. At that time, his whole person was like a newborn sun, dazzling. He was obviously such a radiant person, but he smiled as kind and cute as an Akita dog. Sakuma Nanase was hit by his smiling face and fell in love instantly. See you after a lapse of 4 years, the other party has become mature and temperament has changed. Why is it so terrible to laugh? Sakuma Nanase couldn't help but look away, but soon realized that it was wrong. The tiny movements of her avoidance had exposed her inner thoughts, and he was as smart as he must have understood her lies. She looked at Amuro Tou again, and her anger rolled over again. It was not that he found that she had no memory loss. Nane Sakuma knew that even the most experienced doctor could not see through the memory problem at a glance. In other words, this man, he just wanted to test her for unknown reasons. It was really mean. Isn't it just mutual acting? She would be afraid of him. Thinking about this, Sakuma Nanase showed a hard-mouthed woman on her face, and the one she liked was annoyed by the affection of him, and said without a smile, "Very delicious. Especially the pasta sauce tastes very good. The taste is also very special. Thank you for your compliment. The black pepper sauce is specially made by our shop. The black pepper powder of different thicknesses is mixed together to make the sauce, which will have a peculiar grainy texture. In addition, it is added with milk to neutralize the spicy flavor and taste more smooth and mellow. Actually, the method of mixing the sauce is very simple, and you can make it at home." Tou Amuro, who didn't mind the fake smile of the other party, explained the sauce with one hand on his hips. "If the lady likes it, I can teach you to make it. A good sauce can be stored in the refrigerator for 1 month. When you want to eat, just cook the noodles and mix it with the sauce. It's very convenient." "Ah, this is too much trouble for you. And I'm not good at cooking, I prefer to eat out rather than cooking by myself." Sakuma Nanase was full of regret. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakuma Nanase's mind flashed through some previous scenes. When the two of them first met, Nanase Sakuma invited Rei Noria to his apartment to play, and for the first time, not to do anything erotic. At that time, she was still a very simple girl, just wanting to invite her boyfriend to eat her own cooking and show her femininity, but she miscalculated her cooking skills and almost burned the kitchen and burned her hands. Finally, Zhang Guling cleaned up, bandaged her wounds, and cooked egg fried rice for her. At that time, Zhang Guling's cooking skills were far inferior to the present. The egg fried rice made was only edible, but she was full of tears. She no longer remembered that she was crying because she was embarrassed or moved a little bit more. In short, when sending him out, she couldn't help but kissed him. "Ah! I think of unnecessary things again." Nane Sakuma couldn't help but hold his temple, and his frowned eyebrows almost caught the fly. No, she can't stay here anymore. The feelings in this life are too strong and have been affecting her, and she can't continue to fight the enemy attrition. Sakuma Nanase realized that he had made a strategic mistake, and from the beginning, staying away from Noria was the best way. Sakuma Nanase glanced at the Amori police department and saw that he had finished eating and drinking coffee. She decisively asked to pay for the bill. Under the gaze of Amuro, she said goodbye to the children of the junior detectives, and then left with the Amori police department. After she asked the Amori police department to send her home, she immediately booked air tickets and hotels online to the Maldives. Since regaining her memory, she felt that Nane Sakuma was really stupid and stubborn. Because friends and mothers didn't believe in themselves, they refused to use the family's money all the time, so they must find Zhang Guling through their own efforts. "Every time I go to a city, I work hard, just to find the ex-boyfriend who has deliberately disappeared. She is obviously so rich, but she has to suffer for the weird persistence, which is really stupid." Sakuma Nane sneered and turned on the phone, and clicked on the online banking app. The amount displayed on it was jaw-dropping. She is different from her. She likes to enjoy life. Inakon Oni Manjaro puts a huge amount of pocket money into her bank card every month. Every time the amount doubles during the holidays, Sakuma Nanes doesn't like squandering. The money guy, the accumulated money is enough for her to travel the world several times now. It's cheaper for her. On this trip to the Maldives, she must wash away all the memories of the past 4 years in order to save money. She wants to take the best first-class cabin, stay in the best hotel, eat the best food, and live a good life away from the protagonist group and ex-boyfriend. Chapter 9, Ex-Boyfriend, Irritating. Ah, so cool. Sakuma Nanes stretched out comfortably on the massage chair in the first-class cabin. The police have not caught Koda run away. She was originally asked to stay at home recently and be protected by the police, but she was a victim and the police could not forcefully demand it. In addition, Kobayashi has been wanted, and his passport and pass are all locked, so he can't leave Japan. She communicated with Officer Mumu to travel abroad, and the other party agreed after comprehensive consideration. She was the only one in the first-class cabin. The seat under her body was not only soft and comfortable, but also with massage function. The whole body was stretched when lying on it. Sakuma Nanes took another sip of the freshly squeezed juice on the small table next to it. The sweetness of the fruit filled the taste buds, and the refreshing taste slid down the throat to the stomach pocket, instantly refreshing. Anane Sakuma sighed comfortably again. This is life. This kind of rich people's happiness, she can have more. Why did Sakuma Nanes embarrass herself for a man before? Is it the decadent enjoyment brought by money that is not fragrant? A man. Ha, she can come here for a dozen if she has money. Better looking than him, gentler than him, considerate than him, and on standby for 24 hours. As long as she thinks, she will fly to her. Miss Sakuma, the destination is here, please let me help you fasten your seat belt, we are about to descend. The stewardess, who had been working as a tool man next to him, stepped forward and reminded gently. Okay, thank you. Nane Sakuma was taken aback and put down the juice, and found that the straw had been bitten by her. She darkened her face, and an indescribable embarrassment came to her heart. She bit her lip tightly and adjusted the massage chair back to her upright posture. The stewardess quickly helped her fasten her seat belt and returned to her position. Sakuma Nanes looked out the window. The plane was getting closer and closer to the islands of Maldives. In the deep blue ocean, the islands of Maldives are like peacock gems on silk. Dreamy white and green make up this magnificent tourist attraction. Just looking at it was refreshing. She was looking forward to this trip to the Maldives, but her good mood disappeared before she even set foot. Obviously already so far away from the other party, why is the brain still thinking of him uncontrollably? That lingering man is like a shadow, pervasive, affecting her mood anytime and anywhere. If you want to restore the memories of the previous life, why should you keep her from this life? She doesn't want it at all. Under a slight turbulence, the plane landed at the Maldives airport, which also interrupted Sakuma Nanes' thoughts. When you get off the plane, there will be a hotel shuttle bus waiting there. Sakuma Nanes took a special car to the seaplane airport, and took another 45 minutes by seaplane to reach the island where the hotel is located. She checked in at the front desk of the hotel, and delivered the luggage to the hotel staff to the holiday villa. She went to the hotel's coffee shop by herself. After more than 8 hours of flight, she only drank juice, and she was in a good mood. Under the influence, she is now a little hungry under the anger. The hotel's coffee shop knows the preferences of travelers very well, and instead of putting effort into a lot of decorations, it uses the entire floor-to-ceiling windows to show guests the island scenery to the greatest extent. Sitting in the cafe, you can directly see the ocean and villas outside, the blue ocean and the white beach. Even through the glass, you can hear the waves and the calls of migratory birds. It makes people feel like they are in nature and really do it. When it comes to minimalism, it is extremely luxurious. Nane Sakuma ordered a butter pack and hot milk, and was led to sit down by the window by the waiter. She looked at the beautiful scenery outside, and she felt relieved. But her rare good mood was soon broken. She hadn't tasted 2 bites, and sat down across from her alone. Sakuma Nanase raised his head and saw a foreign young man with short brown hair looking at her with a smile. "Hi, hello, I'm George. I just ordered behind you and I was attracted by your cute voice. Are you Japanese? Are Japanese girls as petite and cute as you?" The young man has blue eyes. With affection, he looked at Sakuma Nanase with a hook in his eyes, and his fluent English had a strong Northern American accent. Sakuma Nanase took a sip of milk slowly, too lazy to bother with him. There are such men everywhere, who want to meet an affair on vacation. Look at this self-confidence that flourishes. Why? Think you can coax her into bed with him by just a few words? Is the impression that Japan licked the United States too hard, making them think that Japanese women can sleep casually by hooking their fingers? Seeing that Sakuma Nanase ignored him, the young man changed awkward Japanese and continued, "I am George, from the United States. Are you Japanese? First time to play in the Maldives? Alone?" He was playing her words. Talking to a stranger is very dangerous. Nanase Sakuma stared at him in silence for a few seconds, and said suddenly, "Puff, you're so cute just like Little Red Riding Hood, but don't worry. I'm not a big bad wolf who won't eat you. Your dyed red hair is very beautiful." The brown-haired young man stretched out his hand as he spoke and reached out to touch it. "Siang Sakuma Nanase's hair, my villa will have a party tomorrow night. Would you like to come and play together? You will be very happy." "What party? Alcohol and marijuana party? Or a killer game party?" Sakuma Nanase saw the American man at first glance, and he smelled blood from him. Under his disguised hearty and passionate skin, those blue eyes showed the look of the prey. This American man named George is a cruel murderer, and he is definitely not the first time he has committed a crime. And this time, he stared at her. Sakuma Nanase avoided the hand that the other party had touched, drank the milk in one breath, and smirked, "I'm sorry, I have a reservation tonight." After speaking, he got up and left. "Hey, wait!" The brown-haired young man was stunned. He didn't seem to expect that the other party would reject him, but he quickly recovered and immediately stood up and chased him. Sakuma Nanase had already walked out of the cafe door, and was about to walk to the hotel lobby. The young brown-haired man caught up with her and grabbed her. "Hey! I just want to be friends with you. I apologize if you upset you." The brown-haired youth said with a sincere expression, "I didn't expect Japanese girls to be so shy, really. I just think you are so cute, I want to chat with you." The brown-haired young man is well aware of the weakness of women. He clasped his hands together and made a Japanese gesture of begging to Sakuma Nanase, tilting his head and showing a lovely and brilliant smile, "Sumimasen." The sun was really good at this time. A large amount of sunlight shone from the floor-to-ceiling windows behind the brown-haired youth. The upper half of his face was hidden in the sun, and the arc of the lower half of his face was smiling. For a moment, it coincided with the smile of Yutani Ryu. "I was in a daze." The brown-haired young man saw Sakuma Nanase's trance, and he secretly smiled triumphantly. He knew that these Asian women were so coquettish, and he thought how arrogant this woman was. He just lowered his posture and smiled before grabbing it. "Do you know? My reservation for tonight was cancelled." Sakuma Nanase looked at the brown-haired youth, and she chuckled, "You just said that your villa has a party tonight? I can ask how many?" "Personal." Excitement flashed in the eyes of the brown-haired young man, and he waved his arm, "Yes, I live in villa number 13, which is the one at the end of the roundabout. We will have a party at 9 o'clock tomorrow night, with 9 people attending. Among them, there are 4 Japanese people, you must be able to chat with them. I also have a loft in my villa, and it's great to watch the stars there at night. You can come here early, and I will take you to see it first." Originally, his goal was those 4 Japanese women, but he didn't expect to see better prey when he came out for a cup of coffee. Such a lively item must be more enjoyable to toss. When he tricked her into that attic, he would tie her up in a daze, and use the group of party attendants to create alibi, and then slowly dismember her after everyone left. The more the brown-haired youth thought about it, the more excited and cruel desire was revealed on his face, and Nanae Sakuma looked into his eyes. "I want to see the stars, what time do you think I should go by?" She stretched out her hand to grind her hair and smiled. Sakuma Nanae originally didn't want to make trouble for herself, but this American man was really annoying, and the most annoying thing was that his smile reminded her of Nagatani again. Looking at that smile, a thought appeared in Sakuma Nanae's brain uncontrollably: maybe she would be back to normal after killing Noria. This thought was suppressed at the moment it came out, fast and violently, just like a finger touching a raging fire. The body instinctively produced reflex conditions. But Nanae Sakuma knew that there must be traces in the water, and her heart was still challenged, and the person in front of her happened to be her vent. "Nani? You said this can't be used." A familiar voice sounded, so loud that Sakuma Nanae, who had not yet reached the lobby of the hotel, heard it. Sakuma Nanae felt an unknown premonition in her heart. She couldn't help but walked a few steps towards the hotel lobby, and a group of familiar figures came into her eyes. "Yes, sir, your free trial coupon has expired. Look, the back of the coupon says that the use time is until June, and it is already August. This coupon has expired. I'm really sorry. Dad. Haven't you confirmed the time? What should we do now?" The girl looked at the mustache man with a little panic, and she was still holding a pink suitcase in her hand. "There's no way. When someone gave me the experience voucher, they didn't tell me that there is a time limit." The mustache man grabbed his hair embarrassedly. "Really, it was hard to come by the plane after so long. I originally thought enjoy a luxurious trip to the Maldives. I didn't expect it to happen. Uncle, we can't buy air tickets when we go back now, and it's not easy to come back like this." The little boy carried a backpack obediently and took the girl's hand. "I'm going to give it up. Miss, let me ask how much it costs to stay here for one night." The mustache man took a white envelope from his trouser pocket and patted it on the front desk. "Finally received $500,000. Detective fee, I originally wanted to keep it to the bar here, but I can only contribute it out. Oh, you guys have to thank me." "Wow, uncle is so handsome," the little boy cheered. "Teacher Maori, I can pay for my accommodation by myself." The pale blonde young man stood beside the mustache man with a white luggage bag. His left arm was placed on the desk at the front desk, and he looked at each other with a smile, and said kindly, "Pleasant words." "Fuck." Sakuma Nanae cursed silently. Chapter 10, Ex-Boyfriend, It's a Breakdown. Sakuma Nanae is about to collapse. Why are the protagonist group and her ex-boyfriend so lingering, and even let her go on vacation? It was annoying enough to keep appearing in her mind, but now a real person shows up directly. Her heart of doing bad things was just about to move, and was interrupted by these ubiquitous detectives and police. Is this the world of K-Shwet? The brown-haired youth around him was still chattering. "The party starts at 9 o'clock, and you come over at 8 o'clock. We can enjoy the starry sky while tasting the red wine. You will be very happy." Happy? How can she be happy now? The combination of Edogawa Konan and Amuro Toru is a 1+1 second kill for the criminals. She originally wanted to counter-kill the murderer, but now these two great gods are here. As long as she dares to stretch her paws, she will be on the plane to be escorted back to the Japanese Metropolitan Police Department tomorrow, perhaps because of her ex-boyfriend. She arranged a special single room. Nanae Sakuma took a deep breath, turned around decisively and said to the young brown-haired man, "Sorry Mr. George, I saw my friends. I'm sorry I can't go to your party anymore." The brown-haired young man frowned, and the prey that he thought was caught in his hand suddenly changed his mind. which made him feel very fast. He followed Sakuma Nane's gaze and saw Muri Kogora and his party standing at the front desk of the hotel. Soon, Mao Lilan, wearing a white skirt, caught his attention. The originally youthful girl puts on the white dress. She is as pure and cute as a lily, especially her long black hair is soft and beautiful, and the young people seem to be able to smell the fragrance of her hair so far away. It tickles his heart. The brown-haired youth showed longing on his face. Although the red-haired woman in front of him was very good, the pure girl was also a rare good prey, and it was hard to give up. He couldn't help but suggest to Sakuma Nanace, "Is that your friend? I like warm and reserved Japanese people. Can you introduce them to me? Maybe you can come to my party together. More people will make it more fun." Sakuma Nanace looked at the brown-haired youth with pity, and even if he hit the protagonist as a murderer, he also fell in love with the girlfriend of the Grim Reaper elementary school student. If it is unlucky for the other party to meet her, then it is probably due to heaven's punishment now. Are you sure? Sakuma Nanace raised an eyebrow. The brown-haired young man was a little puzzled why the other party would ask this, but he didn't think much about it. When facing a very favorite prey, he nodded decisively, "Of course, I personally like making friends best." "Okay, make you perfect." Sakuma Nanace unkindly led the young brown-haired man to Muri Kogora and his group. Her original mood and plan were ruined, and she wanted to make others feel bad. Let this hapless guy put on a good show for her and add some joy to her terrible trip. 400,000 yen a night. Hearing the room rate reported by the front desk, Mori Kogora's eyes widened and almost jumped up. "It's crazy. Are the rooms here studded with gold?" The hotel staff at the front desk smiled awkwardly and politely. "This resort island is one of the best resorts in the Maldives. The hotel is naturally the best, and the best means the most expensive. Dad." Mao Lilan awkwardly pulled Maori Kogora's sleeve, and it was really embarrassing for his father to yell. "No, no. This is too expensive. Xiaolan, let's change to another hotel." Muri Kogora pulled Muralan's hand and walked out. Now they have time to transfer to another resort hotel by seaplane. "Ah, isn't this Conan?" A gentle female voice sounded, and Kogora Muri and his group followed the voice. A young woman with a red ponytail stood a few meters away. She was wearing black short sleeves and yellow. The beach dress with big print looks like sunflowers blooming in summer. "Wow, big beauty!" Mori Kogora's eyes lit up, revealing his coveted beauty. "Sister Nanace!" Edogawa Conan shouted. He remembered that when he was in Poirot Café before, he had indeed heard that she was going to travel to the Maldives, but he did not expect to be in the same hotel by coincidence. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, "Did you come to the Maldives to play? Ah, these two are your guardians," Nanae Sakuma said as he approached several people. "Ah yes, this is Uncle Kogora Maori, and this is Sister Xiaolan," Conan introduced enthusiastically. "Hello, I am Mao Lilan." Xiaolan folded her hands in front of her abdomen and bent over to say hello. "I am Nanae Sakuma and Conan's friend." Nanae Sakuma covered her mouth and chuckled. "Little Conan and his friends are very cute and helped me a lot. That was a great help. Ah, the first time I met, I sent Sakuma Nanace home to the west. Hello, beautiful lady, I am Kogora Mori. I am glad to meet you. I didn't expect to see a beauty like you in this tourist attraction. I am so lucky." Kogora Mori flashed on Sakuma Nanace. In front of him, holding her left hand and lowering her voice, the whole face seemed to be shining. "My child didn't do anything rude to you, right?" Wow, Nanae Sakuma felt Muri Kogora's thumb touch the back of her hand twice. She couldn't help but twitch twice. This lustful uncle. "Hello, Ms. Sakuma, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." Toru Amuro suddenly appeared between the two. He smiled and reminded Kogora Mori, "Mr. Mori, I think we should solve the problem of accommodation first." "Ah, that's true. Mori Kogoro was interrupted to be close to the beauty, and put his hands down a little unhappy. How could this kid suddenly lack vision? Sorry, I heard something just now. Are you looking for a place to live now? Sakuma Nanase showed a thoughtful expression. As far as I know, it is difficult to find a hotel without an appointment, and it is already the peak season. It's almost 5 o'clock, and the last seaplane flight is at 6 o'clock. Now it's a little nervous in time to catch up. How is this? What will Dad do? Maori-ran looked at Mori Kogoro embarrassedly. Really? Mori Kogoro clutching some crazy hair. I said. If you don't mind, do you want to come to my villa? After so much preparation, Sakuma Nanase finally sent an invitation to the group. Hey! Several people looked at Nanase Sakuma. In fact, I booked a single-family water villa. In addition to the master bedroom, there are 2 rooms. Xiolan can share a room with me, and Mr. Mori, Conan, and Mr. Amuro can live in the other 2 rooms. Sakuma Nanase smiled. Suggest. Will this bother Sakuma-san? Mao Lilan was a little uneasy. It doesn't matter, I live alone, and the room in the villa is empty. Nanase Sakuma said, bending over and touching Edogawa Conan's head, and Conan and his friends gave me the gift before. If you help, just treat it as a thank you gift. Oh! Thank you so much! Mori Kogoro laughed loudly. This kid is still useful occasionally. Thank you. What an interruption. Mao Lilan bent over to thank you. No thanks with young girls, I feel that I will have more fun. Nanase Sakuma blinked at Mori-ran, and turned to the hotel receptionist to talk about increasing occupants. Soon Sakuma Nanase settled a deal with the hotel. After Kogoro Muri and his party had checked in, Sakuma Nanase asked the hotel staff to transport the luggage of a few people to her villa, and he was going to take a few people. Walk over. In the evening, the scenery of the island is very good. It takes 10 minutes to walk from the center of the hotel to the beach boardwalk. The water villas are built on the sea and you can walk to the villas through the boardwalk. Villa number 3 in Sakuma is not far from the beach, just 15 minutes on foot. She just reserved dinner with the hotel, and when the dinner is ready, it will be delivered directly to her villa. Sakuma Nanase was about to take a few people away, when she heard the coughing nearby. She pretended to remember, and introduced the brown-haired youth next to her. Ah, this is the George I just met. From the United States, sir. He likes Japanese culture very much. He plans to hold a party in his villa tomorrow night and would like to invite Mr. Maori to join you. Ah, isn't it? I didn't expect me to be so popular when I was out of Japan, ha ha ha. Kogoro Mori touched the back of his head and smiled so much that he could see his throat. The expressions of Edogawa Conan and Sakuma Nanase are rarely synchronized, and they are both speechless with confidence in Kogoro Mori, but Toru Amuro and Maori-ran are holding him quite face to face. It's a teacher. It's really amazing. Okay, her ex-boyfriend is really dedicated. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the evening, I will hold a party in Villa 13 where everyone can come and taste high-end wine and delicacies. There will be many young people at the party. Everyone must have a wonderful evening. The brown-haired youth said enthusiastically. Oh? Many young people, will there be beautiful young ladies? Mori Kogoro stroked his chin. The brown-haired youth made it through at one point. He blinked his left eye at Kogoro Mori. There are beauties from different countries. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Ha ha ha, I will definitely not miss it. Mori Kogoro immediately agreed. Dad is true. It's because of you that Mom won't travel together. Maori-ran looked at Mori Kogoro angrily. Hey? She obviously didn't participate because she took on a new job. Kogoro Mori pushed in and retorted. It's not because you have a magazine full of beautiful women in swimsuits on the table, and you are still talking nonsense in front of your mother, that mother will be angry and accept the new commission. Mao Lilan unceremoniously broke Mori Kogoro's lie. Don't quarrel. Besides beautiful women, we will have handsome guys at the party. The brown-haired young man became a peacemaker. Although he can speak some Japanese, he is not proficient in the content of the quarrel with the father and daughter. Little knowledge. To be a peacemaker, the content seems nondescript. Suddenly the brown-haired young man's cell phone rang. His face changed slightly after he glanced at the call. He snorted to Sakuma Nanase and his party and hurriedly left. Then let us go now. Nanase Sakuma raised a smile, and the others had already left the stage, and it was her time next. Chapter 11, Water Villa, Awesome. A group of people walked on the wooden plank road. The clear blue water was under their feet, and the sea breeze rushed toward the face and picked up the group's hair. It's so beautiful. Mao Lilan gently pressed the hair beside her ear, and the awe-inspiring blew up her white skirt. Yes, it's a rare beauty. Kogoro Mori exclaimed, it's completely different from the bustling city of Tokyo. Just looking at this sea makes people feel happy. Such a blue sea is almost invisible in Japan. It's great to be here, Sister Xia-lan. Konan Edogawa looked up at Mao Lilan with a cute smile. Yes. Morilan looked down at him and smiled, and then looked at Sakuma Nanase. We have a chance to enjoy the beautiful scenery here because Ms. Sakuma invited us. You don't have to thank you so many times. Nanase Sakuma waved his hand helplessly. The dinner will be delivered at 7 o'clock. You can swim in the villa later. You can drink alcohol in the villa, if you like watching movies. If you do, you can go to the sea cinema at night. It only takes 20 minutes to walk there and there will be great movies. If you like water sports, you can go tomorrow daytime. All the sports facilities in the water sports center will be provided. Sister Nanase is so clear, Edogawa Konan said milkily. Because I made the strategy in advance. Nanase Sakuma smiled, I thought I would have fun alone. Is there only one person for Ms. Sakuma? Then why would you rent such a big water villa? Maorilan asked curiously. Ah! Unexpectedly by this question, Sakuma-chi grabbed her cheek and showed embarrassment. She blushed, I said you don't laugh at me. Well, it's because if it's the 34th bedroom on the water. For the villa, it will bring its own water slide. Hey! Unexpectedly, the reason why the other party spent several times the price to live in the large water villa was actually this. Several people shouted in surprise, and the following Amuro let out a sneer, provoking Sakumaki Se turned her head to look at him. Oh, sorry, I didn't expect it to be such a cute reason. I can't help it, but I am definitely not laughing at Ms. Sakuma. Toru Amuro made a begging gesture. Sakuma Nanase resisted the urge to roll his eyes and turned his head back. Edogawa Konan turned the subject away wittily, ah, yes. Nanase sister, how did you dye your hair? Long black hair was pretty good before. Well, I've been in a bad mood since the previous incident, thinking that changing my hairstyle might change my mood. Is my current hairstyle not good looking? Nanase Sakuma shook his ponytail, dark red. The hair is shining in the sun, making her skin fairer, and the slender back of the exposed neck is a violent blow to the Japanese who have a back neck plot. Why? Ms. Sakuma is so beautiful. This red suits you super. It's so beautiful. Mori Kogoro clenched his fist and praised desperately. I also think this red is very suitable for Miss Sakuma. But what happened before? Moriran looked at Sakuma Nanase with some worry. It's just a trivial thing. I don't want to say it to ruin everyone's mood. I finally came to the Maldives. I should forget my troubles and have a good time, right? Sakuma Nanase laughed, ah, the villa is here. She stopped and caught everyone's eyes, a floating villa made of wooden structure and thatched roof. The original and rough fusion of natural style, but the details are all exquisite. The front deck of the villa is composed of large wooden boards extending towards the sea. In the center of the deck is a rectangular freshwater swimming pool with white cushioned beach chairs on it, which looks very comfortable. On the other side is a large round seating area, composed of sofa cushions and pillows. In the middle is a small wooden table with a lotus-shaped metal basin. The bottom of the basin is covered with green palm leaves and ice cubes. It is frozen 5-6 cans of beer and juice. The entire second floor of the villa is a viewing platform, and a water slide extends from the second floor to the sea, which is full of fun. Wow! What a great villa! Muri Kogora shouted, I can't wait to have a drink. Sakuma Nanace took out the room card and opened the door of the villa. The luggage is already in the living room. You can choose the room first. Xiaolan, the master bedroom is here. Come with me. The master bedroom is on the second floor, with a large double bed in the middle, facing the balcony of the villa. From the bed you can see the scenery of the whole island directly. If you are a couple, you will definitely be able to do so in such a romantic atmosphere. Burn infinite passion. Ah! Sakuma Nanace, who was hanging her clothes in the cloakroom, heard Emo Lilan's short shout, and she was taken aback and hurried over. What's happenin'? Moraround stood in the bathroom holding the swimsuit she was going to change, and she looked at Sakuma Nanace with some embarrassment. Sorry Miss Sakuma, I was just taken aback by this transparent bathroom. Sakuma Nanace blinked his eyes and realized it. The bathroom here allows customers to enjoy the sea view while taking a bath in the bathtub. The outward side is made of a whole piece of floor-to-ceiling glass, which is 180 degrees unobstructed, which also means you can also see the people bathing inside. This is also the hotel designer's concept of returning to nature and releasing nature. Well, there is also a bit of Western romance inside. After all, the people who can come here on vacation are those who are used to enjoying life. Among them, there are many couples and couples. For couples on vacation, is the same theme, and the design of this bathroom is obviously to increase the fun. Looking at the blushing Moraround, Nanace Sakuma couldn't help laughing. It's okay, this has automatic curtains, just close it. But if Xiaolan and her boyfriend come here in the future, you can try it. Oh, it can be like this, or like this. Miss Sakuma. Don't talk about it. Shinichi and I won't be like this. Mao Lilan's face turned even redder. Hey, your boyfriend's name is Shinichi. Nanace Sakuma teased deliberately. Really? Miss Sakuma is so nasty. I ignore you. Maora Island stamped her foot in shame. Okay, okay. I won't say anything, you change your swimsuit first, don't you want to go swimming later? Nanace Sakuma accepted it when he saw it, and helped Moraround press the curtain switch to cover the French windows, and then left. Got out. Living room downstairs. Wow, this wine is really great. Muri Kogora, wearing beach pants printed with palm leaf patterns, stood in front of the wine cabinet looking at the dazzling array of wines and exclaimed. Mrs. Maori, what do you want to drink? I have learned a little bit of bartending. Amurota took the initiative to walk into the bar and dig out the bartending tool from the cabinet. Your kid is very clever. Bring me a glass of Passion Coast, it should be the scene, said Kogoro Mori, I want to drink while soaking in the pool. I will bring it over when you adjust it. Walk to the pool outside the villa. Sex on the beach? No problem. Amurota raised the corners of his mouth. You are really welcome. Konan Edogawa thought when he saw this scene. Brother Amuro is really good at everything. Edogawa Konan jumped on the bar stool, his 2 little feet under the blue beach shorts dangling lightly. It's for work after all. Amuro took out the ice cubes from the refrigerator, put an appropriate amount of ice cubes into the snoke pot, pour vodka and other wines, and then hold the pot with both hands and shake it vigorously and evenly for a few times. Put 9 full ice cubes in the wine glass and pour in the shaken liquor. Finally, fresh lemons are squeezed into the wine and garnished with lemon slices. A glass of Passion Coast is complete. Amurota wiped his hands with the white towel on the bar, and asked, by the way, Konan, would you like something to drink? I only need juice. Edogawa Konan said. I didn't plan to let you drink either. Amuro poured the canned juice into the glass, adorned it with mint leaves, pinched the straight straw with his slender fingers and twisted it a few times to make a cute shape. He put the straw into the juice. Finally put 2 cups of drinks on the tray. I will bring the drinks, together. Edogawa Konan jumped off the high chair. He was a little dissatisfied with the cute straws Amuro Tou made for him. I don't need this extra service. Don't say that, a holiday requires a sense of ritual. Amuro smiled. The two walked to the edge of the pool and saw Kogoro Mori lying in the pool with his hands on the edge of the pool, swinging his legs up and down comfortably. Amuro walked over and half squatted and put the wine glass next to him, and kindly reminded, Mr. Mori, I put the wine glass here, please pay attention. Ah! Thanks. Mori Kogoro turned around, took a sip from the wine glass, with a satisfied smile on his face. This wine is really good. Edogawa Konan rolled his eyes and jumped out of the water with his hands on the edge of the pool. The indoor swimming pool of the villa is only 1 meter deep, so even children can swim. Brother Amuro, please give me my juice. Toru Amuro handed the glass of juice to Edogawa Konan, and was about to send the tray back, when he saw Moraran and Nane Sakuma, who had changed their swimsuits, walking with their arms. Chapter 12, Who can stand this? There are no outsiders in the villa. Moraran is more relaxed. She excitedly pulled Sakuma Nanace to the pool, spread her hands and turned towards Kogoro Mori, Dad. Look at my new swimsuit, does it look good? Moraran is wearing a 2-piece yellow spotted swimsuit. The close-fitting fabric outlines her good figure. Unfortunately, Kogoro Mori has no interest in his daughter's swimsuit. He waved his hand like a whistle, go away and walk away, what's the point of yours? Hey! Dad is really annoying. Moraran turned to Edogawa Konan, leaning on his knees and bending over and asked, Konan, what do you think? Okay, good looking. Hey, it's good to travel occasionally. Edogawa Konan was attracted by Moralan's career line and his eyes were straight. Mori Kogoro, who was dismissive of his daughter, became enthusiastic towards Sakuma Nanace behind him, and saw him staring at Sakuma Nanace with straight eyes, and said with a salivating expression, Miss Sakuma, this swimsuit suits you very well. Nanace Sakuma is wearing a blue-purple floral swimsuit, with a bikini on the upper body and shorts in a swimsuit on the lower body. The overall sexiness is a bit lively. Her figure is very well proportioned, and her white skin and slender legs are especially eye-catching. Nanace Sakuma was very helpless for Kogoro Mori's lustful appearance. The other party was obviously a daring guy with a color and heart. Anyone who knows a little about the famous detective world knows that although Kogoro Mori often ran to accompany the wine girl, drink alcohol, but the most extraordinary thing is to wipe the oil and be very loyal to his wife. Ms. Xiaolan and Ms. Sakuma want something to drink. Toru Amuro asked suddenly. Ah, don't bother Mr. Amuro, I can do it myself. Mao Lilan waved his hand quickly. It's okay, anyway, I'm also passing by. Amuro smiled. Then I want juice too. Moralan glanced at the juice in Edogawa Konan's hand. Where is Sakuma-san? Nanace Sakuma stared at Amuro, and said, I'm the same as Xiaolan. Then, he sat down on the beach chair by the pool, took out the sunscreen spray and applied it on his body. Although she had already applied sunscreen on the plane, it had been almost 2 hours, and it was time to make up some more. Oh Miss Sakuma, do you want to apply sunscreen? It's not easy to apply sunscreen alone on places like the back, why don't you let me help you? I'm very skilled. The voice of Kogoro Mori, who found this scene rippling, he made a simulating smearing motion with both hands, and walked across the pool towards Nanace Sakuma, like a hungry ghost. She couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Kogoro Mori walked to the side of Nanace Sakuma. He was about to climb out of the pool with excitement when he was held on his shoulder by a hand. Teacher Mori, you haven't applied sunscreen yet. Why don't I apply it for you? Amurotou didn't know when he appeared there. He squatted in front of Kogoro Mori with a smile, holding 2 bottles in one hand. Cover the juice and hold the other hand firmly with the other hand. Kogoro Mori struggled twice, but didn't break free. What can I do with the 2 men? Mori Kogoro looked at Toru Amuro displeasedly, and added in a low voice, why is your kid so lacking eye sense today? What about your usual cleverness? Maldives ultraviolet rays are very strong and easy to sunburn. You must be good at sun protection. Doesn't Ms. Maori want to see Miss Yoko in the best condition? Amurotou's smiling face went straight to Maori Kogoro's face. It is obviously smiling, but it makes people feel hairy, so let me apply sunscreen to teacher Maori. This is what a disciple should do. Okay, okay. Not knowing whether it was because of the attraction of the idol or the pressure of the smiling face in front of him, Kogoro Mori twitched his mouth and obediently climbed to the beach chair next to Sakuma Nanase and lay down. You kid, hurry up. Good teacher Maori, I'll be ready soon. Toru Amuro put the canned fruit juice on the table between the beach chairs of Nanase Sakuma and Kogoro Mori. Ms. Oran, Ms. Sakuma, I will put the juice here. Up. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Amuro. Morilan was splashing with Edogawa Konan in the swimming pool, taking the time to express his gratitude. Sakuma Nanase glanced at the canned fruit juice on the table, then glanced at the highly completed holiday drink in Edogawa Konan's hand, and a question mark popped up in his head. Isn't it handsome? Did you treat it so differently? Toru Amuro was enthusiastically applying sunscreen to Kogoro Mori. Sakuma Nanase, who was close at hand, looked at her ex-boyfriend. He was wearing short sleeves with resort-style beach sleeves, with 2 buttons open, and a decorative woven necklace around his neck. He was so handsome that he was walking in the famous detective world. Fashion front-end man. Amurotou squeezed the sunscreen from nowhere and squeezed it into the palm of his hand, folded his palms and rubbed the sunscreen to make it close to his body temperature, and then applied it on Kogoro Mori's back from top to bottom. His fingers were flexible and powerful, and he half-bended to push away the sunscreen on his back to Kogoro with a serious look. Because of his bending, from the perspective of Nanase Sakuma, his wheat-colored pectoral and abdominal muscles can be seen from his neckline. It is already stimulating enough to be half-concealed. The neckline is also affected by the smearing movement, or if you move up or down, the parts you see also move. In a deep bending movement of Amurotou, she not only saw the entire chest and abdomen clearly, but also the mermaid line deep into the waistband. Sakuma Nanase turned his head, slumped back on the beach chair and looked at the colorful sky from the horizon, and took a silent breath. During this period of time, pretending to have amnesia is quite good, and even the idea of wanting to kill the other party has become more and more intense, but at this moment, she actually wants to ask her ex-boyfriend to have a breakup. Nanase Sakuma suddenly remembered that, in addition to the other's cute smile, the other party's abdominal muscles that were exposed by lifting up his clothes and wiping sweat, it's awkward, a little unbearable. Konan, why didn't you apply sunscreen? Come here. Moriran's voice interrupted the riot in Sakuma Nanase's brain. She recovered and decided to find something to distract. So she picked up the sunscreen on her hand and jumped into the pool, laughing, and ran to Molilan and Edogawa Konan. Little Konan, sister, come together to put sunscreen on you. Hey! Edogawa Konan was still writhing and avoiding Morilan's hand, blushing when he heard that he wanted to refuse, and said gruffly, This is not it, Nanase's sister. Seeing that Nanase Sakuma's hand was about to reach him, suddenly a chilly gaze came from behind. Edogawa Konan's pupils shrank and suddenly turned his head, only seeing the position behind him. Amurotou was smiling. Putting sunscreen on Mori Kogoro, the two said something peacefully. No enemy was found. Edogawa Konan looked around suspiciously and found nothing, then turned his head back again. In the end, Sakuma Nanase only applied sunscreen to Edogawa Konan's small face, and he insisted on applying it himself in other places. Next, Sakuma Nanace took Moraran and Edogawa Konan to play the water slide. After a few laps in the pool, Kogoro Mori ran into the house to drink, and Amuro sat by the pool and soaked his feet on the water slide. Watching a few people playing in the water, the sky gradually dimmed after a while. The dinner at the hotel was delivered on time. Nanace Sakuma asked them to put them in the round rest area outside the house. After a few people took a bath and changed their clothes, the rest area was beautifully decorated with candles and fragrance. Nanace Sakuma took the lead to take the seat. She sat on the white sofa cushion, put a pillow in her arms, leaned comfortably on the sofa without restraint, smiled and waved to Moralan's group, "Come on, here. The sofa is soft, and we can talk while eating dinner. It's really exhausting to fly today. It's a look like I really enjoyed the vacation." Moraran and Edogawa Konan glanced at each other, and immediately ran over with a smile. Amuro Toru followed Muri Kogoro and took a seat. As for the Japanese, life and work are a bit too serious. They are always meticulous and tiring for a long time. It's rare to take a vacation and relax. It's the first time I have a meal with a pillow. Sakuma Sito pressed the pillow she was holding and let out a satisfied sigh, then smiled and picked up the juice on the table and poured it into Moralan, Edogawa Konan, and his own cups. Xiolan and Konan are not allowed to drink while underage. Maori Mr. and Mr. Amuro will do it by themselves. Kogoro Mori consciously poured a glass of red wine and took another bite of the cut beef. "Oh my god, this beef is full of gravy, and it tastes so high quality. Yet the meat is so soft." Edogawa Konan was satisfied with his meal, and Moralan wiped the gravy from his mouth. Nanace Sakuma took a sip of the juice. Through the juice cup, she saw Amuro Toru, who was on the other side serving the pasta for everyone. She paused and put down the cup and suddenly asked, "Why did Mr. Mori come to the Maldives to play suddenly?" "Yes. What's the matter?" Mao Lilan answered her question, "When I was washing my dad before, I turned to the commission fee that he put in his coat pocket several months ago, and found that there were 4 Maldives hotel experience vouchers, which happened to be the summer vacation for Konan. I thought of a family holiday in the Maldives. Originally, my mother also came together, but it didn't happen because of work. It happened that Mr. Amuro brought sandwiches over at that time, and my father invited him to come on vacation together. Would Mori Kogoro be so kind?" Sakuma Nanace raised his eyebrows and heard the two people talking in low voices. "It's really cheap for you, kid." Kogoro Mori whispered, "If it wasn't for your kid who said he would give me tickets to the Tokyo X Dome concert, I wouldn't invite you." "Thank you, Teacher Maori, for allowing me to observe the detective's vacation life up close," Amuro flattered. "Ah, but before we came, Mr. Kimura entrusted his father to find his daughter by the way. Before Mr. Kimura's daughter traveled to the Maldives and never called home. He was worried that she was playing too crazy and asked her to let her dad see her. Call me back." Mao Lilan continued. "Isn't it suspicious that I haven't called home when I'm traveling?" Nanace Sakuma was puzzled. "Shouldn't I call the police at this time?" Because Ms. Kimura originally planned a half-month tour, it has only been a week now, and although she doesn't have a phone call, she sends text messages to Mr. Kimura every day. So Kimura is not very worried. Malilan recalled Mr. Kimura. "Information. Okay. She must be dead." Sakuma Nanace nodded deliberately. "After the mouths of you guys were opened, there would have been nothing wrong, but now it's more ugly. The Japanese girl, coupled with the murderer who met today, has already made up for the plot and the process of solving the crime. Ordinary people in the world of Detective Conan, it is too difficult to live." The next few people talked and laughed and ate dinner happily, and then took a wash to rest. Because of the relationship between the characters, Amuro Toru ended up in a separate room, and Edogawa Konan and Mori Kogoro slept in the same room. 2 o'clock in the morning. A dark cloud came to cover the moon, and the villa was dark. Sakuma Nanace and Moraran leaned against each other in the sound of the waves. Conan and Mori Kogoro put their feet on each other. Everyone fell into a sweet dream. At this time, a figure sat up on the bed. He passed the living room silently with bare feet, walked up the stairs to the second floor, and walked to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. He opened the door with a soft click and opened the door and walked in. Go to the bed. The two girls on the bed breathed slowly and long and were in deep sleep. He quietly looked at the redhead on the bed. The dark clouds in the sky gradually moved away, and the bright moonlight shone in through the balcony, illuminating the faces of the visitors. It's Toru Amuro. Chapter 13, Ex-Boyfriend, Too Shameless Bag. Amuro looked at Sakuma Nane's sleeping face, lost in memory. The night when the cafe met, there was an underground parking lot. Kazumayu also hurriedly ran into the car carrying a briefcase, while his boss Zhang Guling was sitting in the driver's seat quietly closing his eyes. Sorry, Mr. Noria, a colleague from the Serious Cases Division is investigating this case. It took me a while to get the file. He took out the document bag from his briefcase and handed it to Zero. Investigating this case, is it related to that organization? At the last sentence, he lowered his voice, with a vigilant expression on his face. There are some things you don't need to know so clearly. Zhang Guling took the file bag and started to open the file. Suddenly he frowned. The two policemen took the prisoner to the hospital and let him run? What are you doing? It is said that the prisoner was taken to the CT room for an examination, but the prisoner never came out after entering. It was equivalent to the officers who went in for the inspection. The other party has disappeared and only his clothes are left on the scene. Kaze Jianyu also recalled his inquiring information and said, the Serious Case Department is guarding the whole process. Zhang Guling emphasized. No. Originally, 2 policemen were guarding outside, but because the hospital suddenly sounded an alarm, one of the policemen went to check the situation, and only 1 policeman was left at the scene. Kazumayu finished speaking, a flash of mind flashed in his mind. Inspiration, Mr. Yutani, do you suspect that the other party is lying? Really? I went to investigate the surveillance after the incident, but found that the hospital's surveillance that day was completely destroyed. At that time, only 1 policeman was guarding outside. If the other party forged a confession, it would be easy for Kota Kobayashi to disappear without a trace. Kazemiyu also supported his chin. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. I didn't ask you to suspect your colleagues as soon as you came up. Zhang Guling lowered his head and continued to open the file. The sudden alarm may also be the prisoner's plan to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. The file says that the doctor on duty was suddenly broken in by a strange doctor. I fainted, and after waking up, only Kobayashi's clothes were left on the CT scan. This doctor who suddenly appeared was more suspicious than his suspected colleague. According to the confession of the policeman who was standing outside, the other party entered the CT room after the alarm sounded, and then Kota Kobayashi entered the room. The doctor left the CT room 10 minutes later, and the notification sounded 5 minutes later. He noticed something was wrong with entering the room. At first glance, I found that Kota disappeared. This doctor who suddenly appeared and left was suspicious. Did the intensive care department conduct an investigation? Ryojong flexed his finger and knocked on the steering wheel. Investigation was conducted, but the surveillance was destroyed that day. The police outside the door did not impress him deeply. The other party wore glasses and was unable to make accurate character descriptions. Nothing was found for the time being. In addition, the police officer of the Serious Crime Division was more inclined to crack the CT secret room. He thinks that finding out how Kota Kobayashi left the CT room is the breakthrough point in the case. There is another weird thing. Kazumayu also pulled out another document from his briefcase. Kota Kobayashi injected potassium cyanide on Sakuma Nanase, which was not tested at all on Sakuma Nanase's medical report. Come out. But the poisoning tool found by the Identification Division on the villa site and the ajaki bean soup that Nane Sakuma drank clearly detected potassium cyanide, and the concentration was high enough to be fatal. Zhang Guling's fingers flipping through the file stopped. Unconsciously, Kazamayu also said to herself, listening to the confession of several children at the scene, Nane Sakuma did drink and once stopped breathing. When everyone thought she was dead, she suddenly survived. For the time being, the hospital did not explain, only that the other party's physique was special, whether it would affect the body and need further examination, but Sakuma Nanace refused. I have never heard of drinking potassium cyanide but not dead. It's really weird. What do you think of Mr. Yutani? Without a reply, Kazamayu repeated it again, Mr. Yutani. Get out. A low male voice sounded. Hey! Kazamayu didn't recover either, staying in his seat. Feng Jian, I will let you out. Zhang Guling repeated. Kazamayu also opened the door with a daunting expression and got out of the car. Then the door was closed in the next second and almost hit him on the nose. After returning to his mind, the white Mazda was no longer in the original parking position. Why? Mr. Yutani! Kazamayu also shouted into the empty underground parking lot. 20 minutes later, under Sakuma Nanace's apartment, a white Mazda stopped in the shadows until the light in a certain room went out, and it took a long time to leave. Amuro reached out to touch the opponent, but he retracted at the last minute. He didn't expect to see her again after a lapse of 4 years. The moment he saw each other in the cafe, his heart was like the last firework on a summer festival, cooling down in the most gorgeous and hot moment. Fear filled his heart, his calmness and reason were shaken. If someone knew the relationship between the two, his undercover identity would be exposed, and her life would be in danger. What should I do? In this case, what can be done to avoid the organization's suspicion, and what can be done to protect her? His brain is turning quickly, and there is a smile on his face that greets guests. No one knows that his hands hidden at the counter are shaking. Fortunately, she lost her memory and didn't recognize him. This information relieved him and made him feel uneasy. The information revealed by the children made him afraid. Even if he did not see her, even if he eliminated their past, he still brought her danger. I'm sorry, this time. I will definitely protect you. Dividing line. Well, I had a good night's sleep. Nane Sakuma stretched out, showing a small waist under the white t-shirt. She jumped out of bed and ran to the balcony to open the curtains, and a large swath of clear blue reflected in. In her eyes, she immediately squinted comfortably, facing the sea, wearing warm flowers. This is life. Miss Sakuma, why are you so early? Mao Lilan rubbed her eyes and got up from the bed. She looked at the phone on the bedside table. It was only 7 o'clock. It's getting late. The hotel's breakfast time is 7:09. Now it's time to have breakfast. Nane Sakuma twisted her waist and did a few gymnastics, then ran into the bathroom to wash up. We can go later. The water center rents a jet ski to play, and I want to go for a full body massage in the afternoon. I heard that there are super authentic Thai massages here. I don't know when I will die, so I can play the game early and affect my mood. I really hope that these detectives can leave sooner. Her other internal organs have not been repaired yet. Sakuma Nanace thought with regret. I'm fine, Xiaolan will come to you. Nane Sakuma walked to the clothing room to choose today's clothes. By the way, you remember to wear the bracelet issued by the hotel. There is a chip on the bracelet, and it is on the island. All play items are free. When Xiaolan changed clothes, Sakuma Nanace went downstairs with her, and Amuro Toru was already waiting there. Good morning, Mr. Amuro. Mao Lilan greeted warmly. Mr. Amuro is really early, Sakuma Nanace said. I wanted to make breakfast, but when I woke up I remembered that the hotel had it. It's rare to come for a holiday. It's not bad to try the hotel. Amuro smiled. Mr. Amuro's sandwiches are delicious. Girls in our school often buy them for lunch. They are delicious and low in calories. Morilan said with her palms together. Ms. Sakuma must try it if she has the chance. Really? Sakuma Nane's skin smiled, I must look for a chance. Sister Xylan Edogawa Conan's milky voice came. He wore dark blue shorts and solid t-shirts, and walked over while yawning. He noticed Sakuma Nane's next to Moriran. I added another sentence, good morning Nane's sister. Mori Kogora grabbed his hair and stepped on slippers and slowly followed behind him. This kid clamored to get up early in the morning to eat breakfast. He was so annoyed. It's a rare holiday that makes people sleep well. Dad. It's a rare holiday, you shouldn't go to sleep and pinch it. Mao Lilan said with her waist in her waist. The express delivery is going to wash up. Didn't you mean to go to the hotel to contact Miss Kimura today? I know, why is it more screaming than your mother? Mori Kogora whispered. A few people walked to the hotel for breakfast. The hotel's self-occupied breakfast is very rich, including Western, Chinese, Japanese, and Thai. There are several types of ham alone. They are very satisfying for everyone, especially Maori. Kogora hiccups when he eats, and Emo Lilan talks about it again. After breakfast, Muri Kogora went to the hotel reception to ask about Miss Kimura's information. After being refused to protect the privacy of the guests, Muri Kogora left his contact information, and the hotel said it would notify the other party to contact him. Teacher Mori, you'd better ask Mr. Kimura to write a power of attorney and a commission video to explain the relationship between Mr. Kimura and Ms. Kimura, and entrust you to deal with Ms. Kimura's affairs. After leaving the hotel reception, Amuro went to Muri Kogora. He whispered around him, in this way, in case something urgent happens, the hotel can't evade it. Oh, you are still smart. Mori Kogora praised. Edogawa Conan looked back at the front desk of the hotel warily. Looking at the performance of several people, Nane Sakuma once again confirmed the experience of the Kimura-san, and then she said with excitement, then let's rent a jet ski at the water center. Then she regretted it. Her ex-boyfriend, relying on X-class driving skills, dominated the entire beach in less than 5 minutes. Listening to countless men and women around him, wondering whether it was the screams and whistles from his superb jet skiing skills or the 8-pack ABS under his white sweater, Sakuma Nane smashed the glass in his hand. Chapter 14, Tit for Tat. Mr. N and Amuro are really welcome. Mao Lilan sighed, shocked by the exaggerated scene. Yes. Edogawa Conan, who was resting on the beach chair, twitched his mouth silently. This man doesn't constrain at all. Xylan, in fact, there is nothing fun about jet skiing. Why don't we go snorkeling? Sakuma Nanace walked over after removing the broken glass from his hand, and kindly invited, I have done a strategy before and know one thing. The local wind and underwater scenery are particularly good. Hey? Okay. Maori-ran was moved by Nanace Sakuma, and he said something to Edogawa Conan who was sitting next to her and left with her. After Amuro got off the jet ski, he declined the warm invitation of young men and women all the way, and finally walked to the rest area, only to know from Edogawa Conan that the two girls had left alone. Seeing Amuro Toru's slightly frowned eyebrows, Edogawa Conan suddenly said, although it's just my feeling, does Mr. Amuro know Ms. Sakuma? Why do you think so? Amuro Toru's smile was impeccable, and he didn't even pause. Edogawa Conan stared at his face for a while and looked away, and said to himself in a chatty tone, no, it's just an intuition. I always feel that Ms. Sakuma doesn't like Mr. Amuro very much. I'm not Japanese yen, and I'm not so cute, Amuro said. Mr. Amuro is a well-known heartthrob, especially among the opposite sex. Edogawa Conan continued to test, Ms. Sakuma doesn't like Mr. Amuro. Is there any reason? That's really flattering me. Toru Amuro, but if Conan can ask why Ms. Sakuma doesn't like me, please tell me, I'm also very curious." At the end of the conversation, the two smiled at each other thoughtfully. Dividing line. I checked before. The sea here is very clear, and you can see very beautiful fish on the bottom of the sea. This is a little bit close to the end of the sky, and the current on the cliff side will be more rapid. Be careful not to swim over. Up. Nane Sakuma walked to a secluded beach with Moran. The water here was clearer than the previous beach. From the surface of the sea, you could directly see the corals and fish on the bottom of the sea. Mao Lilan had snorkeling experience before. When they arrived at the snorkeling site, the two of them put on snorkeling tools and went downstream. The sea here is so clear. The two of them are holding hands and being in a piece of blue water. The sun shines through the water into the bottom of the sea. The whole ocean is shining. The beautiful corals and seaweeds are gently swaying with the water. The little fish swims between the two, almost like a fairy tale world. It's so beautiful. Mao Lilan sighed silently, completely immersed in the beauty in front of her. The beautiful scenery always makes people relax. The two happily explored the time under the sea, and more than an hour passed at once. Unknowingly, the two of them were approaching the end of the world. Nane Sakuma noticed the changes in the current, and she quickly grabbed Moriran to take her back to the original route. At this moment, she found something abnormal. Not far from a cluster of corals, a large number of small fish and sea creatures gathered unreasonably. She saw white objects in the gaps between the fish schools. Sakuma Nanace flashed something in his mind, and quickly came to a conclusion. She glanced at Mao Lilan and found that the other party hadn't noticed at all, and immediately pulled her away. Morilan, who was pulled out of the water, was a little strange. "Miss Sakuma. Xiaolan, I feel a little bit cold, so let's go for snorkeling." Sakuma Nanace pulled Morilan ashore. She took Morilan's shoulders and led her forward slightly. "Just in time, we are going. Take a shower at the clubhouse, and it's very close to the spa, so I'm ready to get a full body massage by the way." "Hey? Okay, Ms. Sakuma, go slower." Before Moriran hadn't noticed, Nane Sakuma turned her head and looked towards the distant horizon. A dark shadow flashed by on the cliff. She smiled silently and turned her head to pretend to be ignorant. Continued, "The spa is very popular. We have to go there quickly and go to lunch after the massage. If the experience is good, you can ask Mr. Mori to try it too. He must be very tired when he is busy every day as a detective. Appropriate massage can not only rest the body, but also relax the mind." The voices of the two gradually faded away. Dividing line. After coming out of the spa, Sakuma Nanace felt that the whole person seemed to come back to life again. She was really comfortable. That massage technique is really great. It relaxes her muscles all over her body, and she can hear the creaking of her bones. "Guest, your meridians are very stiff, and the blood is not smooth. Do you lie still for a long time? Isn't it? She has been dead for a while, and the blood has coagulated. Only when she can flow smoothly can there be ghosts." Recalling what the masseur said, Sakuma Nanace snorted. "But this massage experience was great. It's been a long time since I've been so comfortable. The skin still exudes the fragrance of essential oils, the faint rose scent will penetrate into the skin, even she wants to kiss herself. No wonder others say essential oils massage has the effect of flirting. It does have a hand. Ms. Sakuma, the massage just now was really great. It feels completely different from the Japanese technique. But I didn't expect that a process would take so long. It's already more than 2 o'clock. Mao Lilan was a little excited and just finished the massage. Her face was rosy, and her whole person was shining. If Shinichi Kudo saw her, she would definitely be fascinated. I have already sent a message to Mr. Maori and the others. They have already gone to eat first. Let's wait and find something delicious nearby. As the hero of this article, the biggest weakness is that it is best used to divert attention. Does it exist? It will be used sooner or later. Sakuma Nanae smiled and said, but it feels weird to be called Ms. Sakuma all the time. Let's call me Nanace directly. Ah, Miss Nanace. Mao Lilan shouted shyly. It's called Nanace. Sakuma Nanace leaned her head on Moralan's shoulder, her face was whiter with the red hair, and her eyes were deliberately opened to make her look even more young. Sakuma Nanace is a man who has done a good job to achieve his goal, and sells his cute existence. Really, so cute. Moraran blushed and touched Sakuma Nanace's head. In a place she couldn't see, this shameless woman who was coquettish had flashed dozens of ways to use her boyfriend to dig. Pit scheme. Xiao Lan is the cutest. In this era when the sky is full of black heroines, and various deep and cruel animation works are present, the heroine who has been able to maintain such a naive but still loved by everyone is the superhero of Detective Conan. The long serialization is indispensable, 73 is really great to live long. Even for someone like her, she really likes such a heroine, which is really hopeful. Xiao Lan's love can be happy. Hey! Why did Nanae suddenly say this? Mao Lilan flushed. Because Xiao Lan works very hard, so I hope Xiao Lan's love can be happy. I really envy, although you don't know, but as long as there is danger, the person you like will come to you for the first time and use your life to protect you, so good childhood sweethearts, people also want sweet love. Mo Lilan was said to blush with red ears. Nanae stopped talking. Hee, are you shy? Everyone is a girl, it doesn't matter what do you like about him? Can you elaborate on it? Nanae Sakuma asked in Moraran's ear jokingly. I said no. Shinichi has a lot of problems. Ah. It's Ms. Sakuma, I didn't expect to meet you here. A familiar male voice interrupted the two people's play. Sakuma Nanae paused, put her chin away from Moralan's shoulder, put her smile away, she looked at the brown-haired youth standing in front of them, and responded softly, It's Mr. George, we're seeing each other again. The brown-haired young man was very enthusiastic. He looked at the spa behind the two and said enthusiastically, You guys come to massage too. The Thai massage here is very authentic. I tried it yesterday and can't help coming again today. Really? Go ahead, Mr. George, we are already done, so I won't waste your time here. Sakuma Nanae pulled Moraran and prepared to leave. Ah, it's okay, the massage can be delayed. It's rare to meet two beautiful ladies. I want to talk to you again. I am particularly interested in Japanese culture. The brown-haired young man said grinningly, like a passionate pursuit of beauty American men. So, we're going to have lunch later, Mr. George should have eaten it. Doesn't it matter? Sakuma Nanae looked at his watch, most people definitely have already eaten at this point in time. It's okay. I suddenly want to have a cup of coffee. Shall I go with you? I know there is a very good Thai restaurant nearby. You have just finished a Thai massage. It's just right to try Thai food. His suggestions are considerate without being offensive. At first glance, he is a veteran in love. It seems that I can't get rid of it. Sakuma Nanae licked his teeth. Okay, let's go together. Xiaolan, do you mind? Moraran glanced at Nanae Sakuma. I'm fine. That's all right, let's go. Nanae Sakuma smiled at the young brunette. I can't wait. Chapter 15, Trigger Case. Water Sports Center. Where did Miss Razakuma go, really, what's the fun of our two men with a kid? Mori Kogora hugged his arms uncomfortably. Sister Xiaolan sent me a text message just now, saying that she and Ms. Sakuma have finished snorkeling and went to the spa for Thai massage. It is estimated that it will take some time. Let us go to eat first without waiting for them. Edogawa Conan take out the phone and slide it quickly. Hey! Xiaolan! Call me if you go for a massage. I want to see Ms. Sakuma's beautiful skin too. Kogoro Mori shouted, as if he missed 100 million thumping chest. Oh, Don't say that, aren't there many beautiful ladies on the beach? Amuro put on Muri Kogora's shoulder. Mr. Mori should look at other people more. Isn't the blonde lady just now beautiful? Isn't that blonde beauty stuffed your business card with lipstick? Do you think I can't see it? Mori Kogora patted Amuro Toru's hand. As long as your kid is here, the beauties don't look at me at all. By the way, you have been recruiting bees and butterflies this morning. The screams around you have never stopped. Your kid is just enough. Amuro revealed a polite but not embarrassing smile. Because jet skis are too fun, and the girl he likes is aside, he may, a little bit more, show his desire, accidentally. Overdo it. Teacher Maori is the best famous detective in Japan. The Maldives is basically foreign. If it is in the country, it will definitely be surrounded. Amuro said, when Maori teacher becomes a world-class detective, even foreign women will be hooked. Yours. Ha 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 ha, that's too. After all, there is no way in a foreign country. It seems that I have to work harder to make the world recognize me, Kogora Muri. Isn't there any world-class case for my sleeping Kogora to crack? Kogora Mori was persuaded, regaining self-confidence, and laughed. Haha, who is it that is working hard? Don't you sleep every time? Edogawa Konan showed his half-moon eyes and murmured silently. Oh! Is this the sleeping Mr. Kogora Mori? A strange female voice sounded, and the three of them turned their heads and saw two young women standing not far away. One of the women with long hair wore a white bikini with a white scarf around her waist, and she was very beautiful. Another woman with short hair wore a two-piece black lace swimsuit with a ruby necklace around her neck. The plump career line is looming, with a hot body and a gorgeous face. Mori Kogora's eyes straightened, and his saliva almost didn't stay. He behaved extremely attentively. I am me. What do you call the two beauties? Ah! It's you. I'm Shilling Musi, and Shilling Taisen is my dad. In the previous sunflower case, my dad was also on the scene. He said that the Maori detective's reasoning is a world-class masterpiece. No. I thought of seeing a real person here. Can you sign me? I am your fan. The short-haired woman said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to have arrived in the Maldives, and met my fans. Kogora Mori laughed. Really, the uncle's fans are so wide? Edogawa Konan's eyes widened in shock. Shilling Musi was about to dig out the signature pen and notebook, only to remember that she had come out to swim in a swimsuit. She had nothing on her body except the bracelet. She pulled down her shoulders in frustration. Oh, I forgot to bring the signature book. Suddenly she thought of a good way and said excitedly, would you like the Maori detective to go to lunch with us? It just happened to be noon, and when you go to the restaurant, you can ask the hotel attendant to get a signature pen. Really, Musi? The Maori detective is on vacation. You will get in the way of him. The long-haired woman pulled Musi by the arm of La Shilling and persuaded him, don't say it, did you eat with Jihui at noon? You are really annoying, the Maori detectives haven't said anything yet, you just keep talking here. What does it matter if you eat more people, Jihui and the others won't mind it. Shilling Musi, whose interest was interrupted, unhappily pulled the long-haired woman away and pulled her hand. Perhaps it was a bit harder, and the long-haired woman staggered and sat on the ground. I didn't mean that. The long-haired woman looked at Shilling Musi in embarrassment, with a timid expression on her face. Shilling Musi frowned and just wanted to say something, when she was suddenly interrupted by a male voice, Musi. What are you angry about, Genmei again? Two young men walked over. One of them was a short-haired man wearing black swimming trunks and a white t-shirt. He walked quickly to the long-haired woman and helped her up, and then looked at Shilling Musi with a displeased look. It's rare. On vacation, can't you restrain your temper a little bit? Another man in a red jacket followed behind and shook his head. Jihui, calm down, how about listening to Musi's explanation first? Yoran, why don't you speak for your girlfriend? Naomi is your girlfriend. The white tea man was dissatisfied, and the long-haired woman beside him also showed a grieved expression. I just want to figure out the situation first. The man in the red jacket said helplessly, you can't blame Musi as soon as you come up, aren't we friends? What else is there to explain? Naomi has fallen to the ground. Isn't that obvious? It's obvious that Musi pushed her. It's not the first time she has done this. The white tea man said angrily. Actually, when Mori Kogora wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Shilling Musi. Shilling Musi rolled his eyes unceremoniously, yet. You just say he won't help his girlfriend when you say something fair, but you are very diligent. Blame me every time you come up. I forgot. No, you are my boyfriend or this woman's boyfriend. Do you have a leg with her? And you? Obviously you pulled me first, you didn't stand firm, making it as if I was bullying you. You are not reasonable at all. The white tea man flushed his neck. Musi, I don't have that kind of relationship with Zhihui. You misunderstood us. The long-haired woman explained in a panic, and she glanced nervously at the man in the red jacket. Dujin, please trust me. I didn't doubt you. The man in the red jacket took off his jacket and tied it around the waist of the woman with long hair. It's all covered with sand. Please go to the shower room to clean up. Every day Zhihui, you told my boyfriend to be more frequent than me. Shilling Musi was very angry, and I again affirmed that I did not push her just now. It was she who took my hand and I pulled her away. When she fell by herself. Don't quibble. What else did the white tea man say? I said. Muri Kogora yelled loudly. Seeing that all the people present were suppressed by him, he coughed twice and said in the eyes of everyone watching, Miss Musi really just pulled away this Miss Naomi. He didn't push her on purpose, we all saw it clearly, right, Amuro? Yes, Ms. Shilling just invited Ms. Maori for lunch, and didn't deliberately bully Ms. Naomi, this is just a misunderstanding. Amuro Tou added, of course, Ms. Shilling is somewhat impatient, maybe she didn't notice the intensity. The sand here is very soft, Miss Naomi should be fine. The white tea man was a little embarrassed. He whispered, then you should explain clearly from the beginning. Shilling Musi shouted, do you have a chance to explain it to me? Okay, let's stop quarreling, didn't you say it's good to have dinner together? Miss Shilling, let's go quickly, and I will sign for you later. Mori Kogora put his hand on Shilling Musi's shoulder and soothed. Hey! I just wanted to ask, who are you, uncle? Why do you do something to someone else's girlfriend? The white tea man looked at the hand that Mori Kogora placed on Shilling Musi's shoulder uncomfortably. Okay? Conan Edogawa raised his eyebrows. I always felt that this expression had been seen somewhere. He is the sleeping detective Kogora Mori. Very famous. Didn't I show you the photos before? Shilling Musi said. Hey? This uncle is the sleeping Kogora. What? Is he sleeping Kogora? The two screamed at the same time. Seeing the shocked expression of their partner, Shilling Musi said triumphantly, yes. My father saw Muri Kogora's name reasoning last time with his own eyes. Ah. The Mori detective can talk to me later. Tell me about your other cases? I'm super interested. Ha 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 ha, no problem. No problem. Who would have the heart to refuse such a beauty request? Mori Kogora laughed. Then let's go quickly. I know that there is an Italian restaurant nearby that is delicious. We only went to eat it a few days ago. Shilling Musi held Muri Kogora's hand. I can't wait to listen to the Maori detective's personal explanation. It's a case. He glared at the white tea man as he said. Good, good. Feeling the plump touch on his arm, Kogora Mori was already floating. Hey, you really can eat it? Edogawa Conan looked at the four men and women in front of the Shura field, and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. It can be expected that this lunch meal will be absolutely delicious, but there will be nowhere to go. Dividing line. Yes, this meal is really not good. Sakuma Nanase looked at the young brown-haired man in front of him while pouring lemonade for the two eagerly, and said enthusiastically. I heard that there is a great snorkeling spot on the end of the world, have you both been there? Chapter 16, Trigger Event 2. So this trip to the Maldives is the last single trip for the two before marriage. Mori Kogora said. Yes, Naomi and I have known each other for 3 years, and we are going to get married in September this year, which is the 3rd anniversary of our acquaintance. The man in the red coat, named Takuchi Yuto, is 31 years old and is a large company in Tokyo. Programmers. Yurin just happened to get the travel vouchers given by the company's annual prize. Thinking about the rare opportunity, just 4 people came to travel together. The long-haired woman named Naomi Inada, 25 years old this year, and Takuchi Yurin in the same room work in different departments of the company. You guys are so lucky, but many men in the company like Naomi, they can cook and do housework, and they are gentle and considerate. The goddess of the company is actually chased by you. Everyone is very jealous, named Miyagawa Jihui, and Takuchi Yuto are college classmates, and they work in the same company after graduation, and they are also colleagues. Are you among those men with ugly jealous faces? Shilling Musa sneered. Why are you jealous again? I'm just making fun of the two of them. Don't you understand? Why make the atmosphere so stiff? We told you to travel together because you said you could control your temper. If I knew it, I let you come. Miyagawa Jihui angrily patted the desktop. Then you should know what to say and what not to say. Why do you keep boasting other women in front of your girlfriend? Shilling Musa yelled back angrily, you figure it out, you invited me. And water I paid all the money for the villa. The travel vouchers your company sent don't include such high-end villas, right? Wow, it's really endless. Why do you want to travel together if the relationship is so bad? Edogawa Konan ate the pasta in front of him like chewing wax. Miyagawa Jihui's self-esteem was obviously stung by Shilling Musa's words. He blushed and gritted his teeth and said, can you not be so bitter? We didn't let you pay to rent a villa. You said it yourself. We only came together if we wanted to live in that kind of high-end villa. If you mind the money so much, just say it at the beginning. When did I say that I minded the money? What I care about is clearly your attitude. Shilling Musa was angry. Jihui and Musa, stop arguing, it's all my fault. Inada Naomi looked at the two who were getting more and more quarrelsome, and tried to persuade them to fight. Naomi is none of your business, this woman is obviously unreasonable. Miyagawa Jihui's eyebrows jumped with anger. Anyway, I said nothing is right. What this woman said is right, right? Okay. I'm not here to obstruct your eyes. I won't eat. You can eat enough. Shilling Musa poured water angrily to Miyagawa Jihui's face, he covered his face and ran out of the restaurant. Wait for Musa. Inada Naomi stood up and stretched out her hand to keep her, but she didn't stop the other party. She looked at Miyagawa with some reproach, Jihui, you really shouldn't make Musa angry. Can't bear it? You go chasing Musa, she runs around alone, I'm worried that she will be in danger. I have tried very hard to bear her. But as you have seen, she is completely unreasonable and has a messy temper with Missy. I will not chase her, and I will be scolded by her if I catch up with her, and I am not guilty of being cheap. She loves her. Why don't you go? Miyagawa Jihui turned his head. Musa's temper comes quickly, and she goes quickly. She will contact us when she figured it out. Let's sit down and eat. Everything will be cold. Takuchi Yuto said. Naomi Inada sighed. She suddenly thought that there were other people here. She looked at Kogoro Mori with embarrassment and apologetic on her face. I'm sorry, Mr. Mori, let you see a joke. Muko is not like this normally, no. I know why I have been very unstable since I came to the Maldives. Ah, we're all right, but just leave it to Miss Musi, okay? Mori Kogura's attitude towards the three is somewhat different, and he always feels a little weird. Musi has been like this since she was a child. The more people persuaded her, the more angry she would be. The security factor here is very high. I have never heard of any accidents. It's okay to leave her alone. Takuchi Yeto pushed down. Although Jihui's words are not pleasant to listen to, but her temper is a little abnormal recently. When she returns to Japan, let her go to the hospital for a physical examination. Why am I not listening? It's clearly Muse's problem. Miyagawa Jihui said dissatisfied. Jihui, don't be too white-eyed, although I haven't said it, you always praise Naomi in front of me and Muse. Not only do you make Muse upset, but as a boyfriend, I also don't like other men who often treat their daughters' friends are talking. Takuchi Yeto looked up at Shiki Miyagawa. Miyagawa Jihui widened his eyes. He wanted to say something. After taking a look at Naomi Inada, he swallowed the words back. He gritted his teeth and stood up with a scream, I'll eat your full. Feel free to do it. He rushed away angrily. Yeto. Inada Naomi looked at Yeto Takuchi disapprovingly. Takuchi Yeto looked at her quietly, is there something wrong with what I said? Naomi Inada lowered her head, and after a while she picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped her mouth and stood up. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and motioned to the person at the table, sorry, I'm full too, please everyone enjoy it slowly, and I leave first. Oh, we are the only ones left. Mori Kogura looked at the almost untouched meal in front of him, and smiled awkwardly. So, it shouldn't be mixed in from the beginning. Edogawa Konan thought. Mrs. Mori. Toru Amuro put the cut lamb in front of Kogura Mori. The lamb chops here are delicious. You can eat more. There will be parties at night, right? Maybe you will drink a lot of alcohol and eat more. Order something to cushion your stomach. Good, good. Kogura Mori was immediately distracted. Is the party you said was held by the American in Villa 13? Takuchi Yeto asked suddenly. Hey? Yeah, are you invited too? Mori Kogura asked in surprise. Yes, the American took the same flight as us. He seemed to be very interested in Japanese culture. He was very enthusiastic when he saw that we were Japanese. After discovering that we were all going to Paradise Island, he enthusiastically explained the island to us. He said that he would come to the Maldives for vacation every year. This year is the 5th year. Yeto Takuchi smiled as he thought of the scene at the time, well, although I think he treats Japanese women better, interest is enough. On the plane, he has been chatting with Musi and Naomi, and enthusiastically invited them to the party tonight. Jihui and I felt like incidental. Edogawa Konan and Amuro frowned. Ha, ha. That guy also invited Xiaolan and Miss Sakuma very enthusiastically. Kogura Mori smiled dryly. Is that man really unkind? Dividing line. We've been there for snorkeling. Sakuma Nane said, the current over the end of the sky is so fast that we dare not approach it, but the seabed scenery near it is very good. We played there for a long time, right? Xiaolan. Ah, the scenery there is so beautiful, the colorful corals are particularly beautiful. Maur Island praised sincerely, completely unaware that he was in a temptation. Mao Lilan really knows nothing, so she has no trace of acting, and her innocent eyes keep George from seeing a lie. Did they really not find out? Really? That's a pity. I heard that the bottom of the end of the sky is more beautiful. There is a special kind of coral that is pink and very rare. If you get closer, you will definitely see it. George waved his fingers and said enthusiastically. Humph, what kind of pink coral, the one dyed red with human blood? After all, we are not professional snorkelers. We dare not go to places where the current is so fast. Nane Sakuma looked regretful. I had called Detective Mori and Mr. Amuro before I knew it. Both of them are sure. Very good at it, right? Detective. George raised his eyebrows. Yes, Zia-lan's father is a well-known detective in Japan. In Japan, criminals are terrified when they hear his name. Very, very powerful. Sakuma Nane's stretched voice. Nace praised my dad too much. My dad hasn't reached that level. He is just famous in Japan. Her father was so praised, and Mao Lilan was very happy. She blushed and waved her hands again and again. Miss Zia-lan's father is such a powerful person? I didn't expect it. George's eyes brightened. The Maori detective can be called modern Sherlock Holmes, and all criminals are not worth mentioning in his eyes. Sakuma Nanace whispered like a demon. She accurately grasped the serial killer's pursuit of excitement, and used words to agitate the man in a good manner. Desire, no one can commit crimes under his nose. If someone does, then he must be the worst criminal. Then at the party tonight, I must have a good chat with this famous detective. George said excitedly. If this famous detective knew that his precious daughter was killed under his own eyes, what expression would he show? Seeing the man's expression, Sakuma Nanace showed a pity expression. What a poor fellow, you only have this time to imagine. Please cherish it. Chapter 17, The Anger of Inakan Oni Manjaro. The Thai food here is really delicious. Thank you Mr. George for recommending such a good restaurant, but we have other things next. Let's separate from you here. Sakuma Nanace stood in front of the Thai restaurant. Declined the invitation of the brown-haired youth to act together. Really not with me? I know some places that only regular customers know about. George said unwillingly. Mr. George, if a man is too noisy, it will be unlovable, and then it's lady time. The other party has already jumped into the pit, and Nanace Sakuma feels that there is no need to waste time on this man. We are tonight. We will meet again. Can you give everyone some space before the party? George thought about it, and there were only a few hours left before the party anyway, and he was not in a hurry to do this. After all, the opponent was a detective, and he should really spend more time preparing. Thinking about this, he put on an expression of regret and said goodbye to Nanace Sakuma and Moraran, then look forward to meeting tonight. I will prepare very delicious cocktails for both of you. Really, I will definitely look forward to it. Sakuma Nanace smiled. After George left, Moraran looked at Sakuma Nanace. Nanace, where are we going next? It's 3 o'clock now. Zia-lan, ask Mr. Mori where and what they are doing. Nanace Sakuma suggested. Ah good. Moraran called Mori Kogora, but the other side did not answer. She called Edogawa Konan again. After chatting with the other side, she hung up the phone and said to Nanace Sakuma. Konan said, Dad and they sunbathe on the beach in the south. Sunbathing, isn't her ex-boyfriend already dark enough? What else to do for sunbathing? Sakuma Nanace snorted mockingly. The beach in the south, it's about 20 minutes away from here. Let's walk over slowly. It's just time to digest. Sakuma Nanace said. The scenery on Paradise Island is very good. Although it is the strongest time of the sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the lush trees block a lot of sunlight, and the remaining light spots are scattered on the path paved with warm cobblestones. There is a kind of fairy forest. It feels that the negative ions in the air relax the body, and it feels like even the lungs are on vacation. This vacation is really the right time. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. Mao Lilan covered her face and was intoxicated in the fresh air. I have been running around with this dad in murders all year round. This is the first time I was on vacation. I haven't encountered a case yet. Wow, is this an official complaint? Sakuma Nanace feels amused. This is hard for you. According to legend, the most frequent call on the Moriland mobile phone is that the stock of the police call seems to be true. After all, Mr. Mori is one of the best detectives in Japan. Even Mr. Amuro came to work as an apprentice. I heard that he went to Poirot to work in order to learn from Mr. Mori. Is this true? Sito stirred up the topic. Yes, Mr. Amuro originally worked as a waiter in the restaurant where Dad's friend held a pre-marriage party. At the party, Dad's friend's fiancée committed suicide, and Dad's friend was also regarded as a suspect. Thinking of the regrets that happened at that time, Emma Lylan revealed with a sad expression. She soon regained her spirit and continued, however, with the help of her father, the other party quickly cleared the suspicion. Mr. Amuro saw the reasoning of his father's name and ran to Poirot a few days later. Be a waiter and ask Dad to accept him as a disciple. Mr. Amuro really works hard to learn reasoning. He will follow any case that Dad encounters whenever he has time. Oh? That's really hard work. Every time I try to solve the case while pretending to be ignorant and suggesting clues to Kogoro Mori, I have to be careful not to expose myself. For this reason, all kinds of tricks are used to pretend to be cute. Feeling tired and flustered. Although I think Mr. Amuro is very strong as a detective, he is very humble. Emma Lylan pointed his chin and thought, especially in front of my father, he is very competent as a disciple. Don't look at my father always treating Mr. Amuro. Scream, but in fact, my father likes Mr. Amuro very much. Humph, that guy, behaved cutely to Kogoro Mori. The appearance of a disciple of 24 filial piety is much more diligent than when he fell in love with her back then. Sakuma Nanace sneered. Did Mr. Amuro and Mr. Mori solve a lot of cases? What are they? Sakuma Nanace wrote in his heart full of dissatisfaction, but there was no trace on his face and continued to wrap the message. Well, like the Suzuki train, the tea party event at the hospital, and the Lucky Cat event, Mr. Amuro also participated. Emma Lylan recalled. Aren't these all the cases before Scarlet's Truth? She wants the latest information. Hey, did Mr. Mori lead Mr. Amuro to solve these cases? I know the case of Suzuki train. I heard that the cars were blown up. It was terrible, said Nanae Sakuma. The Suzuki train is just a coincidence. We only met Mr. Amuro when we got on the train. We didn't receive the commission from the beginning, but just went to play with Yuanzi and the others. Mao Lylan waved his hand quickly. It's such a coincidence. Could it be that when Mr. Mori was away, Xiaolan also encountered Mr. Amuro in other cases? Let's put it this way. Conan and I also met Mr. Amuro during the rehearsal of the rock singer Potaludo's concert. At that time, Mr. Amuro and Miss Azusa also came to visit. I didn't expect a life case would happen later. Mr. and Mr. Okiya only solved the case. Mao Lylan said. As soon as Moriland spoke, Nanae Sakuma curled up his mouth. What? It turns out that her ex-boyfriend has been online with Hideo Akai again. It seems that the main line is progressing very quickly. When I met Shoaki Akai, his ex-boyfriend must have been internally injured again. Who is Mr. Okiya? Is he also Mr. Mori's apprentice? Sakuma Nanace asked knowingly. No, he borrowed a graduate student from East University who lived in the new home, and he was as smart as Mr. Amuro. Mao Lylan explained. Hey, are you as smart as Mr. Amuro? It's really curious. If you have the chance to meet it, Sakuma Nanace said with a smile, but I'm more interested in Xiaolan's boyfriend. What is it like? The man who can win the heart of our Xiaolan. Really? Nanace, you said this again, why are you the same as Yet? Mao Lylan blushed. Who is he Yet? It's a friend from Kyoto I know, and her childhood sweetheart Heiji is also a detective. More than 20 minutes away, Nanae Sakuma covered the information she wanted to know from Moriland's mouth. When they appeared at the sunbathing center on the southern beach, she had mastered the latest developments of Moriland's entire network of people. Sister Xiaolan. Sister Nanace. We are here. Edogawa Conan noticed the two for the first time, and he waved his hand to them. Moriland and Nanae Sakuma walked over, and saw that Kogoro Mori put his sunglasses on his hands and put his hands on the back of his head. He was already asleep and snoring. Maori-ran looked around and found that only Edogawa Konan and Mori Kogoro were here. She asked, "Where is Mr. Amuro? Why is he not here?" Brother Onshi went to call. Maybe it's the job of the police again. Edogawa Konan thought. Sakuma Nanase just wanted to say something when her cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that the call page showed that it was Inakon Oni Manjiro. Hey? Why did her dad suddenly find her? Sorry, I'll answer the call. Nane Sakuma spoke to Moriran and Edogawa Konan, and walked to a remote place on the beach while answering the phone. Dad, why did you call? Sakuma Nanase was shocked when Inakon Manjiro shouted before he finished speaking. Konanase, why didn't you tell Dad that you were murdered last time? You almost died. Why didn't you tell Dad about such an important thing? Even through the phone, Sakuma Nanase could feel that Inakon Manjiro was very angry. Nanase Sakuma, who was not afraid of the sky and fearless, was stunned for a moment. This, that, actually, no. You see that I am fine now? I didn't deliberately hide from you, just thinking that it's all right anyway, so I don't want you to worry about it. Sakuma Nanase explained incoherently. How could father not worry? My baby Xiao Nanase almost died in a place I didn't know. The old man didn't know anything. The old man vowed to love you forever. Inakon Oni Manjiro, such an iron-blooded man, actually burst into tears, and Nanase Sakuma was frightened. Dad thought that he would not be able to see Xiao Nanase, or let Xiao Nanase be dragged down by the old man's work, and letting you live as an ordinary girl is the best for you, but, but Xiao Nanase is still, you are in danger. The old man has not protected you. The old man has vowed that he will not let anyone hurt you. The old man has broken his promise. The old man is a who kills 1,000 swords. Inakon Oni Manjiro was very sad, and he heard the sound of fist and fist from the other side, and he didn't know if the other party was beating or injuring himself. Sakuma Nanase's scalp exploded, and she was anxious and confused for a while, not knowing what to say. In the world of Detective Conan, death is like a joke of God, and no one knows whether he will be killed for no reason in the next second. Under such circumstances, how could the death of Nanase Sakuma be the fault of Inakon Oni Manjiro? It was obviously the fault of the arrogant Kota Kobayashi. Fortunately, he had already paid the price he deserved. Daddy, it's not your fault, it's the lunatic Kota Kobayashi who wants to kill. Nanase Sakuma tried to comfort his old father. Of course it's all his fault. The old man came from an informant at the Metropolitan Police Department, that hurt you and dared to abscond. Dad has asked his men to search for him all over Japan, even if he hides in the ditch, the old man will turn him out. Inakon Oni Manjiro's voice became insidious, as long as you find him, the old man will let him see what it means to be better than death. Nanase Sakuma's eyes widened. Is not it? Don't be like this, Dad. She just killed someone and wanted to be safe, but you turned around and made me so big? That group of detectives can't swarm? Dad, I don't want to sing behind bars and tears. Chapter 18, Did the hostess roll over today? Dad, I have already recorded this matter with the Japanese Metropolitan Police Department, and they will take care of it, Sakuma Nanase said. What can those slivers do? I can't find them for a long time and it's all right. The old man understands them. Inakon Oni Manjiro was very dissatisfied, and he would never allow anyone who harmed his precious daughter to get away with it. I just want them to ignore it. Sakuma Nanase almost couldn't help but shout out the truth. Angrily, helpless and worried, she walked forward aimlessly and unknowingly walked to a large rock near the beach. Inakon Manjiro on the other end of the phone is still jumping. Konanase, are you worried about father doing bad things? You believe the old man, father is not such a person. The old man will reason with them. After all, the old man is not a devil. She can still remember what happened to the person who reasoned with you and the other party before. Really no, you have to withdraw all those people back. This matter has been handed over to the police, so don't interfere. Sakuma Nanase could not say clearly, and could only continue to persuade Inakon Oni Manjiro. I don't want it. The note is not credible. Gangsters should be dealt with by the gang. Isn't Kota Kobayashi going to kill because she was rejected by a woman? Dad asked him to send him to Thailand for a minor operation, and then to an African mine. If there is no woman, he will definitely change his mistakes. Inakon Oni Manjiro insisted on finding Kota Kobayashi and made him pay a heavy price for hurting Nane Sakuma. God has changed the past. Send him to a mine full of hungry and thirsty men. It's not too cold to die. Kota Kobayashi is afraid that he will regret living in this world. Sakuma Nane suddenly felt that he was very kind to Kota Kobayashi, so that he died early without encountering Inakon Oni Manjiro. Inakon Oni Manjiro is so difficult to deal with. Nane Sakuma decided to use the assassin. She blinked and squeezed out a cry, "You obviously listened to me, and now you refuse to even accept such a small request? People have already taken care of it, you still have to toss. Are you not in love with me anymore?" "Dad, not. The old man loves you. The whole world loves you the most. Of course, there is also Natsuko." Inakon Oni Manjiro said hurriedly. "I never forget the show of affection." Sakuma Nanase is funny and angry. "Then you can withdraw the people back, don't worry about it anymore, and don't let your eyeliner test these things. Sakuma Nanase is very vigilant, if I find out, you superficially agree. If you lose me, but you're still in charge of this case behind your back, I won't pay attention to you anymore." The old man really thinks the slip is useless. Inakon Oni Manjiro struggled. "I won't say a word to you. Japanese slips are very. I won't say a word to you. Tie them. One sentence, all, no, meeting." Inakon Oni Manjiro was defeated. "Hey!" Sakuma Nane stretched his voice. "All right, let's go, I promise you." Inakon Oni Manjiro's voice became very depressed like a failed cockfight. "But the old man has one condition, I hope Xiao Nanase promises his father." Sakuma Nanase finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Inakon Oni Manjiro agreed to her with a clear attitude, he would definitely do what he said. She asked in a good mood, "What is it?" "Dad hopes you can inherit the Inakon group." Sakuma Nanase looked at the blue sea in front of him and then looked up at the sunny sky, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. "The old man feels very scared when he thinks about what you have encountered. Will Xiao Nanase encounter a murderer while walking down the street? Does the fact that Xiao Nanase is resting in her apartment meet a thief? Will you meet gangsters when you go shopping and watch movies? The more I think about it, the more I get scared." The old man thinks that he can protect Xiao Nanase by becoming one of the best gangsters in Japan, but things are counterproductive. There are too many jerks in this world. Oh! The old man has vowed to love you and protect you forever. But the old man failed. Inakon Oni Manjiro was very excited, and he said firmly, after thinking about it, the old man feels that it is not enough to rely on the old man alone. It takes more people to protect Xiao Nanase. So my father decided to make you the heir of the Inakon group. In this way, no dog with long eyes will dare to run in front of you and bark. It was true that no dog dared to run in front of her, because all the detectives and policemen came. Sakuma Nanase's face was stiff. "I think you need to be calm, and I also need it. Let's put this topic aside and contact you when I return to Japan." Sakuma Nanase took a deep breath and decisively hung up Inakon Manjiro's call. Inakon Oni Manjiro, cosmic love makes her feel suffocated. No way, there is no future for being a gangster in the world of Detective Conan. "Dad, why don't you understand, you have to drag her into the water and the father and daughter will sink together." Sakuma Nanase closed her eyes weakly and leaned her head on the rock, but she felt the shaking coming out of the rock. She opened her eyes suddenly, rushed up to the rock, and saw Toru Amuro standing on the back of the rock. Sakuma Nanase looked at his face, and flashed through his mind quickly how much did he hear. Toru Amuro was a little embarrassed. He originally came here to receive a call from the wind. He didn't expect that when the call was over and he was about to leave, his girlfriend came over. He originally wanted to leave secretly, but there was such a big rock on the beach. As long as you go out, you will definitely be found out, and you will miss the opportunity to leave with such hesitation. In these few seconds, Nanae Sakuma's face changed several times, and finally she calmed down. Mr. Amuro, eavesdropping is very rude. Sorry, I didn't mean it, I just... Amuro Tou hastily apologized. I don't want to hear this. Nanae Sakuma interrupted. She approached Amuro and stared at him closely. I just want to know how much you hear. Amuro was silent, his expression a little strange. The waves here are so loud, it is impossible for the other party to hear what Inakon Oni Manjiro said on the phone. The problem is what she said. Sakuma Nanase quickly recalled the conversation between himself and Inakon Oni Manjiro just now, whether he said anything he shouldn't say. Say. Sakuma Nanase grabbed the neckline of Amuro Toru's white sweater, her eyes were full of angry flames, because she was too eager to keep calm for a while. Amuro Toru's face was close at hand, his slender eyelashes trembled, and he looked at Sakuma Nanase and said, I only heard that sentence, do you not love me anymore? Sakuma Nanase's mind turned quickly. She remembered that the content after this sentence was only threatening her dad not to interfere in Koda's case. In the dialogue, there was no mention of Inakon Group and Japanese public security related content. In general, it just didn't reveal what shouldn't be said. Nanae Sakuma breathed a sigh of relief, her expression softened, she loosened Toru Amuro's collar, raised her eyebrows, and said slowly, Mr. Amuro will still pay attention to it. Eavesdropping on other people's calls is very bad behavior. I'm very sorry, I really didn't mean it. Amuro Toru looked at Sakuma Nanase, I didn't expect to hear Sakuma-san in her boyfriend's call. Sakuma Nanase looked at Toru Amuro with a horrible expression, and silence spread between the two. Until her cell phone rang again, Nanae Sakuma picked it up mechanically, and it was Moraran who was calling. What's the matter with Xylan? Ah. I'm still near the Bund, and Mr. Amuro is with me. We'll go back soon. Nanae Sakuma hung up the phone and said to Toru Amuro with a corner of his mouth, Xiaolan asked us to go back. We are going to a party tonight. Mr. Maori wants to go to the floating restaurant for dinner in advance. After talking about climbing down the rock alone, Amuro looked at her back for a while, jumped off the rock a few steps to catch up with her, and the two went to the sunbathing center together. Ms. Sakuma, when I was in the store before, I didn't mean that I didn't plan to find a new lover. Toru Amuro tried to continue the topic. Stop talking, shut up, let me calm down. Sakuma Nanase issued a triple rejection. What happened today? Are the people around her collectively crazy? Still want to drive her crazy collectively? This day can't pass. Chapter 19, Murder occurred. When the two returned to the sunbathing center, the three were ready to set off. You are too slow, too. How did you two get together? Mori Kogora stuck in his waist, a little impatient. Sakuma Nanase didn't speak, she was tired and didn't want to deal with Kogora Mori. I just went there to call, and I just ran into Ms. Sakuma. After receiving Ms. Lan's call, we came back together. Amuro Tou briefly took it. Hey. Mori Kogora's eyes swam between the two, and he simply gave up without seeing anything. He waved his hand and said, I have called the underwater restaurant to reserve a seat, let's hurry. In the past, there will be a party tonight. 5 people took a 30-minute seaplane ride from the island to arrive at the prestigious Paradise Island underwater restaurant. This underwater restaurant is made up of all glass. You can enjoy the underwater scenery 180 degrees unobstructed, especially the colorful corals and shoals of swimming fish in the sea, which are very beautiful, and at the same time have the dual enjoyment of taste and vision. A quiet and romantic dining place. It's a pity that such a rare beauty, but 2 people were absent-mindedly eating, and a rare romantic dinner was eaten dull and tasteless. Due to their strong coping skills, no one except Edogawa Conan was aware of it. It took nearly 4 hours for the dinner to go back and forth. It was already 8 o'clock after a few people took the seaplane back to the villa area. Several people returned to Sakuma Nanase's villa to take a bath and change their clothes, and then set off for Villa number 13. When a few people arrived at Villa 13, the villa was already brightly lit and lively. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the champagne tower in the center of the villa hall. The buffet tables were set up with long tables on both sides of the restaurant, and a variety of exquisite desserts were placed on it. Buffet. At the bar, a handsome young man in a bartender costume is preparing cocktails for the young men and women around him. It looks like a professional from the hotel. More than 20 young men and women of different nationalities dressed in exquisite clothing, sitting or standing, were divided into 5 or 6 circles to gather and chat together. Wow, it looks decent. Blonde beauties in halter outfits, brown-haired beauties in little black dresses, black pearl girls in silver fishtail skirts, and petite and cute Asian girls. Such beauties make Mori Kogora's eyes insufficient. It's so lively. Mao Lilan looked youthful and cute in a blue dress with suspenders. She took Edogawa Conan's little hand and followed Mori Kogora closely. Okay. Let's separate here. Xiolan, take the kid and eat whatever you want, don't stick to Dad. Dad will be very busy tonight. Mori Kogora showed a lecherous expression, cheering on the beauty I came. One side rushed into the crowd. Dad is true. Mao Lilan crouched angrily, I forgot to look at the beauty and the wine. As soon as Edogawa Conan entered the door, he saw Shiki Miyagawa and his party standing by the window talking together at noon. He looked around and found that chilling Miyoko was missing. He couldn't help frowning. The detective's radar was working. There is always an unknown premonition. Well, since Mr. Mori has already gone to have fun, I'll have a couple of drinks too, you guys. Sakuma Nanase glanced at George who was walking towards Kogora Mori, waved to Moran and the others. Bar. Nanase is the same. Moran said, looking at Amuro Tou next to him, and asked with some anxiety, Mr. Amuro also going to drink? Don't leave her alone, watching the flirting with each other. Mao Lilan is extremely embarrassed for both men and women, and she is very uncomfortable with this environment. Amuro glanced at Sakuma Nanase's back and smiled at Mo Lilan, it's okay, Miss Xiolan, I will be with you and Conan. Mao Lilan breathed a sigh of relief, with Mr. Amuro here, I feel more at ease. Amuro Tou brought Moralan and Edogawa Conan to an empty sofa. Miss Xiolan, Conan, you sit down for a while, I'll get you some non-alcoholic drinks. Mr. Amuro is very popular. Mao Lilan looked at Amuro Tou who was going to get a drink, and couldn't help saying that after a short distance, she had refused to talk to several women. Yes. Edogawa Conan nodded. After all, he is a handsome guy, and that guy has always had a good relationship with women. In other words, there seems to be more than one popular. Edogawa Conan looked at the red-haired the bar, and in a short period of time had been mingling with a group of people, talking and laughing. On the other side, George, relying on his identity as the host of the party, quickly got in touch with Kogora Mori. He enthusiastically asked Mori Kogora about solving the case, which was in the hands of Mori Kogora. He was still worried about what topic he would use to talk to the beauty he liked. Kogora Mori started the bragging mode, blowing the case he has solved. In his mouth, he is the rebirth of Sherlock Holmes. No matter how difficult the problem is, he can solve it after a sleep. The murderer will have to meet him. With his tail sandwiched, George was in a surging mood, and his desire to compete with Kogoro Mori rose sharply. Mr. Maori, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. What do you think of serial killers? George asked impatiently. Hey? A serial killer? Maori Kogoro gurgled and sipped his ale, boasting, those guys are nothing terrible. As long as you understand their crime patterns, you will be accurate. Oh? Mr. Mori sounds like he is experienced in catching serial killers. George squinted when he heard Kogoro Mori's dismissive tone. That is. I'm the sleeping Kogoro. I have caught hundreds of murderers. There are more than a dozen or 20 cases involving serial killers. They are just a group of mice hiding in the shadows, so you can't see the light. Ah, this wine is really good. Kogoro Mori didn't realize that it was wrong, and said with a grin, I think you are very interested, but I didn't expect that I have so many fans abroad. Here. This is my business card. There is a link to my website on it, you can go and check it out. As he said, he gave George a glittering business card. Okay. George smiled and took the business card, stuffed it into his pocket, but secretly squeezed it into a ball. There is only orange juice here, here. Amuro Tou passed the glass full of juice in his hand to Morilan and Edogawa Konan, and said that he also sat down and talked with the two. In this way, Kogoro Mori and his group were divided into 3 parts, each looking for their own fun at the party. 2 hours passed without knowing it, and it was 12 o'clock in the evening. Instead, the heat waves at the party were wave after wave and drank. The young man with the wine opened up even more. A sudden scream interrupted the fiery atmosphere of the party. Ah! Dead, dead! Konan Edogawa and Toru Amuro reacted quickly and immediately rushed towards the riot. I saw a group of people on the deck outside the villa, looking out to the sea in horror. I saw a woman in a dark skirt floating on the sea not far from the villa facing the water. She couldn't see her clearly. Face! Get out of the way! Amuroto pushed away the person in front of him, and did not hesitate to jump out of the sea to swim towards the woman, because the sea breeze was strong at night and the woman had drifted away for a certain distance. As soon as Amuro caught the opponent, he heard the shore there was a clear voice. Brother Amuro, go on. Amuro Tou looked up and saw that the swimming ring originally hung on the outer wall of the villa was thrown by Edogawa Konan. He quickly reached out and grabbed the woman's armpit, keeping her head on the water. Take the man to swim to the shore. The woman did not move at all, she was very heavy. Amurota took the woman to swim near the villa deck. Hurry up and help pull them up. Edogawa Konan shouted in English to the people standing there watching. Among the crowd who had been watching from the shore, 2 foreign men walked out to help pull the man in the swimming ring. When he got up, Amuro drew a handful of wet hair and climbed up on his own, supporting the deck. Quick! Give artificial respiration, there may be rescue. Edogawa Konan shouted. Another woman in the crowd came out, the brown-haired woman in a little black dress. Let me come, I'm a doctor. No, she is dead. Amuro Tou said suddenly. He stepped forward and pulled the woman's collar away, only to see a blue-black strangle mark on it, because it had been soaked in water and it was a little swollen. Muko. Is it Muko? A man pushed away from the crowd and was about to rush forward, and Edogawa Konan recognized that it was Shiki Miyagawa who had eaten with them. Amuro stopped his attempt to pounce on the woman. He solemnly said to Edogawa Konan, she was murdered. No one can approach until the police come. Call the police, Konan. After a good party, there was a murder. Some were upset, some were disappointed, and some were very angry. The main angry person is George, the host of this party. He originally wanted to use the chaos of the party to trick Mao Lilan and him to leave alone to start. Who knows that he hasn't done it yet, someone will kill at his party first. It was like a slap in his face. Damn it, don't let him know which bad-mannered stinky mouse did a good thing, he will definitely let the other person know what the fate of rushing into other people's hunting grounds is. George had a hideous expression. Chapter 20, Murder Scene 2. Paradise Island has been in operation for more than 20 years. The first murder occurred on the island, and it also occurred in the villa area with the highest safety factor. It not only shocked the Maldivian police, but also plunged the hotel into a scandal crisis. The moment the hotel received the news, the entire management took action. In less than 10 minutes, the hotel's security officer took 20 fully armed security guards into Villa 13. They asked all customers of the villa to move to the center of the hotel, block the villa and wait for the arrival of the Maldivian police. Edigawa Conan first questioned, "No. The murderer is probably among these people. If you leave rashly, the murder weapon and the scene of the crime will be destroyed. Child, this is not something you should take care of." Looking at the kid who is not as high as his thighs, the person in charge of security simply ignores his opinions. This is a paradise island. Protecting the privacy and experience of our customers is what we should do. Yes, we will not turn our valued customers into suspects because of a possibility. Edigawa Conan was angry. This is not Japan, it is not a place where he can do whatever he wants, and the police here will not listen to him. Amuro frowned. "Okay, please leave in order, and our security will send you safely to the hotel center." Just as Edigawa Conan and his party were helpless, a voice rang. "Hold on." A middle-aged man walked out. He took out a document from his arms and showed it to the security officer. "I am FBI Anderson under the FBI. I was commissioned by the police chief of the Maldives Police Department Zion to come and investigate together. International disappearance. I suspect that this murder is related to the disappearance. The murderer is very likely to be still on the scene. I have called my colleagues nearby and they are on their way. Before they come, no one can leave here." The scene was awkward. The security officer's face was pale. He stared at the man's testimony and checked it carefully, then walked out the door and dialed the high-level phone. After talking with the other side, he walked back to let the security team back out the door, and walked in front of FBI Anderson. "My boss hopes to resolve this matter as soon as possible. If it is not resolved within 2 hours, we must let our customers go back to rest. It takes time for my colleague to get here. 2 hours is too short." Anderson disagreed. "You have no right to force our customers to cooperate. 2 hours is the limit we gave. If there is no way to find the murderer within this time, we will force them to leave in order to protect the rights and interests of our customers." This. Anderson hesitated. The other party was crowded. Does he have any written documents? If the other party wants to forcibly take the customer away, he can't do much. In that case, should Mr. FBI let the Mori detective try it? A female voice sounded and Nane Sakuma walked out. "Japanese detective? This is not a playhouse." Anderson looked disdainful. "Oh, don't say that. The Maori detective is a super detective who assists the Japanese police in solving crimes for more than 300 days out of 365 days a year, with a detection rate of 100%. Nane Sakuma said as he turned out his mobile phone. "I don't know what she showed Anderson." After the two of them whispered a few words, the other party went from being suspicious on his face to being suspicious at the back, and finally agreed to let Kogoro Muri assist him in the investigation. Sakuma Nanace walked back to Muri Kogoro and his party with a smile. His eyes slid from Muri Kogoro to Edigawa Conan, and fell on Amuro Toru again. "Detectives, please." Several people were experienced and quickly arranged the investigation in an orderly manner. The brown-haired woman stood up again. She revealed her identity as a forensic doctor and performed a simple autopsy on the deceased. It was determined that the deceased died within half an hour and the cause of death was suffocation. The preliminary inference was that she was strangled by the murderer. The neck choked and died. Then Miyagawa Jirhwei and his party who knew the deceased were summoned. Miyagawa Jirhwei said first, Musa was in a bad mood. She drank a lot of alcohol when she came to the party. She said she had a headache because she drank too hard. We talked to the party owner, Mr. George, and he agreed to let her be on the second floor. Resting in the guest room, I didn't expect that she would be killed. Edogawa Konan frowned and looked at Shiki Miyagawa suspiciously. Jirhwei, what are you talking about? Takuchi Yuto paled, and he stared at Miyagawa Jirhwei. That's not Muko, you can see clearly. That's Naomi. What? What Takuchi said was clearly beyond Miyagawa's cognition. He turned his head in confusion, then his face changed and rushed to the deck of the villa. All his attention was lying wet. Attracted by the corpse there, he discovered that it was Naomi Inada who was wearing Shilling Muse's coat. He didn't know why the long hair of the other party had been cut into short hair, which made him recognize the wrong person for an instant. No. It's impossible. How could this be Naomi? How could Naomi die? Miyagawa Jirhwei's eyes were red and wailing. He was about to pounce on the corpse like crazy. But was again arranged by FBI Anderson. The security guards there stopped. His appearance was even more agitated than when the corpse was found just now, and there was a bit of irony. Mauri Kogora has always had a good amount of alcohol, and after being poured several glasses of sober soup by Mauri Lan, his mind was a little clearer, and he maintained the appearance of a famous detective anyway. He looked at the scene in front of him, and quickly pointed out what was wrong. Mr. Miyagawa, why did you decide that the other party was Miss Shilling Muse when you didn't see the deceased clearly? Isn't it weird? Shiki Miyagawa was asked by Muri Kogora's question. He recovered from his excitement, with an unnatural expression on his face. I saw that the other party was wearing Muse's coat and had short hair, so I admitted that he was wrong. Muse, but this has nothing to do with the case. Shouldn't you find Naomi's murderer quickly? How could a person as good as Naomi be killed? There must be a problem here. Officer Anderson, we found a woman sleeping in the guest room on the second floor and we have invited her down. A security guard came over, followed by the pale Shilling Muse behind him. What's the matter with Jirhwei? Just now, Mr. Security told me that there was a murder in the villa. How could such a thing happen if the safety factor of Paradise Island is so high? Shilling Muse walked to her companion. She stretched out her hand uncomfortably to hold it. The boyfriend was avoided by the other party. Shilling Muse's face became ugly. She was about to lose her temper, when Yuto Takuchi on the side grabbed her and quietly explained what had happened in her ear. After hearing this, Shilling Muse's face changed drastically, her eyes widened. No. No, how is it possible? Just now Naomi helped me to rest, and she was fine at that time. Since it was you and her in the end, you should explain clearly what happened. Miyagawa Jirhwei shouted. It's okay, I will ask you later. Shilling Muse interrupted and asked Miyagawa Jirhwei. Mori Kogora did not pursue this issue anymore, and he asked several people to return to the villa living room to ask. The deceased died within half an hour. With so many people at the party, the murderer must have no way of doing it. He must have waited for the deceased to be alone before killing the deceased. The time and place of the corpse were so close, the murderer was probably still hiding in the tourists. Among them. Tell me about the whereabouts of the deceased during this period. Did you find any strange people talking to her? Asked Kogora Mori. Miyagawa Jirhwei has been a little unsure since he discovered that the deceased was Naomi Inada. Yuto Takuchi took the initiative to say when he saw that he was not in his state, we arrived at the villa around 9 o'clock. There are already many people on the scene, although no one knows it. But because they are young people, they quickly started playing. Muse has been drinking because she had a quarrel with Jirhwei today and was in a bad mood. As Jirhwei said just now, she drank too much, and she drank too soon. She said she had a headache and was dizzy. Because everyone was still excited and didn't want to go back so soon. Naomi saw her uncomfortable and said to talk to Mr. George, the owner of the villa, and see if he could let Naomi go to the guest room to rest. Mr. George is very kind. Okay, I quickly agreed. Then Naomi helped Musi upstairs. It was probably a little over 9:30 at that time. Right, Musi? I don't remember very much. At that time, my head was dizzy, and Zhume supported me. I fainted as soon as I went upstairs. Shilling Musi recalled anxiously, then I was woken up by the security guard in the room. It should be Naomi who helped me to the room. Naomi took Musi upstairs for about 10 minutes. I never watched her come down. I was worried that there was something wrong with Musi and she couldn't handle it alone. But when I went to the guest room, I only saw Musi resting alone, but didn't see it. Naomi. I thought I missed it with her, and soon I got down. At that time, I checked my watch and it was exactly 10 o'clock. Takuchi thought for a while and then said, I remember, about 10:30, Shihui said that Naomi was a little worried about not coming back, so she went up and came down in about 15 minutes. Mr. Jihui, what did you do when you went up? Mori Kogora asked. Hey? Are you suspicious of me when you ask? I just went up to find Naomi, but I didn't find her. When I got down, it wasn't enough for 11 o'clock. I can't kill anyone, right? Gong Chuan Jihui was arrogant. Next, I have been with Takuchi and 2 foreigners. If you don't believe me, ask them. The statements of the 3 were confirmed. There was no surveillance in the villa, and everyone was drunk at the party. Many of them had no alibi, and no one noticed Naomi Inada. The case was deadlocked. Chapter 21, Choose one of 3 extremes. It was Tio Uemuro who broke the deadlock. The blonde and black youth with a smile on his face said with discretion and confidence, the whole villa has only 1 door and 1 exit. The other 3 sides are facing the sea. It is impossible to climb into the villa without tools, so I prefer someone in the villa moved their hands. Later, you can arrange for someone to check whether there are climbing marks on 3 sides of the villa. In addition, there is only the staircase next to the bar to go up to the 2nd floor. I have been paying attention to it tonight. I am sure after Naomi Inada went up, he never came down. Only Mr. Takuchi and Mr. Miyagawa who went up to the 2nd floor were Mr. Takuchi and Mr. Miyagawa. In other words, if Naomi Inada was killed, only those who had the chance to go up to the 2nd floor, that is, you. 3. The complexions of Shiki Miyagawa, Yuto Takuchi, and Chilling Muko changed drastically. Yoho, it's time to choose one of 3 multiple-choice questions. The experience of watching the scene is really different. Sakuma Nane stepped back and hugged his arms, watching with gusto. It's not me. I don't have time to kill at all. Miyagawa Jihui shouted. It can't be me. Naomi was killed within half an hour, that is, only after 11:30. I got down at 10 o'clock. Takuchi Yuto said calmly. Miyagawa Jihui suddenly looked at Chilling Musi, and his tone became sharp. Isn't there one here who has the motive and time to kill? A person who has been on the 2nd floor all the time. As soon as Miyagawa Jihui spoke, the scene was quiet. Miyagawa Jihui's eyes were so straightforward, Chilling Musi was stunned and quickly reacted. She anxiously explained, it's not me. I've been sleeping all the time. That's just what you said, no one can prove it, right? Miyagawa Jihui said, you just quarreled with Naomi today. You have a complete motive for murder. You have been with me for so long, don't you know my character? I have a bad temper, but I will not kill people because of a fight. Chilling Musi's eyes burst into tears. Why, you are obviously my boyfriend. Why should you doubt me? Shouldn't you be on my side? Miyagawa Jihui avoided Chilling Musi's gaze, and said hardly, I'm just helping or not helping my relatives. You can't hide information just because you are my girlfriend. You are the only one who stayed on the 2nd floor when Naomi was murdered. Enough Jihui. This is just your inference. There is no evidence that Makiko killed someone, isn't it? Takuchi Yuto interrupted Miyagawa Jirui aloud, with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. It's very abnormal. First, you mistaken the dead Naomi as Musi, and now you blindly describe Musi as a murderer. What are you doing? And don't you think your attitude towards Musi is too cruel? After speaking, Takuchi Yuto took out the handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Shilling Muko. Shilling Muko took the handkerchief and threw it into Takuchi's arms, covering her face and crying. Yuto Takuchi hesitated for a while, but he reached out and put his arms around her shoulders to comfort him. After seeing this scene, Shiki Miyagawa's face suddenly became ugly. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end, just angrily turned his head away. It's too much. Mao Lilan on the side looked at the crying Shilling Musi with a sympathetic expression. Edogawa Konan frowned. Although he was also disgusted with Miyagawa's actions, he was a detective, and a detective cannot be influenced by emotions. And Shui Miyagawa made sense. During the time Naomi Inada was victimized, Shilling Musi was the only one on the second floor. If the murderer was not her, how could she kill people in the air? At this moment, a security guard walked in with a transparent plastic bag filled with blue cloth. Officer Anderson, we checked the three sides of the villa, as the blonde man said, no signs of climbing were found. The murderer could only enter and exit from the front door. In addition, when we searched, we found floating not far away. This dark blue cloth. He said he was going to pass the cloth to Anderson. Will you show me? Edogawa Konan jumped high and snatched the plastic bag. He turned out the blue cloth from the inside and observed it carefully. Toru Amuro also leaned over, and soon the two of them found something wrong. Local. The dark blue cloth is a light-absorbing cloth, very light and thin, with transparent fishing silk tied to the four corners, and I don't know what it is for. The most suspicious thing is that there are burnt marks on the ends of the four fishing threads, and Edogawa Konan and Amuro Toru are lost in thought. Really, kid, what are you grabbing? Mori Kogora punched Edogawa Konan's head, yelling in pain. After teaching the kid who got in the way, Mori Kogora grabbed the blue cloth again and checked it. He flipped the blue cloth and found the existence of the fishing wire. What is this? Suddenly, Kogora Mori flashed his inspiration and laughed loudly. I see. The murderer must have used this blue cloth to kill Miss Naomi. Afterwards, he used fishing wire to string the blue cloth into a parachute and threw it from the second floor. In the villa, he definitely wanted the blue cloth to float away. The blue cloth was originally dark blue and turned black when it was wetted by water. It would not be visible at all at night. The blue cloth would float away in the daytime. I definitely didn't expect that security personnel would check the surroundings of the villa, and they discovered the blue cloth in advance. Tathagata. This statement makes sense theoretically. Anderson thought, and he asked, according to your statement, a murder weapon has been found, but it is difficult to leave fingerprints on the fabric, and the fabric is soaked in seawater. The traces of have basically disappeared, so how do we find the murderer? This. Mori Kogora was asked, with an awkward expression on his face. Wrong. What the uncle said seems reasonable, but in fact it doesn't make sense at all. The blue cloth doesn't leave fingerprints at all, just hide it in the room after the murder. Why the murderer has to make the blue cloth a parachute after the murder, this will only seem more suspicious. This fishing thread must have other meanings. Thinking this way, Edogawa Konan couldn't help but ran to Naomi Inada's body and looked carefully. Naomi Inada is obviously well dressed. She is wearing a spliced dress. The upper body is a purple sleeveless chiffon with a round neck. It is soft and highlights the figure. The waist is connected with a ribbon of the same material and a short skirt of the same color. The front looks elegant, conservative, but the waist is hollowed out, revealing sexy, full of scheming, and obviously knows men's preferences very well. Shilling Muse's coat, which was wrapped around it, was dark grey, reaching to the hips, and it didn't match the clothes of Naomi Inada. I always feel a little strange, it seems that there is something more, and something is missing. Edogawa Conan continued to look at Inada Naomi while thinking. He soon noticed something wrong with Inada Naomi's neck. He put on his gloves, rubbed the mark on the opponent's neck, and found that the white gloves were stained a little bit of dark green, and then opened Humei's collar, and saw that the inner part of the collar was also stained with dark green material. What is this? Edogawa Conan observed closely, twisting the dark green with his fingers, and then simply rendered it. Is this a dye? Toru Amuro also knelt down to observe the corpse. He looked at the dark green on Edogawa Conan's gloves, and suddenly remembered something, speaking of which, when I rescued her, I seemed to see something floating nearby. Amuro, what is it? Think about it. Edogawa Conan asked seriously. Amuro thought back quickly, suddenly his eyes lit up and he looked at Edogawa Conan suddenly, it's some kind of kelp. When Edogawa Conan heard the words, a glimmer of light flashed in his mind. He and Toru Amuro stood up at the same time, one ran to the slide and the other to the window of the villa facing the deck. Soon they found what they were looking for. Amuro, I think I know how the murderer committed the crime. Edogawa Conan grabbed the edge of the slide and raised his mouth while watching somewhere inside. Ah, me too. Amuro stood up straight by the window. The problem is the evidence, the murder weapon is no longer known where it floated. Edogawa Conan said. In my opinion, the murderer's psychological endurance is not very good. Amuro hinted. The two looked at each other, showing a knowing smile. It's been almost 2 hours, you still haven't found anything, we must let the guests go back to rest. Inside the villa, the security officer issued a final notice to Anderson. Anderson frowned. His companion hadn't arrived yet, and he couldn't drag on any longer. He was really unwilling. He had been following the international disappearance for a long time. The police for many years told him instinctively that the murderer must be there. At this moment, Edogawa Conan ran to the corner and fired an anesthetic needle at Kogoro Mori. Ahamori Kogoro called out and sat on the chair in a very magical position. Ah! It's the sleeping Kogoro. Shilling Myuko, who had been comforted by Takuchi Yuto, had calmed down a bit at this time, and was immediately attracted by Muri Kogoro's reasoning mode. Now you can never enlarge the house and go back, because I already know who the murderer is. As soon as this remark came out, riots arose around him. Chapter 22, Ex-boyfriend is solving the case. Wait a minute. The security officer interrupted Kogoro Muri's reasoning and said solemnly, since it has been determined that the murderer is among the 3 guests, and now the murderer has been found, shouldn't the other guests leave first? He doesn't want the details of this murder case to spread all over the world, so that customers will think of the murder when they arrive in the villa area. How do they do business? Anderson thought for a while and agreed to the other party's request. The other guests were quickly escorted back to their residences by the security guards, leaving only Kogoro Mori and his party, the 3 suspects, Officer Anderson, the security officer and several security guards, as well as the owner of the villa, George. Originally, the person in charge of security had prepared to upgrade the top-level president for the other party and wanted to send George to rest together. However, George said that he was the owner of the villa and had the right to know the truth and asked to stay, because this request is reasonable. Afterwards, the other party can sign a confidentiality agreement with the hotel. Soon, the reasoning started again. It starts from the time of Naomi Inada's death. Mori Kogoro's calm voice sounded. This prisoner used a certain trick to turn the time of Miss Inada Naomi's death into a tool to create his alibi. Edogawa Conan began to reason with the voice changer on the bow. What? Everyone shouted in surprise, obviously very surprised by this teaching. At 9:30, Miss Naomi helped Miss Mako to the 2nd floor. The murderer took the opportunity to stun the opponent, but did not kill Miss Naomi immediately, but hid her somewhere in the villa. Edogawa Conan continued. I have a question. Anderson asked. The villa is hosting a party. Young people who play crazy may go to the second floor at any time. The master bedroom on the second floor is locked, and Miss Musa is sleeping in the guest room. The viewing platform is unobstructed. Where is the murderer trying to hide the dead? Yes, there is a place that gets a lot of attention during the day, but people won't notice it at night. Officer Anderson, have you heard of the magic of disappearing coins? Edogawa Conan said confidently. Anderson recalled the magic. Suddenly a flash of inspiration, he suddenly looked at the blue plastic bag that the security guard was holding. Is it? Yes, it is a slide. The water slide of the villa extends from the second floor to the sea. The guardrail of the slide is nearly 80 centimeters. An adult lying inside cannot see it from the outside. The murderer was prepared to drink the same blue color of the slide beforehand. Then use the fishing line to string together the four corners of the blue cloth to make a cloth pocket, and then unfold the blue cloth, so that Miss Naomi's feet are stuck in the cloth pocket, and the rest of the fabric covers Miss Naomi's body. Just cut the fishing line. It can control the time for Miss Naomi to slip into the sea, so that people can find out early. But even so, it can't control the time of death of the deceased. Anderson said. Yes, as long as one thing is added, the special product of Paradise Island, black kelp. Edogawa Conan recalled that the waiter in the floating restaurant explained the characteristics of black kelp to them, and continued, the black kelp of Paradise Island is rich in the microelements and the full taste of the juice are welcomed by many tourists, but they can only be eaten on the island. Because it has a high water content like jellyfish, it will shrink quickly once dehydrated, and 100 caddies of black kelp will be dried. It weighs only 1 caddy, and it is not cost-effective to sell as a dry product, which leads to loss of taste, so it has been only used as a limited delicacy on Paradise Island. Amuro took the topic and explained the murderer's criminal methods to everyone. The murderer took advantage of the strong contractility of the black kelp, wrapped fresh black kelp around Naomi's neck, and sprinkled the kelp with an appropriate amount of salt. The murderer only needs to return to the party and pretend that nothing happened. Then the salt will cause the kelp to continue to synergize, and gradually tighten Miss May's neck, causing her to suffocate. The murderer can use this to create absent time. Can this really be done? Anderson doubted. Of course, I have asked Mr. Security to find black kelp and salt. Now let me demonstrate it. Amuro put the black kelp bag on the table, and then took out the salt from the villa's kitchen. Amuro walked to the table, took out the wet black kelp and showed it to everyone on the table, and then took out the salt and sprinkled it on the kelp. After a while, the kelp began to synergize, and everyone was in an uproar. Sakuma Nanace glanced at Amuro Toyu's serious back, and then turned his gaze on the brown-haired young man. Since Anderson blew himself up, this Mr. George exuded an irritable smell, and his eyes frequently fell on Moralan. But because Moor Island followed Edogawa Conan, they have not been able to get close. He wanted to do it, Sakuma Nanace knew this. When the guests are completely gone, George becomes more impatient. In this case, his approach to Moor Island will be as obvious as a searchlight. Anderson must have mastered important information, forcing the serial killer to do it in advance. What is he worried about? Worried that this is your last case? Now he can't get close to Mao Lilan, what will he do? He will change another object. There were 4 Japanese women at the party. Inada Naomi was dead, Shilling Musa was the suspect, and Mo Lilan could not approach. Only her is left, he can only choose her. Sakuma Nanace felt excitement in her heart, and kept tapping the fingers of her elbow. Since seeing Edogawa Conan and her ex-boyfriend at the front desk of the hotel, she had already given up her plan to kill George. After all, she didn't want to be on the verge of being arrested by detectives. But she understands the weakness of this group of detectives. Once they are addicted to reasoning, they will forget everything, and now they are all caught by the murder. Maybe she can kill George under their noses, just be careful. Sakuma Nanase's breathing deepened, and she glanced at Amurota's back. He stood upright, his white shirt showing his beautifully lined back very well, and the thin waist at the waist was even more fascinating. Her desire to kill is also rising with her desire, which is very wrong. Sakuma Nanase knew the reason. Since her resurrection, her mutilated body has been clamoring for devouring and repairing, and a little Linkota is far from enough, and the itch of unrepaired internal organs has affected her emotions. The instinctive hunger and thirst of the body are entangled with the desire for her ex-boyfriend in this life, which makes her have the killing intent of predation, just like a mother praying mantis. The body must be repaired as soon as possible, and the impact of the entanglement of the two instincts is greater than she imagined. Nanae Sakuma stopped tapping fingers on her arm, and she made up her mind. Chapter 23, Beat. Sakuma Nanae stood up straight and walked to George, who was sitting on the high chair at the bar and observing the detectives. After George saw her coming, his eyes flashed with ecstasy. Nanae Sakuma said, "Mr. George, did you count the time you said you wanted to show me the starry sky last time? The reasoning here is really boring. I didn't expect a good party to encounter a murder case. It's really disappointing, I think, to relax." Of course. Of course. I know a place where watching the stars is particularly beautiful. George stood up and stretched out his hand impatiently. This time is the best time to watch the stars. I hope I have the honor to invite beautiful ladies and I admire the stars together. Sakuma Nanase held a smile and handed it to the other person, like an ignorant girl who was fascinated by sweet talk. The detectives behind her were confidently analyzing the murder process, and no one noticed that two people had quietly left the villa. At this end, Edogawa Conan and his team are still solving the case seriously. We asked a professional chef when we asked Mr. Security to get black kelp. The time to completely shrink the kelp with salt is about 3040 minutes. In other words, the murderer is Umr Miyagawa. Shiwi Miyagawa's eyes widened. Jirhwei is you. Takuchi Yuto gritted his teeth. Jirhwei? How could it be you? Shilling Musa covered her mouth in shock. Why are you killing Naomi? I didn't kill her. Miyagawa was panicked, and he shouted at Kogoro Mori, what about the evidence? You said I killed Naomi, do you have any evidence? I just said that the murderer used blue cloth and fishing wire to control the time that Miss Naomi slipped into the sea. He needed to cut the fishing line, but he couldn't leave everyone's sight. In order to achieve this goal, he combined the fishing lines and tied them together. Going to a place where he can break the fishing line without being suspicious. Edogawa Conan hinted. It's by the window. Takuchi Yuto said suddenly, Shiki has a big addiction to smoke tonight. He said that it is not good to let the ladies smoke second-hand smoke, so he kept standing by the window. Takuchi you. Miyagawa Jirhwei's face changed drastically. He didn't expect to be pointed out by the other party. That's right. Miyagawa tied the fishing thread to the hook of the lifebuoy directly below the window. Because it was night, the fishing thread was transparent again, and those who were intoxicated at the party didn't even notice. He saw the time and confirmed Naomi after the young lady died of suffocation. She burnt the fishing line with a cigarette by smoking, and there are still scratches left by the fishing line on the edge of the slide and on the hook of the lifebuoy. Even if there are scratches, what can it tell? After hearing Kogoro Muri's words, Shiki Miyagawa calmed down again. He sneered and said sarcastically, Ale, who also claimed to be a detective, turned out to be a slanderer by inference. Dude! Mr. Miyagawa, do you know that chefs on Paradise Island must wear gloves to handle black kelp? Edogawa Conan asked. Hey? What does it matter to me? Why should I understand this? Miyagawa Jirhwei was very impatient. Because black kelp contains very rich microelements, its skin is smooth and delicate like a film, which is very easy to get fingerprints. Because black kelp is best used for cold dressing, you must wear gloves to prevent fingerprints from being left on it and affecting customers' appetite. Mr. Amuro found kelp wrapped around Naomi's clothes when he rescued Naomi, so he brought it back with it, covered with fingerprints. I think, you want to wrap the kelp around Naomi's better. I just grabbed the neck with my hands. Edogawa Konan approached in a low voice. Miyagawa Jirhwei, who did not expect to leave fingerprints on the kelp, instantly collapsed his psychological defenses. He held his head and shouted, I didn't want to kill her. She shouldn't have been there. She should be there. It's Muzi. What are you talking about? Shilling Muzi opened her eyes wide, and a tendon in her head tightened. She seemed to realize something terrible. Explain to me what you mean. I think this murder was originally planned by Miyagawa and Naomi for Miss Makiko. Amuro Toru looked at Miyagawa Jirhwei and said. You and Naomi are going to kill me in partnership. Shilling Muzi's tendons broke, and she rushed up furiously to grab Miyagawa Jirhwei's face. I thought you were trying to cheat, but I didn't expect you to want my life. Are you still a man? Where am I sorry for you? You actually want to kill me. Shilling Muzi, who was in a rage, had amazing fighting power, and Jirhwei Miyagawa was caught in his face all at once, and he could only use his hands to block. After being caught with evidence of homicide, he knew he had nowhere to escape and directly exposed his nature. If it weren't for your money, I wouldn't be with you at all. You are always on top, as if you have a few stinky money. Always talk about helping me, for fear that others don't know that my manager position is based on your family's charity. You don't know how painful I see you every time. You only see yourself in your eyes and don't understand respect. Me. Naomi is completely different from you. She is gentle and considerate. She will listen to my troubles quietly and comfort me. I want to be with her. She said that as long as you die, she will break up with Takuchi and be with me together. Don't worry about suppressing revenge. Miyagawa Jirhwei cried bitterly. Originally planned, Naomi puts medicine in your wine to make you faint, and then takes you to the slide by helping you to rest on the second floor, and after everything is ready, she went back to the party and chatted with Takuchi and others, and then I was going to wrap the kelp, so that both of us had alibi. Who knew that the person inside would suddenly become Naomi? Is it you? Is it right? Naomi changed it. Let me kill her on purpose. Why are you so vicious? Shilling Muzi was completely angry when she heard this. You dare to say that I don't respect you? Who is the one who is tolerant? She threw the handkerchief Takuchi gave her to the ground and raised her foot to Miyagawa. Hui kicked and fell to the ground, and then stomped his chest. She bent down and pulled the opponent's collar to pull the opponent's face towards herself. Muko, wait! Before Yudo Takuchi could speak, she saw Shilling Muko raising his hand and slapped Miyagawa Jirhwei's face with a slap. If you look down on my old mother's money, why do you want to spend it? If you look down on my old mother to introduce you to a job, why do you want to do it? If you don't like my family's help, then you hardly refuse? Why is your face so big? Who do you think you are? The emperor and I know how to thank the people. If you don't speak well, listen to me and treat you as a straight man, and occasionally lose your temper when you are under pressure at work, but my mother pays you after so many, you run to lick others, even if you dare to partner to murder me. Shilling Muzi slapped the other side as soon as he said, slapped the other side directly into a pig's head with a series of slaps. Her actions calmed everyone present. The men present couldn't help but swallowed their saliva. Ma, it's terrible that women started to get angry. Amuro's mind flashed across Sakuma Nanase's face untimely, and soon he comforted himself. No, he knew his girlfriend's personality, gentle and lovely personality is very good, even if angry quickly forgotten in his mind and never hold grudges. The most ferocious scolding is an idiot, who can't say swear words, let alone hitting people. Her soft fist is like flirting. Shilling Muzi is still beating, so you like Naomi, won't you break up with your old mother first? Do you think you are a yen? The old mother is so rare that you will not let you leave. Hanging the old mother while cheating. Obviously reluctant to give the old mother to you the benefits brought, just brainy that the old lady will suppress you as an excuse to kill. The old lady is rich and handsome, and the man who chased me was sent to Tokyo Bay from the Tokyo Tower. Will you go to jail for you, a scumbag? Miyagawa, why don't you look in the mirror? Do you deserve it? Enough Muko, don't fight. If you continue to fight, something will happen. Takuchi pulled away Shilling Muko's collar while holding Shilling Muko's collar and backed away. Let go of my old lady. I have to let him see the nature of my old lady today, and see if he dare to say that I don't usually bear him. Miyagawa Jirhwei, let me tell you. If my old lady can't bear it, just rely on your scum. The scumbag has long been beaten by my old lady. The loosened Miyagawa Jirhwei lay on the ground and coughed a few times, and pushed out a mouthful of blood. There was a tooth on it, which was obviously knocked out by Shilling Muzi. I'm damned. Edogawa Konan shuddered when he thought of Morilan. Don't let Ran know his identity, otherwise he would only be worse than Miyagawa Jirhwei with Ran's fighting power. Ahem. Makiko, please calm down, Mr. Miyagawa will be punished. Konan Edogawa said with Kogoro Mori. However, as Mr. Miyagawa said, it was Mr. Miyagawa and Ms. Naomi from the beginning. The murder trap set. Why did the dead become Miss Naomi? I think you know the best, don't you? Mr. Takuchi. Yuto Takuchi, who was still holding Shilling Muzi, raised his head with an indifferent expression. The author has something to say. Toko, my girlfriend is gentle and lovely, and it doesn't hurt to hit someone. Sakuma Nanace, it's not that I blow, if I punch you down, you might die. Chapter 24, See Butcher. At this point, the detectives and police are pressing harder and harder, and they don't intend to give Takuchi a chance to refute. Miss Muzi, we also found a pair of gemstone earrings in the guest room on the second floor. I think you know what they are. Amuroto held the box in his hand. On it were two beautifully designed gemstone earrings with a sapphire ring with a big pinky finger. A circle of fine diamonds looks elegant and luxurious. These are the diamond earrings Naomi asked me to borrow. She said that since she is wearing a small party dress, she must wear suitable earrings. But she didn't have one, so she asked me to borrow it. But this has something like urine. What does it matter? Isn't the murderer Shiki Miyagawa? Shilling Muzi was a little uneasy and wanted to turn his head to look at Takuchi Yuto, but was held down by the opponent and couldn't move. Muko, don't look at me. Takuchi Yuto sighed. Miyagawa Shiki and Inada Naomi planned to kill you on Paradise Island before traveling. I heard their plan. I met Maori on the beach. When I was a detective, I thought they would give up the plan, but they decided to implement it. I gave them a chance. When Naomi wanted to help Musa to go to the second floor, I mentioned several times to let me go with me, but she refused. Naomi went up to Herr Miyagawa and wanted to drag me all the time, and was deceived by me using the excuse to go to the bathroom. Then I went up to the second floor, when Naomi was covering Musa with blue cloth. I fascinated her, then changed her into Musa's coat, and cut her long hair short and disguised her as Musi. Shui Miyagawa killed her decisively. You devil! Shiki Miyagawa glared at Takuchi Yuto, who was beaten full of blood. Takuchi Yuto glanced lightly at Shiki Miyagawa and sneered, you still like double standard? You are ashamed to accuse others of being the devil? Why didn't you think about what you did when you and Naomi planned the murder of Musa? Disgusting. I took the earrings off to save you and found that it was wrong to wrap the kelp around Sume's neck. But you had a chance to save her. As long as you have a trace of soft-heartedness or guilt, pull out Sume's short hair and look at it. It's not Musa there. But you are very decisive. When you get downstairs and still drink and chat casually, I can hardly stand the smile that can't be suppressed. Ah! You lunatic! Naomi is your girlfriend. Shiki Miyagawa yelled in a collapsed voice. Muse is also your girlfriend. Don't you murder her with other women? And can you not pretend to be affectionate? To be honest, it's disgusting. I've been tolerating the lotus words of the two of you. It's the limit. Takuchi Yuto rolled his eyes. Yoran, why do you want to do this? You can tell the Maori detective, why should you pay yourself for the two scumbags? Shilling Music cried happily. Takuchi Yuto sighed, I'm sorry, even if I block this time, there will be another time. In fact, I wanted to break up with Naomi Inada a year ago, but she stole the core data of my development program and threatened me if I would dare to talk to her. I broke up and spread the data and ruined my career. From the beginning, she approached me premeditatedly. I don't mind the girl playing a little bit of caution for a better life, but I can't accept her stepping on a few boats. He threatened to control me. Muse, they can kill you in partnership, and they can kill me as well. Facing these two blood-sucking worms, I can't stand it anymore. He paused and said, actually, I met on the beach. Maori detective, I have a hunch that I will be discovered. I really am the detective you admire the most. It's really amazing. Mr. Officer, please take me away, along with Shui Miyagawa. You can't escape Miyagawa Jihwei, but you are the one who kills. This was the only sincere smile that Yuto Takuchi showed when he came to this island. Shilling Music covered her face and cried. Then I'll leave it to Officer Anderson. After finishing talking, Edogawa Conan ran out of the hiding place and stepped on Mori Kogora to wake him up. At this time, Anderson's companions and the Maldivian police also arrived. The case has nothing to do with the international disappearance tracked by the FBI, so it is still handed over to the Maldivian police, and then it should be communicated with the Japanese side before being escorted back to Japan. Takuchi Yuto and Miyagawa Shiki and his party left, but Edogawa Conan has a new curiosity. What happened to the international disappearance case pursued by Officer Anderson? Edogawa Conan asked. Perhaps after the case just now, Anderson recognized Kogoro Muri's reasoning ability. He revealed the information of the case to several people. A few months ago, a data collator in Maldives found out that Maldives was collating information on missing persons. In the past few years, there has been an unreasonable increase in disappearance cases, and they are all foreigners. The most important thing is that the characteristics of the victims of the disappearance cases are very similar to those of the victims of the sea butcher arrested by the Federation 20 years ago. The butcher on the sea? The guy who specializes in dealing with Asian women and likes skinning and dissecting the body, but he is dead. Kogoro Mori showed a serious expression, and he was deeply impressed by the serial murderer. At that time, he had just become a policeman. The butcher at sea was arrested by the Chinese police for killing a Chinese female. Later, he was interrogated from the murderer and found out that he had specially flown around Asia to take action against the victim. The deadline was arrested. At that time, hundreds of people had already been killed, and the world was a sensation. Because there were many Japanese women among the victims, the Japanese government and the police at that time received a great deal of condemnation. Kogoro Mori clearly remembered that the United States had applied for bail for the sea butcher but was rejected by the Chinese side. The Chinese side directly imposed the death penalty on the sea butcher. The reason is that China will not allow any mob who killed Chinese citizens to leave China's borders. Anderson showed a serious expression. We suspect that the crime was imitated. But some of the details have not been made public. The Federation is worried that the sea butcher will have an heir. We received news from the family of a Vietnamese woman a few months ago. It broke and disappeared. The last call from the other party was from Paradise Island, so we were sent to Paradise Island for a secret search. Dad. Mao Lilan was so scared that he grabbed Mori Kogora's arm tightly, and Mori Kogora hugged Morlan's shoulder in fear. He had only let Xiaolan leave his sight by himself before. Edogawa Conan recalled Kudo's new writing materials, which once recorded the case of a sea butcher. He remembered that the characteristics of the victim selected by the other party seemed to be. The victims of the sea butcher are all small, fair-skinned, gentle women no more than 170 centimeters tall. He calls the victim the White Lamb. He is a very cruel and cold-blooded guy. If he really has an heir, I am afraid he will give it to him. There is panic in Asia, and I hope you can keep it secret. Maori detectives happen to be here on vacation. If you find any clues, please contact us. Toru Amuro was keenly aware of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at the place where Sakuma Nane's station was originally. There was no one there, and the owner of the villa, George, was missing together. Chapter 25, Ex-Boyfriend and Number 039, S. Chagrin. Miss Sakuma and the owner of the villa are gone. Amuro's eyes became sharp, and his always smiling face sank. Miss Xylan, have you noticed when Miss Sakuma left? His voice was low and oppressive, and she stunned Emo Lilan. She was stunned and said quickly, when my father was talking about the cause of Miss Naomi's death, I saw Nana's behind me. They have not left for more than 15 minutes. Amuro rushed out of the villa. What's going on? Mao Lilan hasn't recovered yet. Seeing Amuro Toru's actions, Edogawa Conan's inspiration flashed, and a terrible conjecture appeared in his mind. He shouted to Emo Lilan, Sister Lan. Have you and Sister Nana's met here today? The owner of the villa. Hey? Did you say Mr. George? After Nana's and I had a massage this morning, I happened to meet Mr. George who was also doing massage. He recommended us a great Thai restaurant and invited us to dinner. After the meal, he originally wanted to invite us to play together, but Nana's refused. Emo Lilan recalled. Has he mentioned anything special? Edogawa Conan asked eagerly. Something special? Ah, he said that there is a great snorkeling spot on the end of the sky. There is a special kind of coral that is pink and very rare. But Nana's and I went snorkeling nearby in the morning, TNZ the current is very fast, and Nana's caught me when I almost swam before. Edogawa Conan's face changed drastically when he heard this. His small body was about to rush out like a cannonball, and was grabbed by Kogoro Mori. Hey, why are you going, kid? Haven't you heard that there are murderers on the island? You are not allowed to run around. Don't understand. It's him. The heir of the sea butcher George, the owner of this villa. His target is Nana's sister. Edogawa Conan turned around and shouted to Anderson and Kogoro Mori. Anderson tensed his face. Pink coral is another name for the victim by the sea butcher, because he will throw the skinned victim into the sea water will dilute the blood stains, the texture of the muscles and the faint blood color, it looks like it's like a coral. It must be him. This title federation has never been exported to the outside world. How could this happen? Mao Lilan cried, covering her mouth. Isn't Nana's very dangerous now? Dad. I must hurry and save her. It would be nice if she paid more attention to Nana's. SASE really has an accident, she will definitely not forgive herself. Lan. Don't worry, Dad will save Ms. Sakuma. Mori Kogoro promised with a serious face. Officer Anderson asks you to send your colleague to search the Paradise Island immediately. The seaplane is out of service at this time, and it is absolutely impossible for the other party to take Ms. Sakuma away from this island. He will do anything to Ms. Sakuma at any time. You must be fast. Ms. Sakuma would be dangerous for 1 second longer. In addition, I am afraid that he will jump over the wall and hurt other people. Please contact the island's safety center for island-wide alert. Edogawa Conan explained, and was the first to break free from Kogoro Mori. Hand rushed out of the villa. Give me action. Never let this successor run away. No matter what method you use, you must catch him. Let's go. Anderson gave the order. Dividing line. Toru Amuro, who rushed out of the villa, stood on the boardwalk. The passage and the beach that connected the island were empty. The other party had already taken Sakuma Nanace into the island. The Paradise Island in the middle of the night is like a black behemoth. The lush woods, beautiful buildings, and interesting trails in the day become a place to hide, and the vibrant island becomes a paradise for sin. Toru Amuro called Sakuma Nanace's cell phone, and the cell phone rang a few times before being hung up, and the muscles around his cheeks tightened. At this time, Edogawa Konan also ran out, and he quickly passed Amuro Tou, shouting as he ran, "Brother Amuro, go to the end of the sky." The other party must have brought Sister Nanace there. Toru Amuro followed Edogawa Konan without hesitation. Edogawa Konan ran and reasoned, the successor of the Sea Butcher has committed more than a dozen disappearances. He can kill so many people without being found. The other party is definitely a cold and cautious guy. He has identified himself in the FBI. After that, he could do it another time, but he chose to take away Nanace while the FBI was still there. There must be some reason to force him to do it. He hid the criminal evidence here. The most likely is the corpse. Amuro said with a cold face, "The FBI came here to investigate. Those guys are best at high-tech search. The area of Paradise Island is limited. He is worried that he will be caught during the day. When I found out, I would never have a chance to kill." The word murder seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth. Konan Edogawa glanced at Amuro and continued, "Sister Xiolan said earlier that George had been paying attention to their snorkeling, and also tried to use pink corals. I think the body should be hidden there. Maybe the other party found out that Nanace's sisters were playing near the end of the sky, thinking that they would kill if they saw it. No, maybe Ms. Sakuma and Ms. Xiolan were his prey at the beginning. Do you remember Mr. Takuchi mentioned when he had lunch at noon that the American man was very passionate about Naomi Inada and Makiko Schilling? Combining the Sea Butcher with Asia women's hobbies. Obviously, the other party targeted them at the beginning. From the fact that he has been graciously inviting them to the party, it can be inferred that the other party wants to make a move at the party. The atmosphere of the party is warm, everyone drank a lot of alcohol, rational and reaction lower. In addition, he is very charismatic. It will not be difficult to trick women into leaving the villa with him. Amuro jumped from the boardwalk to the beach with a cold face, and then ran into the woods. Miyagawa Jirue suddenly murdered and beat. His plan was broken and he couldn't take action. When the plan was broken, he must be very irritable. Then the FBI jumped out and made him even more anxious. Amuro Toyu's speed was too fast. Originally, Edogawa Konan in front of him fell behind. The two quickly shuttled through the woods and ran straight to the end of the sky. Konan Edogawa ran and analyzed. At the time, Naomi Inada was killed, Schilling Muko was stared at as a suspect, and Xiolan was standing next to Uncle Maori, only Nanace's sister behind. He must have seen Nanace. My elder sister was single, why did she trick her out of the villa? Xiaolan said that Nanace had refused the invitation of George to come with him at noon. Nanace was very vigilant, and it was almost 3 in the morning, she would not be unfamiliar with her. The man left. We and the FBI were in front of her, but she didn't yell, she might be threatened. They and Nanace Akira Sakuma were in the same living room. At such a short distance, they did not notice that the other party was hurt. They were completely immersed in solving the case. It was a shame for the detective. Kudo Shinichi was very upset about this. Amuro Toyu didn't speak, his purple-gray eyes were dark. At this time, the two are eager to save people and subconsciously ignore the unreasonable things under the noses of a group of keen detectives, public security, and FBI. It is not easy to force a person to leave in silence. But if two people are conspiring, things it's much simpler. They didn't take this into consideration because they had a wrong perception of Nanace Sakuma, and this wrong perception will continue to dig holes for them until the future. Dividing line. The ringing of the mobile phone rang, alarming two people walking in the woods. George narrowed his eyes and looked at Sakuma Nanace, who took out the mobile phone from his pocket. It seems that the people in the villa have discovered that the two of them are missing, and they are so eager to call, obviously they have realized his identity. It's a pity that it's too late. He won't let this woman get on the phone. Next is his feast, and he won't let anyone disturb him. Although it was a little regretful, he wanted to wait until the end of the world to tell this stupid woman the truth, so that he could slowly appreciate her frightened expression. Thinking that George was about to grab Sakuma Nane's cell phone, he just hung up the phone when he saw the call display and pressed the shutdown button to put the cell phone back into his pocket. This kind of operation made George a little strange, and he couldn't help asking, "Miss Sakuma, why don't you answer the phone?" Sakuma Nanace glanced at him after hearing this. Her eyes were very strange, which made him indescribable for a while, only to hear her lightly smile. "It is rare to go to see the stars with Mr. George, the next time I don't want to be disturbed." The tone is sincere and full of expectations. George was shocked. He had never seen such a cooperative victim. He has always known that he is attractive, but does the other party even doubt it at all? Soon he changed his mind. Maybe it was God who knew that this was his last work, and he sent him such a pure white lamb. George became fanatical again. Look! Even God is on his side. Everything is so perfect. When they reach the end of the world, he must make his best masterpiece and make the world remember the name of the sea butcher again. He is about to shock the world. Chapter 26, Emergency Rescue of Ex-Boyfriend, one more. The end of the world is a cliff located on the south side of Paradise Island. Because of the beautiful scenery, it is very suitable for watching the sunrise. It is sought after by tourists. If George was not too arrogant to test Sakuma Nanace and the others with the victim's nickname, who would have thought that George would it is daring to hide the body under such a scenic spot? Under George's leadership, the two gradually approached the top of the mountain. Sakuma Nanace was so cooperative along the way. Seeing the destination was approaching, George couldn't help but talk to the woman who was about to become his best work. A few sentences. "Sakuma, is it really okay for you to come out with me to see the stars so late?" "Ah. Of course I am not saying that I am a bad person, but I am a man after all. Are you not afraid of it?" George asked curiously. In my imagination, he was going to threaten the other party to leave with him with the gun hidden in his body. Unexpectedly, before he did it, the other party would take the initiative to invite him, just like dreaming. "Are you afraid of Mr. George?" Nanae Sakuma chuckled as if he heard some joke. "Why should I be afraid of you?" George heard her laugh. He instinctively realized that something was wrong. Why did he think that the other party was despising him? "No, it's impossible." Looking at Sakuma Nanace's petite and soft appearance, George quickly dismissed his thoughts. He must have been confused by the murderer and the FBI who disturbed his plan. He would feel that such a weak lamb looked down on him. George shook his head and reinterpreted Sakuma Nanace's words. This woman must think he is harmless. Shit, women are always so stupid. Easily confused by his gentleman's appearance and wealth, he stepped into the trap ignorantly and found the truth by pointing straight to death. This woman is no different from other women. Miss Sakuma believes in me so much, and I am very touched. Miss Sakuma likes stars so much. I will definitely show you the most beautiful stars. It is definitely a beautiful scenery that will make you unforgettable in your life. George exaggeratedly performed. "Sakuma." Ma Nanace looked at him quietly and laughed again. Maybe it was George's stupidity that pleased her, and Sakuma Nanace suddenly had a desire to talk. She looked up at the sky. As an independent island, Paradise Island had no city light pollution. In the middle of the night, all the noise and light disappeared. It was quietly surrounded by the night with the sea, and the almost black dark blue night sky was full of stars. Even through the small gaps in the trees, you can see its beauty. I used to go to Terima Island with my boyfriend to see the stars. It's the southernmost island in Japan, one of the best stargazing spots in Japan, where you can see the Southern Cross. We lay on the beach. There is the sound of the waves and tides, and the starry sky is close at hand. He promised me. We have reached the southernmost place in Japan, and I will take you to the northernmost Soya hills in the future. From the southernmost to the northernmost, the westernmost to the easternmost, no matter how far away I will be by your side. He is more exciting to me than the stars. Jiang Yuling's face appeared in front of her, blocking the starry sky in front of her. His purple-gray eyes were smiling, brighter than the stars. He held her hand and lowered his head and kissed her. The golden hair fell on her cheek, and she laughed in the kiss. It's a scene I will never forget. At that moment, I wanted to freeze the time. Sakuma Nanase turned his head to look at George. George saw the light in her eyes. It was extinguished, like stars twinkling. Looking back now, it's a very beautiful memory. Mr. George, you were wrong. I don't like the stars, but the person who is dazzling than the stars. In front of the man who was destined to die, Nanae Sakuma was resurrected. For the first time, let go of the shackles, remove all pretense, and calmly admit his feelings. The feelings of the other party are like a volcano under the calm sea. The cold water cannot be suppressed. As long as a little vibration will cause it to erupt and bring about a utter tsunami. Let George do not know how to answer the conversation for a while. He paused and said, Miss Sakuma, you love your boyfriend very much. He is really a happy man. Sakuma Nanase looked at George as if he was talking to himself and continued, he is a mixed race, and his peculiar hair color and eyes made his childhood unhappy in Japan. Later, he met a group of like-minded friends, each other. They left him one after another, leaving him alone in the light and dark. He ran on the tightrope every day, suffering the pain of loss, and wanted to protect him and love everything with his life. I used to think I knew him, but one day I woke up I came to discover how superficial my understanding was. I knew the unknown side of him and the reason for his disappearance. I feel very angry, not because he left without saying goodbye, not because he puts more responsibility than me, but because I feel scared. I suddenly discovered that in the past 4 years, he would die in a place that I didn't know at any time, and I couldn't even know his death. I want him to disappear, so that I won't be afraid anymore. But I can't bear it. I want to see him, every minute and every second I want him by my side. This contradiction makes me very painful. Mr. George, what do you think I should do? He was with women either to sleep them or to kill them. He never loved anyone. How did he know how to do it? George looked at the approaching mountain top and dealt with impatiently, if you feel pain, then release the pain and vent it elsewhere. When you calm down and see him again, then you won't hurt the other person. You can continue to love him nonchalantly, as long as the other person does not know, you are still perfect. Just like every time he feels irritable, he will look for white lambs to make pink corals, as long as he vents, he will change again. Desperate, is a beloved company CEO. Yes, I think so too. Look, Mr. George, the top of the end of the sky is here. Nanae Sakuma smiled again, as if the person who spoke expressionlessly about his love had never appeared. George became excited, and he walked quickly to the top of the mountain. The end of the sky looked like a crescent from the side, and the mountain top extended to the sea as if it could directly touch the sky, so it was called the end of the sky. Every time George deceived the woman he wanted to come here and kill him, and then he skinned the man and threw it to the bottom of the water. Because of the turbulent currents below the end of the sky, tourists are prohibited from snorkeling on Paradise Island. In addition, the coral pine there has a good shielding effect, and the body of George hidden in the end has never been found. Miss Sakuma, come here. The stars here are the best. George urged. His right hand touched the waist of his pants. He hid the dagger there. As long as the woman gets close, he will cut it. Break her throat, peel off her skin while she is still alive, and make the most beautiful pink coral, and then he will engrave the name of Sea Butcher on the white skin of the other party, as an announcement to the world of the Sea Butcher, the returning banner. Okay. Sakuma Nanace walked towards George without noticing it. George's pupil shrank, and his nose shrank excitedly. It's near. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter, that's now. He waved his arm to cut Sakuma Nanace's throat, and the wind brought by the arm wave blew the hair in Sakuma Nanace's ear, and she was close at hand. George had already determined that this woman was doomed to escape. He was expecting the color of the blood to spray, but the dagger stopped 10 centimeters from Sakuma's neck. What happened? George was stunned. He looked at his hand holding the dagger. His wrist was tightly held by a small white hand, which made it difficult for him to get close to 1 centimeter. The situation reversed within a second. The warning radar that belonged to the serial murderer sounded again, and George moved his gaze to the woman he had never seen before, with a gentle smile on the other's face, no less than a degree of arc. Then with a click, his wrist shrank into a dry section like dehydrated kelp. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon, as if his hands were not made of flesh and blood but plasticine. A few seconds later, the late pain made him scream. Ah! The man's screams resounded through the empty mountain top, but because of the echo of the trees and the ocean, he seemed indisputable. George's reaction cannot be said to be unhappy. He quickly took the dagger in his right hand with his left hand and continued to stroke Sakuma Nanace's neck. The dagger near Shishi forced Sakuma Nanace to let go of the opponent's right hand and took a step back. As expected of Mr. George, this keen judgment and response is really good. Nanace Sakuma praised. If you don't find that this woman has a problem, he is a fool. George was panting hard, not knowing how the other party did it. His right wrist was completely useless. His crumpled wrist was unable to transfuse blood into his palm, and his right palm was not saved, so he could only be amputated. The right hand is George's usual hand. He is about to explode, but the strange ability of the other party makes him jealous. Even if he hates him in his heart, he will not lose his mind at this time. What have you done? For defense. Nanace Sakuma seemed to have heard something funny. Mr. George, you are going to kill me, it sounds like I did something to you. You know I'm not asking this. A trace of fear flashed in George's heart. He didn't expect this woman to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Are you from the FBI? You have been pretending to be fishing and take me back. Fishing? That's something the police do. I'm just an ordinary tourist. Mr. George, you chose me, didn't you? Sakuma Nanace shook his head, and why would I catch Mr. George back? She paused, then said, I want to kill you. The sharp pain in the wrist made it difficult for George to remain calm. He gasped to reduce the pain, I haven't offended you, why are you killing me? Why is Mr. George still saying such naive things? Did you offend you by killing the victims before? No? But you still choose them as prey, just like you choose me as prey, but this time you are wrong. It's just an estimate of the opponent's ability. Killers are always killed. Since you follow the rule of the weak and the strong, you must have the consciousness of being hunted in reverse. Or, do you really feel so naive that you are always a hunter? Sakuma Nanace looked at George, who was arching his body, with a tone of jokes like playing with prey in the previous life. George gritted his teeth, that's what he thought. In his eyes, only those serial killers of his same rank and world famous are qualified to speak with him on an equal footing. He has always been proud of himself as the successor to C. Butcher, and does not put the police and ordinary people in his eyes at all. Yes, C. Butcher was his biological father, and his mother was killed by his father, but he didn't hate his father at all. He only felt that it was an honor for his mother to be selected by his father. It's a pity that his father only taught him for a few years before he was caught and executed by the Chinese police, but because of this he became known as his father and made him known to the world. George is proud of this. There is the blood of C. Butcher in his blood, which is as cruel as him. He has always admired his father. When he grows up, he can't bear the urge to kill in his blood. With his outstanding appearance and accumulated wealth, he embarked on a hunting journey. He has killed 26 women and never missed it. He always wanted to surpass his father and wanted to make more works, but he didn't expect to roll over with a woman who looked vulnerable. Oh my God, you really think so? The woman had a hypocritical smile on her face, and her eyes didn't move. She looked like a dead thing, far more cruel than him. George realized that he might have switched to the same hunting this time. Who would have thought that anyone who chooses a prey can choose another serial murderer? George has now completely regarded Sakuma Nanase as his kind. After all, the attitude and behavior shown by the other party are not like ordinary people who have not been bloodied. Why has he never heard of such a powerful female serial killer? No, he doesn't want to die here. He is not as well known in the world as his father. A cold light flashed in George's eyes, and he raised his dagger at Sakuma Nanase, wanting to fight for the last time. Dividing line. Toru Amuro and Konan Edogawa had reached the bottom of the end of the sky, and were rushing to the top of the mountain. At this moment, there was a scream from the top of the mountain. Ah 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 ah! The arguing voice of the male and female models made the hearts of the two of them groaned. The serial murderer started, and Sakuma Nanase is in danger. A black light flashed in front of Amurota's eyes, and his heart was suddenly grabbed, the muscles around his cheeks tightened again, and fear filled his heart. He ran at the extreme speed, and disappeared from Edogawa Konan in the blink of an eye, as if the wind passed by. Edogawa Konan was taken aback by the opponent's speed. He quickly recovered. While chasing behind, he took out his cell phone and called Kogoro Mori's cell phone. He said eagerly, "Uncle! We found the serial murderer. Yes, he is at the end of the world. Ms. Sakuma may be injured. Bring someone to support you and bring your first aid." When Kogoro Mori received a call from Edogawa Konan, they were quietly searching with Officer Anderson with people. Upon hearing this, they immediately communicated with Officer Anderson and took the people to the end of the world. Edogawa Konan hung up the phone and continued to run in the direction where Toyo Amuro disappeared. Dividing line. On the top of the mountain, Nanase Sakuma had already taken the dagger from George's hand, and the two held each other a few meters apart. After a round of fighting, George had a lot of scars on his body. His face and clothes, which had always been neatly cleaned, were covered with dust, and he was turned into a black mark by sweat, and looked very embarrassed. These injuries were not fatal, they were all caused by him rolling out on the ground avoiding Sakuma Nanase's attack. George gasped and stared at the woman in front of him. He could see that the other party didn't exert all his strength. The fight just now was just playing with him like a cat. George was regretting it. It was not the first time he had this kind of emotion in this unilateral fight. He regretted why he chose this woman. He should be more calm, wait for the FBI to leave, and then plan everything slowly. If he chooses the girl with long black hair, he will not face the ending like this. Mr. George is really tough. I thought you would more or less beg me for mercy. What if I will let you go? Sakuma Nanase played with the dagger in his hand, and his words were full of hints and temptations. George didn't ask for mercy, he knew that even begging for mercy would not result. Because he knows this kind of people, the wailing of the prey will only make them more excited, they are the same kind. She wanted to see his humble struggle before his death, he would not do as she wished, this was his last pride as a serial murderer. If I get caught, I will confess you. You will be investigated by the FBI and you will not let me go. George chuckled, not to mention that you just told me so much about your boyfriend, at the moment you told me your true feelings, you didn't plan to let me live. No, maybe it's because you know that I will die here, you tell me everything, because you treat me as a one-off, the tree hole in the tree burns as soon as it is used up. I am so smart that I did not notice this. If a woman is interested in a man, how can she tell him her deep love for another man? If this woman has this, if a man is not interested, why would he invite him to see the stars in the middle of the night? Unless you have a plot, you will kill my life if you don't plot me. It was discovered by Mr. George. Nane Sakuma took a step forward, and George immediately took a step back. She shrugged indifferently. What's the use of this distance, anyway? The other party can't escape. Mr. George, stop struggling, isn't it good for us to make a quick fight? What a shit! George twitched the corners of his mouth, and the blue veins on his forehead jumped, and he felt very unwilling. If he is killed here, in order not to cause international impact, the FBI will definitely dispose of his body secretly, and he will die without any care. The name of the butcher on the sea will never be mentioned again, and his all-time wish will come to nothing. He is not reconciled. He hates it. Blame this woman. If he hadn't met her, he would not stop here. George already knew that he was destined to die in the hands of this woman, but before the provisional, he decided to make this woman uncomfortable. He smiled sarcastically, and said to Nane Sakuma, listening to what you just said, your boyfriend is a man with a strong sense of justice and responsibility. You must have worked hard to hide your side from him. But things like killing can't stop once it starts. You will be obsessed with the pleasure of controlling human life, and you won't be able to suppress it for long. Every serial murderer has his own thalastone. After others can't satisfy you, you will definitely attack him, just like my father killed my mother. And during the period of time you control, you have to worry about whether you will be discovered by the other party. Once his nature is exposed, he will fear you, be afraid of you, and constantly want to escape from you. He will never love you again, you will completely lose him. Your boyfriend's life has been unfortunate enough, and being in love with you is probably his greatest misfortune. Sakuma Nane licked her gums one by one, and violent emotions rolled over her chest. She knew that the other party was a temporary mouthpiece, but she admitted that she was stimulated by George's words. George, who had been observing the expression of Nane Sakuma, naturally noticed this. He couldn't help laughing. He was very happy at this moment, that is, he knew that he would die more miserably, but what does it mean? He is dead anyway. What if I can make myself so happy before I die, and suffer more? At this time, the sound of running came from the passage to the top, and a person was approaching quickly, and Nane Sakuma's face changed slightly. The detectives arrived here so quickly. She stared at George. The man knew too much and she wouldn't let him have a chance to speak. Before George could react, Sakuma Nane took the knife and cut off his right wrist that had been absorbed by her, and the clogged blood spurted out and showered all over Sakuma Nane. Sakuma Nane kicked George's right hand that had fallen on the ground down the cliff without changing his face. The opponent's wrist shrank in an unreasonable way, and this group of insightful detectives could not find out. Then she rushed towards George, grabbed his remaining left hand and stuffed the dagger into his palm, held his hand and placed the dagger on her neck, in a threatened state. At this time, the runner finally appeared on the top of the mountain, Toru Amuro. Seeing Amuro Toru, Sakuma Nane's eyes moved, and an inexplicable emotion rose from her heart, a little sour and a little sweet. It was him who found her the fastest. In comparison, Amuro Toru's mood is not so wonderful. The scene in front of him greatly stimulated him. His girlfriend was covered in blood, and was held in her arms by the murderer, with the sharp dagger resting on her neck. Take her life. Her face was so pale, she must be terrified. The anger rose from Zhang Guling's heart. His girlfriend was full of vigor, gentle and strong, and there was no haze in her eyes. She screamed when she saw cockroaches and insects. She even screamed and acted like a baby when her fingers were cut from paper. She had never seen this world, the dark side of his people who deserve to live in a carefree world under the sun and flowers. This guy actually dared to hurt her like this, so that she was terrified. Let go of her. You can't escape. Amuro shouted sharply. I want to let it go. It seems that George is controlling Sakuma Nane's hand and is firmly held by the opponent, and there is no way to go further by a centimeter, otherwise George will cut it off without hesitation. You can't let the other party continue to confront Utani Zero. Sakuma Nanace controlled George to retreat. Behind them is a cliff tens of meters high. She has already calculated everything. When she and George fall, she will at that moment, the other party was sucked up and turned into a piece of skin. The turbulent water below would quickly wash away the skin, but the microorganisms on the bottom of the sea would break it down in a few days without leaving a trace. Stop! Don't go back anymore! Amuro Toru keenly noticed the man's intentions, and the other party wanted to bring Sakuma Nanace to death together. George noticed the anxiety and eagerness on Amito's face. He reacted instantly and wanted to laugh wildly. It's you! Ah ha 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 ha! That person is you! This man is this woman's boyfriend! No wonder her face changed a lot when she heard the footsteps. Unexpectedly, there would be such an unexpected joy in the end. Great! He wants to tear away all her disguise in front of the man that this woman cares about the most. Hey! Do you know this woman? Before George had finished speaking, Nanace Sakuma showed a fierce expression, pretending to be slippery on the ground, and the two quickly fell back, and they fell off the cliff. Nanace! Sakuma Nanace, who was falling, was stunned when she heard Amuro's hoarse cry from the cliff. Since they met, the other party has been calling her Ms. Sakuma in order to pretend to be a stranger. In the past few days in the Maldives, Morailan has called her Nanace affectionately, but he has kept the distance between the two by his name. She thought he would always pretend, but she didn't expect him to call out her name in this situation. She could feel the anxiety and fear in his voice. Does this mean that he cares about her very much? After 4 years, she finally heard him call her name again. Sakuma Nanace shook George's hand slightly, and his control was reduced. This discovery made George behind him try to struggle. Feeling the attempt of the man behind him, Nanace Sakuma chilled his face again, preparing to solve the opponent as planned. At this moment, she saw a figure jumping down from the cliff and rushing towards her, and Sakuma Nanace was completely stunned. The anxious expression on the other party's face was so clear, the flying blonde hair flashed in the moonlight, and he reached out his hand to her. Sakuma Nanace let go of George, and she couldn't help but stretch her hand to the sky. At the last moment, the other party took her hand and pulled her into his arms, and the two embraced and fell into the sea. At the moment of falling into the sea, Nanace Sakuma looked at the starry night sky through Toru Amuro's shoulder. The starry sky of Maldives is dazzlingly beautiful, the sky full of stars is within reach, but he is more exciting than the stars. Sakuma Nanace tightened the arms that hugged Amuro's shoulders, tears coming out of his eyes, silently blending into the sea. Stupid, you have to come to me sooner. After being separated from each other 1468 days, she finally embraced Zhang Guling again. Call out! A trace ran across the sea, and came straight towards Nanace Sakuma. Amuro's face slightly changed and he hugged her and turned around in the water, blocking the bullet with his arm. His arm was penetrated, and the blood was scattered in the sea water. It was George. After he broke free of Sakuma Nanace's control, he found the small pistol hidden in his shoes and attacked her. Sakuma Nanace's face leaning on Amuro's shoulder twisted for a moment. She turned to look at George under the water. His face was pale, and his severed right hand hurt his face when it touched the sea. He was dizzy, and the inability of blood to coagulate in the sea made the situation worse. If he was not rescued in time, he would die from excessive blood loss. Obviously George also knew this. He didn't think he could survive. Before he died, he would drag this woman to hell. If you can't kill the other person, then it's okay to kill the man she loves. He hates this woman who makes him fall short. He can do anything as long as it can make this woman miserable. Seeing that the opponent had a gun, Amuro became more cautious. He couldn't use his fists in the water, and he wanted to protect the Sakuma Nanace in his arms, and he couldn't let go. I didn't expect the other party to be so crazy. Even if they die, they will be dragged into the water. Sure enough, this kind of serial murderer's idea is incomprehensible to normal people. George also wanted to continue shooting, because it was midnight and the moonlight was not enough to fully illuminate the bottom of the sea. In addition, he lost too much blood, and he could no longer see the person in front of him, so he could only judge the position of the opponent by the fuzzy color patches. He fired 2 more shots at Sakuma Nanase's position, both of which were hugged by Amuro Toru, and Sakuma Nanase escaped. Toru Amuro of Observation Force S quickly discovered that the opponent couldn't see clearly. He moved the hand that Sakuma Nanase was holding his shoulder to his neck, then quickly took off his jacket and threw it at George. The opponent was quickly caught. The color block nearby attracted attention, and George felt a little bit in his heart. Thinking that the opposite had launched an attack, and quickly shot 2 shots at the clothes. In his heart, Amuro counted the bullets of the small pistol in George's hand, judging that there was at most 1 bullet left in the opponent's hand. He took off his watch and threw it at George. The blessed arm performed the operation of the world of K-Shwet. Hit George's head like a bullet, and with the heavy blow, George's finger reflexively pressed the pistol wrench and fired the last bullet. Knowing that the other party was no longer threatening, Amuro Toru carried Sakuma Nanase and went upstream. Sakuma Nanase has not been trained, and if she stays in the water, she will suffocate. Amuro Toru's speed is not unpleasant. 10 seconds later he took Sakuma Nanase out of the water, and amidst Sakuma Nanase's cough, he carried her ashore. They reached the foot of the mountain at the end of the world, and the white sandy beach was as white as a fairy tale scene under the moonlight. The sea water dripped from the 2 of them. Amuro Toru knelt down on 1 foot and put Sakuma Nanase down. Just now, Sakuma Nanase was covered with blood. He was very worried and wanted to check Sakuma Nanase's injuries. "Nase, did you hurt anything? Let go and let me see." His words were extremely soft. Nanase's nest of Sakuma refused to move on Yuyaru's shoulder, and when she heard that, she tightened her arms and drilled into his arms. "Nanase is okay, don't be afraid, no one can hurt you anymore. Let me see, I am very worried about you." Ling Gu knew her temper, knowing she must be frightened, coaxing her voice be more gentle, as if to treat a fragile treasure. He didn't want to force her, but he was worried about her injury. Nanase Sakuma paused, as if moved by the other party's words. Her hand holding Yutani Ling's neck remained motionless, but she slowly turned her face towards Yutani Ling. She stared at the gentle expression of Yutani Zero, and finally lifted her head to reveal her neck. There were thin blood lines on it. It was the scar cut by Sakuma Nanase while holding down George's hand when she fell off the cliff just now. But Zhang Guling didn't know. Sakuma Nanase held his mouth aggrievedly, and whispered, "It hurts." Zhang Guling looked at her wet eyes, as if he could read her grievances, wiped her tears distressedly, and comforted, "It's okay, he can't hurt you anymore. I'll take you to the hospital for treatment. Wounds that are stained with seawater may become inflamed." After Sakuma Nanase was comforted, she was even more wronged. She let go of the hands that hugged Nwayaru's neck, changed her 2 hands to hold the clothes on his chest, and sobbed softly, "I'm so scared. He's so fierce," he said, "to slit my throat, oh." Zhang Guling's throat choked, only feeling extremely uncomfortable. He tightened his hands and hugged her. "It's okay, I won't let him do this, no one can hurt you. You said that he would peel off my skin and engrave on it." Sakuma Nanase trembled and shrank tightly in Yutani Ryo's arms. She was a peerless little pitiful, weak, poor and helpless. "It's him that is not good, he has already been punished." Amuro looked at the sea with cold eyes. The serial killer hadn't come up yet. It was likely that he had lost too much blood and fainted. "He threatened me with a gun, let me go with him. I want to call you, but I dare not." Sakuma Nanase squeezed Kanayaru's shirt tightly. Zhang Guling felt very distressed. She must have been very scared at the time. She was about to comfort her when she heard a familiar voice. "Brother Amuro. Sister Nanace is okay." When Edogawa Conan rushed to the top of the mountain, he just saw Amuro jump off the cliff, so he guessed it. He ran down the mountain path and saw Amuro holding Seiku. Nanace knelt on the beach, his heart shook, thinking that Sakuma Nanace was seriously injured. "Nanace is okay," she was frightened, and her neck was injured and needs medical treatment. Toru Amuro said, picking up Sakuma Nanace and stood up. "Conan, can you leave the rest to you? I want to take her there." "Medical station. Where is the serial murderer?" Edogawa Conan asked again. Amuro took a look at the sea. "He is still in the sea. His hand was injured and he wanted to take Nanace into the sea and die together. When I went to rescue Nanace, he also tried to kill Nanace. He was a very dangerous guy. He has a gun on his body, although there should be no bullets, but you better be careful." "Haven't come up yet? Isn't that dying?" Edogawa Conan's expression changed when he heard this, and he jumped into the sea without hesitation. Whether it was to save someone or catch the other person, he couldn't just watch the other person die. At this time, Mori and his party also arrived. Moriran saw Sakuma Nanace, who was held in his arms by Toru Amuro, and ran to Toru Amuro with an anxious expression on his face. "Mr. Amuro. Nanace is okay." Amuro shook his head and repeated what he had said to Edogawa Conan. Officer Anderson heard this and quickly arranged for the team members to go down to find people. They must see the dead, and not let the serial murderer run away. Mori Kogoro wants to stay here to wait for Conan, and the result of the final arrest. Maoriran insists on sending Sakuma Nanace to the medical station with Toru Amuro, and the people are separated again. On the way, Moriran wanted to talk to Nanace Sakuma to comfort her, but was stopped by Toru Amuro. "She hurts her neck very badly. I don't know if she hurt her trachea. It's best to talk less at this time. I'm afraid it will cause a second injury." After hearing this, Moriran obediently stopped communicating with Nanace Sakuma, but couldn't help looking at Nanace Sakuma with worried eyes along the way. This time Sakuma Nanace has committed such a big crime. I hope that it will not leave a shadow. Even if she often encounters various cases by her father's side, she feels very scared to hear the cruel deeds of Sea Butcher. The other party will only be more scared, right? Halfway through, Moriran suddenly found Amuro Toru's arm bleeding, and learned that the opponent was injured by a serial murder shot while rescuing Nanace Sakuma, so Moriran volunteered to help. She had been exercising, so she had a lot of energy, so she could walk back Sakuma Nanace for a while, so that Amuro could take a break, but was rejected by Amuro again. "The medical station will be here soon, this little injury is not in the way, and Nanace is very scared now, it is best not to move her," Amuro explained. When he stood up holding the opponent just now, Nanace Sakuma hugged his neck again, and his whole body was still shaking. He loves her very much, he can bear this little injury, and it is not that he has never suffered more severe injuries than this, not to mention Sakuma Nanace is very light. The medical station on Paradise Island has 2 floors. Those who are considering coming to travel are rich people. In order to provide the best service, the medical facilities here are very complete, and even very new because they are less used. The shape of the medical station is similar to that of a sanatorium on vacation, as if it is not a hospital for treating patients but another leisure facility on Paradise Island. It's almost 4 in the morning, and the medical station has already passed its opening hours. Fortunately, on the way to the medical station, Amuro Toru asked Moriran to call Kogoro Mori so that Anderson could communicate with the responsible agency on Paradise Island, wake up the doctor at the medical station in advance, and explain the patient's injury. Prepare the medical station. When I arrived at the medical station, because Amuro had suffered a gunshot wound and needed medical treatment, Sakuma Nanace took the initiative to let go of Amuro, and asked Moriran to accompany her to the doctor, and asked Amuro to bandage first. Sakuma Nanace did not. Chapter 26, Emergency Rescue of Ex-Boyfriend, one more. She was seriously injured, and the tracheal injury that Amuro was worried about before did not appear. She was only cut through the skin of her neck with a dagger, and was inflamed by sea water. After the doctor cleaned and disinfected her, she bandaged her neck with a bandage, and then asked Morilan to take Sakuma Nanase to the special bathing room of the hospital to cleanse her body and put on the hospital-provided medical clothes. The main reason is that it is late now and the other party is an important victim. So Anderson asked the hospital to arrange Sakuma Nanase to rest at the medical station. On the next day, she will have a good check-up to make sure that the other party is not affected by anything else. Secret wound. Moriran is very good at taking care of others. She didn't ask Sakuma Nanase anything about the serial murderer along the way. She just tried to talk to her with some relaxed topics and wanted her to relax as much as possible. Because Nanase Sakuma injured her neck and was inconvenient to wash her hair, Moriran took the initiative to help her wash her hair, very considerate. Soon Sakuma Nanase changed his clothes and was admitted to the ward provided by the hospital accompanied by Moriran. At this time, Edogawa Conan and his party also arrived at the medical station. Chapter 27, Ex-Boyfriend's First Kill Achievement. Conan Edogawa and Kogoro Mori rushed to the medical station and just happened to meet Amuro Toyu, who had bandaged the wound. He had changed into a wet shirt and put on a hospital gown. "Brother Amuro, are you okay?" Edogawa Conan walked to Toru Amuro, and Kogoro Mori followed behind him. "It's okay, it's already bandaged. Have you found that man?" Amuro shook his head and asked the question that he cares most. Edogawa Conan's lips tightened. "When I found him, he had lost blood and was in shock, and he couldn't be rescued, because it was too dark. The FBI was going to wait until dawn to bring diving equipment and go to the end of the sky. Search and find out the corpse of the deceased who was killed by George. The case is completely closed, and an explanation is given to the families of the victims." Thinking of the victims whose bodies were sunk in the sea, his expression was a bit heavy. "It's a pity that he can't be sanctioned by the law." A chill flashed in Amuro's grayish-purple eyes. Mori Kogoro glanced at Amuroto's bandaged arm and shook his head. "I didn't expect that guy actually hid the gun. It's really fatal for you to just hurt the arm. Don't be so reckless next time, at least wait for the support." Amuro revealed an embarrassed expression. The situation was critical at the time. The serial killer was about to act on Ms. Sakuma. There was really no way to wait for the support to arrive. "I worried Mr. Mori." Edogawa Conan glanced at Amuro, his eyes were a bit wrong. "Well, there is really no way to wait in such a crisis." Kogoro Mori scratched the back of his head, with a rare expression of seriousness. "After all, the other party is the successor of the sea butcher who kills people without blinking. He is cruel and cold-blooded. Dealing with. It is said that he has killed at least a dozen victims. It is fortunate that Ms. Sakuma is not in any serious trouble. By the way, where Ms. Sakuma is now, I will go see her." Xiao Lan took Ms. Sakuma to the second floor for bandaging. "The wound should have been treated now. I'm going to find them. Will Teacher Maori be together?" Amuro said with a smile. Mori Kogoro immediately walked to the second floor when he heard the words, "Of course. Ms. Sakuma must be very scared this time, I have to comfort her." Toru Amuro and Conan Edogawa fell behind. When Kogoro Mori walked away, Conan Edogawa said, "I checked the man's body, and his right wrist was neatly cut off with a sharp tool. This is because he lost blood. Many reasons, the murder weapon that cut off his hand was not found at the scene. Does Mr. Amuro know anything?" "When I went up, he was holding a dagger to cut Sakuma's throat first, and his hand was broken at the time. The dagger should have fallen when he took Ms. Sakuma and fell down the cliff. Now I think of Sakuma. The blood on Ms. Ma's body is his. He knows that he can't run away and wants to leave the final work with his own mark, so he deliberately spills blood on her." Amuro frowned. "What a pervert. Is it really? Edogawa Conan turned to look at Amuro Toru's face. The detective's instincts reminded him of something wrong. But Toru Amuro's explanation is also consistent with the inference of the character of the serial killer. Many murderers leave souvenirs on the victims. George knew that he had nowhere to escape and wanted to leave his own in the last work. Traces are still very possible. When Edogawa Conan fell into deep thought, Amuro Toru Masaja watched him quietly. Suddenly Edogawa Conan said nonchalantly, "Mr. Amuro, is Nane's sister's ex-boyfriend." Amuro put away his smile, his eyes sharpened. It's useless to deny. Mr. Amuro's attitude is too obvious. Conan Edogawa tilted his head and looked at Amuro Tou. Although he has been covering up well before, he still exposed his true emotions in the crisis. Yes. Nane-san is in danger. Mr. Amuro is very anxious. Just like when he discovered that Xiolan's life was in danger, he was full of anxiety and anger, and wanted to rush to her as soon as possible to protect her. This feeling cannot be concealed. There was also the look in the other person's eyes holding Sakuma Nana's on the beach, and he knew what was going on at a glance. Mr. Conan, sometimes it's not a good thing to be too sharp. I won't say it. Edogawa Conan showed an adult expression. But, Mr. Amuro, what do you do if Nane-san recovers her memory? Amuro rubbed Edogawa Conan's head without answering. Mr. Amuro, don't touch my head. Edogawa Conan stretched out his hand to stop Amuro from making a mess. I reminded you. It's scary for women to get angry. You've been pretending that you don't know Nane's sister, etc. She thinks of everything and you are done. Conan has a very understanding look at a young age, Amuro said with a smile. He is not young, he already has Xiolan. Edogawa Conan pouted. When they found Sakuma Nane's sword on the second floor, they saw Muri Kogora waving his fingers and saying something. Sakuma Nana's was lying on the hospital bed leaning against his back and exclaiming. How did you use such a technique? How did Mr. Maori come up with it? It's amazing. Moralan, who was sitting on the chair beside the bed, noticed that the two people who walked to the door hurriedly said hello, Mr. Amuro, are you here, Conan? Yet. Sister Xiolan, what are you talking about? Conan Edogawa ran to Mao Lilan and looked up at her. Daddy had an interesting case before telling Nana's. Mao Lilan explained. That uncle is basically sleeping, so he can only talk about those cases. Edogawa Conan showed half-moon eyes. Tou Amuro also walked into the ward. He said, it's late now, and it's only 2 hours before dawn. Mr. Mori, Miss Xiolan, and Conan, you all go to rest. The FBI will definitely come to see us at dawn. Make the transcript, everyone had better go back to the villa and take a rest. Should Nana's be alone at the medical station? Why don't I stay with her? Moralan hesitated, she was worried that Nana's Sakuma would be scared alone. Sakuma Nana's saw Amuro Toru's figure, swish his eyes lowered, and his fingers followed the quilt on his legs. Her 2 feet hidden under the quilt couldn't help but touch each other, shy and awkward. Her current mood was as complicated as being in a jar of 5 flavors. Obviously the emotions of the last life were still affecting her, but the moment Zhang Guling jumped off the cliff and hugged her, her empty heart was filled. She still felt fear, but she had the courage to resist the storm and kept sinking in her heart. The depression of Chi is floating like bubbles in the starry sky. Although it was irritating to leave without saying goodbye, the performance of the other party running to save her was okay. It's sincere to worry about her from the bottom of my heart. It shows that he still cares about her very much. The attitude of coaxing her just now is also very caring, insisting on holding her to the medical station will make people a little bit moved. Although she is now brooding about his disappearance for 4 years, if he honestly admits all his mistakes to her, it's not that he can't forgive him. Sakuma Nana's heart was beating, and she couldn't help rubbing the thumb of her right hand on the index finger of her left hand. It doesn't matter, I will stay with Ms. Sakuma. Toru Amuro's voice came. What? Zo, Ju, Jian, Xiao, sister? Sakuma Nane stopped rubbing her fingers. I was going to stay in the hospital for observation tonight. I will take care of Miss Sakuma. Toru Amuro continued. Mori Kogoro looked at his watch. What you said makes sense, it's already past 5 o'clock, and I can sleep for 2 or 3 hours. Okay. Ran, kid, let's go back first. There isn't room here and there won't be much. It's a problem. After making a decision, he wanted to wave his hand at Nane Sakuma. Miss Sakuma, let's go back first, and I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, see Mr. Mori tomorrow. Nane Sakuma smiled. I'm causing you trouble today, please take a good rest, or I'll feel sorry for it. In this way, Mori Kogoro and Edogawa Konan arrived at the medical station not long before they took Maori-ran home. Only Sakuma Nanace and Amuro Toru were left in the ward, and the room suddenly became quiet. Soon, Nanace Sakuma broke the silence. She lifted the hair on her cheeks behind her ears and asked softly, Mr. Amuro, is that bad guy caught? He was caught, you are safe. Amuro Toru looked at Sakuma Nanace. Her face was still pale and her lips were bloodless. Amuro walked to the table where the kettle was placed. He wanted to pour Sakuma Nanace a glass of warm water. Sakuma Nanace didn't care about this at all. In her heart, George was already dead. And he couldn't survive that amount of bleeding. She mentioned the man just to pave the way for the following question. That way, I'm relieved. But Mr. Amuro, why did you call me Miss Sakuma again? Nanace Sakuma asked. Toru Amuro paused when he lifted the water bottle, but as a man who worked 3 jobs, his reaction was not unpleasant. Ms. Xiaolan had been calling Ms. Nanace Sakuma before. At that time, I was worried that Ms. Sakuma would be hurt and followed impatiently. I yelled, I hope Ms. Sakuma doesn't mind. His voice was very stable, turning around and looking at Sakuma Nanace with the kettle, and blinked and smiled. If Sakuma's original intention, I can call you 7. Miss S.E. The man has entered a state of business. Of course, Mr. Amuro is my savior. Nanace Sakuma nodded with a smile, and then said with a slightly shy expression, I don't know why I suddenly feel that Mr. Amuro is a little familiar. I always feel a sense of peace of mind. Did we know Mr. Amuro before? There was no smile in her eyes on this woman. Amuro smiled and squinted. It's probably a close match, but the first time Miss Nanace and I met was at the Poirot Café. We have never seen someone like Nanace before. I will definitely be impressed. There is no water in the kettle. I'll ask the medical staff where I can pour water. Nanace, you look cold. Drink a cup of warm water and then sleep better. Please wait for a while. Up. Sakuma Nanace looked at the back of the other party leaving, and the hand that was on his leg slipped to the side of the bed, bending the edge of the stainless steel bed for a moment. Chapter 28, Girlfriend and Number 039, S. Anger, 3 shifts. There is also the sweetness and shyness that Sakuma Nanace just appeared out of just now. Her chest leaning on the hospital bed rose and fell rapidly, suppressing the anger that was about to explode. Did she mention forgiveness just now? That must be a mistake. That man doesn't need that kind of thing. Miss Sakuma, Sakuma, little sister. Wasn't that what you called it when you hugged her? What's the matter? Now there is Muri Kogoro and they can't wait to change the name. Are you afraid of being discovered by others about their relationship? Haven't seen it before? Oh, was the first time we met at Poirot Café? It seems that she was lonely when she fell in love 4 years ago, right? Really dare to say it. Obviously, she has been exposed, and she dared to pretend to be her. Want to continue to lie to her? Dog man with a mouth full of lies. Dog man. Dog man. What sincerity? What caring? What a heartbeat? What performance is okay? Go to hell. Sakuma Nanace pulled off the quilt with a swish, and stepped on the ground with his bare feet, and the tiles under his feet instantly cracked fine lines. A black aura that was invisible to the naked eye kept coming out of her, and her dark red hair was flying in the air. Her hideous face looked indistinguishable from the evil spirits of hell. She exploded with anger. She was so soft-hearted that she wanted to forgive him so lightly. That's a man who works undercover and plays 3 jobs. He must like to challenge the difficult mode, otherwise, how could he play with her patience over and over again? But before that, the man had to learn a little lesson first. Nanae Sakuma sneered and walked out of the room barefoot. There was no one in the corridor on the 2nd floor. She walked all the way to the electric room and pulled the main power switch forcibly, and the whole medical station was plunged into darkness in an instant. The darkness did not affect Sakuma Nanae's eyesight. She left the electric room and walked to the restroom for fetching water on the 1st floor. As she passed the decorative water tank on the 2nd floor, she reached out with expressionless hands and grabbed an ornamental goldfish. Moonlight shines through the window into the medical station, bringing a faint light to this building. Under the moonlight, her slender figure slowly elongates. Dividing line. Toru Amuro was fetching water from the kettle in the restroom on the 1st floor. As a rare high EQ and IQ man in the world of Conan, he naturally noticed that Nanae Sakuma was unhappy under the smile, and he doubted that his girlfriend might recover memory. Now he is a little anxious. He has penetrated into the black organization, surrounded by dangers. A little carelessness will expose himself. It will also make all the efforts made so far, and Jingguang's sacrifice will become meaningless. The current situation does not allow him to be emotional. If Sakuma Nanace appears next to him, he will be discovered by the absinthe who monitors him sooner or later. Just like Edogawa Conan said, feelings cannot be concealed. If the organization uses Sakuma Nanace's life tempted him. Amuro closed his eyes and didn't dare to think about it anymore. That's it. Before Sakuma Nanace took the initiative to find him, let him pretend not to know and approach her as a friend to protect her. He can explain to Absinthe in the same way that he has blended into ordinary people. Suddenly Amuro's eyes went dark, and he raised his head keenly. The medical station was powered off. He smeared and closed the drinking fountain, holding the kettle and slowly walking to the door according to the memory route. He turned the door of the lounge and prepared to leave. He had to go back to Sakuma Nanace's ward to see her, but the power went out suddenly and the other party must be very scared. Just as Amuro stepped out of the door, half of his body, the mutation happened, a figure flashed out from the blind corner outside the door, and he was kicked back into the lounge. Kadong! The kettle in Amuro's hand fell to the ground with a crashing sound, and he himself was kicked and hit the table in the lounge with a loud noise. So fast! The visitor was unkind, and Amuro became vigilant. The opponent's foot is very heavy. Even if he threw the water bottle in time to defend with his arm, he still failed to block the attack. And the other party is very good at lurking, and he didn't even feel the other party's breathing when he went out. Amuro narrowed his eyes, and the faint moonlight outside the door came out of the opponent's back. The attacker couldn't see him with the light behind his back. According to the height of the door frame, Toru Amuro judged that the opponent was close to 1.9 meters tall, and he was a tall man. At this moment, the other party closed the door of the lounge, the last light was blocked out, and the lounge fell into darkness again. Who are you? Amuro Toru's eyes have not yet adjusted to the darkness, which is very detrimental to him. He wants to delay time through dialogue, but the other party did not give him this opportunity. The next wave of attacks hit. Amuro Tou quickly left the table. His judgment was correct, because the table was kicked off in the next second. Why is there such a person in the medical station? Who is he? Why attack him? Toru Amuro rolled on the spot, and distanced himself from the attacker. The room was too small, and his vision was affected by the darkness, and he couldn't use it at all. In contrast, the opponent's attack seemed to be completely unaffected by the darkness, falling on Amuro Tou like a shower, and he was forced to evade defense. There must be a reason for the other party to attack her, and a breakthrough point must be found. Toru Amuro calmly analyzed that it would not be the organizer. He had already reported the itinerary with Kogoro Mori and his party with Absinthe, and the other party did not show anything wrong at the time. The opponent's skills and fists have no obvious characteristics, unlike the military or mercenaries. The combination of various fighting styles is more like a wild way. After a few rounds with the opponent, Amuro gradually noticed something wrong. The opponent's attack speed is fast and strong, and he specifically greets his back, waist, abdomen, and under his limbs, but avoids the vitals of his head, and doesn't want to kill him. Does the opponent want to catch his life? Is he an associate of Sea Butcher's successor? Amuro made a sound in his heart. Nanace is in danger. Amuro Tou was distracted in the battle, which made him win the lottery again, punching him hard in the abdomen. Aware that Sakuma Nanace might encounter danger, Amuro Toru became furious. His pupils contracted and the whole person exuded a dangerous aura. With extreme concentration, he felt the position of the attacker and kicked it back without hesitation. The attacker, the other side, retreated 2 steps in a row. Toru Amuro continued to approach, and his fists struck each other, and the two fought again. Toru Amuro slowly reversed from the downwind, and the battle between the two became more and more intense. During the fight, the opponent hit Amuro's gunshot arm, and he couldn't help groaning. The other party seemed to hesitate suddenly, and the fist that struck him paused. Amuro was somewhat confused, but it didn't prevent him from seizing the opportunity of these few seconds. He rolled on the spot, grabbed the kettle on the ground and slammed it against the other's calf, and the other party instantly knelt on one foot. Amuro rushed forward, strangling the opponent's neck with his arms and pressing the opponent's blood vessels, trying to make the opponent suffocate and faint and lose his combat effectiveness. But instead of fainting, the assailant grabbed Toru Amuro's arm and threw him off the top of his head. While Toru Amuro did not get up, the attacker twisted his arm and pressed his back against his back with his weight. Suppressed him. When Amuro closed his eyes and opened them again, his face suddenly folded back with a cruel expression, and his grasped arm clicked and dislocated, and he escaped from the opponent's suppression and stood up again. Amuro was standing in the dark, his right arm was weakly vertical, but a fierce light was shining in his eyes. He pressed the dislocated right arm with his left hand and violently pulled it. The right arm was reset in the severe pain, and he once again made a fight. Posture. The attacker did not attack again. He stood there quietly and confronted Amuro for a while, then suddenly retreated, opened the door of the lounge, and left. Wait. Amuro chased to the door, and there was no one on the unobstructed passage, and the other party disappeared silently like when he came. Without thinking about it, Amuro ran to Sakuma Nanace's ward. When Amuro ran to Sakuma Nanace's ward, he saw the door closed tightly, and Amuro opened the door, but saw that there was no one inside. His mind went blank, and he rushed to the bed to touch the bedding on the bed. It was cold, showing that the owner had been away for a while. Toru Amuro's figure staggered. He was slow to come, he didn't save her. If it weren't for him to let Muri Kogoro and the others go back, with their protection, at least not to let her be taken away without resistance, it was all his fault. Amuro's eyes were red, and he suddenly covered his eyes with his hands and rubbed them vigorously. No, calm down. Think about it, where will she be taken? If the other party is an accomplice of Sea Butcher's successor, will she take her to the end of the world to complete the unfinished business? He has to find her. Amuro's breathing became rapid, and while taking out his mobile phone to contact Edogawa Konan, he turned around and was about to rush out of the ward, but bumped into the person who was about to enter. Oh! The person who was hit muttered, covering his forehead, "It hurts." "Why did you run out suddenly, Mr. Amuro?" "Miss Nanace." Amuro stared blankly at Nanace Sakuma, who was standing at the door of the room, rubbing her blushing forehead with aggrieved feelings. "It's me." Sakuma Nanase was grabbed by the other party's shoulder before he finished speaking, and the other party was very hard to grasp her and hurt her. "Where have you been?" Amuroto lowered his head and took 2 breaths before gritting his teeth. I went to the bathroom. Who knew that the power went out suddenly when I was washing my hands? It shocked me and made my clothes wet." Toru Amuro noticed the soaked sleeves of Nane Sakuma, and the slight complaint made him relax his tight heart. He was angry and funny. The other party had no idea what happened just now, and he looked completely out of shape. He had some luck again. Maybe it was because the other party was not in the room that he escaped the catastrophe. The mysterious man finally failed to take her away. "Miss Nanase, I take back what I just said, it is not safe here." Amuro looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Please stay by my side and don't go anywhere." Sakuma Nanase looked at Toru Amuro, staring from the corner of his broken mouth to his arm, and suddenly said, "Mr. Amuro, you are bleeding." Toru Amuro only noticed the previous wound, because the fight broke open again, and the blood had stained half of his sleeve. "Why don't I help you bandage?" Sakuma Nanase raised the corner of his mouth a little bit, revealing a gentle smile. Chapter 29, Dad's Airport Pickup, 2-in-1. The medical station originally had only 2 temporary doctors. After bandaging their wounds, both doctors went back to rest. Now the medical station is completely dark. The 2 went to the electric room to check the switch, and found that it was pulled down by someone. After the medical station was pulled up, the medical station lights up again. The 2 took the medical supplies from the nurse station next door and returned to the ward. Amuro Toru followed her all the way, guarding the surroundings, and sent a text message to Edogawa Konan by the way, telling him about the situation. Edogawa Konan should have just arrived at the villa area, and he immediately called back after receiving a text message saying that he would rush back to the medical station and inform Officer Anderson to send someone to guard him. "Mr. Amuro, sit here." Nane Sakuma raised her chin to the direction of the sofa where the family rested in the ward and said, she was holding a bandage and antiseptic alcohol in her hand. Toru Amuro originally wanted to untie his clothes and let Sakuma Nanase bandage, but he remembered the fight just now. There must be obvious bruises on his body at this moment. He was afraid that Sakuma Nanase would be scared, and he hesitated for a moment. "What's the matter, Mr. Amuro? Take it off quickly. You can see that your clothes are soaked in blood and you can't wear them anymore. You can change into new clothes after I wrap you up." Sakuma Nanase smiled and held up the new clothes. "The medical coat sent by the nurse station, look, I'm ready for you." Amuro paused and unbuttoned his clothes, and stretched out his injured right arm. Although he covered it with half of his clothes, Sakuma Nanase still saw a large area of bruise on it. This woman almost couldn't help laughing. She lowered her head by trimming the bandage, her face full of malicious pleasure. "Hey! Mr. Amuro, why are you hurt all over? Did you leave it when you rescued me just now?" "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Mr. Amuro to be so badly injured and asked you to hold me back." She clenched her hands. Look guilty and sincere in tone. Although it looks serious, it doesn't get in the way, and it's not Nane-san's fault. Amuro revealed a soothing smile. "Of course it's not my fault, it's your fault, man." Sakuma Nanase showed a touched expression, sat next to Amuro Toru, took the hemostatic cotton to wipe the blood from the gunshot wound, and then took the antiseptic alcohol and poured it down. Amuro shuddered unexpectedly. Generally speaking, to clean the wound, you should wipe it gently with antiseptic alcohol around the wound instead of pouring it down directly. The direct contact with the alcohol will be very painful. "I can bear it." Sakuma Nanase raised his eyebrows. "It depends on how long you can bear it. The movements of her men are heavier." It took Sakuma Nanase's clumsy tricks for more than 10 minutes before he bandaged Amuro Toru's arm. After the bandage, Amuro was already sweating. Throughout the dressing process, he tried not to accuse or guide Sakuma Nanase, but gritted his teeth and endured it without humming. Sakuma Nanase gradually put away his smile. Why do you have to be patient? It hurts obviously, isn't it? This man always pretends to be in front of her, taking himself as a protector, and he has gotten signs from the time he interacted with him before. She was injured during training at the police academy. He always had to clean up before coming to see her. When he was found out, he asked him if he was uncomfortable, and he smiled and said that there was nothing wrong. The two went out to see the murder. The first time they saw the murder go and cover her eyes. When you encounter danger, you will block her in front of her for the first time. In the end, it is obviously you who are injured, but they are just comforting her not to be afraid. It was the same now, and it must be for some reason to protect her that he refused to recognize her. He was so touched that he shielded her from the wind and rain and didn't want her to be hurt in any way. But I hope he can share the burden with her. She is not as fragile as he imagined. Don't let her stand alone in ignorance. Please, hurry up and be honest with me, you idiot. Sakuma Nanase stood up from Amuro Toru, no longer in the mood to continue to bully the injured. Everything became dull. I will trouble Mr. Amuro to deal with the rest. After all, the location of the injury is not very convenient. Nanase Sakuma, who started the attack, naturally knew that all the greets on the body of Yuya Rei were skin injuries, which looked serious, but at most one. It will be all right in 2 weeks. Sakuma Nanase climbed into bed without waiting for Amuro's answer, took the quill to cover his head and pretended to sleep without humming. Amuro Toru watched Sakuma Nanase's movements. His eyes flickered, and finally he tightened his lips, picked up the ointment on the table and started applying the medicine. With the smell of alcohol and medicinal liquor floating in the room, Sakuma Nanase gradually became sleepy. Before falling asleep, she glanced at Amuro for the last time, and the other party was guarding the door blankly with her arms folded. Ah, this is your true expression. Dividing line. When Nanase Sakuma woke up, the sky was already bright. She got up and saw Morilan sitting by the bed. The other party saw her wake up with a gentle smile. Nace, are you awake? Dad and Mr. Amuro were outside communicating with Officer Anderson. Officer Anderson was very concerned about the mysterious person who appeared at the medical station last night. He wanted to find out about you, but Mr. Amuro said that you didn't meet each other. I don't know. Don't let the other party disturb you. Moriran explained the current situation to Nanase Sakuma. Hey? Did a mysterious person appear yesterday? Why didn't I know? Sakuma Nanase pretended to be surprised. Could it be that Mr. Amuro was injured yesterday because of that person? I heard that Mr. Amuro and the other party did it. The other party is very strong. It is suspected that it is an accomplice of Mr. George who attacked Nanase. After speaking, Moriran remembered that Sakuma Nanase might still have a shadow on George and quickly covered his mouth. Sakuma Nanase noticed her anxiety and smiled and calmed down. Xylan, you don't need to do this, I'm fine. Mr. Amuro arrived in time at the time, and I didn't suffer any injuries, and the neck injury will soon heal. Yes. I have calmed down after a night. Even if I mention that man in front of me, I won't be afraid. Moriran let out a sigh of relief. She stretched out her hand to hold Sakuma Nanase's hand, and said, Nanase, it's really great that you are fine. Dad said that Mr. George died of blood loss. Officer Anderson early this morning. He has already transported his body to the United States, and he can no longer hurt you. Nanase Sakuma cooperated with a relieved expression. She had cut off George's right wrist and consciously controlled it during the fight with the opponent. She was sure that there would be no traces on the opponent's body that could identify her. Although it was a bit regretful that he could not absorb the other party. Excuse me, Sakuma-san awake. Officer Anderson walked into the ward with 2 FBI companions, Mori Kogora and Amuro Tou followed behind them. Seeing that Nanase Sakuma had woken up, Officer Anderson's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Miss Sakuma, FBI Anderson under the FBI, I was commissioned by the Maldives Police Chief Zion to investigate an international disappearance case. George Turner, the gangster who kidnapped Ms. Sakuma yesterday, is the murderer behind this series of cases. I want Ms. Sakuma to have a full body check to see if there is any injury to other places. I also want to talk to you. Make a transcript. After all, you are the last person to come into contact with Mr. George. There may be important clues that you accidentally saw but didn't find. This is good for catching the other party's accomplices." "I don't want it," Nane Sakuma said decisively with a gentle smile. "She is not a fool. In the world of K-Shwet, everything the murderer says is a clue. As long as she doesn't make up a story, she won't be discovered. As long as she doesn't say a word, she will be seen through." Anderson didn't expect to be rejected. He was stunned and continued to persuade, "Miss Sakuma, this is good for you and harmless. Finding George Turner's accomplices can better protect your safety. I don't need it. I will leave the Maldives tomorrow and return to Japan. It is very safe. In fact, Japan is super dangerous, but what about it is just an excuse anyway." She emphasized her tone, "I don't want to become a talker for various American newspapers. I am harassed by various media every day. I am not a suspect or an American. You are not qualified to force me to cooperate." Sakuma Nane's words hit the nail on the head. As the FBI of the United States, Anderson does not have the power to force the other party to cooperate. If Sakuma Nanes must make a transcript, it must go through the Japanese government in the name of the exchange of criminal cases between the two countries before the Japanese police can notify. Sakuma Nanes went to the Metropolitan Police Department to make a record. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to complete the procedure. Anderson frowned and showed displeasure. He lowered his voice and tried to suppress Nane Sakuma with aura. "Miss, please think carefully, you are facing the accomplices of the successor of C. Butcher. You know how they treat the victims. Are they? They will strip the victims alive." "Enough." Anderson was interrupted before he finished speaking. He stood in front of Nane Sakuma and said with an unpleasant expression, "Officer Anderson, please pay attention to your words. Are you intimidating citizens of other countries?" Kogoro Mori frowned unhappily. Knowing that Sakuma was arrested by other criminals yesterday, there are still shadows. It is really not good for the American FBI to scare Sakuma Nanes with what happened to the victim. The way of doing it. Under Sakuma Nane's strong refusal, Anderson could only take the two FBIs away. After all, once the US forcing citizens of other countries into the media, it would definitely have a negative impact on the image of the Federation. When Anderson and his party left, Edogawa Conan approached Sakuma Nane's bed and asked with a curious look, "Why Sister Nanes must not make a transcript? What a keen kid." The smile on Nane Sakuma's face remained unchanged, and he touched Edogawa Conan's head, "Just like my sister just said, my sister doesn't want her experience to be spread everywhere. The United States is different from Japan. Serial killings are popular there, and books will be published everywhere to exaggerate their evil deeds, and a group of people agree. There are even cases where judges fall in love with serial murderers. It is a crazy country that entertains to death, and I have no good feelings for them." Sakuma Nane's words are really well founded, and Edogawa Conan can only shut up. "After experiencing this time, I am not in the mood to continue playing. I am going to take the plane tomorrow to go back to Japan. Do you want to be together?" Sakuma Nanes sent out an invitation. Dividing line. Mori Kogoro was lost in thought. Because they had only planned to travel for 3 days, and the Sea Butcher decided to return to Japan in advance, they agreed to Sakuma Nane's invitation to travel together. Originally they wanted to book a flight ticket, but Nane Sakuma said that she would like to thank them for their help, and she would take care of everything. She did not expect that the arrangement she said would actually cover the entire first-class cabin, but... Miss Sakuma, this first-class cabin is really great. Mori Kogoro was lying on the massage chair, holding the high-quality wine provided by the beautiful stewardess in his hand. He was going to fly to the sky with joy. Miss Stewardess, please give it to me again. Bring some beer and side dishes. This is life, how wonderful it is. For the first time, he felt that flying by plane was so cool. Dad, you are really... Mao Lilan covered her face. Too embarrassing. It's obviously not that she has never been in first class before, so why is she so excited? Is Nanace okay? It must have cost a lot of money to book the entire first class cabin. Actually, we can take economy class. Mao Lilan glanced at the stewardess who was standing at the post and turned to face the one sitting in the back row. Sakuma Nanace whispered. It's okay, everyone didn't have fun in the Maldives. At least you should be more comfortable when you go back. Sakuma Nanace waved her hand with a smile. She has more money, and now she doesn't need to save money. 8 hours, there are many interesting projects on the plane, everyone can experience it. Sister Xiaolan, this massage chair is great. Edogawa Konan, who was sitting next to Malilan, said to Malilan happily, shaking his calf. Yeah, it's very comfortable. Mao Lilan returned a smile to him. Thank you Nana's sister. Yeah. Thank you Nana's sister. Edogawa Konan turned his head and smiled sweetly at Sakuma Nanace. If it hadn't been known in advance that this guy was from Shinichi Kudo, he would really have been fooled by him. The acting skills of this pretending child are too strong. It is indeed a man who has lied to his girlfriend for more than 20 years. Sakuma Nanace thought while smiling back at Edogawa Konan. After dealing with Kogoro Mori and his party, Nanace Sakuma relaxed on the massage chair and looked out the scenery through the window of the plane. The blue sky was covered with cotton-like white clouds, which looked very soft. The cloud seen from the plane is different from the one seen on the ground. A familiar male voice rang in her ears. Nanace Sakuma paused, and turned her head to the owner of the voice. The blonde and black youth was smiling at her. Amuro Tioyu took the initiative to sit next to her when he was on the plane, and finally couldn't help but talk to her at this moment. Why, finally figured it out, want to confess to her. Although I knew that the possibility was low in my heart, Sakuma Nanace got a little interested and wanted to see what the dog man had to say. Does Mr. Amuro like to watch clouds, too? Blue sky and white clouds, looking at it can always make people feel better. Toru Amuro did not answer directly, his eyes fell on Sakuma Nanace's phone. Is this the new phone that Miss Nanace bought at the duty-free shop just now? Sakuma Nanace followed the opponent's gaze and fell on his mobile phone. She bought the latest smartphone, the Galaxy version. The back screen is a shining dark blue dotted with stars, just like a starry night sky. For some reason, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. She reached out her hand to turn the phone over and covered her mouth, and said, "Yes, the previous phone is no longer usable because of falling into the water, so she bought a new phone at the duty-free shop, but I didn't expect it to be there. I can actually buy a Japanese phone card, I have already used it. In recent years, Japan's economy is getting better and better. People often travel abroad. In order to improve the experience of Japanese tourists, many tourist attractions not only have Japanese guidelines, but also phone cards and Japanese translations, especially in Hawaii and Maldives. It's not surprising that you can buy Japanese phone cards in the places that Japanese people often go to. When he talks about his country, Amuro says more, and the pride in his tone rushes to his face. It's worth saying my lover is men in this country. So why is this man here? Sakuma Nanace showed a speechless expression. Soon Amuro noticed Sakuma Nanace's expression. He stopped the flattery and returned to his own theme. He took out his mobile phone and said to Sakuma Nanace, "Can Miss Nanace exchange mobile phone numbers with me? Although Japan is very safe, the mysterious person has not been caught. If Nanace finds strangers around, you can contact me. So you are not just a man with 3 jobs, but also a man with 2 mobile phones? Sakuma Nanace couldn't help but complain when looking at the mobile phone that Amuro was holding. She wanted to ask yesterday, this guy clearly fell into the water with him, where did the mobile phone come out, and Japan is very safe? Blow with your eyes? You asked Edogawa Conan, did he agree with this statement? Sakuma Nanace looked at the man who was smiling brightly in front of him, and this guy had only the cutest smile. If he could say less irritating things, forget it. She turned on the Bluetooth of the mobile phone and exchanged the phone number in line with Toru Amuro. Nanace Sakuma was about to make a note on it when she heard the man next to her say, Miss Nanace can contact me if she encounters any problems every day, after all, we are friends. What? Sakuma Nanace's finger to change the remark stopped, and she slowly raised her head to look at Amuro Toru, who lowered her head and typed. This man really doesn't understand long memory, right? Sakuma Nanace quickly pressed his finger on the delete button, and blankly deleted the original Mr. Amuro remarks, changed Amuro Toru's line remarks to Amuro Toru, and added a yellow color at the back dog head. Amuro Toru casually glanced at the notes Sakuma Nanace had given her, and he asked curiously, Miss Nanace, what does this dog symbol mean? Sakuma Nanace raised a bright smile, it means loyal and friendly. In my heart, Mr. Amuro is as cute as Doshiba. I am so happy to be friends with Mr. Amuro. She opened the memo as she spoke, typing on it in less than a minute. She put the memo full of words on her cheek and showed it to Amuro, her smile brightly as if to bloom. Today is a happy day, I decided to record it. There are only a few numbers and patterns on the memo, which are Ghost 1463, Cushion 2, and Green Hat 10%. As clever as Amuro Toru could not understand for a while, he was interrupted by Sakuma Nanace when he wanted to ask a question. I didn't sleep well last night. I want to rest for a while. When the plane arrives, please ask Mr. Amuro to call me. After speaking, he put on the eye mask delivered by the plane, and leaned on the massage chair and stopped talking. Amuro was lost in thought, what does that memo mean? More around saw the scene of Toru Amuro and Nanace Sakuma talking, and her gossiping heart throbbed again. She blushed and leaned into Edogawa Conan's ear and whispered, Mr. Amuro and Nanace seem to have a good chat. They have a good relationship. Mr. Amuro also specifically sat next to Nanace. Conan, do you think Mr. Amuro likes Nanace? Haha, can you not like it, that's his girlfriend. Conan Edogawa showed half-moon eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hey, wait, in the eyes of Nanace Sakuma, she has unilaterally broke up with Mr. Amuro, then she should be considered Mr. Amuro's ex-girlfriend? Edogawa Conan is in entanglement. Dividing line. 8 hours later, the plane arrived at Tokyo Airport. Finally back to Japan. Kogoro Mori raised his hands and stretched out a big lazy waist. Nace, we are going back to the detective office. You live not far away. Would you like to take the tram back with us? How many people can still be company? Mao Lilan said. Sakuma Nanace thought for a while. Her apartment was not far from Kogoro Mori's detective office. If she were to use a tram, the route ahead would be the same, and she was about to agree. There was a sudden commotion at the airport exit not far away. Many people couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the place where the crowd gathered. As the most curious detectives, Kogoro Mori couldn't help but go there. Near. At this time, Sakuma Nanace's cell phone rang, and she took a step behind them. She looked at the call and showed that it was Inakon Oni Manjiro calling. She connected the phone. Dad, why are you calling me suddenly? What's the matter? Nanace baby. Didn't you send a text message to Netsuko last night saying that you will be back in Japan at 3 o'clock this afternoon? The old man arranged for someone to pick you up. Tonight, you will go home and let us have a meal together. Dad hasn't seen Nane's baby for a long time. On the other end of the phone came the excited voice of Inikan Manjaro, and Sakuma Nane slammed in his heart, with an unknown premonition. At this time, a girl was pulling her boyfriend and passing by Nane Sakuma excitedly. The girl was saying excitedly, "Go and go. I heard that there are many people in black standing at the airport gate, and there are a row of black cars. They are here. Do you want to make a movie? Don't stop it, it's too dangerous. Just now from the second floor, I saw that their exposed arms are all tattooed. Everyone is fierce and vicious. They don't look like good people. They won't be Japanese gangsters. We ordinary people don't want to. You have entered chaotically, should you change the exit and leave? Hey, people want to take a closer look. They see the real gangster for the first time," the girl and the boy said as they walked away. Sakuma Nanes, who heard the conversation, asked with a trembling voice, "Daddy, who did you send to pick me up?" "The old man sent a small group of people to pick you up. Don't worry, Dad knows that you don't like high profile. It's just that Japan is not very safe recently. There is a bomber messing around everywhere. Dad is really worried about Nane's baby alone. So I found the best guy in the group, and they will send Nane's baby home safely." Inikan Oni Manjaro explained. Sakuma Nanes took his mobile phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling glass of the airport. There were 6 black cars neatly lined up outside the airport, and more than 24 strong, full-faced black men stood guard at the door with their arms folded. It doesn't look like picking up the plane at all, it's more like a posture of someone squatting. It's exactly like a gang vendetta. At this time, the black-clothed man outside moved, and the leading man took out a piece of white cloth from the car and instructed the group members standing in front to pull it away. The white cloth was lifted aloft, and I saw a few large characters written in black ink on it: "Japan's strongest gangster, welcome to go home." Sakuma Nane's eyes went dark. "Father! My dad! Don't you call this high profile?" Chapter 30, New Character Debut. Is this the legendary social death? Sakuma Nanes put his forehead on the floor-to-ceiling glass, and the invisible white face burst into tears. Even if she doesn't have the ability to predict, as long as she dares to go out now, she will be able to board the Japanese TV station, the kind of legal channel tonight. "Oh Dad, this is really too arrogant, too arrogant. Japan's strongest gangster, what the is it? Didn't you say that you are just one of the best gangs? Why did you upgrade to the strongest in a few days? And what is the difference between doing this at Tokyo International Airport and tap dancing on the nerves of the Japanese government?" Sakuma Nanes turned his head and glanced at Muri Kogora and his group secretly. Sure enough, she saw that her ex-boyfriend and Konan Edogawa had serious expressions on their faces, and her ex-boyfriend took out his mobile phone to send text messages. "You don't need to think about it, but Feng Jianyu must have given an order to his subordinate. As for the order, isn't it obvious? Look at the defiant underworld outside." Sakuma Nanes closed his eyes in despair. If she was arrested in front of her ex-boyfriend in the name of migrant sisterhood, and the arrest order was given by the ex-boyfriend, she would rather find noodles to hang herself. What? She can imagine the expression of that guy Zhang Guling. "Nane's baby? Why are you not talking? Did you see the pickup person arranged by the old man?" On the other end of the phone, Inikan Oni Manjaro didn't know what was going on. Sakuma Nanes vaguely heard metal tapping on the other end. The sound, Dad heard that all the banners must be picked up when picking up the airport. I specifically asked them to make them big and eye-catching, so you can see it at a glance. Dad, you are too modest, more than just eye-catching? It's a 10,000-watt spotlight. Not only did she see it, but the attention of the entire Tokyo airport was attracted. Okay. And welcome big sister home. What is it? What? What a shame. She doesn't want to be called the eldest sister. Wrong. This is not the problem at all, right? She obviously said that she would think about inheriting the Inikan group, What is this? First cut and then play. This is Tokyo Airport. The current gangsters are really arrogant. Kogoro Mori hugged his arms and smashed his mouth. Also Japan's strongest gangster, which gang is this? Bold, aren't you afraid that other gangs will make trouble for them if they see it? It belongs to her family. Japan's largest gang organization now, one is the Yamaguchi Group, which is the oldest gang organization in Japan, the other is the Inokon Group that only emerged 30 years ago. It was renamed the Inokon Group just a few years ago. I heard that their team members are spread all over Japan. Look at the badge on their collar with the word 7. This is the logo of the Inokon Group. I heard that the previous logo was a black dog. I don't know why. Years ago, it suddenly changed to the current one. After that, the Inokon Group expanded all the way, and there were faint signs of overwhelming the Yamaguchi Group. This pickup may be a test. Edogawa Conan pushed the reflective glasses. He noticed Mao Lilan's gaze immediately pretended to be cute and said, "Ah. This is what the news I read before. Wow, Sister Xiaolan, the gang is terrible." "Ah, that's because she was born 25 years ago." To celebrate, Inokon Oni Manjiro changed the logo of his group. I heard that he drew it himself. Sakuma Nanase looked at the sky with his eyes blankly. Yet, I don't know who the eldest sister they took. It's really a big battle. Mao Lilan put her hand on her cheek and curiously said, "It's the first time I have seen a real gangster, usually. I've only seen it in the news." "Don't be curious, the eldest sister they are going to pick up is in front of you." Tokyo Airport is one of Japan's largest international airports. There are many foreigners coming and going. Their staying here will not only cause panic, but also damage Japan's international image. Amuro revealed the helplessness of ordinary citizens in the face of underworld organizations. Although the gangs registered with the Metropolitan Police Department are legal, they have to abide by the rules. These gangs always like to put on the stage and don't put the Japanese police in their eyes. The Japanese government should have stricter control over gangs. That's right. Waiting for Feng Jian to bring a search warrant and other police officers over, he wanted to use the reason of searching for illegal items in the car to capture these dogs from the Dog Gold Group. It is rumored that they used the idle activities of the extreme girl to conduct unknown transactions in private, just as an interrogation. Sakuma Nanase looked at Amuro Toru from bottom to top, clearly seeing the emotions in his eyes. She couldn't help biting her fingers tightly. This situation is too bad, she didn't want to go out even if she died. Inokon Manjiro on the phone was still urging her to ask her if the flight was delayed. "Dad. I want to go back by myself. You let those people evacuate." Sakuma Nanase was about to kneel down for Inokon Oni Manjiro. She really couldn't do this pickup operation. "What's wrong with Nanase baby? Don't you like the pickup that the old man prepared for you? What's wrong? Tell your dad, and dad change it right away." Inagani Oni Manjiro asked Sakuma Nanase softly and turned the voice of his beating team members came from the headphone. "You bastards! Who said that young people like to pick up the airport like that? You make the old man's baby unhappy. Apologize with death. Nanase, who wants to pick you up?" Inokon Manjiro's voice was so loud that it was heard by more around who was looking for Sakuma Nanase. As soon as the word pickup came out, Kogoro Mori, Toru Amuro, and Conan Edogawa all cast their eyes on Nanase Sakuma. Sakuma Nanase broke out in a cold sweat for an instant, and subconsciously hung up Inokon Manjiro's call. The first attacker was Edogawa Conan, whose appearance was an elementary school student, but inside was a famous high school detective. He tilted his head and asked curiously, "Sakuma sister, is anyone coming to pick you up?" Sakuma Nanase launched a defense. "Ah, my friend heard that I came back from the Maldives and wanted to come and pick me up. Miss Sakuma, you are all here. It's weird to rush over to pick you up now. Tokyo is very congested at this point. The sleeping detective Kogoro Mori launched a natural black skill to hit the loophole in Sakuma Nanase's words. No, I heard that he happened to be nearby. Sakuma Nanase struggled. I just want to stay at the airport for a while. Why don't I wait with Miss Nanase? Amuro Toru was affected by the underworld buff, and his desire for protection increased, and he issued a big move accompany. Sakuma Nanase was hit by 3 hits, and she covered her face with some collapse. Why should she be interrogated by 3 detectives? Now that she is missing a Shuaki Akai, she will receive the same treatment as the boss of the winery. How can she be? She is not worthy, let her go. Just when Sakuma Nanase was about to give up on her own, a male voice rang behind her. Nanase schoolgirl. Sakuma Nanase turned her head and saw a man in a white trench coat standing behind her, her eyes lit up as if she saw an angel descending. Himeno-senpai, long time no see, are you here to pick me up? Nanase Sakuma clasped his hands together, showing a look of anticipation. Sakuma Nanase flashed the other party's information in his mind. Himeno Kazuo is her university dean and the president of the student union that she participated in at Sakuma Nanase University. He is also one of the male protagonists in the Butterfly Lab game, known as the King of NTR. Unlike other otome games, the heroine of this game is someone who has a boyfriend at the beginning. The two have already lived together, but because of the difference in the 3 views and life philosophy, friction often occurs. At this time, the hostess's senior Kazuo Himo appeared. He would take care of the hostess when she was injured and sick. He would listen to her to accompany her tenderly when she was sad. When she was sad, he would accompany her to drink and understand the hostess's feelings. Dream and encourage her to work hard. In the end, the heroine will choose between the idiot original boyfriend and Himeno Icho, whether to choose to cheat or not to cheat. If he decides to break up with the original male protagonist and choose to be with Himeno Kazunori, Himeno Kazunori will happily propose to the female protagonist. He can tolerate all the problems of the female protagonist, and the only request to the female protagonist is please stop after marriage cheating. In addition to having a snack machine, he is a man with perfect appearance and personality. In fact, most of the experience of the above heroine, Nanase Sakuma has experienced. Without the knowledge of Zhang Guling, from the beginning of the relationship between the two, the senior has been working day and night, persevering, and diligently digging the foot of his wall. Especially in the 4 years since he disappeared, the senior's was almost incarnate as an excavator, constantly brushing his presence in front of Sakuma Nanase, and a lot of text messages and calls, and he must give gifts during the holidays. Had it not been for Sakuma Nanase's true love to Yayaru in this life, and his feelings were very firm. At this moment Yuyaya should have embraced his ex-girlfriend's child. Himeno Icho, a man who would never embarrass his beloved heroine, responded to her as Sakuma Nanase wished, I just sent the company's seniors on the plane, so I wanted to pick you up by the way, my car stopped outside. He smiled very softly and gently took Sakuma Nanase's suitcase. Thank you, senior, I'll just take the luggage myself. Wow! Mao Lilan blushed slightly when she saw the scene in front of her. The two in front of her were handsome and tall, the other gentle and beautiful, and they really matched well. She originally thought Nanase and Mr. Amuro would have a play, but it seemed that Nanase had an object. Miss Nanase, don't you give us an introduction? Amuro Toru suddenly appeared between the two and said with a smile. Sakuma Nanase blinked and seemed to remember to introduce it, this is my senior in college, and his name is Icho Himeno. Then he introduced Muri Kogoro and his party, this is the famous sleeping man. Kogoro Mori detective, this is his daughter Moriran, this child is also a Mori detective, named Edogawa Konan, is a very clever boy. Finally, this is Mr. Mori's apprentice, Toru Amuro, also a detective. Moriran and Edogawa Konan greeted each other. Himeno Icho shook hands with Kogoro Mori, took out the exquisite business card from the card holder and handed it over, it's really a long time daimyo, I often see the heroic figure of a Maori detective in solving crimes on the news. Then he turned his eyes to Toyo Amuro. With a smile, Mr. Maori's disciple looks so young and promising. It's true that if you have a teacher, you must have a disciple. Amuro took the other party's business card, quickly scanned it, and said with a smile, Mr. Himeno seems to be a talented person. He became the director of internal medicine at Tokyo General Hospital at such a young age. The instinct of a man made Himeno Kazumi realize that the man in front of him was hostile to him. He raised his eyebrows and jumped directly over the other party, turning his head and saying to Nanae Sakuma, "School Nanae, it's getting late, I'll send you back first." The voice was so soft that water dripped. Sakuma Nanae didn't intend to let Himeno Icho talk with the detectives anymore. She said goodbye to Kogoro Mori and the others, and took Himeno Icho to another exit. "Senior, there is a group of gangsters at the front entrance, it's really scary now, let's change the export." "Okay, I listen to school girls," Himeno Kazuyo said with a smile. When he left, he looked back at Amuro. The blonde young man was looking at him with a frown, and Himeno Kazuyo curled up his mouth. Himeno Kazuyo, a man who never gets a good impression by saying bad things about other men, focuses on solving the core problem, female protagonist, has super high NTR skills. All rivals who only target the same are weak in his eyes. Chapter 31, NTR King, 2 in 1. When I walked away with Himeno Kazuyo, Nanae Sakuma immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Inakon Manjiro's number. "Dad. A friend came to pick me up. I have already left the airport. You must evacuate those people. Nanae's baby, you are too dangerous by yourself. What if you encounter a bomber?" Inakon Oni Manjiro was upset. "Do you mind the pickup banner? The old man will let them take them off." I will tell you about the banner when I go back. Anyway, I have already left, and I can go back by myself. Don't always think of me as a kid. I won't be so unlucky to encounter bombers. You are waiting for me at home," Sakuma Nanae said angrily. Hearing the words of his own daughter's anger, the boss of Japan's strongest gangster, the demon boss of the Inakon group, and the vampire president of the Backstreet Idol group Inakon Oni Manjiro, he persuaded, the old man immediately let the bunnies go. Sakuma Nanae gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. Seeing her appearance, Himeno chuckled, "Senior Nanae, it's rare to see you lose your temper." Nanae Sakuma scratched her face, a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry that you saw how I lost my temper, and thank you just now for helping me." "It doesn't matter, I can see the rare expression of Nanae's school girl, but I am very happy." Himeno Kazunori smiled, and he muttered as if to himself, "I can meet Nanae's school girl to help you, today it's my lucky day." Sakuma Nanae showed a subtle expression. In just 2 sentences, the man Himeno Icho has used 3 hints, 2 showing weakness, and he has also made a series of steps forward. With rare expressions reminding the other person to recall the time they spent together, and to draw the distance between the two, but very happy to see the different expressions of the heroine. The focus is on the 2 words instead. It seems simple, but it actually means the regret that I didn't see before, implying that he wants to get along with the heroine more longing. The last sentence, "Today is my lucky day," is to retreat. Jin's weakness aroused the guilt of the heroine, and made her think about whether she had neglected the seniors too much before and made him so humble. When the hostess realizes the humbleness of this man, she will subconsciously strengthen the idea that this man likes me. Once there is a gap in the heroine's mind, he will immediately think of this peerless spare tire, so that he can take the opportunity to enter. Himeno Kazuyo is worthy of being the king of NTR. I haven't seen him for a while. Your skills are not diminished, Senior? Nanae Sakuma glanced at Himeno Icho again, as a cheating target carefully set for the heroine of the Tokyo Tome game. Himeno Kazuyo has perfect facial features. His short purple-black hair reveals a small slender neck. Under the abstinence dress, there is a kind of unconscious temptation. The eyes of the same color are always floating with a gentle and ambiguous light, speaking. At that time, he always consciously or unconsciously squeezed the light-colored lips that are very suitable for kissing, and even the mole on the corner of the mouth is just right and full of temptation and color. It is simply shaking the pump to encourage the heroine to come on. Ah, the game production team is really good at it. With such a face, coupled with Asuka Hirakawa's full-bodied voice, coupled with the superb NTR skills of Hime no Icho, it's impossible for the original player not to kneel. Nanae Sakuma feels again. In this life, Nanae Sakuma really loves Noria, and a child can be born for another person. What is Nanae's schoolgirl thinking so engrossed? The two had reached the parking lot of the airport. Hime no Icho helped Sakuma Nanae put the luggage in the trunk, and opened the door for her, maintaining a gentleman's courtesy the whole time. As if the man who just put down the chain suit was not him. Senior changed a new car. Nanae Sakuma sat in the co-pilot and just fastened the seat belt, and Hime no Kazunori got into the driver's seat. Didn't junior sister mention that I wanted to go to Nagano to see the stars? I thought that a more comfortable car would be better. Ah, I'm sorry Nanae's junior sister, I'll take a parking card. Hime no Kazunori leaned forward to take it and hang it in Sakuma in Nanae's pocket. Half of his body straddled in front of Sakuma Nanae. The tip of her nose almost touched Himeno's chest, and the other party's body temperature came out through the thin shirt. If she licked it, Sakuma Nanae clearly smelled the faint fragrance of the other party's body. Hey! Sakuma Nanae showed half-moon eyes. When Himeno-kazun received the parking card, he quickly returned it, as if he was really just taking things just now. He was very gentle and serious. He smiled at Sakuma Nanae. I'm sorry Nanae schoolgirl, I'm used to the parking card is in the storage compartment. Nanae Sakuma smiled back, it's okay senior. She can obviously let her take it, but she has to come by herself. Others are amplifying the move A, this man beats the move to a flat A, wave after wave, really can't help it. Hime no Icho is very well measured. He knows exactly what it means to be relaxed. He has played with the ambiguity of being so close, so he didn't launch any further attacks along the way. He completely told Sakuma Nanae about the recent happenings as a kind senior. Interesting things around. Dividing line. Senpa, my house is right in front, you can just let me down here. Nanae Sakuma said when he saw a building not far away. In front is the real estate purchased by Inakon Oni Manjiro. It looks like a residential area. In fact, the whole area used to be the staff dormitory of the Inakon collective, and the Inakon family is hidden in it. As long as a stranger enters the area, the members of the monitoring agency of the community will find out immediately. And will clean up as soon as they find that the opponent is an enemy. Under the seemingly peaceful neighborhood, is the undercurrent of the underworld. Hime no Kazunori looked at the residential area that was not far away, and remembered it silently. He opened the car door for Sakuma Nanae and smiled, this time is a bit rushed. Next time Nanae's schoolgirl is free, please notify me in advance. I want to make an appointment for you. He blinked, I found a great izakaya. You will love it. Sakuma Nanae raised his eyebrows. If you don't insist on digging the foot of the wall, Hime no Kazuo is really a great friend. He seems to have a special skill. He always appears near Sakuma Nanae when she is sad, as if he had a radar. It's not that Sakuma Nanae has never thought of telling him over the years, but the distance between the other party is very good, and she never expresses her feelings directly, so she can't help it even if she wants to refuse. Well, forget it, she suspected Hime no Kazunori had a fixed NTR attribute, so she couldn't persuade him at all. When Hime no Icho was about to start leaving, Sakuma Nanae knocked on his car window, and Hime no Icho lowered the car window and looked at Sakuma Nanae in confusion. Sakuma Nanae put his arm on the window of the car, bent over and looked at Hime no Icho and said, Senior, you can't come here alone in the future. Hime no Icho asked silently, but Nane Sakuma just retracted his hand and waved to him with a smile. Sakuma Nanace walked home with the suitcase and pocket in the other hand, sending away the bewildered Hime no Icho. As soon as I entered the house, I saw two big men in black standing at the door, and when they saw her coming in, they bowed quickly, "Miss, welcome home." "Thank you, on duty." Nane Sakuma smiled at them. "Where is my dad?" "The boss is in the yard." One of the simple-looking men in black replied, "The team members who went to pick up the young lady did not receive the young lady's return. The boss taught them in the backyard." Sakuma Nanace shook her head and pitied the group members for a second, but remembering that it was these guys who caused her to almost die socially, she quickly left her pity behind. Nane Sakuma handed the suitcase to another big man, "Please help me put the luggage in the living room, I have something else." Then she walked to the yard. Before Sakuma Nanace walked to the backyard, he heard Inakon Oni Manji's angry yelling. "Your group of trash is really amazing. I asked you to pick up the eldest lady. Not only did you miss it, but you almost got caught by the slip, hey? Are you brave enough to dare to do this? You are embarrassed to come back. Our dog gold team is not like you, shameful guy." Sakuma Nanace walked over and leaned against the backyard door with her chest, watching her dad with a devilish look, holding a metal baseball bat and slamming it on the kneeling man with flowers, all the baseball bats waving quickly. There was no shadow, and only a few of the 20 big men were still standing, looking at him tremblingly. A good group of gangsters, all of them looked like quails in front of her dad. But after a while, Inakon Oni Manjiro's ferocity is undiminished, and his combat effectiveness has grown again. "I'm really sorry." The knocked-down man with a bruised face rolled up from the ground, and his seat was neatly unearthed. "Boss, please forgive us. We received your retreat call at the time and arranged to leave immediately." People. At that time, Takeda and the others were almost out of the airport when their car was at the end, but a football kicked their car window. Then a blonde plainclothes sliver caught up with the car and stepped on the front of the car and ran into the car. The handbrake of Zushin caused the car to hit the barrier, and the car was forced to stop. Then a group of police ran out and arrested Zushin in the name of hiding illegal items. When we hurried back, Zushin was taken away by the sliver. "We remembered you. I said before that you can't make trouble in public, so I hurried back to report it to you. We really didn't hide any illegal items. Those slivers were planted and blamed on us. Those slivers are kindly black. They must have deliberately engaged us in dog gold." Groob. Meow meow. Sakuma Nanace showed an unspeakable expression. How could this operation be so obvious? Did you just say that the old man spent more than 1 million custom-made safety cars, and the 3 cm thick bulletproof glass window was kicked and broken by a football? Inakon Manjiro bowed his head warmly. Looked at the big man with flowers. "Yes, boss, our 3 cm thick bulletproof glass window was blown by a football." Before he could finish his words, Inakon Manjiro picked up a metal bat and hit it 3 meters away. "Did you not put the old man in your eyes? You can speak such nonsense. A football can kick the bulletproof glass that cannot be shot through. That football is a missile, right?" Inakon Manjiro, he was very angry. What else is so powerful, that runs faster than a car? Is he Superman? You guys dare to cooperate and fool the old man? Sakuma Nanace's expression is more subtle, and it's okay, now it's confirmed, it is the combination of Edogawa Konan and Amuro Toru who is doing the trouble. At that time, she saw that their eyes were looking at the dog gold pickup team outside. The text message sent by her ex-boyfriend really called the police to arrest someone. Fortunately, she did not go out, or she would be taken to prison at this time. It's her. Boss. Boss. Believe us. We really didn't lie. We don't know why a football can kick through the bulletproof glass window. The big man with flowers cried very loudly, "Yes, this is very learning." Sakuma Nanace twitched his mouth. Edogawa Conan's football can support a venue. What happened to the bulletproof glass? Maybe he can directly kick the Jin helicopter in the next theater version. Boss, Zushin, they were taken away by the slips. You have to save them. Those black-hearted slips don't know how to torture them to confess. The current slips are too bad for martial arts. We just go to pick them up normally. It's just a chance. There is no Japanese law underworld, so you can't pick up the plane. They actually planted the blame on us for drug trafficking, and our group obviously wouldn't be involved in this. How can they slander us like this? The underworld is also moral. That's discrimination. It's for our Dog Gold group. The other party's words were strongly agreed with other big guys, and even one or two of them cried emotionally, "Woo woo woo, we wake up early and sell milk tea in the dark and the surroundings of the back street have been hard enough. I'm going to pick up the airport and I'll have to be targeted by a note. I can't live this day." "Shut up." Inakon Oni Manjiro kicked the big guy who cried the loudest, howling in front of the old man. "I'm so annoying." Obviously, the big armed guys often experience the severe beatings of Inakon Oni Manjiro on weekdays, and they have strong endurance and resilience. They got up again and knelt up and said, "Boss, when are we going to rescue Takeda and the others?" "Hey!" Inakon Oni Manjiro condescendingly showed a devilish expression. Inakan group does not have a junk team member who will be taken to prison by slivers. From today on, Takeda and the others have been removed. Since they are no longer Inakan group people, the old man takes care of them to die. The big man with a flower arm had an earthquake. Can it still be like this? Are you the devil? It's so annoying, it's a bunch of guys who can only drag your legs. Inakon Oni Manjiro dropped the metal bat unhappily, picked up the cigar on the table and took a bite. His eyes became fierce, but recently the Tokyo notes are a bit arrogant. Are they a bit too distracting from the old man? "Hey, does the blonde plainclothes note you mentioned earlier have a picture of him? Find him and give him some." "Father." Inakon Oni Manjiro was interrupted by a female voice before he finished speaking. He looked up and saw Sakuma Nanace standing at the gate of the courtyard looking at him. His eyes lit up, the black background quickly receded, and a few small flowers emerged from the back of his head, completely throwing behind the order he was about to give. He opened his arms and showed a big smile. "My old man's world's most lovely little Nanace. You can be counted as coming back. Dad has been waiting for you for a long time." Sakuma Nanace walked over, and Inakon Oni Manjiro picked her up and happily turned around twice. "Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. Quickly let me down." In Dad's eyes, Nanace will always be Dad's little baby. Inakon Oni Manjiro put down Sakuma Nanace, hugged her and shook her happily. "Natsuko will come back later for the show, and Xiao Nanace will be with Dad first. For dinner, the old man has prepared your favorite Kobe beef. Freshly shipped this afternoon." "Thank you, Dad." "Ah, people want to talk to Dad alone, these group members are so inconvenient." Nanace Sakuma tilted his head. "Didn't you hear? Don't get out of here. Let's forget what happened today. If you do it again next time, it won't be solved by breaking a few bones." The old man is trying to expand the combination. "Do you know what the old man means?" Inakon Ghost Manjiro back Sakuma Nanace smiled savagely at the subordinates, and looked straight at the big guys shaking their heads frantically. Nanace Sakuma was funny and speechless about the fact that Inakon Manjiro sent his team members to Thailand to have without saying a word. The other gangsters were buried directly, and when she came to her dad, it became the wrong team member to do it. Idols make money. I really don't know which way is more black-hearted. "Dad, before eating, I want to talk to you about the airport." "Ahem. Little Nanace is really not to blame the old man. It's all the bad ideas of those rascals. They just said that young people like that kind of pomp, and they have to put up a banner. The old man actually suggested that a little boy yes, they don't want to listen. But the old man has already taught them, so let's forget about it. Hey! You just throw the pot. If it wasn't for your order, would the group of quail dare to do that? If it was really their suggestion, you would have broken your leg a long time ago. Sakuma Nane sighed. She really has nothing to do with her dad and dog Kinki Manjaro. There are only two people in this world who can make her blood pressure surge crazy. One is her ex-boyfriend, the other is her father, and they are both. But don't get together, she can't imagine what will happen. Wait. Nane's baby. I'll talk about this later. Inakan Oni Manjaro took Sakuma Nane's hand and walked to the living room. The old man sends someone to protect you. The old man is really worried. So the old man has prepared some anti-wolf weapons for you. You can choose some to bring with you just in case. What anti-wolf weapon? Spray? Siren? Sakuma Nanace was pulled by Inakan Manjaro to sit on the sofa in the living room. Inakan Manjaro pulled out a large suitcase from the cabinet. Dad asked the people below to prepare some little things suitable for girls. He walked back with a suitcase and put it on the table in front of the sofa. Inakan Oni Manjaro unlocked the suitcase and opened the suitcase. Sakuma took a breath while looking at the contents inside, filling the box with guns and knives. Dad, do you call this little things for girls? She always wanted to ask if Inakan Oni Manjaro's common sense perception had a big problem. The not high-profile pomp at the airport before made her almost socially dead. Sakuma Nanace closed her eyes. She knew it would be like this. She shouldn't expect anything from Inakan Oni Manjaro's suitable for girls. This Inakan Oni Manjaro was excitedly taking a silver pistol to Sakuma Nanace to show it. This is an innovative version of the Karlov PM automatic pistol made in the Soviet Union in 1988. It can hold 8 bullets and is very suitable for close-range shooting. The enemy is the favorite of the Russian mafia. Look at this silver luster and feel, baby, it's a fashionable item when hung on a bag. If she went out hanging on the fashion item, she would be arrested immediately into the police station. Look at this Italian-made HS3 12 cm folding knife. It feels light and has a bloodletting slot on it. If someone doesn't have eyes to provoke you, the white knife will go in and the red knife will go out to ensure that he will die unhappily. Manjaro showed a hideous expression and waved the folding knife in his hand. This folding knife is of moderate length and is convenient to carry with you. It is very suitable for you to wear self-defense. Dad, I don't need these. It is illegal to carry firearms and knives in Japan. Nane Sakuma was helpless, and now she is confident that she can deal with danger. Inakan Oni Manjaro showed a sympathetic expression. Nana's little dear, that group of notes can't control us, even if we are caught, just give them some money. Wait for Dad. Is it so dark? This is the world of K. Shwet. Which executive did you make a pie deal with? This is the rhythm of the flag. This dog Kinki Manjaro continued to enthusiastically recommend a self-defense weapon to Nane Sakuma, but did not notice the earthquake in his daughter's pupils. By the way, the old man also considered that Xiao Nanace was not trained and was easily injured by firearms and knives, so before Xiao Nanace did the training, the old man prepared some small, cute but easy to use things for you. Oni Manjaro opened his palm to Nane Sakuma, and a swollen green thing appeared on the palm of his hand. Oh, that cute, small and easy to use thing in Inakanaki Manjaro's mouth is called a grenade. Admire the 5 bodies to the ground. Her father, really a talent. Sakuma Nanace smiled stiffly. Dad, isn't it bad? Isn't that bad? It's worse than the previous 2 things. In contrast, even the fashionable single-product Karlov gun looks approachable. This is very simple, Ko Nanace. If you find a bad guy approaching you, you can pull out the pull tab like a can, and then throw this little green ball into that guy's arms. Just remember to throw it. When you're done, run away and wait for the explosion. Make sure to solve all problems with 1 shot. Inakan Oni Manjaro showed his white teeth and raised his thumb to Nane Sakuma. Isn't it super easy? Look like. Dad, she is really not a 3-year-old child. Don't think she is really such a cheat? Nane Sakuma couldn't help rolling his eyes. Don't try to teach your children to indulge in the wild just because you can get the bottom line. Dad, I really don't need it, I can protect myself. Inakon Oni Manjiro showed an expression of disapproval, the previous Kobayashi Koda. Sakuma Nane's eyes became sharp, and she stared at Inakon Oni Manjiro. Dad. You promised me not to care about this before. Inakon Oni Manjiro shook his head quickly. I don't have any, I won't care about it after I promised you. Sakuma Nane squinted his eyes and glanced up and down Inakon Oni Manjiro, and smiled satisfied after making sure that he hadn't lied. I know that Dad loves me the most. Absolutely, I can't speak without words. Sakuma Nane was happy, and Inakon Oni Manjiro also became happy. Then he seemed to think of something unsatisfactory and curled his lips. You said that you left it to Taizi before, and the old man didn't care about it anymore. I didn't expect them so long. I haven't caught anyone yet, it's really a waste of snacks. Sakuma Nane cocked his mouth with satisfaction. The surveillance of the hospital was completely deleted. Kota Kobayashi's skin was burnt to ashes. Even if the Japanese police asked Kogoro Mori for help, it would be impossible to find Kota, let alone know that she was murderer. Kota Kobayashi's disappearance will be forever sinking into the ocean, and nothing will affect her life again. By the way, Dad, don't our family have a special farm? You will give the staff a day off tomorrow, I want to go there alone to play. Sakuma Nane said. It's time for her to repair her body completely. Chapter 32, Confidential of Inakan Group. Inakan House, it's time for dinner. Inakon Oni Manjiro sat at the dining table, smiling while looking at Sakuma Nane who was eating bite by bite in front of him. The pink flowers popped out behind his head, and the expression on his face melted with joy. Since dinner, Nane Sakuma, who has been stared at for more than half an hour, can't bear it anymore. With a helpless expression on her face, she stopped the chopsticks. Dad, you eat fast, you are all staring. I've been all night, haven't I watched enough? How can I see enough? The old man Xiao Nanes is the cutest in the world. Look at this little face. It's almost like an angel. Look at the eyes, the round ones are just right. See how this nose is so pretty. Look at this little mouth as pink and tender as cherry blossom cake. Look at these ears, even the little earlobes are cuter than others. It is the most touching thing in human history that you can be born in the world. People in this century I should thank God for being born in the same age as you. Ah! Old man Xiao Nanes. Dad will always pick you. Father. That's enough. Stop blowing. Sakuma Nanes could hardly eat, she was so ashamed that she had to dig out her toes on the floor. Why is it that her dad is not tired of blowing it for 25 years? Since the birth of Sakuma Nanes, Inakon Oni Manjiro has automatically installed an ultra-thick filter named My Daughter in his eyes. Since then, he has never stopped using Sakuma Nane's rainbow fart. If it weren't for protecting Sakuma Nanes from revealing her appearance casually, the photos taken by Inakon Oni Manjiro could fill 10 warehouses. Even under this kind of control, he has privately collected 3 entire albums. It is said that these 3 albums were set by him as a special secret of the Inakan Group, hidden in the deepest part of the Inakan Group's strongest security system, and are guarded by hundreds of Inakan Group's best team members day and night. There is such a legend among Japanese gangs that Inakan Group's boss Kanuki Manjiro, holding in his hand a top-secret information that can shack the lifeblood of Japan, it is hidden that Inakan Group can expand rapidly in just 2 decades. It is a huge secret that is one of the best gangs in Japan. As long as you get that information, you can rule the entire dark world of Japan and challenge the Japanese government. For this reason, both the black side and the red side sent out spies and undercover agents privately, trying to enter the security system of the Inakan Group to obtain this information. No one has broken through it so far. Even Nane Sakuma didn't know this secret. Fortunately, she didn't know, or she would find that all Japanese gangs and the Japanese government were coveting her photos from childhood to adulthood, and she might die of shame. Dad! Stop it, you're going to eat. Sakuma Nanace took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into Inakon Oni Manjiro's mouth, trying to stop her father's continued flattery. After being fed by his daughter, Inakanaki Manjiro was bubbling with happiness, and the smile on his face melted. Konanace is so filial. Dad is so touched. For the next dinner, as long as Inakon Oni Manjiro starts blowing her rainbow farts, Sakuma Nanace will put food in his mouth. The dinner finally ends in the satisfaction of Sakuma Nanace's heart-tiredness and Inakon Oni Manjiro's satisfaction. Sakuma Nanace wiped his mouth with a tissue, and after taking a sip of juice, he said to Inakon Oni Manjiro in a serious manner, "Dad, about the heir's advice you made before. Has Ko Nanace figured it out?" "Dad will arrange the heir ceremony immediately." Inakon Oni Manjiro stood up excitedly. "No." Sakuma Nanace quickly organized Inakon Manjiro, "I want to tell my father that I have no idea for the time being. I have been running around for some reason before, and I am a little tired. I want to take a good rest during this time. Now, like an ordinary person." Nanae Sakuma emphasized the three words ordinary person again, inheriting the Inakon group. "Let's talk about it later? Dad is still young." Hearing Sakuma Nanae said that he was tired, Inakon Oni Manjiro immediately forgot what he was preparing to persuade, and quickly agreed, "Xiao Nanace must take a good rest when he is tired. Then the heir's affairs will be slowed down and wait for you to get enough rest. Then I will communicate with you on this matter with my father. Xiao Nanace, don't worry. Dad will work hard to make the Inakon group bigger, and when you take over, you will be able to stand at the top of Japan. There will be no lack of eyesight. The organization dare to provoke you. No need. Dad, you have worked hard enough now, how about you still want to work hard? Do you rule all of Japan?" Sakuma Nanace felt dizzy. For the first time, she felt that the word work hard was such a terrible word. "Dad, you don't have to work hard, I think Inakon group is already great. Besides, I want to discuss something with you." Nanae Sakuma said hesitantly, "That's it, all the friends around me are ordinary people. I don't want them to know that our family is a gangster. Of course, it's not that Dad is embarrassed, but I'm just afraid to scare them. So can Dad not know me when I'm outside, and I won't be called Dad when I'm outside?" Sakuma Nanace knows the character of Inakon Manjiro very well, and he will definitely be upset to hear that she refuses to call him father outside, but there is no way to do it. I don't know why she nodded her back after rebirth, and the probability of encountering the protagonist group has risen sharply. As long as she wants to do something bad, she will always meet them. This group of detectives seems to be equipped with a radar. With Inakon Oni Manjiro's ostentatious character, she couldn't hide her for a second, and she immediately exposed her identity as the daughter of the gang boss. She didn't want to be targeted by the protagonist group. "Father." After waiting for a long time without hearing Inakon Oni Manjiro's answer, Sakuma Nanace looked at Inakon Oni Manjiro cautiously, and found that his father was petrified, and his whole body faded into black and white paper. "Ah, sure enough, but I'm sorry Dad. She is also for his own good, if she is watched by the protagonist group, it will definitely be endless. Think about the winery next door, the erratic ones that come and go without a trace, have been entangled by Kudo Shinichi for more than 20 years. Our family is a Japanese underworld, but we have a strong base here. She doesn't want to be bombed by the protagonist. So I'm sorry, Dad. Anyway, you can never call me Nana's baby outside. Don't call me my beloved daughter. Dad will treat me as a stranger. If Dad dares to leak, I will ignore you for the rest of my life." Sakuma Nanace, after closing his eyes, he pushed aside the chair and returned to the room without looking at Inakanaki Manjiro. Inakan Oni Manjiro sat sluggishly at the dinner table for an hour, until Sakuma Nane's mother, Natsuko, came home and awoke the petrified him, and Inakan Oni Manjiro shook off the rocks from his body and came back to life. Waiting for Natsuko to say something, Inakan Oni Manjiro stood up with a wow, picked up his mobile phone and dialed the group call of the Inakan Group's core management group. He looked like a blasted lion and yelled at the phone, the second emergency combination of Inakan Group. Tokyo Department. Hokkaido. Kyoto Prefecture. Osaka Prefecture. All first-level cadres in the above areas must be gathered at the Inakan Group headquarters within an hour. Who dares to be late and sink him in Tokyo Bay? Now! Now! Get out of here for the old man! My dear, has something serious happened? Natsuko looked at Inakan Oni Manjiro with a murderous face in a bit of confusion. She hadn't seen the other person so angry for a long time, and his expression looked scarier than usual. 10 times. Ah! It's a matter of life and death. Inakan Oni Manjiro picked up the black suit hung on the standing lichen, and black smoke exuded behind him. His eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth pressed down, revealing the aura of life and death that belongs to the gang. Finally demonstrated the aura that Japan's largest gang boss should have. Dividing line. Sakuma Nanes took a shower and lay on the bed, took out his mobile phone and opened the message record. Moraran sent her a message of concern about whether she was home. Nane Sakuma replied that she was safely home, and the opposite quickly replied. It seems that she is always paying attention to her mobile phone. Ah, what a wonderful girl! Nane Sakuma sighed. If she hadn't been for Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend, it was so comfortable and happy to be friends with such a girl. Ah, but think about it, it is precisely because she is such a great girl that Shinichi Kudo is so fascinated by the crime-solving crazy demon that she will become the heroine. Tisk tut, that kid Shinichi Kudo is so lucky. In addition to being poisoned by the man in black, other times are really lucky. His girlfriends and friends are very good to him, and he is simply a winner in life. Sending text messages was too much trouble. Nane Sakuma called Moraran and revealed a message to her. He had previously entrusted Kogoro Mori to find his daughter, Mr. Kimura's daughter. It turned out that his daughter went to the Maldives with a boy she liked. The two quickly heated up in the holiday atmosphere, and finally decided to get married, so the two flew back to Japan from the Maldives and ran to register. After the two got married, they got tired and crooked. Mr. Kimura's daughter completely threw her father behind her head, sending a text message every day to keep her safe, and she was too lazy to call him, so it caused a state of suspected missing. Then today, the young couple quarreled because of small friction. Mr. Kimura's daughter remembered to call Mr. Kimura to report his whereabouts because of grievances. What kind of funny morning love drama is this? Sakuma Nane sighed. By the way, Mr. Kimura's daughter is really a lucky one. Under the attention of the pupils of death, on the territory of the Maldives serial killer, she was not killed? What is this, the power of love? Mr. Kimura didn't know that his daughter was in love. Now the daughter suddenly told him that he was married. He was shocked and angry. He was about to beat Miss Kimura's husband on the spot. Fortunately, his father stopped him. Mao Lilan said. Ha 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 ha. Oh my goodness, this is too interesting, that Miss Kimura is so powerful, she gets married right away when she says she gets married, and she doesn't even tell her family, pouch, her dad must be off. Son-in-law, this how can you plant things without being tested by your father-in-law? Nane Sakuma smiled, you have to be careful, Xiaolan. The Maori detective doesn't look like it's easy to hand over her daughter. Shinichi-kun will be very hard in the future. Right. Nanes. Mao Lilan shouted shyly across the phone. At this time, we still don't know that the world's strictest father-in-law is about to appear. Chapter 33, The Great Crisis of Dogen Group. In the Inogen Group Hall, the black room was filled with a solemn atmosphere, and the entire lobby was only breathing. The strongest strength of the Inokon Group, a total of 23 core cadres from Tokyo, Hokkaido, Kyoto, and Osaka are all present, kneeling and holding each other on both sides of the hall, clenching fists with both hands on their knees, everyone's face full of urgency. Inokon Oni Manjiro stood at the front of the hall. He looked at the Inokon Group flag hanging on the hall with his back on his back, his expression very serious. Looking at such Inokon Oni Manjiro, the 23 core cadres couldn't help holding their breath. In this atmosphere, Inokon Oni Manjiro finally spoke. Now something has happened to the life and death of the Dog Gold team. 23 core cadres immediately tightened their faces when they heard this. The first to speak was the head of Osaka Prefecture Machida Takezo. This iron-blooded man who has followed Inokon Oni Manjiro for more than 30 years, is loyal to the Inokon Group. Boss, are the guys from the Yamaguchi team coming over? As long as you say something, the more than 3,000 team members of our Osaka department can charge for the Inokon team at any time. Inokon Oni Manjiro glanced at him, his eyes were very heavy. No. The head of Kyoto Prefecture Takeshi Hirazawa leaned forward. He clenched his fists and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Boss, is the government trying to rectify us? Do you need me to find Mr. Oo? Bottom. No. Inokon Oni Manjiro showed his idiot's eyes. The old man said it is much more serious than this, can you think about it? Is there anything more serious than being attacked by hostile gangs and being taken home by Taizijuan? 23 core cadres looked at each other after hearing the words, and fell into thinking hard. The deputy cadre of the Tokyo department Shoma Yamashita tentatively asked, is it the boss that you can't think of a new song? Or the boss, do you think the Backstreet Girls' surroundings are not selling well during this time? Please don't worry, we have already planned it. After the Backstreet Girls held a concert at Tokyo X Dome, a new album was released on the same day, and the popularity of the concert will definitely sell. Yamashita Shoma's father is a veteran employee of the Inokon Group. Because he himself has a flexible mind and has a good marketing strategy, he manages the surroundings of the Backstreet Girls in a colorful manner. He was blinded by Manjiro Kinki, and he was promoted to deputy cadre by exception. The youngest cadre. He is very familiar with Inokon Oni Manjiro's obsession with idol activities, especially when Backstreet is going to go to Tokyo X Dome for a concert recently. Inokon Oni Manjiro is particularly concerned. Are you teasing the old man? That kind of thing deserves to be said on this occasion. Inokon Oni Manjiro was expressionless. Do you want to do it, kid? You have often put on stage and said before. 23 core cadres dared not refute the double-standard behavior of Inokon Oni Manjiro. Seeing that Inokon Oni Manjiro's expression became more and more serious, and his movements to and fro became more and more irritable, the 23 core cadres raised their hearts, and they knew that this was a sign that Inokon Oni Manjiro was going to go crazy. Someone must be found to put out the fire. 23 core cadres all came up with the idea of throwing the pot. 22 core cadres stared at Xiongma under the mountain uniformly, and cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Xiongma under the mountain. Why is it that he is injured every time? Because he is the youngest. Xiongma under the mountain hates. Hateful. He must sell a little more around the Backstreet Girls to climb up and become a regular cadre, to make you stinky old men look good. The hard spirit in his heart did not react to his body. Looking at the expressionless Inokon Oni Manjiro, Yamashita Shoma asked, then, what the boss said about the life and death of the Inokon Group? Yes. We are too stupid to guess what the great and visionary you mean. Inokon Oni Manjiro looked at the 23 core cadres in the hall very disappointedly. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Why aren't all my subordinates so stupid? How can you make the Inogen Group even better? Hearing the disappointed emotion of Inokon Oni Manjiro, the 23 core cadres all showed expressions of shame. Old man's treasure Nanace, he refuses to call the old man father outside. Inakon Oni Manjaro said, tears were about to fall. Boss, do you call this being attacked by a hostile gang, and being overwhelmed by the slip of the old home is more serious? Dato Takamatsu, the deputy coder of Hokkaido, is an upright man who has everything to say. Because he killed the boss of the opponent in the fight against the rival gang in the past few months, he made great contributions and just got promoted. He was very upright, so he went up. Boss, what a big deal is this? This matter requires you to call all the core coders of the Inakan group. The eldest lady is too ignorant, and she disobeys the boss. It's unfilial to refuse to call you father or something. Boss, you should teach her a lesson. How can you disrespect your father as a child? Takamatsu Data said angrily. Damn it! He said it. He really said it. The other 22 coders all raised their heads and looked at Takamatsu Data with a devilish expression, as if seeing the enemy gang scratching their heads in front of them. Kotaro Watanabe, the head of Hokkaido, closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look at it. It was a good seed that he had finally found. Am I wrong? In a silence, Takamatsu looked around suspiciously, trying to find approval. All the coders who ran into his eyes quickly turned their heads to avoid his sight. A question mark appeared on Takamatsu's head, but in the next second, his eyes went dark, and a hard object was spinning at high speed all the way with flashes of electricity and hit his face heavily. His resolute face was smashed into a depression, and a few teeth flew out of his mouth with blood, and the whole person hit the wall of the living room, and after a few twitches on the ground, he stopped moving. Takamatsu fights against the street. The remaining 22 core coders turned their gazes back to Inakon Oni Manjaro, and saw Inakon Oni Manjaro standing there blankly, throwing away the objects in his hands. It was a fist-sized pebble, from the decorative potted plant behind Inakon Oni Manjaro. On the table in the center of the auditorium is a 1-meter-high larch, and the black and white flower pots are filled with white and black pebbles. They are one of the most favorite decorative plants in the underworld. I counted it with my eyes, and there were about 7 or 8 of them, all with big fists. The remaining 22 coders couldn't help swallowing saliva. Watanabe. Inakon Oni Manjaro said blankly by the name of Kotaro Watanabe, the head of Hokkaido. Yet. Kotaro Watanabe sweated coldly on his back, and he hated him for asking Inakon Oni Manjaro to promote Takamatsu Dato. Damn! Dato Takamatsu, that stinky boy, is unlucky enough to pull him up if he can't speak. From tomorrow, I don't want to see this guy appear in Japan. Inakon Oni Manjaro smiled devilishly. If I see him breathing on the borders of Japan, it will be you who will disappear. Yes. Watanabe Kotaro immediately lowered his head and replied in a loud voice. Then go ahead. Regarding the matter of the old man's baby Nanase, refuses to call the old man's father outside, I hope you can suggest some useful solutions. Inakon Manjaro looked from the remaining 22. The coder crossed over. Boss, can I ask why Missy refused to call you dad outside? A young coder raised his hand. His name was Hiraki Shirai. He was a deputy coder in the Tokyo department and was at the same level as Shoma Yamashita. The two have been competing with each other. At this moment, there was light in his eyes, and he was obviously an ambitious person. This was a chance to win the hearts of Inajingi Manjaro. As long as he coped well, he could reach the sky in one step. It's just the little girl who is awkward. It's too simple to solve. He is the extremely wild wolf known as 100 People / who is very familiar with women. Mentioning that Inakon Oni Manjaro wanted to cry again, he said aggrievedly, Nanase said that she is surrounded by ordinary friends, and feels ashamed to call me outside. In fact, this old father, who was selectively deaf and distorted the facts, completely changed Sakuma Nanase's words, which directly led to the different solutions proposed by the coders later. This will not be mentioned for the time being. Hearing Inakon Oni Manjaro's words, Shirai Hiraki was full of confidence. He smiled triumphantly and said, "Boss, this is too simple. I think Missy must have reached the late rebellious period. As far as I know, rebellious. The girls in the period are very sensitive. She must not call your father outside because she is shy. This kind of behavior is too late. In fact, you don't have to worry about the boss, you will change when the eldest finds a boyfriend. Women will become mature once they get married and enter the family." Before Shirai Hiraki finished speaking, a black figure appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw Inakon Oni Manjiro holding up the pot of fortune pine with a stern face. "No, wait for the boss." Shirai Hiraki realized that something was wrong, his face changed drastically, and he was about to move back while shrinking his neck. But it was too late, and the flower pot and the whole fortune pine slammed on the head of Shirai Hiroshi, accompanied by Inakon Oni Manjiro's furious roar, "Nanace is a saint. She won't get married." Inakon Oni Manjiro's roar shook the entire hall, and the remaining 21 cotters were all ears deafened. Yamashita Zyongma quietly cocked the corners of his mouth, and deserved it, to make you ambitious and overturned. "Hey, I don't want to think about why other cotters who are more senior than you dare not speak. The eldest lady is Inakon Oni Manjiro's Najiro, and she dares to go up without knowing the situation. At this level, dare to compete with him for the position of the official cotter in the Tokyo department of Inakon, which is the fate of cannon fodder. Boys, joking about the old man one by one, you really don't put the old man in your eyes at all. It seems that you haven't realized the seriousness of the matter." Inakon Ghost Manjiro's hideous expression has not faded. He patted the dust on the flower pot left on his hands, turned and walked to the back of the hall. But in 2 minutes, he walked to the screen of the auditorium and dragged out a heavy fellow, and placed it in front of the auditorium with a click. The remaining 21 cotters saw that big guy's complexion changed. Fuck. Gatling gun. Ignoring everyone's horrified expressions, Inakon Oni Manjiro gave a devilish smile. "You haven't figured out why this is a matter of the life and death of the Inakon team. If the old man Xiao Nanace would never be called the old man father again. The old man will die of sadness, the old man who is the boss of the Incan group is going to die. Shouldn't you, as your subordinates, be buried for the old man? Dogon Group, in danger." Chapter 34, The Invitation of Jaime no Icho. The core cotters of the Dogon Group have never felt that they have faced such a difficult situation. If you give advice, if you hit Inakon Manjiro's spot, you will be killed in seconds. If you don't give advice, you will be killed collectively. Yasuda Yasuo, the head of the Tokyo department, is an indomitable man who has followed Inakon Oni Manjiro for more than 30 years. He has been admired by his younger brothers for his integrity, tolerance, and elder brother. Because the cotters were silent for too long, Inakon Oni Manjiro's hand had already begun to move towards the Gatling machine gun. He knew that it could not be dragged any longer, and someone had to stand up. And this person must also be the highest-ranking cotter, so that Inakon Oni Manjiro can be kind, and survive even if he says something wrong. He closed his eyes tragically, and when he opened them again, there was a firm light in his eyes. He quickly raised his hand and pointed at the head of Kyoto Prefecture Takeshi Hirazawa who was sitting across from him. "Boss." The cotter Hirazawa said he has an idea. His voice was loud and powerful. Takeshi Hirazawa, the person in charge of Kyoto Prefecture who was suddenly cued, his face changed drastically, and his pupils quaked. "Fucking despicable old guy. You sell me." "Oh? Hirazawa, do you have an idea?" Inakon Oni Manjiro looked at Takeshi Hirazawa with a relieved expression. What can Hirazawa Takashi do? This is the time he can't say no. Takeshi Hirazawa hated Yasuda Yazu in his heart, and there were obviously 20 people present. Why did he choose him? He does not have the iron-blooded root of Machida Takezo, the person in charge of Osaka Prefecture, and he and his men are super capable of playing. He is also not as strong as Taro Yamanaka, the person in charge of Hokkaido, who has the most of the 4 plates in the Inakon group, he is also the person in charge of coordinating with the government. He is super strong in his field, okay? Damn stupid gangster muscle guy with only combat power in his eyes, dare not offend the other two guys and push him out. Thing. Takeshi Hirasawa couldn't speak out at this time. He took a breath and used his ability to analyze and collect various government executives to the extreme. Miss Nanase, the only daughter of Inakon Oni Manjiro, the boss of Inakon Group, has an unknown appearance and an unknown personality, and is extremely mysterious. There are rumors that she has been strictly protected as an ordinary person, and that she is Inakon Oni Manjiro's darling and Nijin. Except for the core members, no one has ever seen her in the entire Inakon Group. The amount of information is super insufficient. Hirasawa Takashi first said, "Boss, I don't think the lady doesn't want to call your father outside, it doesn't mean that he doesn't love you." Inakon Oni Manjiro's face eased slightly. Takeshi Hirasawa continued his efforts. "If you think about it, what does the lady care about the most? Have you inadvertently asked you anything? Hurry up! Give me some useful information, let me analyze it." Inakon Oni Manjiro fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and said, "Today, the old man asked his team members to pick her up." She was very upset and asked the old man to quickly withdraw the person. Let the team members pick up the plane? Didn't that expose the eldest lady? This is too unusual. Inakon Oni Manjiro has been reluctant to let people come into contact with Miss. This time, the elite team members are arranged to pick up the plane. Is it because Miss Inakon is planning to take over the Inakon Group? Takeshi Hirasawa thought quickly. "Boss, do you have any more? Give him a little more information." When she comes home, the old man takes out the self-defense weapons prepared for her to choose. She doesn't like it, saying that firearms and props are illegal in Japan, but she refuses to bring the little things the old man prepared for her. "Hey, old man, I'm very worried." Inakon Oni Manjiro sighed, his father's uneasy written all over his face. "Boss, let me ask, what self-defense weapon did you prepare for Miss?" "Just pistols, daggers, and grenades. They are all small things suitable for girls." Inakon Oni Manjiro nodded. Takeshi Hirasawa, as the most common-sense person in the Inakon Group, has discovered that something is wrong. If it is true that the eldest lady was protected as an ordinary person before, like the rumors, these things will really make her unacceptable. "Ah, can it be said that Missy, do you mind this?" "Boss, don't you mean that the eldest is surrounded by ordinary people?" Hirasawa asked hesitantly. "Hey?" As expected of Hirasawa, his mind is good. Inakon Oni Manjiro's eyes lit up. Takeshi Hirasawa, who thinks he has caught the core information point, shines. He excitedly said, "Boss, I know why Missy refuses to call your father outside." "Oh? What is it?" Inakon Oni Manjiro asked urgently. "It's the eldest lady who thinks that our group. It's the gangster, who doesn't want to reveal his identity and scare the friends around. Not strong enough." Machida Takezo, the person in charge of Osaka Prefecture, shouted after taking the words of Hirasawa Takeshi. Takeshi Hirasawa asked with a question mark, "What's wrong with you?" "After hearing what you said just now, I finally realized it. The reason why the eldest lady is reluctant to call your father outside is because she is afraid." Machida Takezo said affirmatively, "Poor eldest lady, she is so taboo against Japan. Taizi. The eldest lady must not know the strength of our team to be so cautious. Our Inakon Group is one of the best gangsters in Japan. There is no reason to be afraid of Taizi. As long as the lady knows our strength, she naturally dared to shout outside your father. Boss, please rest assured. As long as we are here, we are guaranteed to let Miss do whatever she wants. We must let her know our determination not to be afraid of Stubbs." Hirasawa Takeshi's eyes widened. "What the are you talking about?" Leader Machida makes sense. Taro Yamanaka, the head of Hokkaido, clenched his fist. It seems that the reputation of our Inacon team is still not enough. It actually made the young lady so unconfident. It is our fault. Boss. Must do it. Show me some results for Miss. There are more question marks on Takashi Hirasawa. What's the matter with 1 or 2? How did these idiots become codders? Do they rely on their muscles? Forget it, there is also Yasuda Yazu, the head of the Tokyo department. Although he just sold him insidiously, his mind is normal anyway. Takeshi Hirasawa casts his expectant eyes on Yasuda Yazu, and quickly refutes those idiots. That is completely counterproductive. Yasuda noticed Hirasawa Takashi's gaze, and he nodded affirmatively with an expression of understanding. Takeshi Hirasawa breathed a sigh of relief. Great, there is still a normal person here. Yasuda spoke up, and he said with a serious face, Boss, let the eldest lady know that our dog gold team is not afraid of those slivers at all. The effect of ordinary small fights is big. You must do some big moves. Takeshi Hirasawa's eyes went dark. Damn, this group is not saved. Inacon Oni Manjiro gradually showed an expression of approval. He raised his head to look at the 7 characters on the group flag and sighed deeply. It's the old man that's not good. I didn't notice Ko Nane's mood. An unqualified dad. It's okay boss, it's not too late. Let's show the young lady the spirit of our Inacon group. Machida Takezo felt blood boiled, and his rough face was full of passion. What advice do you have about big moves? Inacon Oni Manjiro asked with his hands behind his back, finally showing a slightly satisfied expression on his face. Seeing that Inacon Oni Manjiro's mood finally improved, the codders were relieved that they did not understand that they wanted to repair the father-daughter relationship, but when it comes to gangsters, there is nothing more professional than them. Boss, you see, since the eldest lady is afraid of the notes, she dare not call you outside. I think we should do something about the notes. Hokkaido's head Taro Yamanaka said. Oh? You said something reasonable, so how do you think it is better to target the sliver? Inacon Oni Manjiro glanced at Yamanaka Taro. Boss, why don't we blow up the Tokyo Metropolitan Police? Said Taro Yamanaka, the head of Hokkaido. I think. Even though we are a gangster, we still have to be moral. Takeshi Hirasawa stood up with and interrupted the words of Hokkaido head Taro Yamanaka. He can't listen anymore, really. To let this group of muscular idiots make random suggestions, according to Inacon Oni Manjiro's degree of female control, he will definitely do it. He doesn't want to tear up the paper every day. He also wants to stay in Japan comfortably. Taro Yamanaka, the head of Hokkaido, was interrupted and gave Hirasawa Takeshi a fierce look. Takeshi Hirasawa is completely unmoved, but now he is burdened with his future life, absolutely. You can never back down here. Hirasawa, what do you want to say? Inacon Oni Manjiro, who had just approved of Hirasawa's wisdom, looked very gentle in his eyes. Boss, I think we need to let the lady know that our group is very strong. I agree with our group. Rushing is not enough. Think about how the Backstreet Girls you created have made them the top idols that no one knows in Japan. Group. What we need is communication. Let the lady know that we have the determination to fight the sliver when she sees it, but there is a way that does not make the lady feel disgusted. Takeshi Hirasawa clenched his fists. He has given up persuading these ghost colleagues not to cause trouble, and he does not dare to disobey Inacon Oni Manjiro, so let him come to minimize the destructive power. Oh! Inacon Oni Manjiro showed very interested eyes. So, I have a suggestion. Please listen to me. Dividing line. Sakuma Nanes, after coming out of his own farm, his whole body was radiated with new brilliance. Ah, finally, my body is repaired. Finally, I no longer have to endure the discomfort caused by the decay of internal organs every day. My body has become so light, every blood vessel and muscle has been filled with strength, and it can be regarded as returning to the peak state. Because the body has no shackles, Sakuma Nanase's whole person has become light and flirty, and even the gloomy mood since rebirth has improved a bit, and if he is good, his mood will change accordingly. Sakuma Nanase ran to Hokkaido alone for more than a week with such a perfect state, completely reluctant to think about Shu. The days without ex-boyfriends and protagonists are really wonderful. For more than a week, I have not encountered a single murder case. The people I met during the journey were very friendly, and even the air I breathed became sweet. Even her dad and dog Kinky Manjaro, recently, because of his busy Backstreet Girls concerts, didn't have time to figure out something that would raise her blood pressure. Is this the life of an ordinary person? She can come more. Sakuma Nanase had so much fun and didn't want to leave Hokkaido at all, until one day she received a text message from Himeno Icho. The other party invited her to a bar in Ginza tomorrow night to celebrate her birthday together. Sakuma Nanase checked the date. Sure enough, it's Himeno Icho's birthday again. Every year the other party must invite her on her birthday. The guy Himeno Icho completely treats his birthday as an important plot point in the Otome game. The output power of the heroine is extremely large, and every time he makes this life gentle and not good at it. The embarrassing Sakuma Nanase felt a headache, but this time he didn't know what kind of show he was preparing for this time. Forget it, when the soldiers came to cover the water and earth, she was not afraid. Nanase Sakuma curled up the corner of his mouth, tucked the phone back into his coat pocket, and hummed a song. Go back to Tokyo and buy a birthday present for Himeno Kazun. Chapter 35, Himeno Kazuyo Dalu. Sakuma Nanase came to the bar 20 minutes early, and she sat on the high chair at the bar. The bartender is a handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. He glanced at Nanase Sakuma and frowned. Minors are not allowed to come in. Sakuma Nanase sneered, I'm an adult. She took out her driver's license and flashed past the handsome blonde. Since Nanase Sakuma repaired his body, his skin was full of collagen and looked like a high school girl. There are no non-alcoholic drinks here, said the handsome blonde. I don't need it either. Bring me a glass of Manhattan. Don't use bourbon for the whiskey. Nanase Sakuma said, and then the bartender took out his mobile phone and started replying to Moriland's text messages. Mao Lilan was inviting her to join the Tokyo X Dome concert, saying that she was grateful for her previous charter flight. Sakuma Nanase doesn't really want to go, after all, where Moriran is, there is Edogawa Konan. But what is terrible is that this time the Tokyo X Dome Backstreet Girls concert, her dad Kenki Manjaro will definitely go. If her dad and the protagonist team meet, the picture is too beautiful, she can't imagine it. So she finally agreed to Mao Lilan's invitation. Friends will also go. Mao Lilan said. Sakuma Nanase recalled the friends around Moriran, one of whom was more difficult than the other, and felt that he didn't want to go even more. The last two agreed to meet at the gate of Tokyo X Dome. Sakuma Nanase sighed. Obviously he wanted to stay away from these detectives, why would he always run into it? What a red line of fate! Nanase schoolgirl. A man's and gentle voice came from her ear, and Sakuma looked up, and Himeno Kazunori was standing beside her with a smile. Ah, senpai, you are here. I'm sorry I was replying to the text message just now, but I didn't notice. Sakuma Nanase said. It's okay. Sister Nanase came earlier than I expected. I was thinking of coming over to wait for you earlier, but I didn't expect to be preempted by you. Himeno Icho smiled. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sas's early arrival made him feel that the other party valued himself. Is it also a kind of strategy to show this kind of happiness that can be seen at a glance? Sakuma Nanase held his cheeks and watched Himeno Icho sitting on the high chair next to her. Here is a margarita. Himeno Icho said to the handsome blonde bartender. Please wait a moment. The handsome blonde bartender nodded, and then put the adjusted Manhattan out in front of Nanase Sakuma. Guests, Please use it. Sakuma Nanase took a sip. The aroma was rich, sweet, and delicious, but it had a different taste. It was a very high alcohol. Sakuma Nanase put down his glass and looked at Himeno Kazunari and said, "Senior, I don't have a lover, but I like to order margarita. It is a must for birthday every year." He always hints that he has lost his lover and keeps showing his love for the heroine. Tisk tut, your taste, your fine taste. Himeno Kazuyo opened his eyes slightly, seemingly embarrassed. He avoided Sakuma Nanase's sight. It just feels that it tastes good, and it doesn't have any special meaning. Oh, is it? Sakuma Nanase smiled. At this time, the handsome blonde bartender had already made the wine, and he put the wine glass on the mat and pushed it to Himeno Kazuyo. Himeno Kazuyo took a sharp sip from the wine glass. He drank too fast, and some were choked. The wine stained his light-colored lips, and he looked seductively sexy. Sorry, it's impolite. Himeno Kazunori became even more embarrassed. His eyes drifted a little, his tongue licked his lips subconsciously, and his lips looked fuller and rosy. Unexpectedly, this year, Himeno Kazuyo would actually take the temptation route. This kind of man, if he were put away before, she would keep him from getting out of bed for a few days. Sakuma Nanase put down his cheeks, took out a small dark blue box from his coat pocket, and pushed it to Himeno Icho on the counter. "Happy birthday, senpai, this is the gift I chose for you." Himeno Kazuyo showed a surprised look. He smiled happily and picked up the small box on the bar. "Thank you, Nanase schoolgirl, can I open it?" "Of course you can. See if you like it or not," Sakuma Nanase said. Himeno Kazuyo opened the box, and inside it was a pair of black treasure ear clips. Himeno Kazuyo opened his eyes slightly, a little surprised. Sakuma Nanase noticed his expression and asked, "What's the matter, don't seniors like it?" "No, I like it very much, but I didn't expect Nanase schoolgirl to give me this," Himeno Kazuyo said. Although senpai's external image has always been a gentle and decent image, but I don't know why I think senpai must be very suitable for ear clips. Nanase Sakuma said, "You should not be able to bring it at work, but it is still possible in daily life. It's nice to change to a rebellious style occasionally." Himeno Kazunori looked at Nanase Sakuma, his eyes flowed, and suddenly he said, "I always feel Nanase schoolgirl is different in normal times." Sakuma Nanase stopped holding the glass with her hand, and she tilted her head to look at Himeno Kazunori. "Senpai, how is it different? Previous Nanase sister-in-law's gifts never made mistakes. They were all items that I used every day. This is the first time Nanase schoolgirl chose a gift that suits me." Himeno Kazuyo said, "Nanase school sister, it has become stronger than before." "So keen, did you find that it is different from the original Sakuma Nanase?" After all, combined with the memories of the previous life, she could no longer become the gentle and kind-hearted Sakuma Nanase. Sakuma Nanase smiled, "Then the seniors think which I am better." Himeno Icho closed his eyes and opened his eyes and looked at Sakuma Nanase with a gentle smile. "Nanase schoolgirl is Nanase schoolgirl, the gentle Nanase schoolgirl and the strong Nanase schoolgirl are you, and I like them both." "Humph." Sakuma Nanase closed her smile. She turned her head and stopped looking at Himeno Icho, and drank the liquid in the glass. "Bring me another martini," she said to the handsome blonde bartender. "Nanase schoolgirl, this cocktail has a higher strength." Himeno Kazunori frowned. He remembered that Nanase Sakuma never drank alcohol over 15 degrees before. She said that she had a bad drink and was afraid she would get drunk outside. "No, it's just right for me." Nanase Sakuma disapproved, "I need some spirits now." Himeno Icho couldn't stop him, so he could only think about drinking less and staying awake, and later he could send Sakuma Nanase home. At this time, a man and a woman walked into the bar. Nanase Sakuma casually glanced, only to find that one of them was her ex-boyfriend and the other was a beautiful blonde with big breasts. The two looked very close, and the blonde beauty was hugging his arm tightly, and the chest was pressed into shape. Nane Sakuma narrowed his eyes. That blonde woman, 80% of her costume was absinthe. After all, that G-cup breast can't be reached by ordinary women. G. Entering the bar, Amuro Toru noticed that a gaze fell on him. He raised his head sharply, just in time to see Sakuma Nanase sitting on the bar looking at him blankly. He opened his eyes slightly to Sakuma. Nanase was surprised to appear here. In the next second, Sakuma Nanase turned his head, as if just casually looking at the new guests entering the bar. The cross-dressing Belmont noticed Amuro Toru's changes. She raised her head and followed Amuro's gaze. Sitting at the bar, a man and a woman were talking and laughing, and they looked very good. Among them, the red-haired girl was shining, and her smile was as bright as a blooming flower. "Aha, is it someone Bourbon knew?" Belmore smiled charmingly, and the woman's instinct told her that it must be the girl of the two. "Well, it's Moriran's friend." Amuro Toru naturally replied, "I met with Mori Kogora in the Maldives before. She has a good relationship with Morilan." "Oh, it's Angel's friend. That kind of temperament under the sun is indeed the same person as Angel." Belmore retracted his gaze of inquiry and said with a smile, "We are completely two worlds." Toru Amuro did not speak. He retracted his gaze and came to one of the decks with Belmod, and the two of them sat down and ordered 2 glasses of wine. At this time the resident singer of the bar came on stage, and the music of the bar became ambiguous. "It's a bit hot." As he said that, Himeno Kazunori stood up and took off his windbreaker. He was wearing a black V-neck shirt underneath, revealing a delicate collarbone and a slender neck. His fair skin was under the dim light of the bar. "It looks a little bit bleak." He put the windbreaker he took off on the back of the chair, then untied the sleeves of his shirt and rolled it around his elbows, revealing his beautiful forearms. "Ouch, hello." Sakuma Nanase showed half-moon eyes, and she knew that Himeno Icho's big move was finally coming. Bourbon and Belmont came to the bar today to exchange information with a certain member. At the moment that member has not come, Belmont has nothing to do. Her eyes fell on the men and women on the bar. Just when Himeno Kazun took off her coat, she chuckled and suddenly became interested. "Bourbon, do you want to bet with me? Can that man successfully bring the girl back tonight?" "Home, have a nice evening." Amuro was expressionless. "No." Belmore had to put his chin on the back of his hand, showing a charming smile. "Ah, then I guess it can." That man looks like a veteran in love, and the temptation hormones on his body are overflowing, and the girl looks inexperienced. I have the least resistance to this type of man. On this end, Himeno Icho is making a request to Nanase Sakuma. "Sakuma Nanase, can you wear this ear clip for me? I haven't worn this kind of jewelry before. I don't understand it very well." As he said, he turned left. The hair around the ears tucked behind the ears, revealing white and delicate ears. "Sure," Sakuma Nanase said, taking the box that Himeno Kazuya handed over, opening and taking out one of the ear clips. She opened the snap button of the ear clip, and held Himokazuki's ear to buckle up, and Himeno Kazuya seemed to shrink uncomfortably with ticklishness. Sakuma Nanase frowned. "Senior, don't move, the ear clips won't close." She moved forward. "Ah, I'm sorry, Nanase schoolgirl. I'm a little ticklish." Himeno Kazuno felt Sakuma Nanase's breath spray to his ears. Half of his body was numb, and the tips of his ears couldn't help but become red. Bourbon and Belmont on the deck watched this scene, and Belmont was a little proud of the corner of his mouth. This man is letting the other side help to bring the two closer together, and then he is about to make a move. Amuro looked at the two of them at the bar without a hum. Chapter 36, Ex-Boyfriend's Doubts. In the bar, Nanase Sakuma was wearing ear clips for Himeno Icho, and Himeno Icho couldn't help but shrink back, and finally put them on him. "Okay, senpai." Himeno Kazuyo's skin was very white, and his ear clips of black gems were clamped on his ear bones. The black and white impact was very strong, and there was a kind of rebellious sexy. Sakuma Nanase looked satisfied, she was confident of her vision, and said that being suitable means that it must be suitable. Thank you Nanase schoolgirl. Himeno Icho turned his head and met Sakuma Nanase's gaze. Sakuma Nanase got close because he helped each other with ear clips just now. Himeno Icho suddenly turned his head and brought their faces close together. Sakuma Nanase could feel each other's light breathing. The other party was purple and black. Looking at her intently with his eyes, there is infinite affection in it. Okay, that's what you want to do, isn't it? Sakuma Nanase looked at Himeno Kazuyo's face close at hand, and the ambiguous atmosphere flowed between the two, but her heart did not fluctuate. Himeno Kazuyo has a very good appearance and personality, and he is also very good at creating romance and fun. He will be a very good target, but it is a pity that she can't make her feel excited. It was just like the glass of Manhattan that I ordered just now. The aroma was strong, sweet, and delicious, but after changing the base wine, it made her feel unsatisfactory. Looking at Himeno Icho in front of him, Nanae Sakuma couldn't help but drift in the direction of Toru Amuro, but she stopped him in the next second. It's a terrible physical reaction. The heart is moving and it's hard to control. It's irritating, Sakuma Nanae's thought. Sakuma Nanae's mood has become bad again, and it is rare to repair the airiness brought about by his body, and once again interrupted by the appearance of his ex-boyfriend. You must have some fun to change your mood. She looked at Himeno Icho in front of him. The other party was still creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Nanae Sakuma suddenly smiled. She pinched Himeno Icho's chin with her fingers, forced him to turn his face, and kissed the ear on his ear. Clip on. His warm lips warmed the cold jewel ear clips, clearly not touching the skin directly, but the feeling of being close to him or not, made Himeno Kazuyo tremble all over. Sakuma Nanase loosened his chin and smiled and looked at the dazed Himeno Icho. Senpai, happy birthday, ear clips are perfect for you. Himeno Yang blinked to recover, and suddenly covered his ears with his hands. His face was flushed, his appearance was broken as he had been able to do so, and there was a real bewilderment in his eyes. Guest, your martini. The handsome blonde bartender put the prepared cocktail in Nanae Sakuma. He glanced at Nanae Sakuma, his eyes were a little complicated. He thought it was a simple girl, but he didn't expect it to be all of them. Middle master, he is the one who made a mistake. At the deck, Belmode opened his eyes slightly in surprise. God, I was countered. I thought that the man was going to kiss the atmosphere, but I didn't expect to be teased by the girl. That man originally liked it. That girl, I am afraid that she is going to fall. Ah, what a little devil who can instigate people. Absinthe, we're still working, should you focus on it? Amuroto put down his glass and said with a smile. Hey Bourbon, when did you become so boring? Anyway, that guy hasn't come yet. Belmode looked interested and didn't even notice. There was no smile in her partner Bourbon's eyes. I guessed it wrong. Belmode sighed, the initiative is on the girl. It's true, it's eaten to death. At the bar, the red-haired girl had a drink while drinking. Talking to the man without a hitch, she didn't have any shyness on her face, she didn't put the man's shaking in her eyes at all, as if the kiss just now was a normal thing. Yes, because of the location angle, looking from Belmode and Bourbon, I only saw the scene where Sakuma Nanae took the initiative to kiss Himeno Icho, but did not find that Sakuma Nanae kissed the other party's ear clips. At this time, the members of the two people finally arrived. It was a typical middle-aged white-collar worker. When he passed Bourbon and Belmode, he put a black USB flash drive next to Bourbon, and then pretended to walk down casually and sit on another deck. Bourbon put away the black USB flash drive and nodded to Belmode. Belmode showed a knowing smile and got up and walked to the bar. Bourbon entered the bathroom alone. He wanted to verify the information the other party had handed over. Sakuma Nanase was teasing Himeno Kazunori on the other hand, and saw the blonde beauty who had just come in with her ex-boyfriend sitting next to her, a glass of martini. Her voice was very pleasant, with a slight hoarseness. Such a mature sexiness, Nanase Sakuma couldn't help but look at her more. As far as she knows, Belmode and Jin have a leg. According to the plot of the previous two flirting, it should be the plot of Belmode unilaterally plucking the Jin. Sakuma Nanase has rich experience in his previous life. And this life is not a rich experience pack, the two of them have definitely slept, and definitely more than once or twice. However, since her ex-boyfriend appeared in The Celebrity Detective, she has always partnered with Belmode. Thinking of this, Nanase Sakuma's drinking action paused, and her mind quickly flashed through the two pretending to be married couples to lie to Edogawa Konan, and Belmode played Inomoto Azusa hugging Amuro Toru, and just came in to watch. The story in which Belmode came to press his chest on Amuro Toru's arm. Hello, won't the two of them have slept too? After all, there are only a few people in the winery who have good looks. The winery doesn't pay attention to morals. Before Belmode and the Jin partner can sleep in gin, naturally you can also sleep in bourbon. Sakuma Nanase put down the empty glass with a pop and said to the handsome blonde bartender, "One more glass." God, the little girl can really drink, be careful to get drunk. Belmode put her chest on her arm. The low-cut clothes made her career line very impressive. Under the ambiguous light of the bar, this blonde and blue-eyed the beauty looks utterly beautiful. Sakuma Nanase turned his head when he heard the words, and showed Belmode a sweet smile. "I like spirits, and sister." Sakuma Nanase leaned into Belmode's ear and said softly, "Don't pour yourself drunk, how can you give others a chance?" Belmode blinked, but she didn't expect to hear such a straightforward reply. She chuckled, "You are so cute." "Sister, I'm more cute on the bed." Nanase Sakuma raised her eyes slightly, showing a provocative smile. "I promise you are better than your previous men, do you want to try?" This woman did not lie, because of the ability to freely transform the bodies of men and women, she knows the human body very well. In Sakuma Nanase's previous life, his legend has been circulated in circles. It is rumored that the other party has super skills that will be addictive if you try it once with him. If you want to keep a secret, don't approach the other party, let alone play love with him. The game, his sweet words and ambiguous affection are more terrifying than Verita serum, because Sakuma Nanase lost his memory before, and Noria hadn't experienced it. Belmode raised his eyebrows and showed an expression of interest. "Nanase school girl." Hino Kazumi, who heard this horrible conversation on the side, quickly held Sakuma Nanase's shoulder and pulled her back. He smiled apologetically at Belmode, "I'm sorry, I learned. My sister is drunk and talking nonsense, please don't blame her." Himeno Kazunori was taken aback by Sakuma Nanase's words. It is hard to imagine that the words just came from his gentle and lovely schoolgirl. Sakuma Nanase blinked, only to remember that Himeno Kazun was still here, and she was interrupted by the other party's unfinished business. Her flat mouth pretended to be innocent, "I'm not drunk." "Senpai, why do you have to?" Himeno Kazuyo showed a dumbfounded expression. Nanase's schoolgirl was really drunk. "Before, I obviously couldn't drink more than 15 degrees. Today I drank so much spirits in one breath. No wonder my usual behaviors and words are so bad." He coaxed in a soft voice, "Thank you very much for Nanase's schoolgirl to celebrate my birthday today. The wine is almost drunk, shall I take you home?" Sakuma Nanase tilted her head, thinking slowly, as if her head was not in the state, and then said after a while, "Okay. As long as she wants, she can play the acting skills of winning the Oscar." Seeing Sakuma Nanase's obedient appearance, Himeno Icho heaved a sigh of relief. "Schoolgirl, wait for me here, don't walk away. I'll go to the front desk to settle the bill, and I'll come back to pick you up later." The neglected Belmode didn't have any unhappy emotions. She looked at Sakuma Nanace with interest, not knowing what she was thinking of writing. At this time, Toru Amuro had confirmed the information on the USB flash drive by special means. He came out of the bathroom and saw Belmode sitting next to Sakuma Nanace, staring at Sakuma Nanace with amusement. He wrinkled subconsciously eyebrows, but quickly relaxed again, and walked towards the two of them in a natural manner. Belmode noticed the arrival of Bourbon. She smiled and put down her hand supporting her cheek. "All right." Amuro nodded, and his gaze fell on Sakuma Nanace, who was sitting there obediently. Belmode noticed his gaze and smiled. "I'm drunk." There is no doubt about who the drunk refers to. When Belmode said this, he couldn't help but laugh. "This girl is so funny, she actually asked me just now." Amuro was stunned. "What's the appointment?" Belmode picked up the decorative cherry on the martini glass and put it in his mouth, and made an ambiguous voice. "How come you suddenly become cute, Bourbon? What else can you meet in the bar?" "Of course it is sleep ah." Amuro's face changed slightly, and he showed an expression of indescribable expression, and finally said, "She must be drunk." "That's hard to say." Belmode raised his red lips. "Except for men, the women who want to sleep with me are full of Hollywood. Maybe this little cute loves women." Amuro wanted to argue that his girlfriend was straight, but looking at Belmode's smile, he quickly pressed his emotions back to the bottom of his heart. This woman is very keen, and he cannot reveal his true emotions. This is for Sakuma. Nanace is harmless to no benefit. Amuro Toru shrugged and smiled. "Okay, who can resist the charm of a big star like you?" Belmode's eyes flowed, "Also including you." Sakuma Nanace was sitting in front of him, with bright eyes as if he was not drunk. Amuro hesitated for a moment, and soon he chuckled. "No, you are not my type." "Oh." Belmode showed an expression of interest. "Then what type do you like?" "That's a secret." "Secrets can make men more attractive, don't they?" Amuro was seated on the left-hand side of Sakuma Nanace. He and Belmode just caught Sakuma Nanace, and he bartended him. The teacher ordered a glass of bourbon. "God, you are embezzling," Belmodra said in a long voice. "You are also a mystic, Bourbon. Why is she the only one left here?" Amuro put his arm on the bar and looked at Sakuma Nanace. "Her cute little lover has gone to check out, and I'll be back to pick her up later. Maybe there will be a nice evening," Belmode said with a wink. At this time, Himeno Icho, who had settled the bill, just came back. He saw Amuro Toru, who was sitting next to Sakuma Nanace. "It's a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Amuro so soon." Amuro looked at Himeno Kazunori thoroughly and put on a business smile. "Mr. Himeno, good evening." Himeno Kazunori looked at Amuro Toru and smiled. Chapter 37, Ex-Boyfriend Who Lost a Horse. Himeno Kazuyo didn't intend to waste time here at Amuro Toru. As I said before, all rivals who only target the same in him are weak chickens, so he chose to pull Sakuma Nanace's hand. "Schoolgirl, we are going back." Sakuma Nanace jumped off the high chair and winked at Belmode and Amuro before leaving. "Goodbye, Mr. Amuro and this sister." Seeing the two leaving behind, Belmode sneered, "It's a pity, I was quite interested in it." I knew that Belmode didn't have such a thing as morality, but Amuro hoped that the other party could at least stay away from his girlfriend. Nanace Sakuma is definitely not the kind of girl that the other party can play with. The two falsely talked about you and me again, about 10 minutes later. "Are you going to be okay in a while? Do you need me to send you back?" Amuroto drank the wine in the glass. He put down the glass and said to Belmode, "As for the USB flash drive, I will hand it over to Jin myself tomorrow. I don't care, it's the work of 2 people anyway. The credit is naturally also counted as 2 people." Belmode lifted the hair from his cheeks and said lazily, "I'm going to drink more for a while, you go first." When she said, her eyes floated to the handsome blonde bartender. Apparently she had a show in the second half of the evening. Then I'll go first. Amuro checked out and left the bar. Soon Amuro arrived at the parking lot. He got on the white Mazda RX-7 and turned on the phone. There was a small red dot on it moving on the streets of Tokyo. He turned off the phone with a slap and started the engine in an orderly manner. The car slowly pulled out of the parking lot exit under his operation. The moment he was on the road, the white Mazda RX-7 galloped out like lightning. Dividing line. Sakuma Nanase got into Hime no Icho's car. She put on the seatbelt and said to Hime no Icho, who was about to start the car, "Senior, please send me to this address if you don't go back to the previous residential area today." The location of the address, that is the address of the high-end apartment that Sakuma Nanase rented before. Hime no Icho was stunned, then turned to look at Sakuma Nanase, and found that her eyes were very bright, and she didn't seem to be drunk at all. Sakuma Nanase noticed his gaze and smiled, "Senpai, I just drank too hard just now. I was completely awake after the wind blow. The address is okay. Could you please send me back?" Himeno Kazuyo did not refuse. He started the car and drove to the address provided by Sakuma Nanase. Sakuma Nanase opened the window, leaned on the seat and looked at the night lights flying outside. That little wine didn't make her drunk, but her mood was a little bit drunk, perhaps because of the phrase "you are not my type." It's terrible, I feel happy because of these little things, and the other party hasn't clearly stated the type he likes. Nane Sakuma closed his eyes, and the Utani Rei always sweetened her at the crucial point. Is he a gift? You can step on the spot accurately without knowing anything. Not being a band drummer is a waste of his talent. Obviously I want to be angry. But the conversation between the two about not the type you like at least shows that the two guys haven't slept before, right? Haven't you slept before? No, has the other party ever slept with her? She has parted with him unilaterally. Sakuma Nanase clasped his arms and changed his face. It just happened to be the traffic light. Himeno Kazunori watched Sakuma Nanase turn around and couldn't help but chuckle. "Schoolgirl, what's the matter with you?" Sakuma Nanase opened her eyes and was a little embarrassed. She patted her cheek with both hands and felt the heat on her face. It's okay. Senior, I'm thinking about something and nothing, it's not an important thing. Can you tell me something?" Himeno Kazuyo said softly. "No, you don't want to hear it." Nane Sakuma glanced at Himeno Icho. She is not the kind of heroine who doesn't know whether it's natural or fake. She knows that the other party likes herself, so she will take her own. The relationship tells the other party that she hopes that the other party will analyze and encourage herself. Beimu also has a limit. Although she has a seniority and is obsessed with NTR, she still does not want to stab the other party's heart. Really? Then when the schoolgirl wants to say it in the future, I will definitely listen to you. Himeno Icho's tone is always gentle, and he will never embarrass people when he or she takes care of things. He is obviously a good man. It's a pity that I just looked at her blindly. Sakuma Nanase's apartment was not very far from Ginza, and within an hour, Himeno Icho sent her downstairs. "Schoolgirl, it's almost 10 o'clock now. You drank a lot of alcohol tonight. Remember to drink a bowl of sober soup before going to bed, otherwise you will have a headache when you get up tomorrow." Himeno Icho stopped the car and kept walking with Sakuma Nanase. "Go downstairs to the apartment. It's not 10 o'clock, so it's not too late to invite you up for a drink, right?" Sakuma Nanase smiled and looked at Himeno Icho. Clearly seeing the expectation that flashed in his eyes. "It's a pity that it won't work, Senior, if you go up, you won't be able to go down." She didn't want to develop a relationship with him beyond friendship. Playing with someone who really likes her and has been with her for 67 years is pretty bad, Sakuma Nanase thought. Playing with emotions is the same as playing with life. Once you start, you can't stop. She has a lot of say about this in the past life. "Senior, I really troubled you today. I will invite you out for dinner after a while. Nane Sakuma smiled and said goodbye to Himeno Icho, and drew a pie for the next meeting. Watching Himeno Icho driving away, Nane Sakuma stood at the door of the apartment downstairs for a while, and suddenly found a nail-sized tracker from the pocket of her coat. She stared at the tracker for a while and suddenly laughed. Zhang Guling, you are really good. It's such a thing that you can do. You pretend you don't know her, so you dare to put her on a tracker, thinking she doesn't know what he thinks? What's the matter, afraid of being cuckolded right now? Wasn't he scared at all in the 4 years he disappeared? Shu Sakuma Nanace keenly heard the brakes not far away, and she raised her head and her eyes became sharp. Sakuma Nanace raised her foot and walked in the direction of the brake. Outside the apartment was a road looking to the bottom. She could easily see the white Mazda parked on the side of the road. She walked to the side of the white Mazda, bent her finger and tapped on the driver's window. Open the window. She didn't name her last name, but the person in the car knew that the other party had already identified the person in the car. The window slowly lowered, revealing Amuro's perfectly lined face, and his grey-purple eyes looked at Sakuma Nanace quietly. Sakuma Nanace put his hand on the other's lowered car window, bent over to look at the person in the car, and raised his mouth to show a non-smiling expression. Good evening, Mr. Amuro, I just met just now. I didn't expect it to be so soon. I'm seeing you again, are you here to enjoy the night view? It's so elegant. Without waiting for Toru Amuro to answer, Nane Sakuma took out the tracker and shook it in front of him. By the way, is this your thing? Amuro didn't hum. Sakuma Nanace let go of his finger with a chuckle, and the tracker fell to the ground with a slap, crushed by her foot and crushed severely. At this moment, Toru Amuro was very sure that his girlfriend had recovered his memory and was in a rage. Nace. His voice was a little dry. Mr. Amuro, do you want to come up for a drink? Nane Sakuma interrupted Toru Amuro with a gentle smile. I bought new tea before, and it tastes very good. I think we have a lot of things to do. Okay, talk, what do you think? Toru Amuro and Nane Sakuma looked at each other for a few seconds. He sighed, opened the door and locked the car, and obediently went to the apartment she rented with Nane Sakuma. This is not the first time Amuro Toru has come here. As early as the day he reunited with Sakuma Nanace, he quietly came here. Sakuma Nanace opened the door with the key, fumbled to turn on the light in the living room, and then took off his shoes and walked into the room. The new slippers are in the shoe cabinet, please help yourself. The entire process ignored Amuro Toru behind him. She walked to the kitchen and started to boil the water, and then took out the newly purchased tea leaves from the cabinet to make tea, and Amuro's voice came from a short distance behind her. Drinking caffeinated tea at night will affect the quality of sleep. If you must choose the caffeine-free Meikumbu tea, it contains glutamate, sodium, and potassium, which can restore fatigue and relax. Noria, shut up. Then roll onto the sofa and sit down. Sakuma Nanace's blue veins jumped on his forehead. Amuro closed his mouth and walked back to the living room obediently. He looked at the room. It was a simple but well-decorated house. It could be seen that it was a female single residence. The room was dotted with simple but cute little things, which looked very comfortable. Sakuma Nanace is actually not the kind of girl who pursues a refined life, but she has always been obsessed with home. Always decorating the house where she lives, even if it is a rented house. In her words, home is a place of rest for the soul. It has been a hard day, can't you just relax? Zhang Guling likes her positive and sunny life attitude very much, and being with her is always very relax. Come on, drink juice. Sakuma Nanace slapped the canned juice on the table in front of Utani Rei. She looked at each other condescendingly. After all, Mr. Amuro has too much demand for tea, there is a real way to meet your requirements. I didn't mean to drink Meikumbu tea just now, but I just feel that. After you drink so much alcohol, you can't sleep even if you drink caffeinated tea at night. Ah! Hearing Sakuma Nane's sneer, Rei Noria gave up the explanation. Sakuma Nane sat on the sofa opposite Utani Rei, put his arms on the armrests of the sofa and raised his feet, tapping the ground with his toes little by little. Her gaze slid from Zhang Guling's light golden hair, across his face, then across his white shirt, black waistcoat and black trousers, and finally returned to his face. She looked at Zhang Guling's eyes and squinted slightly. So, where did we start talking? How about 4 years since you suddenly disappeared? Chapter 38, Boyfriend Who Lost a Horse, 2 in 1. So, where did we start talking? How about 4 years since you suddenly disappeared? Sakuma Nane said. Utani pursed his lips and lowered his eyes, avoiding Sakuma Nane's sight. Well, it must be that this question may be a bit general, so Mr. Moriya doesn't know where to start. Sakuma Nane said, seemingly empathetic, why don't you talk about why you suddenly disappeared? Noria closed his eyes, and a few seconds later he opened them again and looked at Nane Sakuma. He said, Noria Rei, don't lie to me. You have told enough lies, I don't want to listen anymore. Sakuma Nane stared at Noria Rei's eyes and said word by word, you don't cheat me. She repeated it again. Zhang Guling closed his mouth again. He looked at the canned juice on the tabletop. Because of the indoor temperature, the shell of the jar condensed into droplets of water and then slid down on the tabletop, forming a circle of water marks. The cohesion slipped again, and the cohesion slipped again. He watched quietly, falling into his thoughts. There was only the breathing of 2 people in the room, and Sakuma Nane did not urge him. After a while, Zhang Guling finally broke his silence. I'm doing an important thing, it's urgent. At that time, you were playing in a field and I couldn't say goodbye to you face to face. Nane Sakuma recalled that in the month when Noria suddenly disappeared 4 years ago, she went out to represent the school to participate in the National College Debate Competition. The competition was fierce at the time. In order to be fair and prevent cheating, all contestants were required to enter the competition venue. After handing over her mobile phone, when she came out after the game, there were indeed several missed calls from Zhang Guling. After that, she called back and showed that the number was empty. This is also one of the reasons why Nane Sakuma is so persistent in searching for Utani Rei in this life. She wonders if her boyfriend is in danger. Maybe those missed calls are calls for help, and she is extremely worried. What are you doing? It was so urgent that there was no time to say goodbye to me. I came back that night. It only takes a few hours, as long as you wait for me for a few hours. Sakuma Nane asked. Of course she knew what it was. But she wanted to hear Zhang Guling tell her personally. I can't say. Zhang Guling looked away. This matter has something to do with your working part-time job at Poirot Cafe. Sakuma Nane continued to ask. I can't say. It has something to do with you going to the bar with that blonde. I can't say. Then what can you say? Sakuma Nane asked blankly with a smile on his face. Nace, don't ask, that's not something you can get involved in, I don't want to lie to you. Zhang Guling frowned, his face full of embarrassment. Nane Sakuma took a deep breath and resisted the urge to throw the canned juice on the opponent's face. If you don't tell me, how do you know that I can't? Sakuma Nane of course knows that there is a confidentiality agreement in the implementation of the country's undercover mission, but she is unwilling to give in. Why should she be honest every time? She is not the gentle, generous, and caring Sakuma Nane. Even if the former Sakuma Nane disappeared like this in Noria for 4 years, and was forced to recognize each other after exposing his identity, he would still get angry when he still refused to explain a word. What's more, she who has restored the memory of her previous life. She will never, impossible, change back to the former Sakuma Nane who had no gloom in her heart. The gloom that had dissipated before appeared again from the bottom of my heart, and a red light flashed in Sakuma Nane's eyes. Obviously, as long as you are willing to be honest with me, I will share the secret with you. Why do you refuse to say it? Obviously you are wrong first, why don't you give in to me? Nanace, I'm sorry, I just want to protect you. There was sadness in Yuyaru's eyes. Protect me? It means you are doing something dangerous, right? Sakuma Nanace aggressively. Nanace, I can't say it. Yuyaru closed his eyes tiredly. I know you will definitely ask the question to the end. Sakuma Nanace has revealed his persistence in matters that he believes since the beginning. For example, insisting on decorating the place where he lives, or for example, 4 years of persevering pursuit of him who disappeared. No, you don't know me at all. Nanace Sakuma shook her head, the expression on her face seemed like a smile, not a smile, but a cry or cry, very strange. You obviously don't know anything, Korea, you don't have anything. No. Ritani, avoiding Sakuma Nanace's sight, did not notice her fault. Sakuma Nanace looked at Jianja for more than 10 seconds, the red light in her eyes was extinguished, suddenly she lowered her head and covered her face with her hand, and let out a low cry, you don't know how much I worry about you, you suddenly disappeared, there were many missed calls on the phone, and the number I called back became empty. I thought you were in danger, I was so scared. Hearing Sakuma Nanace's cry, Yutani opened his eyes with a swish, anxious and worried appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he stood up and took a long leg, walked 2 steps to the sofa where Nanace Sakuma was sitting, and took her into his arms. Nace, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you sad, please don't cry, I'm sorry. If you haven't had an accident, why haven't you contacted me for 4 years? Sakuma Nanace was held tightly in her arms by Ryokania, and she lowered the hand covering her face, passing through both sides of his waist. The backhand was buckled on his shoulder from the back of Zhang Guling. And his slender fingers were a little pale against the black vest. She held his arms like a white cage. I'm sorry, I can't. Zhang Guling entered the black-clothed organization undercover. During the 3-year inspection period, his side was covered with organizational eyeliner. The first partner assigned to him by the organization also acts as a watchdog, keeping an eye on his every move. Surrounded by dangers, he must carefully hide his identity from the police academy, and constantly show that he is climbing. As a fledgling police academy student, he is far from as good as he is now. He had no experience at the time and he tensed his nerves every day, wandering between life and death, completely struggling with his life. A little carelessness may expose the identity and cause a murderous disaster, and even cause the undercover scene light. In this case, he couldn't and didn't dare to approach Nanace Sakuma. His mobile phone could be monitored at any time. His connection may be just a simple text message, which will bring disaster to the ordinary Nanace Sakuma, and make everyone's efforts fall short. Noria could not help holding Sakuma Nanace tightly. The girl in her arms was as soft and slender as she remembered, because she always ate from time to time, resulting in too thin. It took him nearly a year to correct her not being punctual when we were dating. He was not by her side for the past 4 years because of eating problems. I don't know if she continued to abide by the agreement. Isn't even one sentence allowed? Nanace Sakuma asked in a low voice. You had only secretly visited the grave of your fellow police academy before, and you obviously had time to hand over Zhu Fujingguang's cell phone to Date Hang, but you didn't have time to see me. Yutani narrowed his lips. In fact, the surveillance period of the organization ended 3 years later. He had secretly visited Nanace Sakuma. As Zhang Guling, it is too simple to use the Metropolitan Police Department's system to query the information of his girlfriend. He inquired about Sakuma Nanace's location and rental registration, and found that she had moved to Hokkaido. Taking advantage of the opportunity of organizing a business trip, he quietly ran to the city of Sakuma Nanace after completing the task ahead of schedule. It was still dark when he arrived in the city, because he was too eager to prepare enough clothes. The early winter in Hokkaido was very cold, and he was shivering from the cold behind the green trees under the Nana's apartment building in Sakuma. Yutani waited for several hours in the cold winter wind, and finally waited until Sakuma Nana's appeared. I haven't seen each other for 3 years. Nanae Sakuma has changed a little bit. She put on professional attire and put on light makeup, and she has matured a bit. Yutani was in a daze. He followed Sakuma Nana's from a distance, watching her hurriedly walking, and from time to time he looked at his watch as if he was in a hurry. When she got to the back, she was so anxious that she ran away in high heels. From behind, Yutani saw Sakuma Nana's running on the sidewalk. She was a little frightened and worried that the thin heel would penetrate into the gap in the sidewalk decoration floor and cause her to fall. In fact, his worries were right. Nanae Sakuma really ran too fast, and the heel of her shoe was caught on the decorative floor. She suddenly lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. The knee that touched the ground was the most severely injured. The stockings and skin on the knee were directly rubbed, and blood came out all of a sudden. Zhang Guling, who was following behind, almost couldn't help but rushed up. Then he saw the girl who had been crying for a long time with her fingers cut by paper, and quickly wiped her tears and got up from the ground, declining passers-by. "Help!" I patted the dust on my body, and walked forward with turns. Zhang Guling followed her quietly, watching her turn into a pharmacy, and when she came out again, there was already a small bag with the pharmacy logo in her hand. She began to walk back. The moment Sakuma Nana's turned around, Yuyara hid in the alley by the side of the road, and after the opponent had passed by, he came out and followed her again. Sakuma Nana's walked to the park not far from the apartment. Because there was no one in the park early, she found an empty chiaki to sit down and began to treat the wound. A large piece of skin on the knee was worn and bloody. Nanae Sakuma showed that he used clean pure water to wash off the pebbles and dust on the wound, and then wiped it with a cotton swab moistened with alcohol. It may be too painful. She had to pause for a wipe, and Zhang Guling, who was hiding behind the park wall not far away, heard her gasping sound. After a while, the gasp changed to crying, and Yutani poked out her head from the wall and saw Sakuma Nana's crying. Every time the tears came out, she would reach out to wipe them, but the tears were always uncontrollable coming out. Oh you I feel so painful, why are you not here? Zhang Yan gritted his teeth, the muscles on his cheeks tightened, and he knew who Nanae Sakuma was calling. When the two were together in the past, every time Nanae Sakuma was injured or uncomfortable, he would fake crying and screaming pain. In fact, he just wanted him to hurry up to her to coax her, but this time she never responded. Zhang Guling closed his eyes, the shadow of bangs obscured his expression, he quietly leaned against the wall and listened to the cry of his beloved girl, unable to do anything. He can't go out, as long as he goes out, he will lose all his efforts. Rei Noria knew that at this moment, as long as Nanae Sakuma rushed over and hugged him, crying and pleading, he would no longer bear to let go of her hand. He would not be able to leave and lead her into a dangerous black whirlpool. He finally chose to leave quietly, leaving her beloved girl in the early winter morning in Hokkaido. Time went back to the present. After a year, she finally cried in his arms. "I'm sorry Nanae." Yuyara stroked Sakuma Nanae's hair, repeatedly apologizing. "When the matter is over, on the day we agreed, I will definitely explain everything to you." He lifted up the face that Nanae Sakuma buried in his arms. The girl's eyes were red, and her white face was full of tears, very pitiful. Zhang Guling gently and carefully wiped her tears with her fingers, until she stopped crying, and then carefully printed a distressed kiss on her forehead. "Please wait for me, I will definitely return to you," Zhang Guling promised. At that time, even if his life is burned out, even if the whole world is obstructing, he will never leave her again. Sakuma Nanase looked at Noria, her voice still crying, "Do you love me? I love you more than everyone in the world, now, in the future, every day, and forever." Rei Noria put his forehead against Nanase Sakuma's forehead, his grey-purple eyes were filled with starlight, and the emotions revealed people moved. Sakuma Nanase looked at Utani Zero, tears flickering in his eyes. "Prior to this, please continue to treat me as Mr. Amuro and keep your distance from me." Zhang Yan continued, "I can't explain it to you, but please believe me, I just want to protect you. Will you come back to me soon?" Sakuma Nanase asked. "I will, when the matter is over, I will fly to you immediately." Zhang Guling said. "You won't let yourself hurt, right? Are you immortal?" Sakuma Nanase gripped his clothes tightly. "I won't." Zhang Guling put a soft expression, "I will definitely come back to you alive." Sakuma Nanase looked at him quietly, and finally closed his eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Yuyaru let out a sigh of relief. He happily took Sakuma Nanase into his arms again, with a bright smile, "Thank you. Thank you Nanase, I'm glad you are willing to believe me." Sakuma Nanase was hugged tightly by him, and she leaned on the shoulders of Niria Rei and said softly, "I will not ask your secrets again. Relatively. I will not tell you my secrets again." At the last sentence, she said. Her voice was too low to hear. "Nanase, what did you say?" Yuyaru asked suspiciously. "No, it's nothing," Sakuma Nanase said. She raised her head and looked through the shoulders of Zhang Guling to the sky outside the window. In a big city like Tokyo with serious light pollution, there are hardly any stars in the night sky, and her starry sky is dark. The two hugged quietly until Zhang Guling's cell phone ringing interrupted the warmth between the two. "I'm sorry." While apologizing, Rei Kayane took out his cell phone. It showed Yuya Kazumi's phone number. He glanced at Sakuma Nanase, hesitated in his eyes and didn't answer the phone right away. Sakuma Nanase immediately understood, "Is it a job? It doesn't matter if you pick it up, I know how serious you are at work. If you don't pick it up, I'll probably worry about it all night and fidget, after all, her ex-boyfriend is a model worker." Zhang Guling answered the phone, Feng Jianyu also eager voice came from the other end of the phone, his expression gradually became serious. I see, you don't act without authorization, wait for me to pass." Soon he hung up the phone. Rei Noria looked anxiously at Sakuma Nanase. He licked his lips and didn't know how to speak. After all, this was an important time for the two to repair their relationship. Before he had time to talk about it, he was leaving. It was too unpretentious. Even if you are as good-tempered as Nanase Sakuma, you will be angry. Utani is not a low EQ. He naturally goes out to work in this situation, and is simply dancing on the bottom line of his girlfriend's patience. Unexpectedly, Nanase Sakuma was not angry. She looked at Utani with amusement. "Okay, you have put on this expression, and you have promised to rush over, how can I keep you? Although I don't know what you're doing, but I know it's important work. You can go." Nanase. Utani Rei was overjoyed for his understanding of his girlfriend, but he didn't dare to get up immediately. After all, many women said nothing, which actually meant you're looking for death. He was afraid that it would be difficult to fix it. The relationship broke instantly. Sakuma Nanase rolled his eyes when he saw the cautious look of Utani Zero, and said, "It's all right, let you go and go quickly, don't you want to rush over? Be careful on the road, don't drag the car in a hurry. I strictly abide by the Japanese traffic law." There was nothing more to say, and Sakuma Nanase pulled up from the sofa. "How fierce you drove, didn't you know it? I haven't been in the seat before, you just jumped on the nerves of the traffic police. It's too dangerous to find some corners to overtake quickly. Go quickly, it's too late to wait." Rei Noria was pushed out of the door. When Sakuma Nanase was about to close the door, he turned around and hugged Sakuma Nanace and kissed her deeply. "Thank you Nanace, you are the best in the world. Girlfriend." After the kiss, Zhang Guling let go of her, and rushed out quickly. Sakuma Nanace watched his back disappear into the stairs, put away the smile on his face, and closed the door. Quiet again in the room, Sakuma Nanace slowly walked to the window and pulled the curtains, and saw her boyfriend run out of the apartment door, rushed into the white Mazda, and then started the car and quickly left. Her hand tightened slowly, and then with force, the whole curtain and the fixed shelf were pulled down by her, and fell to the ground with a clang. Sakuma Nanace looked at her face in the glass window. Her eyes gradually turned red, and finally her pupils turned red. She smiled lightly, then lightly laughed into a big laugh, and then changed from a big laugh to a wild laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha! Zhang Guling, you still didn't tell me the truth in the end. You have always been in danger, but you lied to me. You obviously might die in a place I didn't know, but you refused to tell me. What will explain everything to her at the agreed time? Obviously I haven't made any agreement with her. I love you and everything is a lie. You will leave me, you will leave me." Sakuma Nanace's teeth creaked, and her nails scratched deep marks on the glass. "Descending Valley 0, Descending 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 Valley 0 down the valley." When Nanace Sakuma recovered, the whole room was in a mess. She quietly looked at everything that was torn apart in front of her, and the original warm decoration was completely destroyed, just like her mood at the moment. Sakuma Nanace closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the red in her eyes had disappeared. She pulled out her mobile phone from the pile of tatters and dialed the phone number of Inikan Oni Manjaro. Beep. After 2 beeps, the phone was connected, and Inikanaki Manjaro's happy voice came out from the other side. "Nanace little baby. Why call my father so late, do you miss the old man?" Sakuma Nanace curled his mouth and said, "Yes, Dad, I miss you so much." Hearing Inikan Oni Manjaro's cheerful laughter from the other side, Sakuma Nanace continued, "About what you said last time. I want to talk to you about the inheritance of the Inikan group." "Yes, I suddenly became interested." "The reason?" "There is no such thing. I just suddenly became curious about the number 1 gang in Japan. Does it have any? How strong is it? I really look forward to it." Dividing line. The day of the Tokyo X gigantic concert. Nanace. Here and here. Moran, who was standing at the entrance, saw Sakuma Nanace who was approaching them not far away, and she waved her hand quickly to attract her attention. "Ah, Xiaolan, you are already here, so early." Sakuma Nanace wore a sky blue dress today, with long red hair hanging on her shoulders, gently blown by the wind, and held by her. "To my ears, it looks like a beautiful heroine in a movie." "Wow, it's beautiful." Suzuki Sanako, who was standing next to Mao Lilan, opened her eyes slightly, and then puffed her cheeks up unhappily. "Really, there was Xiaolan, you beautiful girl has already snatched one by your side. A lot of handsome guys are looking at them, and now there is a big beautiful woman. This is even more useless. People originally wanted to come to the concert to see if they could meet fellow handsome guys." Yuanzi. Mao Lilan awkwardly pulled Suzuki Yuanzi's sleeve. "Hey, you obviously have a boyfriend who likes you so much, can other men still be eye-catching?" Sakuma Nanace, who walked in front of the two, heard Suzuki Sanako's words and deliberately teased. "Hey!" Suzuki Yuanzi didn't expect the other party to say that. She was stunned and blushed immediately. She pulled Moran over and shouted in her ear, "Xiaolan! Why are you talking to others everywhere? Tell me about a really." I didn't." Mao Lilan felt very wronged. She never told Nanace anything about Suzuki Sanako's relationship. "Who, it's not that Xiaolan told me, I saw it." Sakuma Nanace nodded under his eyes, showing a proud expression, I tell you, I have a love for this kind of thing. Super intuitive. Not only can you tell at a glance whether the other person has a boyfriend or girlfriend, but you can also tell at a glance whether the couple is in love. Sakuma Nanase's words immediately attracted the attention of these two girls who like to talk about love. Moraran opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Hey! Really? Why haven't you heard Nanase? Xylan doesn't conceal his feelings at all, I can tell at a glance, ha ha ha." Sakuma Nanase covered her mouth and smiled, "I don't need my love intuition. Your boyfriend also likes you so much, it exudes a protective energy, and hasten to be silently protected by my boyfriend." Hey? Really? The guy Shinichi obviously doesn't know where he is going, he's not by land's side at all. Suzuki Sanako said unconvincedly. Hey, it's real or fake? Obviously standing behind Moraran and Suzuki Sunko, Edogawa Konan, who was too small to be noticed, showed half-moon eyes. He felt a heartbeat at Sakuma Nanase's remarks that his boyfriend was guarding him. My love feeling is super accurate. Sakuma Nanase crouched and stared at Suzuki Sanako. Suzuki Sanako was a little nervous when she was bitten. Suddenly Sakuma Nanase clapped her palms and laughed. Well, I have seen through your love affair. Your boyfriend is a good boy who is a little honest but very sincere to you, but he is jealous. The guardian energy on your body is a little red. I can see your boyfriend will show up when your life is in danger and try your best to protect you. But the energy is a bit frivolous, which means that he is not by your side all the time. Is he in a long-distance relationship? Wow! So accurate. Suzuki Sanako was conquered all of a sudden. She rushed up to hold Sakuma Nanase's hand with bright eyes. Nanase, you are so amazing. Than the fortune teller I have seen before, much better. Sakuma Nanase smiled, of course, I even know what the Valentine's Day chocolate you gave to your boyfriend looks like. It's so simple to want to fool Miss Suzuki, and it's great that both the heroine and the female partner love the topic of love. Sakuma Nanase looked around. Hey? Is Mr. Mori out there? Isn't Kogoro Muri looking forward to this concert? Dad and Mr. Amuro went to buy water. Really, he had to take it before he went out, but I forgot. In such a hot weather, if there is no water in the dome for a few hours, you will not be able to stand it. Mao Lilan said. What, her boyfriend is coming too? Why hasn't she heard of it? The smile on Sakuma Nanase's face froze. Originally, she agreed to Moraran to come to the concert this time, mainly to prevent Edogawa Konan's protagonist Halo and Death Halo from being affected, and Inakon Oni Manjiro came to supervise the concert of Backstreet Girls. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guling also came, and it was over, Lethality X2. Sister Nanase, I am here. Edogawa Konan greeted him. How are you, Konan? Nanase Sakuma returned to his senses and responded. Miss Xylan, I'm not late. The usual gentle male voice sounded behind him. Mr. Okoshi, it hasn't started yet, we are still waiting for Dad to go in with him. Mao Lilan smiled. Moraran's words blasted like thunder in Sakuma Nanase's ears, and she turned stiffly to look at the man behind her. She has short flax hair, squinted eyes, and flat glasses. She is tall and slender, exuding a kind of I'm very kind, which is actually I'm very kind. Fuck. Sakuma Nanase's eyes went dark. Dad, I'm afraid I can't protect you anymore. The opponent's configuration is too strong. Chapter 39, Tokyo Dome Concert, 2-in-1. Sakuma Nanase took a step back, approached Moralan, and asked softly in her ear, Xylan, who is this? Didn't you say that there is only your friend? Explain to me quickly. She said she was just a friend, she thought that at most Shiliang was really pure, she wouldn't pay attention to that kind of little girl, okay? But why attract this big killer? What kind of friend is Hide Ichiakai? Didn't prepare her at all. What? I had known that she stayed directly next to her dad dog Kinky Manjaro to better control the situation. What kind of dark nightmare configuration is this? What's wrong? Now a new theater version is going to be called Sakuma Nana's No Nightmare, right? Ah, it's the first time Nana's meets Mr. Okiya. Let me introduce to you. Mr. Okiya is a graduate student of Dongda who lives in a new home. Mo Lilan said, thinking of something. I originally asked Salyong to be with him, but she said that she was not interested in the concert. A few days ago, Yuanzi and I went to the new house for cleaning. It happened that Mr. Okinawa said that he was interested, so I asked him to come. Hello, when we met for the first time, this is Subaru Okinawa. The flax-haired man greeted warmly, his eyes squinted and he looked very kind. Hello, this is Sakuma Nana's. Sakuma Nana's put on a business smile, but the brainstorm did not stop. Why did Hidechi Akai suddenly become interested in the concert? It must be the organization involved. Is there something hidden in this concert? Are there organized people coming in, or is there any information from the top of the organization? Damn it, the last time he showed interest in a certain singer was because the singer's unpublished song had Rum's information, and then he confronted her boyfriend to solve the case together. The point is, the singer is dead. It's over, the Backstreet Girl trio is her dad's cash cow. If something happens, her dad dog Kinky Manjaro must be going crazy. Nana's, what's wrong with your look a little ugly? Moriran asked worriedly when Sakuma Nana's expression was a little wrong. As soon as Moriran spoke, Nane Sakuma felt a line of sight shooting at her, and without thinking about it, he knew that it must have attracted the attention of Shoaki Akai. Hateful. This man is really troublesome. In comparison, her boyfriend is really so good. By the way, her boyfriend and Shoaki Akai are super mismatched, and they are not pleasing to the eye. Haha, let Shoaki Akai be left to Noria, let the two hurt each other. Nane Sakuma made the decision to sell her boyfriend in just 1 second. She raised her head with a distressed expression, and took out a stack of concert tickets from her bag. This. I heard that Mr. Mori was talking about the concert before. Very interested, I asked an acquaintance to get a ticket for the front row VVIP. Sorry, I seem to be less prepared. There are only 5 tickets here. Yes, only for Moriran, Edogawa Konan, Suzuki Sanako, Mori Kogora, and herself. I just want to know that as a disciple, Toru Amuro will definitely give the master and the girl kids to them. As for Akai Shoaki, it certainly doesn't matter. After all, he doesn't really like concerts. Hey! How did you get it? Suzuki Sunko stared at the ticket in Sakuma Nana's hand in surprise. Isn't this a super VVIP ticket? I heard that it was booked early in the morning. I wanted to get it because of relationships. I can't get it, because it's too late and I can only get the mid-stage ticket. Is there anyone who has a stronger relationship than the Suzuki family? Sakuma Nane smiled. Ah, of course, the Backstreet Girl belongs to their family. Because I heard that she was interested, Inakon Oni Manjaro left her the Super VVIP tickets in the front row early, and all the rest was put on the online auction at a high price and made a lot of money. Ah! This is not Nana's problem. Thank you for specially preparing tickets for Dad and us. I'm sorry Nana's, blame me for not telling you the number clearly. Mao Lilan waved her hand quickly, she was a little discouraged. Ah, please don't bother, I can just watch it from the original position. Subaru Okinawa pushed his glasses. Oh roar Miss Nana's, you are here, an excited voice came from her side. Nane Sakuma turned her head and saw that Kogoro Mori was wearing a suit and holding 2 hands printed with Yoko Akino. The fan with the call pattern walked this way, and her boyfriend Zhang Guling was following graciously carrying a convenience store bag full of drinks. All right, 24 filial piety, a good disciple. Sakuma Nana's gaze shifted from the plastic bag that Noriyuki was holding to his face. There was a brief contact between the two people's eyes, and there was a strange heat coming, and Sakuma Nanase looked back at once. She looked at Maori Kogora and smiled. Why is Mr. Maori dressed so formal? It might be very hot later. Mao Lilan showed an embarrassed expression when she heard the words. She explained, Dad, he said that if Miss Yoko Akino is hosting a concert on it, and he sees him calling him on stage as a special guest, she must do everything well. Prepare, really, the concert venue is so big, it's impossible to see it. What do you know? As long as there is love, you will notice it no matter how far away. Mori Kogora shouted unconvinced. Ghosts can only be seen. Edogawa Konan showed his half-moon eyes and murmured silently. Maybe you can really see it. Sakuma Nanase raised the VVIP ticket in his hand and said with a smile, this is the ticket for the front row. You can see the performance on the stage very close, and the host is also. I can see the fans in the audience. Wow! Isn't this a ticket for the super VIP position that you can't get you? Nanase is really amazing. Mori Kogora excitedly rushed to Sakuma Nanase, and took her hand. Oh, Mr. Mori, it's great that you can like it. Nanase Sakuma smiled awkwardly but politely. It's just that I guessed it wrong. There are only 5 tickets here. This woman is lying. Because I know that Moriran has many friends, just in case she asks Inakan Manjiro to get 8 tickets, there are 3 VIP tickets connected together in her bag. She deliberately didn't take it out to achieve the purpose of separating Akai Hidechi and Noria Rei from Mori Kogora and his party. As long as the 2 people get together, they must be holding back each other early. Well, it was her boyfriend who tripped Akai on purpose. Well, I never thought her boyfriend was so cute about this. Please keep it next. Sure enough, Rei Noria gave up directly. He smiled and said to Nanase Sakuma, my words, just look at the current position. Ms. Mori and Nanase-san will go ahead and take a look. As he said, he took a bottle. Pass the mineral water to Kogora Mori. Mr. Mori, your water. Because Kogora Mori wanted to take over the mineral water, he let go of Sakuma Nanase's hand. Yutani continued to give water to other people, but Akai Shoaki missed him. He looked at Plia Okinawa with a smile, but a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't expect someone to come here. I only bought it according to the number of people. It's okay, I bring my own. Subaru Okinawa took out a thermos. The two looked at each other, as if some lightning flashed. Then, please give me your original tickets. Nanase Sakuma smiled softly. I heard that the tickets for this concert are super hard to grab. Some fans can only buy tickets from the scalpers on the day of the concert. It's so pitiful that my favorite idol held a concert but couldn't buy a ticket. I put the extra tickets to the ticket office and let the staff send it to fans who really want to participate in the concert. Nanase is so gentle. Moriran said, and then she handed the ticket to Sakuma Nanase. Sakuma Nanase glanced at the number and chose the 2 tickets with the best position among them, and the other tickets were replaced directly. Own VIP ticket, come on, Xiaolan, this is a VIP ticket. Could you please divide it? Sakuma Nanase handed the 2 Moriran and their original votes to Rei Noria and Hidechi Akai. The smiles on their faces were sincere and lovely. I picked them. These 2 votes are the best in the list. I'm sorry, I'm not fully prepared this time, so I can only let the 2 of us sit separately. It's okay, you don't have to apologize all the time. Miss Nanase has specially prepared VIP tickets for us. It's very considerate. Ryo Yatani smiled. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his girlfriend. What is the qualification of Shoaki Akai to enjoy him? The ticket prepared by the girlfriend, that guy had better go farther. Thank you. Subaru Okiya took the ticket from Nanase Sakuma. Then it's almost time. Please go check the tickets first. I will put the extra tickets at the ticket office, and I will come to you soon. Sakuma Nanase smiled. Seeing the group of people walking into the ticket gate, the smile on Sakuma Nanase's face disappeared. She took out her mobile phone and dialed the number of Inacon Oni Manjaro. Dad, did you transfer a part of the Inacon team from the Tokyo branch to the concert site today? Inacon Oni Manjaro attaches great importance to this concert. As a symbolic performance of Backstreet Girls becoming Japan's top idols, he specifically brought a group of boys to the scene to monitor the whole process. It is for me to make the Backstreet Girls present a perfect expression. It is said that I am very persistent in building an idol group. Shoma Yamashita. Yes, why did Xiao Nanase ask this? The old man let the kid at Yamashita stare at him. I heard that in order to destroy the idol team of the opponent, some agencies will send people to make trouble when the idol holds a concert. But the old man is hundreds of group members have been prepared to wait nearby, so that they will never have a chance to spoil this concert. Inacon Oni Manjaro said confidently. No, Dad, you don't understand, something will definitely happen in this concert. Nane Sakuma looked at the cloudless blue sky with tears and tears. Ooh, 3 men with auras appeared at your concert, the undead are ghosts. Not only is a dead person, there may be other terrible things happening, she is too difficult. Dad, please give me the right to transfer the members of this concert, and I will be responsible for this concert. Nane Sakuma said, I will take care of my father and my father. The concert. Hey, Nane's baby said he wanted to protect his father. The old man is so touched. My daughter is an angel. The old man immediately gave orders to the bunch of to obediently listen to you. If anyone dares not listen, the old man will kill them. Inacon Oni Manjaro agreed without hesitation. Here, Shoma Yamashita, the deputy cadre of the Tokyo department, is leading the crew to place the Backstreet Girls record. More than 30 strong crew members put on the Backstreet Girl to help Hayori, and got out of the truck with his hands and feet neatly. Take a box of records. Everything is neat, the fans are waiting to be fed. Hurry up and divide the record into 3 piles and build them into the shapes of Ari, Truth, and Chika. Tanaka. Why haven't the surroundings of the girls on the back street and the new support been delivered yet? Xiongma commanded with his hips akimbo. I just asked. It's already on the road. Tokyo Avenue is currently in a traffic jam. Everyone is rushing to the dome. Our concert is super hot. The young man who called Tanaka wiped his sweat. 3 boxes of records were removed from the car, and I was very busy. I won't say how important this concert is, you guys should be serious. If the record doesn't sell well this time, I won't be the only one. You don't want to join Backstreet Girls, do you? It's better to be jumping on the stage, or to move and lift here as a man, right? Yamashita Shoma's face showed a terrible expression, which was somewhat similar to Inacon Oni Manjaro. All the people present shuddered after hearing them, and hurriedly responded loudly, yes. Even if we die, we will die on the post. Never hold back the Inajin group. Well, very good. Yamashita Xiongma was satisfied. It is good. He must use this concert to sell a lot of records and peripherals to create new performance for the Inacon group. As soon as Inakonaki Manjaro is happy, he can climb up. Humph. When he gets promoted, he must look good to those old men who look down on him. Yamashita Shoma's father is an old employee of the Inacon group, because he himself has a flexible mind and has a good marketing strategy. He manages the surroundings of the Backstreet Girls in a vivid and colorful manner. Under the blue eyes of Manjaro Kinki, he was exceptionally promoted to a deputy cadre. The youngest cadre. Therefore, he is often bullied by veteran cadres. At the last emergency meeting convened by Inacon Oni Manjaro, he was pushed out by 22 other corps cadres to put out the fire. Since then, his self-motivated spirit has been unprecedentedly strong. Therefore, he was very interested in this concert. Value. Love's sake. Yamashita Shoma's cell phone rang, and when he saw that the call was Inacon Oni Manjaro, he shuddered. Oh my god, say CAO is here. The boss must be asking how you are preparing here. He quickly answered the phone. Boss, I am Xiongli Yamashita. Do you have any arrangements? Yamashita, you are responsible for the preservation of the Tokyo X Dome concert this time. The old man now has a very important task to hand to you. On the other side of the phone, Manjiro Inakon is very serious. Yamashita Xiongma's feet merged. Knowing that the other party could not see him, he also bowed, yes. No matter how difficult the task is, I will definitely complete it for you. Your boy is very pleased to have this awareness. You have listened to the old man. Now immediately arrange for the team members who are standing in various positions to check whether there are suspicious people around, so that they can be more vigilant by 200%. This time the concert must not be lost. Inakon Oni Manjiro said, the most important thing is that the transfer rights of the members of this concert will be given to my little treasure Nanace by the old man. She has no experience, but the old man hopes can she please you understand? If you dare to make a mistake under her transfer, the old man will let you sink into Tokyo Bay. Yamashita Shoma was stunned. What, the legendary Miss Nanace is about to appear? Also responsible for this Tokyo X Dome concert. He has a good understanding of Inakon Oni Manjiro's persistent idol activities, especially this time when he participated in the Tokyo X Dome concert in the backstreet. Inakon Oni Manjiro was particularly concerned. He did not expect that the other party would give the transfer right to no one without hesitation. Experienced Miss Nanace. You understand, the child walks for the first time, and it is inevitable to fall. But if you dare to let my baby Xiao Nanace fall, you will be shoveled away like that piece of land, do you understand? At the end, Inakon Oni Manjiro's voice became extremely deep and terrifying, like a demon whispering from hell. Yes, yes. I will definitely make Miss Nanace happy. Yamashita Shoma roared. After the emergency meeting incident, Yamashita Shoma knew very well about Inakon Oni Manjiro's female prosecution level. Offending Inakon Oni Manjiro would die a bit ugly at best. If Nanace-san was unhappy, it would be more than just death. Oh, why? He originally wanted to get a promotion and salary increase from this concert. Miss Nanace, why did you come to play on a whim? The world of gangsters is not that simple. That's good, go, and convey what I mean to the brats below. After speaking, Inakonaki Manjiro hung up. At this moment, Yamashita Shoma made up his mind, no matter how poor Nanace Mrs. Command was, he would have desperately tried to reach a perfect ending. Hey! Boys, listen to me. Dividing line. Sakuma Nanace handed Moran and their original concert tickets to the ticket booth, explaining that after they were free, they took a phone call to the person in charge of the event, Shoma Yamashita, and the other party made preparations at a record store not far away. As soon as he received a call from Sakuma Nanace, he flew to Sakuma Nanace in less than 3 minutes. This is the first time Yamashita Shoma has seen the legendary Nanace Miss. The other person is beautiful and pure, completely different from what he imagined, and nothing like Inakon Manjiro. But Yamashita Shoma did not dare to relax. He stared stiffly at Sakuma Nanace. After all, Inakon Oni Manjiro would put on an amiable appearance before he was going to be a man. He grew up spoiled by a devil like Inakon Oni Manjiro. How can your child not grow crooked? Impossible. This will definitely be another devil. However, the other party was really not crooked. I saw the red-haired and blue-dressed big beauty handed him 3 VVIP tickets with a smile, and said softly, "These are the 3 extra tickets. For some reason, I hope you can arrange for the group members to pretend to be ordinary fans to participate in the concert. Never leave it empty, because it's too obvious, so I'll trouble you." Hey? Yes. Yes. Good lady. I will arrange it right away. Missy will definitely be satisfied. Yamashita Shoma bowed deeply, then he took out a headset from his pocket and handed it to Nanace Sakuma. The boss said that the person in charge of this concert is Missy. This is the headset used to contact the group members. I have tuned to the correct channel. As long as I press the switch, everyone can hear Missy's voice, and we will listen. You arranged it? Absolutely. It will definitely make Missy complete the first command perfectly. Ah, looking at how scared this guy was, Inakon Oni Manjaro definitely went to warn him behind her back. Nane Sakuma smiled and took the earphones and put them in his bag. Then I will work hard for you. I don't have any experience for the first time, so please take care of it. That's good, she has to deal with 3 men with aura now. If there are pig teammates, she will have a headache. Go through all fire and water for you. Dividing line. By the time Sakuma Nanace returned, the ticket inspection team had been shortened by half, and they soon arrived. Really, Nanace, you've been there for a long time, and I'm still thinking about whether to call you or something. Mao Lilan worried. There was an empty seat between Norea and Moraran, and Nanace Sakuma blinked and entered the team. When she heard Mao Lilan's words, she put an embarrassed expression in her ear and whispered, "Sorry, I just stopped by the bathroom, but because there are so many people, it took a long time." Mao Lilan showed a clear expression when she heard the words, and her face blushed slightly. "This way, there is no way." "Hey! Asakura, what the are you doing? It's almost us. Why aren't you here?" Suddenly a fat man in front of Kogoro Mori yelled into the phone angrily, "Did you overslept again? Did you make a mistake? This is the first time that Backstreet Girls have held a concert at Tokyo X Dome. You don't care at all, your attitude is too bad. If you let Eri know that, she will be sad." "Yes. Are you a fake fan?" The caller's voice was really too loud, and it shook their ears. Suzuki Sanako couldn't help frowning. "Really, what's up? Can you pay attention to the influence? But there are other people here. Forget Yuanzi." Maora Island pulled Suzuki Yuanzi's clothes. The fat man's companion also noticed the unhappy expressions of the people around him, and immediately pulled the man. "Ehara, keep your voice down. There are still many people here. Fans who are misunderstood by AI Lee are so unqualified. What to do?" It was a thin and short man, wearing a cheering turban of the same color as the fat man, holding a cheering fan with Aries Q version portrait in his hand, and Nanace Sakuma looked at it. At a glance, I found that it is not the same as other people's hands, it should be customized. Some die-hard fans of Japanese idols draw their own fans to show their love for idols. It seems that these people are die-hard fans. "Yeah, Ehara, don't worry about Asakura. That guy has been mysterious recently. He doesn't know if he changed the target." Another man with glasses clasped his chest with his hands, unhappy. "Pinch your lips. Huh? He dare. If he dares to betray Eri, I will never forgive him. I want him to be removed from the Eri Support Club forever," the fat man said excitedly. Suzuki Yuanko showed half-moon eyes, and couldn't help but spit out Mao Lilan, "Really, it's just an idol, it's too exaggerated. There are such people who treat idols as all their lives." Mao Lilan showed an embarrassed expression. Her father was also very enthusiastic about Akino Yoko. She was really not good at commenting. "Hey! What do you mean, a girl with poorly dyed hair?" Hearing Suzuki Sanako's words, the fat man turned his head and stared at her angrily. "What is meant by just a fan idol? Eri is an angel, an angel. Like you, the bad girl doesn't understand her at all." As he said, he looked up and down Suzuki Garden, showing disdainful eyes. Hair dyeing, wearing suspenders, and miniskirts are not serious people at first glance. "Hey!" Mao Lilan angrily stopped in front of Suzuki Yuanko and looked at the fat man angrily. "I said, Eri's hair is dyed, too," Sakuma Nanace said suddenly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Eri's hair is brown because he is a hybrid of England and Japan." The fat man said angrily, it's not the same as your red hair that looks dyed at first sight. Whoops, dare you to say it. Sakuma Nanace smiled. Okay, let's let the girls on the backstreet dye all their red hair in time for tomorrow. It was such a happy decision. I said, Sir, the dress of attacking girls is really very tasteless. Zhang Guling showed sharp eyes, please pay attention to your words. Edogawa Konan also showed an unhappy expression on his face. Ha, what's the matter with your little white face? The slightly fat man looked up and down, then looked at the tall and handsome Okinawa Subaru behind him, and finally looked at Sakuma Nanace and more around. With Suzuki Sanako, he sneered with a clear expression, you and the guy behind you, a man like you, I know at first glance, deliberately pretending to be interested in idol concerts, but actually just taking the opportunity make a woman. Oh, there are people you like among these three? Want to pretend to be a hero in front of the people you like? Tisk tusk by your small body? It's a laugh. You are cold. The smile on Sakuma Nanace's face became more kind. Ah, it's been a long time since I saw someone who can find death like this. If you don't get cold at the beginning, I'm sorry for the aura of these three men. Chapter 40, Tokyo Dome Concert, Increase. Yutani frowned, and Kogoro Mori stared at the fat man with an unhappy face. When the atmosphere became more and more tense, he suddenly heard Sakuma Nanace laugh with a pouch. Hey, Mr. Amuro is obviously not white, he can only be regarded as a little black face, puff. Sakuma Nanace smiled. After Sakuma Nanace finished speaking, his gaze fell on Amuro Toru's face again, as if being poked into a smile. She couldn't stop smiling, her smile was as bright as a flower in the sun, with light effects. Amuro's frowning eyebrows loosened, and a helpless expression gradually appeared on his face. Miss Nanace. Sorry, but it's really funny. It's totally wrong to call Mr. Amuro Shirohana or something. Sakuma Nanace put the tips of her fingers in front of her lips, rested to control her smile. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Suzuki Yuenko, who had recovered from her senses, got a smile all at once, and she couldn't help laughing too. Laughter is contagious. In the end, even Mao Lilan couldn't help it. The unpleasantness caused by the fat man disappeared all at once. The fat man frowned unhappily when he saw that he was being ignored. He was stopped by his companion on what he wanted to say. The man in glasses said impatiently, Ehara is almost fine. What does it look like to be noisy here all the time? It is because you are always so irritable that you make others think that AI Lee's fans are of poor quality, and AI Lee is caught online. Doesn't the guy say it? Don't always provoke people. Cut. The fat man turned his head unhappy, and finally said nothing. Ehara, please be happy. It's rare that the Backstreet Girls will push new songs at this concert. We are fortunate to be the first to listen. If we keep in such a grumpy mood, we will waste their efforts. The short man persuaded, I heard that Mr. Inakon took great pains to create this time, rum on the board or something, sounds so good, it is a combination of Japanese shogi and degenerate elements. Wow, it's the first time I heard about such a fresh combination, it's really exciting. With that, the short man became even more excited. As soon as the short man's voice fell, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. Okiyasubaru opened his eyes first, revealing a sharp look. Kudo House. Morilan is cleaning up with Suzuki Sanako. Suzuki Sanako said unhappily, obviously, Xiaolan, you reserved a ticket for the guy Kudo, but he actually said that he is not free. Ah, it's so obvious and indifferent, that kid is what's going on? People have already calculated everything, and they will push Xiaolan into that guy's arms after the climax of the concert. Mao Lilan blushed suddenly, Yuanzi. So you were making this idea. No wonder I have to invite Xinyi to participate. /Hey? Didn't you two kiss each other during the school trip last time? What does it mean to kiss again, and it's been a while since the school trip, haven't you two made no progress? I am doing it for you too. Suzuki Sunko crouched his hips. It's the most exciting place, like a concert, isn't it? With the cheers of a group of people facing each other with their eyes facing each other, they slowly approached. Boom, what is great about being together? Yuanzi, don't talk about it. New one who kisses, or something won't do that. And Dad was there at that time. Mao Lilan flushed with her ears. Ah! Why are you shy after you have kissed? You two are too daunting, hurry up and settle it down for me. Suzuki Sanako reached out to pinch Mao Lilan's face and said with a grin. Hearing the conversation, Edogawa Konan blushed and stood aside, with a trace of regret in his heart. I knew I should agree. Mo Lilan avoided Suzuki Sanako's hand. She said, I didn't expect Sanako to come to the concert together. I thought you liked more band types. Hey, no. Although the Backstreet Girl is the main love song, it is not the soft type, but it is very handsome with a bit of blood. The previous songs Love in Love and Universal Love, it's really good, and I bought a record specifically. Suzuki Sanako recalled, and the Backstreet Girls really work hard and often perform with injuries. Before Kyunjia had a car accident, I also admired the fans' spirit of persevering. This is their first time to perform at Tokyo X Dome. As fans, they still have to support it. Wow, this is really hard work. Mao Lilan opened his eyes slightly, then I also buy a record to support it. I heard that they will have a new song this time. I saw on the fan forum that the new song this time is called Rum on the Board and it sounds cool. Suzuki Sanako excitedly said. Konan Edogawa and Subaru Okiya, who were cleaning silently, changed their faces suddenly. Sister Yuanzi. Why is the new song called this name? Edogawa Konan asked eagerly. I don't know. The songs of the girls on the backstreet were written by their president, Mr. Inakon. Mr. Inakon is very talented. But there is a rumor that Mr. Inakon is a gangster. Ha ha ha. Probably. The underworld running idol business is totally unsuitable. Suzuki Sanako smiled and waved his hands again and again. Miss Yuanzi, do you know how to see each other? Subaru Okinawa asked, squinting. Hey? The other party is the president of a top idol agency. It's hard to see. But I heard that because this is the first time a Backstreet Girl has staged a concert in such a large venue, Mr. Inakon may be on stage. Speaking or something. Maybe you can watch him after the concert is over. Suzuki Sanako suggested. Miss Xiaolan, I heard that you have extra tickets in your hand, can you give it to me? I can buy it with money. Subaru Okinawa said suddenly. Ah. I'll give it to Mr. Okashi. It was originally something that Shiliang didn't want to do. You don't need to give me money. Mao Lilan waved his hand quickly. Immediately afterwards, Tio Uemuro's eyes turned into a bourbon model. A certain bar. Belmode drank all the cocktails in the glass. Recently, an informant sent a message saying that the Inogen Group is going to make a big move recently. The specifics are not ascertained. According to reliable sources, the Backstreet Girl is the industry of the Inogen Group. The concert at Tokyo X Dome this time seems to be to conceal something. The boss issued an order to find out the true movement of the Inogen Group. Didn't even the informant of the organization find out the information? Amuro's eyes flashed slightly. The Inogen Group is very powerful in Japan. They have expanded very quickly. They have become one of the top gangs in Japan in just a few decades, and they have also extended their power to other countries. It is said that their boss Inogen Manjiro has any secrets in his hands. Weapons, but the undercover agents sent by the organization either returned without success or disappeared suddenly. They should all be dead. Belmode shrugged indifferently. In her eyes, the organization work was originally walking on the tip of a knife, and death was simply dead. It's as usual as drinking water. Belmode tapped his finger on the table and continued, in addition, the organization suspected that the Inikan group has been probing too much recently, which aroused the opposition of the other party. The new song on the chessboard by the Backstreet Girl at this concert room is hinting at what happened 17 years ago. This is a provocation and warning to the organization, and the boss is very upset. Amuro frowned. The secret facilities made by the Kenkan group are more difficult to capture than those of the United States and Russia. It's really hard to imagine that a gang on an island country can achieve this level. The guys have always been very cautious, and even the bottom members of the news are released. Smoke bomb. Hey, Boss Inikan is obsessed with idol business or something, they can say it. Belmode sneered, and then said with a rare serious expression, Inikan Manjiro is famous in the dark world of Japan. Anyone who has seen him is not afraid of him, and has the title of the devil who controls the dark world of Japan. A man who does not hide his identity at all is the most terrible. They have absolute confidence in their abilities. In short, Bourbon, you have to be careful, but don't die in the hands of the devil. When the memory was over, Toru Amuro's expression became serious. This Sakuma Nanase also fell into thinking. It is said that half a month ago, Inikan Oni Manjiro met with the Cuban mafia, got those guys drunk, and coaxed their boss to sign an unequal treaty. It is said that he made a lot of money because of this. Inikanaki Manjiro was very happy and inspired to write a new song to celebrate his victory in the game with the Cuban mafia. Is this the song? Okay. Wait, did Subaru Okiya open his eyes? Her boyfriend's eyes also changed. Sakuma Nanase looked down, and the Edogawa Konan glasses also reflected light. Ah! Rum on the board. She just said why these three Halo guys would participate in the concert of Backstreet Girls together. It turned out to be because of this kind of song. They suspect that the songs her dad wrote casually are related to the organized rum? I'm really drunk, what an innocent disaster is this? Sakuma Nanase felt very speechless. At this moment, a tall man hurried over. His head was full of sweat. He looked around as he ran. When he saw a group of fat men, he ran over with a relieved expression on his face. Sorry. I'm late. He said, panting, and squeezed between Kogoro Mori and the fat man. Mori Kogoro was soaked by the smell of his sweat that he took 2 steps back. What are you doing here? The next one is us, the fat man said unhappily. Sorry. The traffic on Tokyo Boulevard is super congested. I just heard the taxi radio say something like a bomb demon. The traffic police blocked all the roads for inspection. The taxi was completely blocked and motionless, so I had to get out of the car. Go up and down instead of running. The tall man explained, really, the traffic was originally blocked by the Tokyo X Dome concert, but now it is even more blocked because of the bomb magic, and some concert fans may not be able to catch up. Fortunately, the place where I got off is close to here. The man with glasses frowned when he heard the words, what the hell, it's a rare day when the Backstreet Girl is holding a concert. That bomber suddenly ran out to grab the limelight. Isn't that guy planning to make a big move today? What can I do if today's headline is not a Backstreet Girl? I must scold him on the internet when I go back. The short man was also a little uneasy. If it were the bomb demon, the reporters would definitely be exaggerating. Eri and the others have worked so hard and finally able to hold a concert at Tokyo X Dome. If they are robbed of attention, they will pay attention to their surroundings and records. Will there be any impact on the sales volume? I am worried that the cooperative unit will feel that their influence is not enough. Hearing this, the fat man rolled his eyes and said, fear of a fart. Today's headline will definitely be the Backstreet Girl. That bomb demon won't affect Eri and the others. The police are really incompetent, just because they are catching wind and catching shadows. Things were so tense. Didn't the bombers not give notice this time? They began to block the scene, really speechless. Sakuma Nanase narrowed his eyes, the crow's beak. I don't know if anything will happen in the world of K-Shwet, it will definitely happen. She knew that the appearance of these three men with auras was absolutely impossible to kill only one or two people. Now you don't need to think about it, the bomb demon will definitely appear. Speaking of the Tokyo X Dome, she remembers that it can hold more than 50,000 people. People, wow, this number is definitely enough for big things. Edogawa Conan also frowned, with an unknown premonition in his heart. Nanace. Just when some people were thinking deeply, Suzuki Sanako suddenly grabbed Sakuma Nanace, her eyes lit up and excitedly said, "Didn't you just say that you have the ability to see the energy of love? Can you take a look at Mr. Amuro and Mr. Okiya?" "No, Miss Suzuki, did you not pay attention to the current atmosphere? Why are you still suddenly returning to the love channel?" Sakuma Nanace showed a look of astonishment on his face. "What do you mean?" "Oh. Just to see if they have a girlfriend." Suzuki Sunko snickered excitedly. "Mr. Amuro is super popular. Although he always says he doesn't have a girlfriend or something, he can't be a secretist. Well, as for Mr. Okoshi, it is even more mysterious. Both are obviously handsome guys, they are really super curious." Sakuma Nanace's smile was a little stiff, with the two eyes falling on her body. She glanced at Amuro, and the other party had a shallow smile on her face. She was stunned and then moved her gaze to Subaru Okinawa's face. The other party squinted her eyes and reflected the light in her flat glasses, and she couldn't see the expression. This is not so good, this is personal privacy." Sakuma Nanace tried to refuse. "What's the matter? Just try it now, Mr. Amuro and Mr. Okiya won't mind, right?" Suzuki Sanako shook Sakuma Nanace's arm, but looked at Toyu Amuro and Subaru Okiya. The excitement and pleading on his face are clearly visible. "Ah, I don't care." Amuro, who talked with his girlfriend, didn't mind at all. He smiled and spread his hands. "I just didn't expect Nanace-san to have this kind of skill. Never heard of it before." Subaru Okiya glanced at Nanace Sakuma, pushed his glasses and said faintly, "I'm also curious whether someone can see the energy of love. If it is true, I should be able to appear on the Japanese late-night surprise column." "Hey, don't talk about people like the protagonist of a supernatural event." Edogawa Conan twitched his mouth silently. Suzuki Sanako was too enthusiastic, and the two subjects said they didn't mind. Sakuma Nanace was really nothing. She sighed, "Well, I'll give it a try. Don't blame me if you can't." Sakuma Nanace first turned his gaze to Toru Amuro, and the smiling face on the other side was really cute. No, it was hateful. With a serious expression, she looked up and down Amuro, and then slowly said, "I can see that Mr. Amuro's love power is black. It does not mean that we have broken up. It means that the relationship is not going well, of lovers. Some secrets have been concealed from each other, a very big secret." Sakuma-chi smiled meaningfully. Amuro was stunned, thinking that the other party was saying that he had concealed the real reason for his sudden disappearance 4 years ago. "Obviously, I have already talked to Nanace before. Is this to express that I am still a little unhappy?" "That's right, after all, it had disappeared for 4 years." The explanation that night was too rushed, and was called away by the wind. Although Nanace was very empathetic, she was definitely uncomfortable. Amuro thought about it, and decided to wait until the concert to find out about the Inacon group, and to coax his girlfriend no matter what. "Hey? It still doesn't say whether Mr. Amuro has a girlfriend." Suzuki Sanako was not very satisfied with Sakuma Nanace's words. Sakuma Nanace showed a helpless expression. After all, the feelings of adults are very complicated. And there is no way to see them so carefully. Indeed, there are obviously beautiful wives like Mr. Mori, and there are also guys who have to go to separate. The emotional world of adults is really complicated. Suzuki Sunko looked sideways at Kogoro Mori. Muri Kogoro, who was Q, jumped immediately. "Hey! Why did you pull me in? It's none of my business. Maori-ran quickly calmed down Kogoro Mori. Okay, Dad, the garden is just an example. Besides, it's time for you to reconcile with your mother. Ah! What do you little girls know? Don't worry about so much. This is an adult's business. Oops, the uncle is so embarrassed and angry. Edogawa Konan showed half-moon eyes. Kutsuzuki Sunko curled his lips, and then took Sakuma Nanase's hand and said, Hurry up, Nanase, look at Mr. Okiya again. Yeah, good. Nanase Sakuma turned her gaze to Subaru Okiya, and she paused before saying, Mr. Okiya, he should not have a girlfriend at the moment. Hey! Does Mr. Okiya have no girlfriend? Nanase, you said too short. Is there nothing else? Suzuki Sanako pursed his lips unhappily, apparently taking a word to Nanase Sakuma. Even more dissatisfied. Okinawa Subaru pushed his glasses. I'm just an ordinary man, not as popular as Mr. Amuro, and naturally not as complicated as Mr. Amuro's love affair. Toru Amuro and Nanase Sakuma narrowed their eyes at the same time. Although the love energy in Mr. Okiya's body now does not seem to have a lover, it is a bit unusual. Sakuma Nanase looked away, his face showing hesitant expression. Suzuki Curiosity Yonko was attracted without hesitation. She immediately shook Sakuma Nanase's arm excitedly. Quickly, quickly. Tell me about anything unusual. I'll know. The love affair of a handsome guy like Mr. Okiya is definitely not ordinary. This doesn't feel very easy to say. Nanase Sakuma continued to create a suspenseful atmosphere, and even the curiosity of Mori Kogoro and Maori-ran was attracted. Just now Mr. Okiya said it's okay, Nanase, please say it. Hey, I'm so anxious. Suzuki Sanako wanted to grab Sakuma Nanase's shoulder and shook it fiercely. Well. Mr. Okiya's love energy is red with black. Sakuma Nanase said. Ah, Nanase just said that red means danger, and that it means that Agen will appear when my life is in danger. Does this mean that Mr. Okiya's lover will also appear to protect him when he is in danger? Suzuki Yuanza thought back. No. Sakuma Nanase smiled. The love energy of Sanako is pink with a little red, which represents guardianship. Mr. Okiya's red and black are mixed, which represents danger and death. Yes. It is a symbol of misfortune for lovers. Subaru Okiya opened one eye and looked at Nanase Sakuma. Nanase Sakuma looked up and turned back with a gentle smile. Mr. Okiya is obviously an ordinary person. How could he bring death and misfortune to his lover? I was wrong. After all, the feelings of ordinary people are not so complicated. The light green eyes and the black eyes stared at each other, and a subtle tension gradually formed between the two, and Sakuma Nanase did not fluctuate in his heart. However, in the next second, the two people's eyes were interrupted by Toru Amuro. Amuro Toru took a step in front of Nanase Sakuma, blocking the sight of Subaru Okiya looking towards Nanase Sakuma. He smiled and said, It's our turn to check the tickets, and the love reasoning is over. Mr. Mori is almost there for you. Please take out the tickets for the concert in advance so that the ticket inspectors can check the tickets. I still know this kind of thing, your kid is really insatiable. Mori Kogoro took out the ticket from the pocket of his shirt. Kogoro Mori and his party began to enter the venue, and the Tokyo X Dome incident officially kicked off. Chapter 41, Tokyo Dome Concert. Inside the Tokyo X Dome venue. Then we'll go ahead, Mr. Amuro, Mr. Okiya, etc. See you next. Nanase Sakuma smiled and waved to the two of them, and you two should drag each other back. Because Kogoro Mori and his party were in the VVIP position, they had to sit in the front row. Under the operation of Sakuma Nanase, Toru Amuro and Hidechi Akai sat in the middle position, still in a row. Several people have now reached the middle section, and are about to separate from Toru Amuro and Hidechi Akai. The VVIP ticket provided by Inokon Oni Manjiro to Sakuma Nanace is a carefully selected location with the best view of the audience. It can be seen from the close range of the performance on the stand without being blocked by the stage facilities. The other party is very attentive. Sakuma Nanace gave his father a thumbs up in his heart, and decided to go back and praise him. Wow! This location is great. Kogoro Mori found the seat number on the ticket first, and couldn't help shouting happily, "It's a VVIP! Really? Great! Thank you Nanace for preparing such a good position for us." Morilan pulled Edogawa Konan to the seat, and Suzuki Sanako sat next to Edogawa Konan, two of them were just right. Caught the other person. Sakuma Nanace chose to sit on the very edge of the group. The three positions on her left are for the three members of the Inokon group. Because the concert has not yet started, everyone talked in low voices, and the atmosphere was harmonious. It was not the same on the other side. If the atmosphere between the first group of people is pink with small flowers, then Amuro Toru and Okiya Subaru are black clouds with lightning. I saw Amuro sitting on the seat with his arms crossed without expression. He didn't mean to talk to Subaru Okiya sitting next door. His eyes fell on the surrounding security guards. It is said that this time Tokyo X in the concert of the girls on the back street of the dome, the security guards will be mixed with the members of the Inokon group. The mouths of the Inogen crew members who were captured before were very tight. No matter how they were tortured, they would not reveal who the eldest sister was who was picking up the plane. If they were given Verita serum, they would only say that the devil would kill them. It can be seen that the Inokon group's brainwashing and coercion to the team members is really great. It seems that the organization is very interested in this concert, and actually sent you an intelligence agent to investigate the situation. Then what information is really hidden in the song Rum on the Board? Chang Yasuba spoke suddenly. Amuro snorted and sneered at Akai's remarks. It's really worthy of being an FBI that specializes in obtaining information from others. It's really cheeky to just reach out. Are you dreaming of trying to get information from me? It's just an exchange of information. To Amuro Toyu's cold face, Hideo Akai didn't change his face. There is nothing to communicate with guys like you. You Yankees can get out of my country as soon as possible. It's the best help. Amuro Toyu doesn't take the other party's suit at all. As a local gang in Japan, the Inokon group reported to the Metropolitan Police Department several decades ago, and it is legal. You know that Japanese gangs are an important source of tax revenue in Japan. The relationship between Japanese gangs and the Japanese government is very delicate, and they are not free to move. The Inokon group has a very deep penetration in Japan and the situation is more complicated. I don't want this group of American FBIs to intervene. Akai looked at Amuro for a while, then closed his eyes again. Okay, then it's up to you. Toru Amuro, who looked around, quickly noticed that the fat man who had been arguing with them was sitting in front of them. They were about 4 or 5 rows apart. Their original 4-person team was separated, and there was nothing left. It seems that the tickets he bought are not consecutive. The fat man sat down, took the ticket stub, and took a dozen photos in a row at the seat, and then took a selfie of himself. Before Amuro Toure, he had a little knowledge of idol concerts. This behavior is probably similar to Holy Land worship, and the other party is obviously an authentic fan. After more than 20 minutes, the concert is finally about to begin. The entire Tokyo X Dome is full of people, and everyone is extremely excited. In a burst of enthusiastic debut music, Yoko Akino wearing a yellow song suit stepped onto the stage. Miss Yoko Kawi. Kogoro Mori shook the support stick excitedly. Playing song service game high. Minasan, good afternoon everyone. I'm Yoko Akino. Welcome to the first concert of Backstreet Girls Tokyo X Dome. It's been 5 years since Backstreet Girls debuted. After everyone's sweat and hard work, they can finally stand on the stage where Japanese idols are most yearning. Please congratulate everyone with warm applause. Just as Yoko Akino spoke, there was a burst of deafening applause and cheers throughout the venue. Backstreet Girl! Backstreet Girl! Backstreet Girl! Ah, I still remember that I also held a concert at Tokyo X Dome a few years ago. I didn't expect to come back here as a host in 5 years. 3 super cute girls, Eri, Mari, and Chika, everyone. It took a lot of hard work to break through the siege and come here. Now, it's time for them to stand on the stage that Japanese idols have longed for. Please call out their names with the warmest cheers. Ari. Ari. Truth. Truth. Kyunjia. Kyunjia. Amid the shouts of everyone, 3 cute-looking girls in blue singing costumes appeared in the center of the stage. They are the Backstreet Girl group. A wave of heat wave screamed again. Everyone. Love love jumping. I am Kyunjia, I will love you forever. The small and lovely girl with a black double ponytail made a bunny ears jumping to the stage. Thank you everyone for being here today. I'm Eri, the captain of Backstreet Girls. Tweet for your heart. The girl with long brown hair in the middle smiled brightly. Mua, today you are too hot to sleep. The big-breasted beauty with short blonde hair blew a kiss to the audience closest to her, and instantly hit the heart of the otaku in the audience. The appearance of the Backstreet Girl made the atmosphere of the venue even more popular. Wow, it's really hard to imagine that behind these 3 guys is a man. This idol is very high. I heard that it was trained by her dad, Kenki Manjiro. Her dad is very strong. Sakuma Nanace blinked, and from the screams of the otakus around, he could hear how red these 3 guys were. The 3 gangsters have fallen into transgender idols for girls, and they have paid so much, it is difficult for the 3rd brother to be popular. Then, now let the Backstreet Girls present their first song, Love's Worship Wine. This is one that has been liked by many fans, and it is the first song of the Backstreet Girls' debut. Yoko Akino said and said. The stage was given to the Backstreet Girl, and she ran back to the backstage by herself. The wine of love and worship, please give it to me, and swear to love forever. If you break it, you will chop off your fingers. Chop it off, chop it all off. Hey, I can't do it, or you chop it off by yourself, right? The Backstreet Girls on the stage stretched out their little fingers to sing very intently, and the fans below the stage were drunk with their songs. After singing a song, the Backstreet Girls retreated behind the curtain of the stage. They were going to change their clothes for the next song. Yoko Akino once again ran on the stage to introduce the way Backstreet Girls became famous. Various photos and videos of the Backstreet Girls were shown on the screen, which completely mobilized the feelings of the fans in the audience. The offstage controller raised the card in his hand to Yoko Akino, indicating that the Backstreet Girl is ready and can proceed to the next round. Yoko Akino immediately understood. She raised her hand and smiled excitedly. Do you still like the last song? Like? Then let's start the next song. This song is also one of the main songs of Backstreet Girls, bringing them a song of many female fans' universal love. Backstreet Girls in skirts with white wings ran out. They held hands with each other, with sweet smiles on their faces, singing loudly, Is my love for you intermediate? Or heavyweight? No no no. Obviously cosmic level, as long as I think of you, my heart seems to explode. Ah, is my love for you bomb level? Or black hole missile level? No no no. It's a cosmic explosion grade. At this moment, the thoughts of Toru Amuro and Nanae Sakuma, who were separated by half of the venue, were in sync. The song that this group sang, the lyrics are very hardcore. As expected by the underworld. As expected, her father did it. Dividing line. The scene was really too high. The fat man twisted completely to the rhythm. He sang loudly with the Backstreet Girl. After 2 consecutive songs, his voice became a bit unbearable. He wiped his sweat, took out his own thermos from the bag, poured out a lid and drank it, feeling that his throat was relieved. He put down the thermos and sang with the Backstreet Girl again. As time passed, as the Backstreet Girl presented a classic song, the atmosphere in the concert venue became more and more enthusiastic. Amuro Toru, who was not paying attention to the Backstreet Girl, noticed that the fat man not far away began to drink water again. As an authentic fan, a fat man should know best that he should not drink a lot of water at a concert. Because too much water intake will make people unable to help go to the bathroom and may miss the idol's wonderful performance, the other party will commit this low-level errors are too strange. Okay. Everyone is a loyal fan of Backstreet Girls. You must know that at today's concert, Backstreet Girls will present a new song that has never been released. As the first fans to hear this song, you are excited. Yoko Akino's words hit the audience. The die-hard fans learned of the news on the internet early. They came to Tokyo X Dome with this kind of expectation, and they were the first to hear about their favorite idols. Song is simply the best thing in life. As soon as Yoko Akino finished speaking, the girls on the backstreet rushed to the stage. I saw the girls wearing black tights and military boots of the same color, with a submachine gun and a row of bullets slung across their bodies, looking wild and wild. This sexiness with the smell of gunpowder and iron blood suddenly pushed the atmosphere of the venue to a climax. Amuro narrowed his eyes, and Akai Shoaki opened his eyes. Then, please go Backstreet Girls to present us the new work of teacher Inakan. Here it is rum on the board. My eldest miss. A question mark appeared on Sakuma Nane's head. Chapter 42, Tokyo Dome Concert. Let the world crawl under your feet, and obey the slavery of love. My heart, my liver, warm hands and feet are at your disposal. Who dares to betray the lady? Who dares to disobey the lady just buried tenderly that guy? The backstreet the stage was holding a submachine gun and squinting at the bottom of the stage. Gunshots and explosions sounded in the background music. It's fascinating, my eldest lady will completely control me. What can't you cheat? It's too late to kneel and apologize. The bullets and scalpels are shining. Are you scared now? Think about you make your own mistake, there is no place for you anymore. Are you ready to start accepting a new life? In the audience, Sanako Suzuki and Morilan were discussing in a low voice, this new song seems to be about the barbarian girlfriend. Hey, the lady is super suitable for me, I don't know when I can download it as a ringtone, and wait for it. Let Asian listen to Hihi. Hey? It should be the song of the breakup? Didn't it say betrayal or deception? Because my boyfriend cheated, I had to kneel and apologize. Maorilan reasoned. Less than 2 meters away from them, the 3 Inogen team members turned pale and their legs trembled. The others were different. They fully understood the meaning of the song. This is not a love song at all, it is simply a death notice. Sakuma Nanes took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt the peace brought about by social death. Dad, why did you write a song of intimidation and threats to the group members and put it on such a big concert? There are too many elements in it, and ordinary people will think it is an alternative love song. After all, the Backstreet Girl has always produced this tune, but her ex-boyfriend Inakai Hideichi will definitely think more. Ah, the two of them must be seriously analyzing the meaning of this song now, right? You don't need to think about it. As long as today, this song My Eldest Miss will definitely become popular all over Japan. In the future, I have to be forced to listen to this song often, coupled with the sense of shame brought by the detective's analysis, make the expression on Nane Sakuma's face more peaceful. Some things are so embarrassing that I give up thinking. This song is for the eldest lady, what's the matter with her? Sakuma Nanes? Any contact is? No. Exist? Yes. Oh. At this point, Toru Amuro and Hideichi Akai are both thinking, the new song has been changed, what's the meaning? Amuro's index finger pressed on his lips, his gaze moved to the left, and his brain entered a thinking mode. The message from Bell Mode is that the Inacon group is going to make a big move recently, so let the world crawl under your feet means that they want to expand their power and shift their focus from Japan to the world? The Black Organization originally it is an international organization. Could the two collide due to business conflicts? Buried that guy Toru Amuro knew that this was a black word for the Japanese gang to deal with traitors or undercover agents. Unlike other forces, Japanese gangs seem to have a different kind of obsession with buying people and Shen Tokyo Bay. It seems that burying alive and pouring cement can make people die slowly and feel the ultimate fear. Tisk, what do these gangs think of human life? The most important is. Shuaki Akai opened his eyes and looked at the submachine gun on the back street. The new song Rum on the Board was released before the concert. The organization sent an intelligence officer, Toru Amuro, over. Although the other party refused to exchange information, it also explained that the organization believed that this song would expose some unfavorable things to the organization. Information. Are you scared now? Think about your own mistakes. Are you talking about what the organization has done to the forces behind this idol group? Is this a provocation from the opponent's counterattack? There is no place for you anymore. Is it a dispute caused by land grab? Wherever they are, the concert they held in Japan shows that at least there is Japanese power. The guns on those girls are made in the United States, and the styles are the favorite styles of Cuba and the Native American Mafia, and there are forces from the United States? Are there international forces involving Japan and the United States contending with organizations? This time it's not easy. I need to find James to investigate after it's over. It seems that this trip is right. But the most important thing is. Toru Amuro and Hideo Akai frowned, and fell into the same question. Who are they referring to? Is it the code name of this unknown force? Is it a high-level figure in the Inacon group? Dividing line. Unlike two serious-thinking men, the fans at the venue were all attracted by the new song. They shook their support sticks and clapped the artifact frantically. Although their hearts were fierce, they still followed the etiquette of the concert. When excited, stand up and affect the side of the back row. So the fat man in the row stood up and easily attracted the attention of Toru Amuro and Hideichi Akai. I saw the fat man sweating profusely and his face full of fat with patience. He quietly asked the people around him to let him go, and walked towards the passage, finally squeezing out into the empty passage. Holding his stomach, he moved strangely to the exit of the concert venue above. The expression on his face was very urgent, as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Ah! It's really because I drank too much water just now. Amuro took a look at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock, 2.5 hours before the concert began. The other party started drinking water from the moment they entered the venue, and probably couldn't help it halfway through, for the sake of the concert until the end of the new song. Knowing that this would happen, I shouldn't drink so much water in the first place. Nane Sakuma, who was sitting in the front row, didn't know what happened behind her. Since my eldest miss sounded, she had entered the sage mode with a smile on her face. Suddenly she was shaken by the phone in her bag. Hey? Have information? She took out her mobile phone and saw that it was a text message sent by Yamashita Shoma. The content of the text made Sakuma Nane's eyes squinted. Miss, the patrol crew found a male body in the bathroom on the second floor of the venue. I asked someone to lock it up in the name of troubleshooting. I have already arrived at the scene. What should I do? Sakuma Nanace looked around. Everyone around was caught in the wonderful performance of the concert, and no one noticed her. She stood up quietly and glanced at the three people in the Inogen group. The other party immediately put her feet away and happily gave her out of the aisle. Sakuma Nanace walked out and left along the passage of the venue. Toru Amuro, who was sitting in the back row, noticed that Nanace Sakuma was walking up the passage. He was a little confused, but seeing Sakuma Nanace's expression very calm, the other party noticed his gaze and showed him a slight hint. Shy smile. Toru Amuro didn't think much about it, thinking that Sakuma Nanace just went to the bathroom just like the fat man. When I saw Sakuma Nanase leaving from the exit of the venue, Amuro thought, he should remind his girlfriend when he entered the venue just now. Nanase seems to rarely participate in activities like idol concerts, and probably has no experience. The cleaning staff outside the venue seemed to have gone to another floor to clean. Sakuma Nanase walked all the way, but no one met. When she arrived on the second floor, Yamashita Zyongma was guarding there with two serious-faced crew members, while the door of the men's bathroom was locked with a sign of maintenance hanging on the door. "Open the door." Sakuma Nanase lifted his chin. Upon hearing this, Yamashita Zyongma immediately asked a team member with gloves to open the door of the men's bathroom. He explained, these two colleagues are specially cleaning the team. They are very knowledgeable about on-site traces and fingerprint detection. Don't make the low-level mistakes of leaving your own information at the crime scene. Sakuma Nanase walked into the bathroom, and the body was in the second compartment. Sakuma Nanase looked at the fat man lying on the toilet. There was no movement in his heart, but a sentence came out of his mind: it was you who died. The other party's death was a bit miserable, he was strangled to death. The neck was swollen like a blue-purple pig's head, with protruding eyes, white saliva at the corners of his mouth, and the scratches on his neck with strangulation marks left by his temporary struggle. Look at that deep scratch, it must be very before coming. Pain. In addition, the murderer who killed him must hate him, so after killing the opponent, he cut off his clothes and engraved "Go to hell, fat pig." Insulting words. "Miss, what are we going to do now? The concert is still in progress. If you call the police, it will definitely cause panic. According to the rules, it is very likely that the performance will be forced to stop, and our subsequent records and peripheral sales will also be affected, and the killing of Backstreet Girls concerts will definitely stain the Backstreet Girls. Tokyo X Dome is the first step for Backstreet Girls to become Japan's top idol group. Destroying it will be very detrimental to future development. The most important thing is that the boss has been preparing for this concert for a long time, and he will definitely be very angry." Yamashita Zyongma felt a very headache. He didn't expect to encounter such a mess. Originally, Missy's sudden takeover of command this time had caught him off guard. He originally wanted to arrange everything so that the eldest lady could live through the addiction of command without incident, to make the other party happy, and to get through this crisis perfectly. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to kill people on the territory of Inokan Group. Didn't it make the command of the eldest lady more difficult now? I heard that the eldest lady was an ordinary person before, and she had no commanding experience at first. She faced the murder case from the beginning, and it was over now. He couldn't point fingers at the eldest lady, nor did he dare to report Inokan Oni Manjiro. If Inokan Oni Manjiro knew that someone was killing someone at his concert, let's not say what the other party would do. As for the person in charge, he definitely has to take the blame. The child walks for the first time, and it is inevitable to fall. But if you dare to let my baby Xiao Nanase fall, you will be shoveled off like that piece of land, do you understand? Yamashita Shoma recalled what Inokan Oni Manjiro had said in his mind, but felt that the future was not bright. Unexpectedly, he didn't wait for a promotion and salary increase, so he encountered a birthday crisis first. He actually chose to kill someone at the concert of the Backstreet Girl. Don't let him know who killed the 1,000 swords, he will definitely not spare him. Zyongma under the mountain gritted his teeth. "Miss, or let's clean up the corpse quietly. As if it had never happened. This will not affect the concert." He brought 2 scavengers just to get rid of obstacles cleanly. Sakuma Nanase looked at Yamashita Shoma and smiled, "No, I have a better way. Today, I'm going to be messing up under the eyes of detectives." Chapter 43, Miss Love and Number 039, S Conductor. "It's totally unnecessary to cover up for the murderer," Sakuma Nanase said. "The Inokan Group is not doing charity. Although the murderer must be one of the 3 with this fat man, after all, one of the 3 classics in the famous detective world. But she wasn't so kind, to poke the tail off for a murderer who made trouble at a concert that her father valued? The eldest lady is referring to. Yamashita Zyongma questioned. Since the police will prevent the concert from going on now, shouldn't it be enough not to report to the police for the time being? Sakuma Nane said. Hey! What do you mean? Nane Sakuma looked at the fat man's body condescendingly with his arms folded. Fans generally don't go to the bathroom during the concert unless they can't hold it back. If they can't hold it back, they don't need to go so far. On the second floor, we will solve the physiological problem. About an hour before the end of the concert, as it is now, hang up the sign of maintenance outside, and then find someone to stare at it so that people don't get into it. That's it. She asked with a meaningful smile. Now, the bathroom on the first floor is not under repair, right? No. Why did the eldest ask? Yamashita Zyongma replied. It's nothing, I just thought of why this guy would die here. But his matter is not important, anyway, there will be a detective to solve it later. There are 4 at a time, although one of them is made up. Sakuma Nanace continued, okay, let's get back to business. When the concert is over, there will be many people going to the bathroom. There will be a long line in the bathroom on the first floor, and someone will come to the second floor. I don't want ordinary guests to find out. The body of this guy will not only cause panic, it will also be spread online. Yes, I am also worried about this. There are more than 50,000 fans on the scene, and it is impossible to plug their mouths one by one. Yamashita Shoma's face showed a distressed expression. If Inakon Manjiro sees those on the internet, the messy information is definitely going to be blown up. If Inakon Oni Manjiro blows up, he will probably be cold too. So, just let the designated person find out. Sakuma Nanace smiled, the kind of guy who can't scream or spread the word, and is still very smart. Is it the detective the eldest lady just mentioned? Is there such a person in the venue? Yamashita Zyongma opened his eyes slightly. Yes, there are several more. Sakuma Nanace took out her phone and opened the photo album and flipped through it, and found a certain photo. She turned the phone screen towards the mountain, and it was taken by 5 people in the Maldives. Take a group photo. Have you seen the photo above? The little ghost, the middle-aged bearded man, or the blonde and black young man in it, as long as you bring one of them over, these guys are all curious detectives. Good at handling such things. After she finished speaking, she closed the phone case and blocked the screen of the phone with a pop. Wait, the little devil will follow the girl by his side, so it's a bit troublesome to bring it out alone. More Island will scream at the corpse, which will attract the attention of other fans. Then change to the middle-aged bearded man. Wait for you to arrange a field staff to lie to him that Yoko Akino will meet him on the second floor and draw him up. Nanae Sakuma decided to say, remember, find a temporary worker and don't look for the Inakon team. The members of the team. There are 2 people in there who are very thoughtful, the kind of troublesome guy who will be investigated to the end. Her boyfriend had only arrested the members of the Inajin group before, and it is estimated that she was focusing on her dad's organization. In a short time, she did not want her dad to match Zhang Guling. As for Hidechi Akai, that man, who is obviously an American FBI but always likes to act on Japanese territory. He does everything in order to get information from the organization. This time he appeared at the Backstreet Girls concert because her father wrote casually. Song, came to explore the information of organization number 2 Rum. Now I guess I'm thinking about how to find the Inakon teacher who wrote the song and ask about the lyrics. Anyway, don't let the other party have contact with the Inakon group. Yes. I'll arrange it right away. Yamashita Zyongma immediately nodded, and then said with embarrassment on his face, but miss, they will call the police. If fans see police cars and police, they will definitely cause commotion. Sakuma Nanace didn't panic at all, she had already thought about it. The best way to hide a leaf is to put it in the forest, as long as it makes everyone feel that police is not real police. Just now the girl in the back street was not wearing a mafia costume and singing My Big Miss. Sakuma Nanace vaguely gritted his teeth when he said my eldest lady, give them a costume for the police, and then let them go to the recording venue for a temporary flash mob performance, to attract fans to the past. There is still some time before the end of the concert. Taking advantage of the arrangement, people are now arranged to move the iron horses used to maintain the line outside the venue to the venue to intercept and guide. Then find a printing company to speed up the production of banners and hand-raising cards for flash events. Sakuma Nanace said again, if it is too late, then look for the hands of the scene to do it, time and speed are the most important. Yamashita Zyongma's eyes lit up, what a good way. Let the backstreet girls perform more warmly. They are very good at dancing and singing. We must combine the cuteness of Japanese police and idol girls. Grab the hearts and attention of fans so that they have no time to pay attention to other, it just so happens to sell the record, Inakon-sensei will be happy. Sakuma Nanace chuckled. For a moment, Yamashita Shoma felt that the other party's smiling face and Inakon Oni Manjiro's demon smile overlapped. No, the eldest smile is so pretty and cute, how can it resemble the demon smile of Inakon Oni Manjiro? He must be wrong. After deciding on the strategy, Nanace Sakuma was preparing to leave with Shoma Yamashita, leaving 2 scavenger team members to clean up the traces of their visit. She just turned around, but her eyes were attracted by the bag under the fat man. Yamashita, if you go to the bathroom in the middle of a concert, would you bring such a big bag with you? Sakuma Nanace asked suddenly. Yamashita Shoma looked at Sakuma Nanace's gaze. He also saw the bag pressed under the fat man. It was a dark blue luggage bag, which was longer than an adult's forearm, about 60 centimeters about. He thought for a while and said, if I were alone, I would bring wallets and the like on my body. If there are no important items on the seat for my bags, I don't need to bring them when I'm just going out for a while, right? Troublesome. So, his behavior is strange, right? Sakuma Nanace narrowed his eyes. Miss, do you need me to open the bag for you to see? Yamashita Zyongma asked respectfully. Sakuma Nanace shook his head and raised his feet again and walked out. No, if you move, the detectives will find out, just so, no matter what happens, you can always deal with it. Zyongma Yamashita was very touched. Oh my god, the eldest lady is too reliable. Not only is he smart and quick to respond, he handles things in a clear and organized manner, he doesn't lose his temper, and he doesn't threaten to send them to Thailand. Oh, so handsome. Although the eldest is a daughter-in-law, what he said is true. The eldest is really an angel. By the way, there is one thing I want to mention to you. Nanace Sakuma's footsteps stopped again. Yamashita Shoma looked at the back of Nanace Sakuma and asked enthusiastically, yes. Miss, please give me your orders. That's it. Please pretend you don't know me outside. You must never call my eldest lady. Nanace Sakuma turned her face, and the corner of her eyes slanted back towards Shoma Yamashita, if you shout. She seemed to smiled. You don't want to know. Yamashita Zyongma shuddered. Dividing line. Sakuma Nanace returned to the concert venue. As soon as she sat down, Suzuki Sanako, who was sitting next to her, approached her and whispered, when did Nanace go out? I just turned my head and wanted to talk to you about the backstreet. The new song the girl performed, but found that you were not in the seat, shocked me. Ah, sorry, I just went to the bathroom. Nanace Sakuma put her hands together and quickly begged for mercy, I drank too much water. Did the garden ask me to say something? Please, don't tell her that it was my eldest miss. She didn't want to discuss this song with anyone at all. Ah, no, it's the new song released by the Backstreet Girl just now. Suzuki Sanako said. Sakuma Nanace's face stiffened, almost unable to maintain the expression on his face. "No, what are you afraid of?" "Ah! Is there anything worth saying about that song? My eldest miss or something, isn't it just talking about love or something?" "Ah, it's not that one. You probably didn't hear it when you left. It's rum on the board. Suzuki Sanako whispered, her eyes flashed with excitement. "That song is also super nice. The tops with chess and card elements and the miniskirts with wine elements put on by street girls are really super cute. They are sassy and sweet. I want to try that style too." Just a few days later, my new shopping mall once opened. There are many cute shops inside. I asked Xiolan to go shopping together, thinking that if Nanace is free, it would be nice to go with us. "How about, are you free? Miss Suzuki, how can't you think about it that you want to invite the protagonist group to play when your new mall opens? You don't feel unlucky?" Sakuma Nanace maintained a smile on his face, and his heart was full of sympathy for Suzuki's new shopping mall. "Well, forget it, anyway, Suzuki's family is rich, so you can get over it with more discounts. Anyway, there are not many shopping malls in Miwa Town that are not dead." However, after the Tokyo X Dome concert, she will accompany her father to discuss business with the Pengli family in Italy and will leave Japan for a period of time. "I'm sorry, I'm going abroad in a few days, and I can't accompany you," Nanae Sakuma said regretfully. "It seems that I can only wait for the next time shopping." In fact, she was happy, after all. As long as you are with the protagonist group, you will encounter homicides. Except for those detectives who take pleasure in solving crimes, no one likes to see dead bodies. Ah, a rare good mood. If you encounter a murder case, you will be unhappy every day. It's really difficult for Mao Lilan to encounter it every day. Hey, it's a pity. I thought I could have a shopping trip with 4 girls. Suzuki Sunko curled his lips unhappily. 4 girls. Nanae Sakuma opened his eyes slightly. Could it be that? It's our classmate, Shiliang, who looks very handsome. Suzuki Sanako is a little regretful. Ah. Originally she still wanted to surprise Sakuma Nanace. After all, the first time I saw Shiliang classmate, everyone thinks she is a boy. Ah, Zhen misunderstood it before. Ah. Is it really that girl who is Shiliang Zhenchun? Forget it, that guy is Shukiakai's younger sister, and his curiosity and mobility are not inferior to Edogawa Konan, and he is particularly not afraid of death. Sakuma Nanace remembered that in the theater version, the opponent dared to drive a motorcycle to chase gunmen with bare hands. When he did not care about the consequences, he knew that the opponent was a very difficult guy. In addition, Akai Hideichi and her mother, the elite of the British intelligence agency, standing behind the other party, it's very troublesome to think about. A handsome girl? It's really curious. I hope I have a chance to meet again next time. Sakuma Nanace said with a smile. Yet. When Nanace comes back, I will make another round to let you know each other. Suzuki Sanako was excited. This is unnecessary. Sakuma Nanace kept smiling. In other words, what is the content of the song Rum on the Board? I'm a little curious. Nanace Sakuma asked. It should be completely independent of the rum of the organization. I really hope Rei Noria and Hideichi Akai listen to it. After that, she treated this as just a coincidence, and didn't pursue it anymore. If she confronted the red side so early, her plan would not be easy to implement. Ah, the content of the lyrics is still in Akon-sensei's usual style. Suzuki Sanako recalled, it is probably that life is like a chess game. Only the winner can survive. Rum is the embellishment of the winner. Sakuma Nanace thought for a while, feeling that the content seemed to have nothing to do with the organization, and she leaned back in the chair happily without any worries. The seats in the VVIP row are made of leather, which feels more comfortable than normal. Because everyone in the concert was very excited, everyone sat up straight and leaned forward to stare at the stage. so when Sakuma Nanase leaned up, he immediately noticed Edogawa Konan, who was also leaning back in his chair. The other party was thinking seriously with his chin resting on his face. Isn't it? Did these detectives really analyze something from the songs her dad wrote indiscriminately? Oh my god, looking at Edogawa Konan's serious face, I definitely fell into strange thinking. By the way, if Edogawa Konan thinks there is something in that song, the other two guys definitely think so too. Sakuma Nanase groaned and closed his eyes, really endless. First, she was forced to listen to a shameful "My Eldest Miss," and then someone killed her at a concert that her dad valued and wanted to go out to deal with it temporarily. Now she found out that her dad was killed by a song written indiscriminately. Detectives are watching. Is it her Black Friday? How else would you run into so many unlucky things in a row? Marx is here, please tell her that this is definitely the last thing to break. The concert was coming to an end. Backstreet Girls and Yoko Akino received notifications separately. After the concert, the Backstreet Girls will perform a flash mob performance at the record sales venue. In order to let the fans know, Yoko Akino needs to mention it to the fans at the end of the concert. No problem. Yoko Akino said empathetically and completely okay. At the other end, the Backstreet Girls, who had been lying on the floor of the lounge because they had been dancing and singing for several hours, heard the need to temporarily increase the flash mob performance, and immediately wailed. What the hell? I'm too tired to stand up, and hanging up makes me breathe. When I went through the process before, I never heard of any flashes after the concert. As an orthodox idol, the Captain Airy, who is sought after by fans, slumped his legs without image, and his skirt was wrinkled. He gasped and said in pain, I really can't do it. My thigh muscles are trembling. I can stand up. It's all relying on Lao Tzu's willpower to persevere, so what kind of flash? That's right, I have already sent a lot of benefits to those otakus today. I also wear red underwear. It's cheap enough for them. What kind of flash? They won't give us extra money. The sister's character, the blonde short hair and beauty who has a bunch of loyal fans, Zhen Zhen stretched her hands behind her, twisted her actions to unbutton her underwear. Hey, come here to help me out, I need breasts. Breathe. I can hardly catch my breath all morning. Bouncing, love. Kyunjia, who is sought after by the otaku because of her youngest age and the cuteness of double ponytails, rolls her eyes and can't speak anymore, still chanting her signature cheering slogan. Kinoshita, the male agent of the Backstreet Girl, pushed his glasses. Obviously he has become accustomed to the huge contrast behind the front desk of his idol station. I regret to tell you that this temporary pop-up event will be added. Yes. Just now, Mr. Yamashita Shoma, the manager of the marketing department, specifically approached me and said that this pop-up event hopes that you will put forth 200% hard work. What? A cotter under the mountain. The three Backstreet Girls who lay immediately opened their eyes. Yamashita Zyongma became the core cotter of the Inacon group at the age of 28, and he was the youngest cotter. It's so strong. It is the object of their longing. Damn it, they also want to be a man, using blood and sweat to win the title of cotter. Yes, he said that if you didn't perform well in this pop-up event, it would not be a day trip to the hospital. He said that teacher Inacon would give you a one-way ticket to heaven. Then, is this what the is this? Kinoshita, the male agent of the street girl, is a pure ordinary person with good looks and strong business ability, but it is a pity that he is blind. I have been a broker for Backstreet Girls for more than 5 years, and still think that Inacon Group is a normal brokerage company. In order to continue to be a Backstreet Girls agent, he did not hesitate to sacrifice Xiaojiji and became a female agent for transgender plastic surgery, but because the female version was so good, he was fired by Inacon Oni Manjiro, and ran back again. Talent. To a certain extent, he fits well with the corporate culture of Inacon Group, quite and sand-sculpted. The three Backstreet Girls fell into silence. The one-way ticket to heaven, doesn't it mean to let them die? Is it so serious? What else can I do? I can only do it. The Backstreet Girls wailed, covering their faces. God. Please make this concert popular all over Japan. Otherwise, I am totally sorry for the contribution of his third buddies. Dividing line. Time flies so fast, this Tokyo X Dome concert is coming to an end. Thanks to the Backstreet Girls for their wonderful performance today. Are you satisfied? Yoko Akino asked loudly. One more one. One more one. One more one. The fans at the scene were turbulent, and they were reluctant to end the concert. Some emotional fans even left tears. Please. Backstreet Girls, don't just be like this. It's over. Ah. I heard everyone's wish. It's a pity that the concert is over. Yoko Akino knows how to mobilize the emotions of fans. As soon as her voice fell, the fans' pleadings immediately became louder, and she seized the opportunity to say, however, although the concert is over, the connection between the Backstreet Girls and everyone will not end like this. In order to thank the fans on the scene for their support, the Backstreet Girls temporarily decided to add a pop-up performance to everyone. The Tokyo Dome venue was shaken again. Fans excitedly shook the support sticks and clapping artifacts in their hands, and the whole venue remembered their excited screams. Listen well, everyone. After the concert, the Backstreet Girls will put on special costumes and have a pop-up performance at the record store on the first floor. Don't miss this new album. All the songs of Backstreet Girls concert are included. Fans who like Backstreet Girls songs must not miss it. The record will also include 3 Backstreet Girls handshake coupons. Please support your own push. Buy more and get more. Yo! As soon as Yoko Akino finished talking about the business terms, the entire venue was plunged into darkness. Immediately afterwards, luminous bands hung down on the stage to form a dreamy fairy tale light effect. The last giant luminous font appeared in the center of the stage. The Backstreet Girls said goodbye to the audience, and the fans in the venue were all moved. Backstreet Girls always love you. Ali, I will always support you. Truth, we will always love you. Kyunjia is jumping around, love. In this way, the concert finally ended amidst the fans' perseverance. Sakuma Nanase and his party were sitting in the front row, so they had to wait for the others in the back row to leave, and Mori Kogora fell to the end. At this time, a worker wearing a hat and a mask quietly came behind Kogora Mori and pulled him. Hey! Mori Kogora turned his head in doubt, and saw a man in conference uniforms grabbing him. He recognized his clothes, so he didn't immediately get angry. What's the matter? Is it Detective Kogora Mori? The man asked. Yes, I am. What's wrong, do you want to sign? I don't have a pen with me now. Mori Kogora thought that his fans recognized him. Oh no, Detective Maori. It was Miss Yoko Akino who asked me to tell you that she saw you on the stage just now and wanted to make an appointment to meet backstage. The field man pressed his voice and said, there are too many fans outside now. Yes, it would be inconvenient for you two to be celebrities, so she asked me to take you through the staff passage. Hey! Mori Kogora's eyes lit up for an instant, and he pulled the man excitedly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Take me there! Okay, please come with me. The field man took Mori Kogora and left from the opposite direction. Because the venue was very noisy, Maorilan and his party did not notice that Mori Kogora had left the team midway. Until a few people meet at the door. Because Toru Amuro and Subaru Okiya were in the middle of the venue, they came out before Nane Sakuma and his group. They were waiting for them under the pillar at the exit of the venue. At a glance, Amuro found that Kogora Mori was missing. Where is Ms. Maori? Amuro asked. Hey! Malilin, who was followed by Maori Kogora, looked back and saw her father disappeared. She was stunned and quickly looked at the crowd of people walking out. Strange, just now Dad was clearly behind me. Maybe I went to the bathroom. Sister Xiaolan, don't worry too much. Edogawa Conan said indifferently. Anyway, the bearded uncle will be fine. It's better to worry about whether he sneaks into the backstage to see Yoko Akino. It's more reliable. At the concert just now, that uncle kept shouting that Yoko Akino was going to compete high. Hey, is that so? Mao Lilan frowned. Little Lan, leave him alone. Uncle is a detective who will be fine. Suzuki Yuanzi suddenly took Morlan's hand. Let's go to the flash mob too. I don't know what cost the Backstreet Girl wore this time. I'm so curious. Go buy a few records and listen to them at home. I really like their songs. Ah, I want to buy one too. Mao Lilan was also a little moved. Then you go, I'll wait for teacher Maori here, and when I see him, I will send a message to Miss Xiaolan. Amuro said with a smile. Nanace, too. Suzuki Sonoko excitedly invited. She didn't destroy all the records because of her dad's hard work. If it weren't for her own business, she had arranged blow up the record factory, and the ghost would buy the record. Sakuma Nanace gave a gentle smile. Go, I'm a little tired and want to take a break. I will accompany Mr. Amuro here and wait for Mr. Mori. Oh, all right, Mr. Okiya wants to be together. Suzuki Sunko turned his eyes to the tall man standing aside. It just so happens that I'm also interested. If you want to buy one and savor it, please be sure to bring me. Subaru Kongaya pushed his glasses. Miss Yuanzi. Please bring one for me by the way, and I am also very interested in those songs. Amuro said with a smile. Sakuma Nanace and Edogawa Conan showed half-moon eyes, and their inner complaints were actually synchronized. Come on, who doesn't know what you are interested in? Buying it back 80% is to break those songs apart and interpret them one by one. The FBI in the United States and the public security in Japan did not tell the truth. Chapter 44, Boyfriend and Number 039, S Sweet Crit. Nanace, do you need me to bring you a record too? Suzuki Sonoko asked enthusiastically. No, no need. Nanace Sakuma declined the other party. Those songs are a bit too exciting for me. I can't sleep with excitement after listening to them, so forget it. I will definitely be embarrassed. Rolling on the bed. Hey, is that so? Suzuki Sonoko widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, so you don't need to bring it to me. Nanace Sakuma nodded affirmatively. Okay then. Suzuki Sonoko, Moriran, and Okiya Subaru set off to the record sales venue together, and Edogawa Conan, the Morilan magnate, naturally followed. So at the exit of the venue, Sakuma Nanace and Amuro Toru were left. Fans have been led to the sales area for a long time, so there are only the lonely staff packing things, and in the silence, Toru Amuro suddenly speaks. I never heard that you can't sleep because of stimulating music. Amuro Toru said. Sakuma Nanace curled her mouth, because it's fake, I just don't like those songs, I lied as she said. She peeped at Amuro Toru with one eye open, because everyone is in high spirits. If you say that you don't like it, it's very disappointing. You just open one eye and close the other as you don't know. Anyway, I know you don't really like those songs, Toru Amuro looked down at Sakuma Nanace who was standing next to him. His face was a little helpless and spoiled. I just said that I was very interested. You don't like that kind of mafia song? Nanace Sakuma hummed. Kim no Dai is your favorite. Isn't it that way? What do you think of me? Amuro couldn't laugh or cry. I am also a normal person. You count as a normal person with wool. A normal person can do 3 jobs, serving as a waiter during the day, doing public security work at night, and taking time to collect information for the organization, so there is still time to raise a dog, and run around with Kogoro Muri. It is said that time management experts are small. It's up to you, are you afraid that you will be able to do Avatar? Ah, I was wrong. It should be said that normal people can easily tell others the country is a lover. In your eyes, the Japanese national anthem is probably equivalent to a marriage march, right? Then tell me, what is your favorite song? Sakuma Nanae said unconvincedly with her arms around her chest. Amito hesitated. You can't figure it out, can you? Sakuma Nanae resisted the urge to roll his eyes. As expected, this man's favorite is Kun no Dai, dare not to express himself as a national lover so thoroughly. No, it's just that it's not a song, it's a piano piece. Amuro Toru said after a pause, it's Richard Clayderman's Starry Sky. Nanae Sakuma was stunned. She raised her head to look at Toru Amuro, who was also looking at her. There were complicated emotions flowing in her grayish-purple eyes. Nanae Sakuma lowered her eyelids swishly, and the heart came. The violent heartbeat is the sound of her heartbeat. Oops, I can't hold it anymore. Dividing line. Speaking of which, Kogoro Muri was led to the backstage by a hated field clerk. The other party took him up the stairs to the second floor from the escape passage in the backstage. Isn't it going to the backstage? Why did you come to the second floor? Mori Kogoro was a little confused. Because there are too many people in the backstage on the first floor, Miss Yoko Akino wants to talk about some personal matters with Mr. Mori, and doesn't want to be heard by others. The field man explained. Oh, Miss Yoko's personal affairs. I don't know what Muri Kogoro had made up. His face showed the expression of a lustful uncle. Ah, here it is. The field man took Mori Kogoro all the way to the outside of the men's bathroom. Kogoro Mori opened his eyes wide, and he questioned, Hey, it's not right. How come Miss Yoko came to the men's bathroom when I asked me? He didn't say a word, and there was a huge thrust behind him, and Kogoro Mori was completely obliterated. He smashed into the door that was only lightly covered. It hurts. Ah, what the is going on? Mori Kogoro struggled to get up from the ground. He turned around and was looking for trouble, but there was no one behind him. Mori Kogoro cursed a few words in a low voice, suspecting that he had been caught. I dare to play with the sleeping Muri Kogoro of my detective. You wait for me to find you out. Ha, it's broken. Actually pushed so hard. Mori Kogoro watched the palm of his hand being rubbed a little, and a little blood leaked out, so he couldn't just leave it alone. He dragged his feet to the sink to clean the wound. After shaking off the excess water drops, he took a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped it dry. After handling everything, Kogoro Muri raised his head, but his pupils shrank suddenly. There was a male corpse lying in the sanitary compartment in the mirror in front of him, and the blood had flowed out of the compartment. Number %. At. Mori Kogoro no longer knew that this was a premeditated calculation. He was a big fool. Although he may be stupid sometimes, but he is not brainless, so after Kogoro Muri took a breath, he dialed Mumu Shizen's phone without hesitation. Sergeant Megome, I am in the men's bathroom on the second floor of Tokyo X Dome. A life case occurred here. There was a male deceased at the scene. Yes, I am on the scene. Please try not to cause a commotion. The concert is held here today. There are still many fans here. I am afraid of causing panic. Well, I won't let people enter here until you come. I'll wait for you. Kogoro Mori hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and sent text messages to Malilin and his disciple Amuroto. They briefly talked about the current situation and asked them to come over as soon as possible. Pay attention to find out if there is a man with a blue hat and costume of the hall staff nearby. He is about 30 years old. The other party brought him over, which may be related to this murder. Dividing line. Originally, Toru Amuro wanted to talk to Nanae Sakuma, but the phone in his pocket rang the alert tone of a text message. When he opened it, he saw the text message sent by Kogoro Mori. Toru Amuro's expression became serious. He was about to walk to the second floor, and he noticed Sakuma Nanae standing beside him. Nace, Mr. Mori is having some trouble now, I'm going to help him now. Amuro originally wanted Sakuma Nanace to go back first, but thought that there was a murder in the venue and the murderer hadn't been caught yet, so he stayed. He was worried about Nanace Sakuma alone, so he said, "You are with me." After Amuro finished speaking and remembering what happened in the Maldives, he solemnly repeated, "You must never leave with a stranger this time. You have to follow me and don't go anywhere." "Okay." Sakuma Nanace raised a smile. "There is no serial killer to deal with this time, so I will definitely not leave you." Sakuma Nanace followed Amuro to the second floor of the venue, and she smiled silently at the back of Amuro in front of her. It seems that the part that caused Kogoro Mori to cause the second floor was completed smoothly, and then it was time for the detectives to perform. Dividing line. The record sales venue became crowded because of the Backstreet Girls flash mob performances. A large group of fans gathered around the venue, discussing the Backstreet Girls costumes in excitement. "Oh my god! It's actually a police uniform cos. This is one of the ultimate romances for men, the fifth most anticipated outfit for a girlfriend," said an otaku wearing glasses and shooting crazy with a camera. "Then what's the number one?" the young man beside him asked. "Do you still need to talk?" "The first is of course Hanayome." "Oh, there is nothing more moving than wearing a wedding dress for your favorite idol," said the otaku excitedly. "What about the second?" "Don't ask. I tell you all at once, the second and third are maid uniforms and nurse uniforms. The ranking of these two changes every year. The maid control and the nurse control fight each other to death and life. Let me say that the second should be the kimono." "That's right. We are Japanese. Kimono is the most orthodox." A group of Mao Lilan, who was not far from the otaku, pushed the conversation into their ears, and Mao Lilan scratched her face in embarrassment. "It turns out that boys still have this strange romance. I don't know which Shinichi likes more." "Ah, really, it's all the delusions of stinky men." Suzuki Sunako curled his lips uncomfortably. "Girls can wear whatever they like. Do they still need to be ranked by them?" Konan Edogawa and Subaru Okiya stopped talking. After all, a man who was a little sensible would not go up and talk to each other at this time, so it was just right to keep quiet. Especially Edogawa Konan, he would never admit that he had really made up the look of Mao Lilan in those costumes just now. Now his face is a little red and he dare not go to see Mao Lilan. Ring jing jing. Mo Lilan's mobile phone rang. She opened it and found that it was a text message from Kogoro Mori. When she saw the content of the text message, she let out a short shout. "What's wrong with Sister Xiolan?" Edogawa Konan asked quickly. Mao Lilan turned to Edogawa Konan with a pale face, and whispered, "Dad found the corpse on the second floor of the venue. He has already called the police. Let's go over now and see if we can find one with blue." A middle-aged man in a blue hat and clothes. The gazes of Edogawa Konan and Okiya Subaru fell on Moriland's mobile phone screen, and then Edogawa Konan turned around without hesitation. "Sister Xiolan, I and brother Okiya will pass first." Ran out to the ground. "Hey, wait!" Suzuki Sunko's attention was on the talking otaku just now. She didn't hear what Moriland said. She saw Edogawa Konan and Okiya Subaru running out and was a little confused. "This is what's wrong? Don't you have to line up to buy a record? Why did they run away?" Moriland thought for a while. The content mentioned in the text message of Kogoro Mori was not clear. She decided not to talk about the matter for the time being, so as not to scare Suzuki Sanako. Moriland held Suzuki Sanako's hand and said, "Sunko, please line up here to buy records. Konan and I have something to deal with. We will gather at the exit of the venue later." He also chased Edogawa Konan. "People go away. What are you doing one by one?" Suzuki Sanako stood alone with a dazed expression. Chapter 45, Police-Civilian Cooperation Dog Gold Group. Toru Amuro and Nane Sakuma arrived first because they were close. Mori Kogora stood outside the men's bathroom door, holding his chest with his hands on his chest and guarding his surroundings seriously. "Are you here?" said Kogora Mori. "I have already called the police, and Officer Megome has 20 minutes to come over. You can't let anyone in before that." Fortunately, fans are attracted by the flash of the backstreet girl. The bathroom on the first floor is not a lot of people, and the stairs on the second floor are blocked by iron horses, otherwise someone will definitely find the dead body and cause a sensation. Kogora added. Amuro's eyes flashed after hearing this. He asked Kogora Mori about the situation. "Mr. Mori, we didn't see you when we came out of the meeting room before. Why did you come to the second floor and found the body in the bathroom? Speaking of this, it's very suspicious." Kogora Mori's expression became serious. "I was walking behind Xylan, and suddenly a scene stopped me and said that Miss Yoko Akino asked me to meet backstage. At that time, I was walking behind Xylan. Without thinking too much, he followed him. He took me all the way to the bathroom on the second floor. When I found something was wrong and wanted to know what was going on, the other party pushed me into the bathroom. You all know the rest. I found the body of a man in the sanitary compartment. This man is still the fat man who had quarreled with us outside the venue before. The other party must be the murderer." Amuro frowned. "Listening to Teacher Maori, you said that the other party deliberately brought you here. How long did the body die?" "More than an hour." As a retired criminal police officer, Mori Kogora still has the ability to judge. "Then there are probably two possibilities now. One is that the other party wants to blame you, but you have been in the concert before and never left. The monitoring of the venue can prove all this, and the other party's calculations have failed. 2. That is, the other party does not want to blame you, but wants you to find the corpse. Then it means that there is a third party in this case." Toru Amuro analyzed. "I prefer the second one. After all, the other party can be accurate. Find you, Teacher Lee, and prove that the other party knows you and has been following you during the concert. If you want to choose the person to blame, it is impossible to choose you who have not left the concert." Behind Amuro Toru, Nane Sakuma looked at him quietly. A smile flashed through his dark eyes. "It was amazing. What you said makes sense." Kogora Mori nodded in approval. "Maybe the other party found the body and was afraid for a while, so he wanted to find me as a sleeping detective to deal with it." "Ah, really, if it is. If that's the case, I should say it directly. Why did you go around and cheat me and push me so hard that I was hurt?" Kogora Mori felt his knee still aching. "Is it really just like this? I always feel that something is wrong." Amuro Toru was lost in thought. At this moment, a rush of footsteps sounded, and the three of them looked up and saw Edogawa Konan and Oki Yasubaru running over one after another. "Ah, these three people have gathered together." Sakuma Nanase looked at Edogawa Konan, who ran up to them with a serious face, and sighed inwardly. "Please find the guy who messed up the concert quickly, my dear detectives." "Uncle. What's the situation now?" Edogawa Konan asked hurriedly. "Hey? This is not something you should take care of, the kid. When the police are coming, you can just stay there." Kogora Mori punched Edogawa Konan on the head, only to mention it after the other party cried out in pain. Edogawa Konan's collar threw him into the arms of Moor Island, who was following him. "Look at this kid, every time he runs around the crime scene, it will cause me trouble. It hurts." Edogawa Konan covered his head and looked at Mori Kogora with enthusiasm, not knowing who caused the trouble for whom. "Why do you beat him every time? Damn it!" Moor Island quickly reached out to rub Edogawa Konan's swollen forehead, and his father was so heavy, and Konan was still a child. As an adult, Oki Yasubaru does not have the troubles of Edogawa Konan. He pushes his glasses and asks Kogora Mori with a sincere face. The question he asked is the same as Toru Amuro just asked. Kogoro Mori had to repeat it again. Again. In short, this is the situation now. Before the police arrive, no one can enter the bathroom. By the way, did you see a middle-aged man wearing a blue hat in a field service just now? Mori Kogoro asked with his hips folded. No, we didn't see anyone when we came. Subaru Okinawa thought for a while and added, it should be said that the entire second floor is empty, as if someone specifically cleared the scene. The last words were a bit meaningful. Probably because the stairs on the second floor were blocked by iron horses, right? Said Mao Lilan. Sonoko said before that the second floor of the Tokyo X Dome is only open when there is an open-air performance. There was no concert today. The second floor was opened. Fans were attracted by the performance of the Backstreet Girls again. I just saw that there was no one in the first floor meeting place. Everyone should have gone to the sales floor. Oh? Is that so? It seems that I think too much. Okinawa Subaru pushed his glasses and said. Dividing line. Two police cars drove into the Tokyo X Dome parking lot, and the screaming of the police cars attracted the attention of fans at the venue. Is it a police car? Did something happen? Fans whispered. Ah! The Backstreet Girl is wearing a police uniform, right? Is it also a part of the special show? Oh my god, this police car looks like the real thing, said a fan. It's a Backstreet Girl, and the economic company is strong. This spray is so good. Oh, so touched, another fan said. Officer Mumu took Takagi out of the police car and saw a group of fans whispering around them with bright eyes. Mumu Shizen looked at his body subconsciously, wondering if he was stained with dirt. He didn't see anything, and asked in a low voice, uncomfortably, Officer Takagi? Hey, Takagi, are my clothes crooked? Up. No, sir. Officer Takagi looked up and down Mumu Shizen, and didn't see any problems. He looked up and saw that there were more and more crowds surrounding him, and he felt a little creepy in his heart. Wow, what's wrong? For the first time, the crowd stared at it with such enthusiastic eyes. Forget it, don't care, go quickly. Maori is still waiting for us. Mumu Shizen pulled his hat and walked into the venue uncomfortably, just let the police handle the case. However, the crowd onlookers laughed when they heard the words of Officer Mumu. Oh my god, they acted like they really looked like real policemen. Are they going to go to the sales venue now? Backstreet Girls seem to be about to start the second flash mob, so looking forward to it. Shall we follow? Officer Megome, Officer Takagi, and several other officers were surrounded and could not go out at all. I was in a hurry to rush to the scene of the crime, but the fans blocked the way and kept saying things that they didn't understand at all. A cross appeared on Officer Mumu's forehead, and he finally couldn't help but explode, only to see Mumu Shizen put his hand into his jacket pocket, and was about to take out the police officer's card and retreat from the crowd of onlookers. At this time, a group of men dressed in venue staff were killed from the fans. The tall and strong men quickly and orderly squeezed the crowd of onlookers, holding hands to make a passage. A young handsome man in a suit appeared in the middle of the passage and waved to Officer Megami and his group. Please come here. Under the protection of the strong men, Officer Mumu and his party finally followed the young man into the venue. The young man was Zyongma Yamashita, and saw that he said sincerely to Mumu Shizen with a full face, Sorry, Mr. Police, the girls in the back street are performing at the sales venue. The theme is to spread justice and love to the fans, so where I put on the police costume that represents justice in Japan for the performance. When the fans saw Mr. Police, they thought it was part of the performance that would surround you, it really caused you trouble. Ah! That's the way it is. Then what the fans said just now can make sense. In other words, this is a coincidence. Officer Mumu showed half-moon eyes. Yamashita Zyongma continued, because I did the project, there was no police car performance in it, so when I saw the policeman, I noticed something was wrong, and I quickly asked the people at the venue to help. Liberated. May I ask the policeman what happened here? Today is a concert held by Backstreet Girls. I don't think we have done anything that does not comply with Japanese law. It has nothing to do with the concert. Officer Megure said here, with a serious expression on his face. Someone called the police that the body was found in the bathroom on the second floor of the Tokyo X Dome venue. This is a serious criminal case. Listen to what you mean. Are you the person in charge here? Then please cooperate with our investigation. Yamashita Shoma showed an embarrassed expression. Actually, I am not the person in charge of Tokyo X Dome. I am the marketing manager of the Backstreet Girls agency. This is my card. He took it out of his pocket. A black and gold business card was handed over. After Megure 13 received his business card, he continued, Tokyo X Dome has its own department in charge. We only use this venue to perform. Security and surveillance are part of Tokyo X Dome's own responsibility. Yes, if Mr. Police wants to investigate, you still have to find the department. I have the contact information of their manager here. Mr. Police, do you need it? It's needed, thank you very much for your help. Officer Mumu stretched out his hand. Yamashita Shoma smiled and shook Mumu Shizen's hand up and down enthusiastically. It should be, the police and the people are cooperating, it's all for Japan. Mr. Policeman runs every day for the case, you are the best, it's hard work. What else do you need me to help, please be sure to say. Our Dog Gold Brokerage Company will definitely cooperate unconditionally. Officer Takagi stood behind Mumu Shizen, and was moved by the high consciousness of Xiongma under the mountain. Oh my god, take a look. What a moving scene where the people and the police understand each other. Oh, he will definitely become the best detective. Chapter 46, Detective 4. Yamashita Shoma walked to the second floor with Officer Megami and his party. I have just contacted the department in charge of Tokyo X Dome. Their manager, Mr. Daisuke Yoshimi, is on the way over, so I will take him first. Gentlemen, go over. Soon, a few people came to the second floor of the venue, and the police officer Mumu and his party met Mori Kogora and his party who were standing there. Mori Kogora explained the situation to Megami Shizen as soon as he saw him. This is the situation, and I was also drawn over. The man who pushed me was wearing a hat and a mask, but he was wearing the scene. The staff's clothing should be on the staff list, and I should be able to recognize it if you see it again. Kogora Mori affirmed. In addition, I just did a simple check and confirmed that the deceased was strangled and died. The time is about 2 hours. Officer Mumu pushed open the bathroom door. He just wanted to walk in, and the Yamashita Xiongma who had brought them over suddenly said, that Mr. Police, I still have the job of the Backstreet Girl to deal with, so I just left. Besides, because today is the first time for a Backstreet Girl to perform at the Tokyo X Dome concert. If it is reported that someone died at the concert, it will have a very serious impact on our idols. If possible, can you please keep this matter secret? He put on the appearance of a normal marketing manager of a brokerage company facing the artist's worries about exploding negative news. Officer Mumu stopped when he heard this, and nodded to Xiongma Yamashita. Mr. Yamashita, please rest assured that our police will not publicize this case. Yamashita Xiongma breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him again and again. Officer Megure and Kogora Mori walked into the bathroom one after another. Konan Edogawa also sneaked in behind Toyu Amuro. Only Ran and Nane Sakuma stayed outside. According to Toru Amuro, the scene is a bit bloody, and it is better for the girls to stay outside. Yamashita Shoma turned and left. At the moment when he and Moraran passed by, he glanced at Sakuma Nanace behind Moraran, his eyes drooped and opened again, silently conveying the message of completion of the mission to the leader. Sakuma Nanace's expression remained unchanged. She leaned into Emo Lilan's ear and asked softly, Xiolan, How long do you think it will take Mr. Mori to solve the case? Dividing line. In the bathroom, officers from the forensic department began investigating the scene. Konan Edogawa, Toru Amuro, and Subaru Okiya leaned in front of the corpse and looked at it carefully. The three people's eyes fell from the strangle mark on the fat man's neck to the resentment mark on the man's stomach. The police were left behind. Officer Mumu showed half-moon eyes. This group of guys do this every time. Under the gazes of the three, the police officers of the authentication department were carefully investigating the traces of the bathroom. The police officers quickly noticed the bag under the man, and Edogawa Konan squatted directly beside the police officer and watched intently. A police officer from the authentication department took out the bag from under the man and unzipped it. It contained a notebook, car keys, a towel, a box of gum, a water bottle, a wallet, and nothing else. Officer Takagi got the victim's name from the driver's license in his wallet. He sent the deceased's name to a colleague at the Metropolitan Police Department and quickly got the detailed information. CG Ahara, 29 years old, single, unemployed, living by renting out 2 houses for his deceased parents. Takagi dutifully read the deceased's information. Interpersonal relationship is simple, hardly going out, it is a back street. A big fan of the girl. This is definitely a vendetta. Mori Kogora said, the murderer must have something to do with the deceased. Check the deceased's network and see if there has been a recent dispute with others to find clues. Amuro walked to the compartment next to the deceased. He tried to push the door and found that the compartment door made an unnatural click sound. He squatted down and observed carefully and found that there was a shallow light under the compartment door. Curved scratches and some sawdust on the ground. An inspiration flashed in his mind. He walked quickly to the other 2 compartments, and he found the same trace on the ground as expected. Subaru Okiya walked to the police officer of the authentication department who was carefully checking his bag. He bent over and looked at the man's belongings with his hands in his pockets. His eyes swept across the notebook, car keys, towel, chewing gum, water bottle, and wallet. Eventually stay on the towel. It was a very ordinary white towel, some of which had been washed wet, but Okiya Subaru could still see that it was a new towel. Officer Mumu, I have to test the belongings of the deceased. The police officer of the forensic department zips up the zipper again, and after obtaining the permission of Officer Mumu, he picks up his bag and walks outside. Another member of the forensic department. The police officers continued to collect traces on the scene. At this time Edogawa Konan noticed the unnatural fists of the dead. This uncle's hand seems to be holding something. Edogawa Konan exclaimed milkily, and soon attracted the attention of Officer Megami and Kogoro Mori. Upon hearing this, the police officer of the forensic department hurriedly broke the deceased's hand with a gloved hand. Inside was a piece of paper. Ah! Edogawa Konan recognized it at a glance. This is part of the fan of the backstreet girl that this uncle held before. Sister Yuanzi said before that this fan is made by fans and is on the market. Nothing to sell, only the 3 companions who came with my uncle. Officer Megami's eyes lit up upon hearing the words, okay, Takagi, go and call the 3 people who came with the deceased for interrogation. Nane Sakuma, who was chatting with Mori around outside, just saw the scene where the forensic officer came out with a fat man's bag calmly on her face, and she opened her eyes slightly. Impossible, bags are normal. This is not logical. Sakuma Nane's eyes turned lightly, there must be something that has been overlooked, even the detectives have not found a problem. Just as Nane Sakuma was thinking about making an excuse to go to the bathroom, a sweaty middle-aged man ran over here, with an anxious expression on his face, and rushed into the bathroom. After a while, he went into the bathroom. The police officer and Muri Kogora and his party followed him out. Okay. I will prepare an investigative office for the police officers now. Regarding surveillance, because of privacy concerns, the Tokyo Dome venue did not install surveillance near the bathroom. However, the entrance and exit of the venue mentioned by the police officer just now we can provide surveillance. I will ask the surveillance department to transfer surveillance video over," the middle-aged man said as he walked. Seeing Mori Kogora coming out, Maori-ran and Sakuma Nanase walked over. Sakuma Nanase wanted to walk to Amuro Toru, but she glanced at Oki Yasuberu behind Amuro, and then walked to Mori Kogora. "Mr. Mori, is the case resolved?" Nanase Sakuma looked at Kogora Mori with a curious expression with his hands behind him. Mori Kogora shook his head, "Not yet, but the suspect has been locked, and it should be resolved soon." "Don't worry too much, Miss Nanase, there is no case that cannot be solved with my sleeping Kogora. Yet. I really believe in Mr. Mori. It's a shame that I haven't heard the whole reasoning of Mr. Mori before." Sakuma Nanase showed an admiring expression. "Ha ha ha ha. Then you have to take a good look at my wonderful reasoning this time." Mori Kogora was praised in a hurry. "Hey, whose reasoning is it?" Edogawa Konan showed half-moon eyes. Soon the group arrived at the office prepared by Daisuke Yoshimi, and the three suspects were also summoned to the scene. All three of them were found at the record store. When the police officers found them, the three were lining up to buy records. The three of them were suddenly taken away by the police. They thought they were drawn as lucky spectators. They wanted to participate in the activities of the girls on the back street. They did not expect that they were actually police officers. The mood of the three of them became very bad. "Really, it's almost coming to me. Mr. Police, why did you bring me here suddenly? I didn't commit any crime, right?" The man with glasses pushed his glasses anxiously. Yamamoto, 25 years old, in the financial and conscientious life of an electronic company, only the singing of the Backstreet Girls can bring him happiness and motivation. Now because he can't buy the record he has always wanted, the whole person is in irritability. "Mr. Police, did something happen? If there is any problem, can you hurry up? I still want to go back and buy a record." The tall man frowned. Koichi Asakura, 24, a graduate student in a university, just broke up with his girlfriend because he was addicted to the Backstreet Girl. Now he needs his beloved idol to heal the heart hurt by the three-dimensional woman. Yes, in his cognitive power, idol girls are not women, they are angels. "Mr. Police, it's not illegal to buy records, why do you want to summon us?" The short man hugged his arms uneasy. Narutani Jiro, 27 years old, is modeling at a game company. He has a slight social phobia. Once confronted with strangers, he will be very uncomfortable, especially fearful of women. However, the Backstreet Girls are different. They hold his hand full of power and make his heart very calm. "What? Why can I leave? I really want to buy a record." He wants a handshake ticket. "Do you know the person in the picture?" Officer Megure showed the three people a picture of the fat man CG Ehara. "Hey, isn't that Ehara? I haven't seen him since the concert. I thought he was back." Mr. Asakura opened his eyes slightly. "It's a pity that he is dead." Officer Mumu put down the photo, and when the three of them exclaimed, he took up a transparent sealed bag and showed it, and the deceased holds such a fragment in his hand. "What do you recognize it is?" "That is the fan of our customized group fan. The Q version of Eri on it was painted by Ehara himself. I made 4 in total. I said that I will customize some for other Eri support club members in the future." Glasses. The man scrutinized. Yamamoto frowned. "So, are we suspects because of this?" "What the hell, what a bad luck. Then please take out the ball fan in your hand and let us inspect it," Officer Mumu said. The three of them glanced at each other, and one after another took out the fans from their luggage. Everyone's hands were intact. Chapter 47, Who is the murderer? The fan in everyone's hands was intact, proving that the fragments of the fan in the hands of the deceased did not come from these three people. To show their innocence, the three took out all the belongings in their bags. Yamamoto, the man with glasses, carried a shoulder bag, which contained a box of fruit candy, a wallet, a large number of keys, a signed notebook and a cinema glow stick. The short boy Cheng Gujiro carried a small satchel, which contained a bottle of mineral water, a wallet, a checkered handkerchief, and a cheering applause artifact. The tall young Koichi Asakura was carrying a pair of backpacks. He was a little impatient. He turned the bag over on the table, and inside fell out a coat, wallet, keys, and a large bunch of Akamoto. When the string of Akamoto with the words 0.01 ultra-thin superior experience fell on the table, the original tense atmosphere in the room fell silent. Moriran flushed abruptly, and Detective Mumu, Kogoro Mori, and Shibuya Takagi blushed and coughed twice and looked away. Toru Amuro and Subaru Okiya's faces were calm. Obviously, these two dear brothers have been on the battlefield for a long time, and this thing can't make them make waves at all. Sakuma Nane's eyes stopped for a second on the words extreme experience, her throat slid slightly, and then she moved away calmly. Officer Megami put his fist in his mouth and coughed twice, and then looked at Muri Kogoro again with a serious expression. What do you think of Muri, brother? All three people's ball fans are intact. This. Mori Kogoro was speechless for a while. Hey! Didn't the deceased uncle also have a fan? Didn't the uncle tear off his fan by himself? Edogawa Konan said milkily. Amuro smiled with his eyes closed, and he looked at Kogoro Mori. Teacher Mori, I think if the murderer wants to kill, he should not bring anything that would reveal his identity, not to mention the size of this fan is not small and not. It is convenient to carry. It is more likely that the deceased tore his fan after recognizing the murderer in order to leave a reminder. As for the remaining part, the murderer should take it away and destroy it. Out of the compartment where the deceased was, I found a shallow arc-shaped scratch under the doors of other compartments, and some sawdust was stained on the ground. I think the murder process should be like this. The murderer ahead of time when he came to the bathroom, in order to allow the deceased to enter the designated compartment, he used a small wooden block to block the doors of other compartments, and then he hid behind the compartment door, quietly waiting for the arrival of the deceased. Amuro said. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Muri Kogoro's excited voice. So the murderer is your Mr. Asakura Koichi. I saw Kogoro Muri patted the table and stood up. He pointed to the tall man Koichi Asakura and said confidently, the scratch on the neck of the deceased Mr. Ehara proves he must have struggled hard before he died. Mr. Zemel was working in an office and his finances seemed to be fragile. Mr. Narutani was short and weak. It was very difficult for the two of them to subdue the fat Mr. Ehara. Only Mr. Asakura. You are a young and strong youth. It is much easier for you to strangle Mr. Ehara. Therefore, you are definitely the murderer. The other two opened their eyes wide when they heard the words, is Asakura really you? Is it because Ehara sent you the recording of Backstreet Girl is much better than your girlfriend before and sent it to your girlfriend, which caused you to break up, so you killed him with a grudge? When the two men mentioned the pain, Mr. Asakura showed an angry expression, yet. I hold a grudge. The Ehara. He is a slut. He is jealous that I have a girlfriend, so he got drunk after a few parties. The nonsense words were recorded secretly, and then they were put out in front of my girlfriend and I was dumped. I hate him to death. He deserves it when he is dead. But I didn't kill him. I'm so young and have a bright future, why paying for that bastard? He glared at Kogoro Mori, and I haven't left since the concert. You can probably bring up the monitoring. Mr. Asakura took out the stub of the concert ticket. I'm sitting in row 46, position 08. I have never left. The short men Narayajiro and the spectacles man Yamamoto also quickly took out the ticket stubs. I haven't left the surveillance to prove it. The two of them were sitting in row 24, row 17, and row 98, row 24, by the way. The deceased CG Ehara's position was row 32, row 19. Brother Zemu, are you not together? Edogawa Konan asked. Yamamoto, a man with glasses, explained, "This is the first time a backstreet girl has held a concert at Tokyo X Dome. Anyone who knows how to do it knows that this is proof of becoming a top idol in Japan. All fans hope that they can witness this. For a moment, it's hard to grab tickets for the concert. And even the number is even more difficult. So everyone agreed to grab the tickets for Zone A, so that you can watch the performance in one area and queue at the same entrance and exit. The reason for Asakura Kazusyang is that one is a student, the other is out of work and has enough time to keep staring at the ticket-grabbing system, so they grabbed the front position. Since Chingu and I are employees of the company, we can only stealthily grab those who are suitable for work. Chenggu had better luck. He was already fast in modeling, but at that time there was no new task, and he actually grabbed the front position. I was in a miserable situation. At that time, I was doing an audit, and I was so busy that I could only grab the tickets in the back row. At this time, the head of Tokyo X Dome Yoshimi Daisuke just let his subordinates send surveillance video. Officer Megome nodded to Officer Takagi. Takagi quickly took the video and played it, and everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the TV screen. The surveillance video was taken from the last row of Tokyo Dome, and the audience and stage in front can be clearly seen. Subaru Okiya suddenly asked, "Why are so many people wearing masks?" The audience captured in the video not only wears the cheering haori, but also the cheering turban and mask, so they can't see their faces at all. The short man Narutani Jiro took out a similar mask from his bag to show to everyone, because many people are worried about being seen by acquaintances and knowing that they are idol houses, many fans will wear this kind of backstreet girl masks. This is an officially launched series of masks, and they are also sold in the surrounding stores outside. Takagi, zoom in on the video to see where they are. Officer Megure said. Yes. Takagi replied. Look, that's me. I just said that I haven't left. Asakura pointed at a small voice in the upper left corner of the screen, and said excitedly, "You guys, fast forward and take a look, I have never left my position." After Takagi played it at multiple speeds, it proved Koichi Asakura's words. Then, Jiro Nariya and Yamamoto Hosomiya were also confirmed by video recordings that they had never left, and the case was in a stalemate. Impossible, doesn't everyone have alibi? Edogawa Konan looked at the TV screen in shock, and suddenly he turned his head to look at Takagi Wataru. Now, Officer Takagi. In addition to the monitoring inside the venue, what about outside the venue? Is there any monitoring at the exit? Hey? Yes. But there is only the video on the first floor. The monitor on the second floor was not turned on because of the recent overhaul. Officer Takagi played the surveillance video of the entrance and exit of Area A. After the concert began, only a few women had left before the deceased. Obviously, the otaku cares more about idol performances than their own bladder. After a few women, the figure of the deceased soon appeared on the screen. He came out from the exit of the venue, clutching his stomach and hurriedly into the surveillance blind spot, which was the direction of the bathroom on the first floor. After a while, the women who had left before returned to the venue. After 10 minutes, Sakuma Nanase appeared. Edogawa Konan repeatedly played the surveillance video. After watching it for a while, Subaru Okinawa suddenly took the remote control and adjusted the screen to the end of the performance. The audience at the exit of Area A began to leave the venue, and Amuro's eyes were suddenly attracted by the flow of people. He walked over and put his hand on the back of the chair behind Edogawa Konan. The expressions of the three became very serious, and it was obvious that the detectives had found a key clue. Pinch Sister Nanase. Edogawa Konan suddenly ran to Sakuma Nanase, who was doing the background board, and pulled her sleeves. Hey? What's wrong with Konan? Why do you want to cue me suddenly? Sakuma Nanase kept smiling and bent down to look at Edogawa Konan. I want to ask you, you used to be so hard to get tickets for this concert, so some fans would ask scalpers to buy tickets. What is the specific process? Edogawa Konan asked. When Nane Sakuma heard this, a flash of light flashed in his brain. It turned out to be like this, but this technique was used. She blinked and said in a voice that everyone around her could hear, because scalpers are immoral, they usually post on the fan forum under the pretext that their friends can't go temporarily and have extra tickets. Fans of the tickets will chat with them privately, the two will negotiate the price privately, and then make the transaction on the day of the concert. Of course, because there are many people at the concert, there will be cases where they will send photos in advance to confirm each other. Then Nane Sakuma was fortunate enough to see the live version, where three men with auras in the world of K-Shui simultaneously showed expressions of "I understand, so it is, and there is only one truth." The boss, Officer Mew, was still muttering to himself naturally. Obviously the deceased went to the bathroom on the first floor, why did he die on the second floor? Perhaps the murderer used the same trick again and used a similar method to prevent the deceased from entering the bathroom on the first floor. They can only go to the second floor. Toru Amuro said, return to the first floor to deal with it afterwards and let it resume normal use. I'm not interested in this. Anyway, the monitoring proved that we have nothing to do with Ehara's death. Mr. Officer, we can leave. Mr. Asakura said impatiently, the murderer must be an outsider. Yes, yes. Mr. Police, we'll have something to do in a while. The short boy Naratanijiro said nervously. I still want to rush over to buy a record. It's been half an hour now. Zemo Yamamoto was also a little anxious while pushing his glasses. Ah, but, the fragments of the fan torn from the hands of the deceased, the message before death points to three people. Takagi Shibuya showed an awkward expression. You can't keep us detained because of this? It's illegal. After being repeatedly referred to as suspects, Asakura couldn't help but erupt. Oh, I'm afraid it won't work, because the murderer is among the three of you. Amuro said with a smile. Huh? Hasn't the monitoring proved that we didn't kill Ehara at all? Koichi Asakura said. Because someone used some kind of trick to disguise alibi, but unfortunately, after 100 secrets, he still exposed himself. Kong Gyasubaru pushed his glasses. Who is it? Officer Mumu looked at the three. Why is Mr. Naria the first 24 rows, but he came out first? It's strange. Edogawa Konan tapped his chin with his finger, and gave the murderer a fatal voice with a tender and cute voice. A blow. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the short man, Naratanijiro. Chapter 48, The Murderer is You. Why is Mr. Chingu the first 24th row, but he came out first? It's strange. The words of Edogawa Konan gave all the people present to enlighten. Yamamoto, the man with glasses, frowned. After we came out, Chengu was already waiting for us at the door. I didn't think much about it at the time, but it is a bit strange now when I think of it. You obviously were sitting in front of us, and the venue left in order. It should be after we go out first. The tall young Koichi Asakura also put on an expression of trying to remember, echoing the words of the man with glasses. Yes, Naratani did wait for us outside from the beginning. The short man Naratanijiro had cold sweat on his head. He clenched his fist and said with a tight face, I walked out first because I was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, can't it? There is nothing wrong with that. Edogawa Konan showed the expression of caught you. Really? But in the surveillance, the Mr. Naratani in the seat was guessed later. Why? Edogawa Konan approached step by step. The short man Chengujiro opened his mouth and finally couldn't find an excuse. You certainly didn't expect that the alibi that you have carefully prepared will become your biggest loophole. Amuro Tioyu smiled lightly, but I don't blame you. After all, after the concert, everyone else walks out, only you are stuck in the seat. Not going out will attract everyone's attention. In order to prevent yourself from being exposed, you can only come out in advance along the flow of people. You must have considered in advance. After the concert, all the fans are in excitement, including your two companions. Those who can't wait to share their thoughts will ignore the unnaturalness of your coming out in advance. You grabbed 2 tickets in total. The first one is a good position in the front row of the concert, and the second one can only grab the back row, but it doesn't matter to you, it is better to say that the back row is better. Observe the state of the deceased. Subaru Okinawa pushed his glasses with a steady tone, then you post on the fan forum saying that you have one more ticket and want to shoot. Because it is a good position in the front row, many people will contact you. You use this to screen out people who are similar to your own body, and ask the other party to wear the same headscarf and mask on the day of the concert as an identifying feature. Then you hand over the ticket to the other party and let the other party sit 24 row 17 no, so that your alibi is ready. The deceased was sitting in front of us at the time, and the frequency of the other party drinking water was very abnormal. It stands to reason that an experienced idle house cannot make the low-level mistake of drinking a lot of water during the concert. You treat the deceased's water bottle. Have you moved your hands and feet? Did you get something that would make people thirsty and drink water? Amurota said confidently with one hand in his trouser pocket, "Are you furosemide and other furosemide drugs?" Yamamoto, the man with glasses, tightened his lips. "Saria, I remember before the concert started, you reminded us that we had better go to the bathroom first, so that we can't help it at the beginning of the concert. At that time, you were outside the bathroom to help us guard our luggage. Could it be that you did something with Ehara's kettle at that time?" The short man Naratanijiro squeezed his hands. Toru Amuro's gaze fell on Naratanijiro. "You let the other party keep drinking water just to make him unable to help but go to the bathroom. You sit in the back row and observe the state of the deceased. When he shows an uncomfortable expression, you just leave early, jam the door of the men's bathroom on the first floor with a wooden block, and put words like 'under repair, please go to the second floor' on it, trick the deceased into the second floor and commit the murder. But you can be true bold, as long as there are other men going to the bathroom, your murder will be hit on the spot." "Wait, but we just watched the surveillance. Only a few women left before the deceased." Officer Megome asked. "Mr. Naratani is a male." "Hey! Why does Officer Megome think that those who left before are all women?" Edogawa Konan asked. "Ah, because the opponent is petite and has long hair." Officer Megami replied. "But those women in front also wear masks and wear loose-fitting yuri hayori? Mr. Naratani is petite. If he wears a wig, it is difficult to judge his gender from the monitoring point of view, right?" Edogawa Konan said. "Ah." A few people showed their expressions of sudden realization. "That's what I said and said." Takagi agreed. After all, as policemen, they also need to disguise themselves as plain clothes on missions, and they have a high degree of recognition for disguise. But Mr. Chingu doesn't have a wig in his bag. After killing the victim, he must continue to pretend to be a woman and return to the venue. It is impossible to throw away the wig in advance. After leaving the venue, the wig is so obvious. It's impossible to throw things away at will. As long as you search it, you can find it out." Mori Kogora said, holding his chest. "The Maori detective is right. After gathering outside the venue, Cheng-gu has been with us. He didn't have a chance to throw away things like wigs." The tall young man Asakura said, "Did you make a mistake? Just coming out early does not mean that Cheng-gu is the murderer. Even if Cheng-gu sells the tickets to others, it cannot directly prove that he killed Ehara. Because there is no chance to throw it away, the wig is still on the other party," Edogawa Konan said. "So I said, there is no such thing as a wig in the other party's bag." Mori Kogora repeated. "Yes, it's just being covered up." Edogawa Konan said, "Mr. Naratani, can you please untie your head scarf?" Cheng-gu Jiro, the short man, didn't hum. "Mr. Cheng-gu." Officer Mumu frowned. "Ha! It's really retribution." Narayajiro smiled, "Because I was so unlucky to meet the detective at the concert of the Backstreet Girls. I thought it was a seamless strategy, but I didn't expect it to be dismantled all at once. Shirgu, did you do it? The young Asakura gave a shocked expression. He tried to speak to the other party just now. Why did you kill Ahara? Isn't your relationship very good? The relationship is very good? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who would make friends with that kind of shameless, mean, domineering and unreasonable fat man? Jiro Narutani finally couldn't help but broke out, and he changed his previous attitude of being a solemnity. Yelled loudly at Mr. Asakura, obviously everyone is a fan of Ai Li, but he always puts on a superior appearance. He points out other people's hobbies, and throws models made by others for Ai Li on the ground. He just a bastard. Idol fan fights are not uncommon. It's really bad that Ahara threw the airy model you made before on the ground, but the other party already apologized to you at that time. If you can't accept it, you can tell it. But if you just kill Ahara in order to swallow this, forgive me. I can't accept it. Yamamoto, the man with glasses, frowned, seeking common ground while reserving differences. This is the most basic quality of being a fan. As a loyal fan of Ai Li, I think you should have that kind of measurement is right, but Eri will smile no matter what criticism he encounters. Even if the other party is wrong, he will communicate with the other party well. Of course I have. If I just gesticulate my hobbies and throw the model on the ground, I can still bear it. But that bastard, while we were drunk, put on a wig and took a bunch of ugly photos of me. And that secretly stuffed those ugly photos into the letter of support I wrote to Eri. It also wrote Eri-chan, beware of this pervert such words. Chengujiro covered his face. Roar. What? The eyeglasses man scrutinized Yamamoto's eyes wide. He actually did this kind of thing. The Ahara guy completely threw others' love for idols on the ground, and this was directly broken by Jiro Narutani. A chance to get in touch with Eri. After all, which idol can stand the perverted fans who send photos of themselves will definitely be blacklisted by the agency to prevent the other from getting close to Eri. This is an unforgivable felony. As a fan, you must understand my feelings. Narutani Jiro showed a hideous expression. I killed him because he did such an unforgivable thing to me. As he said, he untied. In the turban, a long, slightly curly hair fell on his shoulder. The wig had been worn on the other party's head, and he wrapped the wig directly with a headscarf, which was invisible from the outside. You guys are really good. You made me clear about the process of committing the crime, as if seeing me doing it. Narutani Jiro smiled. Sure enough, the guys who like love are not bad. That's right, you are right. I am right. I grabbed 2 tickets beforehand. I took the one that was in the right position and posted it to attract people to consult. Then I selected a guy who was similar in size to me and asked him to wear clothes and masks similar to me and sit in that position. I got an alibi. After that, it was almost the same as the blonde boy said. I added something to the water that Ahara drank, and I moved the bathroom. When he drank too much, he couldn't hold back and could only go to the 2nd floor bathroom, and I've been waiting for him there. But Naria, your strength is a lot worse than Ahara. Although that guy is fat, he has a lot of strength. Said Yamamoto, the man with glasses. You got psychedelic and stunned the deceased in that towel, and then strangled the opponent with the towel. Subaru Okinawa said. Yes, after all. That fat man has a lot of strength. Narutani Jiro sneered. I specifically controlled the weight, so that the other party has no strength and not completely loses consciousness, so that he can better experience the slowness. The pain of dying. That guy, don't look like he usually looks high, but when it's really suitable for death, he will cry with tears and nose and beg for mercy. Ha 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 ha, he was so scared to pee his pants. What do you think of human life? Officer Mumu angrily grabbed Cheng Tanajiro's collar. Narutani Jiro raised his eyebrows and said fiercely, then why don't you ask that guy, why can you trample on the dignity of others without changing your face? Take the pain of others for pleasure. You. In the face of Naratanijiro, who didn't think he was wrong at all, Officer Megome was speechless for a while. At this time, a police officer hurried in with an anxious expression on his face. Officer Mumu. The investigation division found something extraordinary in the remains of the deceased. That car key is a bomb controller. What? Chapter 49, Bomber. It's a personal talent to disguise the bomb controller as a car key, but it's not too surprising. She knew that the fat guy had to carry such a big bag even to the bathroom. It must be weird, but she didn't expect the other party to occupy the news recently. Hot bomber. In other words, this is the person who caused Inakon Manjiro to worry about her accident. He had to find a group of people to pick her up at the airport and almost made her the culprit of social death. Now I came to Tokyo X Dome and was killed. I really have an indissoluble bond with the Inakon group. What the is going on with that bomb controller? Tell me more clearly. Officer Megami shouted to the incoming officer. A colleague from the investigation section, when conducting a blood check on the remains of the deceased, found that the car key was larger than a normal electronic key, and it seemed to have been modified. They opened the car key with a tool, but found that it was actually controlled by a bomb device. In addition, we found strange content in the notes of the deceased, which seems to be related to the recent bombing in Tokyo. The young police officer said, passing the notebook in the transparent bag and a photo of the car key. In the past, thinking that the police officer might be able to use it, I also took a photo of a specific car key and let me bring it to the police officer. Yet. Well done. Officer Megami took the notebook with his gloved hand, and was about to open it, but saw Kogoro Mori and Subaru Okiya approaching him, and Tio Uemuro even hugged him. Konan Edogawa, who could not be seen because of his short legs, leaned in front of him, and the two of them looked at the notes in his hand very intently. Officer Megome, these guys. Officer Megome, open it soon. Mori Kogoro urged. Officer Mumu twitched his mouth. In the end, it was the police's professional instinct that defeated everything. He lowered his head and opened his notebook. The notebook is around the Backstreet Girl, and the cover is the single photo of the Backstreet Girl Captain Eri. The inside pages are covered with her stickers. You can see that the deceased is a diehard fan of Eri. But this is not the point. Officer Megome quickly turned it over, and soon he saw something different on the first page, and saw a white heart painted on it, with the name of a certain building in Tokyo written on it. This is the place where the first explosion occurred. Officer Mumu recognized it at a glance. He quickly turned to the second page, drew a heart in grey on it, and also wrote the address. This is the second explosion. Where the crime happened. Then, the third page, the fourth page, until the ninth page, each page is painted with a different color and the address of the explosion is written on each page. Since the bomber appeared, a total of 9 explosions have occurred, and from the beginning a mischievous explosion, to the latest case of an explosion that really hurt human lives, everything matches up. There is no doubt that the deceased was the bomber behind these bombings. Ha, I didn't expect that fat man was actually a bomber. The short boy Naratanijiro sneered, I can be regarded as killing the people. It turns out that people like him can only kill humans if they die early. Make a contribution. Mr. Naratani, please keep quiet. The evidence of the homicide committed by you in the murder of CG Ehara is conclusive. Takagi warned, we will arrange for a colleague to you to the Metropolitan Police Department for transcripts. Cut. Naratanijiro snorted. Since he personally killed CG Ehara, he has cringed without recovering, and he has become arrogant after holding a life in his hand. Officer Megome frowned and turned to the last page. There was a black heart drawn on it, but no address was written on it. Instead, it said, for you the biggest fireworks, you will become the most dazzling idol in Japan, to me. Since the other party has prepared the bomb controller, it shows that the other party must have prepared the bomb. The bombings made by the deceased have been more impactful each time. This time it will definitely not be a small fight. Officer Megome, you must be prepared. Mori Kogoro put on a serious expression. Now the bomber is dead, but I don't know where the bomb is hidden. If I don't find it out as soon as possible, it may cause serious consequences. There is no way to determine whether it is a simple remote-controlled bomb or a controllable time bomb. Now that the prisoner is dead, we can't bet on this probability. We must find the bomb as soon as possible. Police Officer Mumu said solemnly. He looked at Takagi. Takagi, contact the bomb disposal department and let them be on standby at any time. Yet. I'll go right away. Takagi Shiba rushed out the door. I will present you with the biggest fireworks. Fireworks are usually only seen at night. Are you saying that the explosion will happen at night? Subaru Okinawa touched his chin and said, it's summer, and the sun will go down after 6 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock noon, and we still have 3 hours. Yes, the location of the explosion is unknown, the type of bomb is unknown, the number of people affected is unknown. Should you solve a riddle that doesn't even have a mystery in 3 hours? Amuro Toru let out a low laugh. He looked at Narutani Jiro. After all, the person who wrote the question is dead, and there is no chance to confirm whether the answer is correct. Chenggu Erlang tightened his lips and turned his head uncomfortably. Her boyfriend would occasionally put on a smile and good-tempered look, saying yin and yang weird things. Sakuma Nanace blinked. Alas, it's so cute. In short, the three of you, as friends of the deceased, should be familiar with the deceased. Is there any unusual behavior in him lately? Officer Mumu asked. Hey! The three people who were asked were stunned. The tall young man Asakura said straightforwardly, that guy Ehara is a narcissist and arrogant. He always feels that he is right. It is obvious that everyone loves to care for fans, but he always loves other people's actions. Pointing finger, insisting that others follow his own method. If you can't afford it, you will be a heresy. Go online and chase people to squirt, it will be annoying to die. No, Mr. Asakura, what I want to ask is not who he is. I want to know if he has disclosed anything related to the bomb recently. Officer Megure interrupted Koichi Asakura to complain about CG Ehara. When Mr. Asakura heard the words, he frowned. I haven't heard him say anything about the bomb. Now, have you heard anything about Zemu? He looked at Zemu Yamamoto. Zaime Yamamoto pushed his glasses. He thought for a while and shook his head. I haven't heard of it at all. That guy will only talk about AI Lee and Backstreet Girls with us. Mr. Narutani, how about you? Officer Mumu asked. Narutani Jiro sneered, I don't know. Officer Mumu frowned. Mr. Narutani really doesn't know? Edogawa Konan asked. Narutani Jiro directly looked away, ignoring him. Obviously this guy knows something, but refuses to cooperate. Toru Amuro and Subaru Okiya looked at Jiro Narutani, and Toru Amuro took a step forward with a smile on his face. Hey Backstreet Girl, Captain Aries fan is actually a bomber. If this incident is reported, Aries' idol career will definitely be over. It's so pitiful, it's so hard to set foot on top of Japan's idols. The first step is actually going to stop here. A female voice suddenly sounded. Hey! Koichi Asakura, Jiro Nariya, and Yamamoto Hosamai looked at the sound source Sakuma Nanace at the same time. Why look at me like that? Are you not fans of Eri? As idol fans, you must be very clear. Unlike other celebrities, idols are fragile existences that will fall as soon as they get stained. Sakuma Nanace gently tapped her finger on her cheek. Unlike her cute smile, what she said made the backs of the three diehard fans chill. Let me think about it, what the media will say about this. Ah. Yes. Probably to express their love for their idols, fans radically use the lives of ordinary citizens as gifts. Fans act as idols to pay the bill. Idle AI should be responsible for retiring or something, because the Backstreet Girls are in a group. So we should be responsible together. Don't be kidding. Why did Ari pay the bill for the fat man? That fat man made so many bombings, it is his own problem. What is the matter of caring for the man? Koichi Asakura, Jiro Nariya, and Yamamoto Minomi at the same time, shouted at Sakuma Nanase. Sakuma Nanase stepped back 2 steps, flashed behind Kogoro Mori with a swish, and continued with a small expression of frightening people, but if you can't find the bomb, wait for the bomb to explode and injure innocent citizens, I will definitely be said that. But what if the bomb is found in advance, the news will be completely different, right? Ari's fans helped the police find the bomb hidden by the bomber and protected the citizens of Tokyo. What? Will it definitely add luster to Ari, right? Amuro Toru glanced at Nane Sakuma, then took the topic and said, yes, if Mr. Naritani cooperates to provide clues, then the police will definitely publicize the matter positively, and the negative impact on the Backstreet Girls will be minimized, right? Hey! Mr. Naritani, do you know something? Hurry up! Say it! Do you want the life of an irrational idol to die? Mr. Asakura shouted to Jiro Naritani. It's so noisy. I know. I just said it. Naritani Jiro said. Nane Sakuma raised the corners of his mouth. These guys are really easy to control. Jiro Naritani raised his arms and said, that fellow Ahara probably thinks I'd better bully the old man and like to instruct me. Some time ago, he wanted to drink, and he asked me to run errands to buy alcohol for him in the evening. At that time, he had already taken pictures. I can only obediently obey my ugly photos. That night he drank 24 beers and he was drunk. He boasted that he was Kaczynski from Japan, and said that he and the other party are as good artists as the other party, and use beautiful colors. Do a grand performance to express his love for Ari or something. I thought he was talking about drawing fan pictures. After all, that guy is very good at drawing. I didn't expect that guy was referring to bombs. Anyway, he said that. No, I don't know if it will help you. As he said, he emphasized again, I have told you everything I know. You hurry up and find that bomb. You must not let Ari be stained because of that fat man. Kaczynski, the world-famous criminal genius, the most feared terrorist in American history, has created a series of bomb terrorist attacks, killing hundreds of people. Kongai Sabaru's steady and low voice sounded, dead since by Kaczynski, then his grandest work may not be simple. Probably, this is worthy of what can be called a theater version, Sakuma Nanase thought. Chapter 50, Shoaki Akai and number 039, S. Curiosity. Officer Megami and a group of people gathered around the conference table. Officer Megami thought with his chest frowning, Edogawa Conan holding a notebook and writing something, Okinawa Plia took out his phone and quickly pressed something, Amuro was lost in thought. Moriran leaned against Sakuma Nanase and looked at everyone anxiously. Ah! No clue. Mori Kogora grabbed his hair, he bent over and looked at the notebook on the desktop. Really, why do you write half of things? Just write the address. Suddenly the door of the conference room was pushed open with a pop, and Suzuki Sanako's energetic voice sounded, too much. I was left behind. Hey! Sister Sanako! Edogawa Conan looked up and saw Sanako Suzuki, who was full of shopping bags at the door, staring at them angrily. Suzuki Sanako stomped and walked in, her eyebrows raised high, showing her master's displeasure. It's too much, or Nanase informs me that I'm still waiting foolishly at the sales floor. People are waiting. It's been over an hour. I'm sorry, Yuanzi, you calmed down. It was almost over, but I found the problem again. Everyone was addicted to the case. Mao Lilan quickly apologized. Ah, you have already exchanged cell phone numbers with Nanase yet? Hey! If it's a case, shouldn't I be called the Queen of Reasoning? Suzuki Sunko was even more upset. but she explained to Mao Lilan, I just exchanged it at the concert. Because I want to go shopping with Nanace next time, what the is the case? Let's show the Queen of Inference. Ma go, I will crack it for you. Hey, I really dare to reason about the Queen. Edogawa Konan showed half-moon eyes. Suzuki Sanako put the shopping bag on the table and leaned over. She saw the notebook on the table and picked it up directly. Hey! Sanan, Sister Sananko, etc. Edogawa Konan couldn't stop him, and Sanako Suzuki quickly finished. She raised her eyebrows and said, What? Is this a note written by a girl in love? Hey? You understand? The color of your heart is the same as the building. Do you want to go with your boyfriend? Everyone's attention fell on Suzuki Sanako, and Edogawa Konan eagerly shouted, Sister Yuanko, what does that mean? Do you know the connection between the heart and those buildings? We just checked. There is no connection between the color of the facade of the building and the color of the heart. Hey? It's not the facade? It's the night lights. Suzuki Sunko explained suspiciously, don't you know? Like this Tokyo X Mall, although the facade looks white during the day, but at night it's all red lighting effects? Because it looks so dreamy, it's called the Red Queen. Does the last black represent the black buildings at night? What are the black buildings in Tokyo? Asked Kogoro Mori. If it's black, the facade of Furukawa Garden is black, so don't you turn on the lights at night. Suzuki Sanako contributed his rich knowledge of famous scenic spots as a daughter. Murata. Call Takagi to arrange for bomb disposal personnel to go to Furukawa Gardens to search. If you find it, report it immediately. Officer Megum said and turned to Kogoro Mori. The bomb, you still need to crack the correct location. Murata, you and a few colleagues will stay here and wait to the prisoner back to the Metropolitan Police Department for a record. Yes. Murata Jingyuan responded quickly. Mori Kogoro nodded, Sergeant Megome, don't worry, I will contact you immediately if I find out. Officer Megome patted Mori Kogoro on the shoulder, then turned and left with the two officers. Compared with the caution of Officer Mumu, Sanako Suzuki was very sure that her judgment was correct, and she smiled triumphantly with her arms akimbo, my reasoning must be right. What am I talking about if you call me the Queen of Reasoning earlier, isn't it over early? No, this routine is definitely not that simple. Sakuma Nanace showed half-moon eyes. According to past experience, there is definitely a hole in it. The order of colors is the countdown. Toru Amuro, who has been looking at the notebook, said suddenly, this is the color of the color ring resistance, because the color ring is not clearly arranged. In order to facilitate the detection and replacement of specific colors to distinguish, the order of this color is just right. It is white 9, gray 8, purple 7, blue 6, green 5, yellow 4, orange 3, red 2, brown 1, black 0. Oh? Is the color ring resistor actually used as the countdown color? It's really a bomb demon. Okinawa Subaru put his chin on, is it black 0? Amuro Toru's purple-gray pupils shrank suddenly. Shuaki Akai can always poke her boyfriend's points without a trace. Nanae Sakuma hugged her chest, feeling a little unhappy. I always feel that my boyfriend will be very impatient when he meets Akai Shuaki. The death of Zufu Kiguang still affects him too much. He is usually very calm. Subaru Okinawa didn't know what he thought of, and he said, since the location of the bomb has been found, it doesn't make sense to stay here. When there is something else, I will leave first. This guy wants to act alone. Sakuma Nanace thought. Those who have the same idea as her include Toru Amuro and Konan Edogawa, who are obviously activists. Ah! Sister Xiolan. I have made an appointment with you and Tad to go to the doctor's house to play games, and I won't go back tonight. Edogawa Konan hurriedly ran to Subaru Okiya and grabbed his hand. Brother Okiya lives next to the doctor, I will go with Brother Okie. Hey? Will it be too troublesome for Mr. Okinawa? Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed. Okinawa Pleiades smiled and nodded, it doesn't matter, it's on the way anyway. He took Edogawa Conan's hand and walked out. While passing through Yamamoto, he suddenly asked, Mr. Yokohama, is it really difficult to get VVIP tickets for the concert? What if it's a row? He whispered a few seat numbers. It was Sakuma. Nanace prepared a VVIP seat for Kogoro Mori. Edogawa Conan, who was close to hear the conversation, glanced at Oki Yasubaru. Yamamoto, the man with glasses, was stunned, then nodded, yes, it's very difficult to grab. Those positions you mentioned are VIPs in the VIP. You will wake up with a smile if you grab one, and you can shoot at sky-high prices on the internet. That's it. The location of the row, only insiders can get it. Oh, isn't it? Thank you very much. Subaru Okiya opened one eye and looked at Nanae Sakuma, who was standing next to Moraran and joking with Suzuki Sanako. She was praising Suzuki Sanako. Suzuki Sanako was praised very happy. Proudly gestured something. She looked like an ordinary girl who was likable, but, the other party keenly felt his gaze. She turned her head, her gaze shifted between Okinawa Subaru and Zaime Yamamoto, and then smiled softly at Okinawa Subaru. Also waved to him. Oki Yasubaru retracted his gaze and walked out holding Edogawa Conan's hand. The two went to the underground parking lot, and Subaru Okinawa got in the car and did not start the vehicle. Instead, he took out his laptop and opened the map of Tokyo, and began to input the explosion location on the laptop. Edogawa Conan sat in the co-pilot watching the operation of Subaru Okiya, and said, Mr. Akai wants to find the connection to the explosion site through the point. Yet. Akai Shiu pressed the voice changer on her neck and replied with a low and hoarse voice, I think color is not the only clue. Because the deceased wrote in his notebook to offer you the biggest firework, you will become the most dazzling idol in Japan. To my love, the fireworks are clearly colored, just the opposite of black. I miss that black heart. I should be more inclined to the countdown 0 that Mr. Amuro said. Edogawa Conan said, and suddenly he changed the subject. Mr. Akai suddenly asked Mr. Sumu about the VVIP ticket, because he has any doubts about Nana's sister. Do you think Nana's has nothing to do with the case at all? Really, why are you suddenly interested in Sakuma Nana's? She is Zhang Guling's girlfriend. Ah, maybe an ex-girlfriend? Forget it, this is not the point. The point is, originally, these two guys didn't deal with each other. If Yutani knew that Shoaki Akai was eyeing his girlfriend, he would definitely explode. Let him go, the black organization is already difficult enough to deal with, why the two of them have to fight each other? Mr. Akai, why do you always look at Mr. Akiya's acquaintances? Did you not deal with Mr. Yugaya in your last life? Kudo Shinichi felt very broken. On the screen of the computer, three-dimensional graphics of each building were displayed. Shu Akai connected the explosion points and then pulled up to view the bird's-eye view. He took the time to answer Edogawa Conan's question, I just feel curious. Listening to Bourbon, it was revealed that the organization behind the Backstreet Girl and the Black Organization had a festival, and limo even involved American forces. That girl can get tickets that can only be obtained by insiders, indicating that at least it has something to do with it. If you start with her, you may be able to find out what news. Akai Hidechi, a man who can do whatever it takes to obtain information, has extraordinary keen observation and strong mobility. No, it's definitely not a good thing to be curious about you. Don't think he doesn't know. Your curiosity is that you will get the bottom of others up. When necessary, we will find the FBI for follow-up investigations. Kudo Shin's eyes went black, and he was over. The two guys are definitely going to conflict again. Before the Curacao incident, these two guys were able to beat you to death before the explosion. From the Maldives incident, it is known that the guy Nagatani has a very serious desire to protect his girlfriend. Now he obviously does not want to involve his girlfriend, otherwise he would not pretend not to know each other. If he knew about Akai Shoaki actually want to drag his girlfriend into the black vortex, the consequences can't be imagined. I think Nanace is really just an ordinary person. Kudo Shinichi struggled. Hidechi Akai turned to look at Shinichi Kudo. Oh? Boy, do you have any information on hand? Kudo Shinichi closed his mouth directly. Okay, the other party is too keen. He said so many mistakes. If Mr. Kiria knew that Nanace's information was revealed from him, he would definitely bury him and Mr. Akai together. Hidechi